various games and compete for high scores. These vibrant, noisy spaces were a far cry from today's solitary online gaming sessions. The tactile sensation of gripping a joystick or slamming a button added a high charm to the gaming experience. The rise of home consoles, like the Atari 2600, however, was beginning to bring that arcade magic into the living room. This era saw the emergence of gaming visionaries like Shigeru Miyamoto and Nolan Bushnell, who helped define the industry's trajectory. Their contributions laid the groundwork for the gaming landscape we enjoy today. By 1980, several groundbreaking games had emerged that would become timeless classics. These early titles captured the imagination of gamers and popularized the medium, setting the stage for the industry's meteoric growth. Compared to today's hyper-realistic graphics, games in 1980 were rudimentary in both visuals and gameplay. But at the time, these pixelated adventures were cutting edge, a testament to the ingenuity of developers working with limited technology. These simple yet engaging games paved the way for more complex and immersive experiences that would follow in the coming decades. How did the social nature of arcades influence the evolution of gaming culture? And could anyone in 1980 have foreseen the remarkable advancements the gaming industry would make in the future? If we're talking about games that capture the essence of the 1980s, there's no doubt that Missile Command deserves its place in a time capsule for that year. This iconic arcade title not only reflects the zeitgeist of the era, but also demonstrates how video games can engage with broader social and political issues. Missile Command captured the prevailing fear and paranoia of the Cold War era. Designed by Atari programmer Dave Thurr, the game puts players in control of missile defense systems protecting 6 cities from an onslaught of incoming nuclear warheads. The game's escalating difficulty and demand for quick reflexes and spatial awareness made for a thrilling experience that reflected the anxieties of the time. Not only did Missile Command provide a unique gaming experience, but it also stood out for its ethical approach to the subject matter. Thurr was adamant about not depicting players attacking other countries, particularly the USSR. This decision demonstrated a sense of responsibility and a commitment to avoiding the glorification of war, which was somewhat ahead of its time in the gaming industry. It's worth noting that the game's creator, Dave Thurr, even experienced nightmares of nuclear devastation while working on the project, a testament to the game's powerful impact. Missile Command sold nearly 20,000 cabinets and became a top-grossing title in Japan, showing its global appeal. Fast forward to today, and the legacy of Missile Command can still be felt in various ways. For one, the game's influence on popular culture is undeniable, as it's often cited as an example of how video games reflected the tension of the Cold War. Furthermore, its ethical approach to the subject matter set a precedent for future titles that would tackle sensitive topics with care and consideration. Although the game might not hold the same sense of fear and awe for modern gamers, it remains an essential piece of gaming history and represents a moment in time when video games began to engage with complex themes and reflect the social and political contexts in which they were created. The game's innovative design and intense gameplay also inspired generations of developers and players alike. It demonstrated that games could be more than just mindless entertainment, but also a reflection of the world we live in. Missile Command's unique blend of tension, strategy, and cultural commentary has made it a memorable and influential title in the history of video games. When Pac-Man burst onto the arcade scene, it brought with it a refreshing and unique gameplay experience. Released in 1980, the same year as Missile Command, Pac-Man took a different route, trading geopolitical tension for a maze, power pellets, and 4 colorful ghosts. It broke away from the space shooters and war games that dominated the arcades and brought something completely new to the table. It was bright, it was colorful, and it was fun. It was a game that didn't just appeal to the typical young male demographic, but to everyone. Unlike many of its contemporaries, Pac-Man attracted players of all ages and genders, breaking down barriers and helping to establish gaming as a more inclusive pastime. This broader demographic reach was instrumental in expanding the video game market and ultimately shaping the future of the industry. But the real genius of Pac-Man, the thing that sets it apart, is its AI. each of the 4 ghosts in the game, Blinky, Pinky, Inky, and Clyde, has its own unique behavior pattern. Blinky chases you, Pinky tries to ambush you, Inky tries to flank you, and Clyde, well, Clyde does his own thing. This was a huge leap forward in game design. It gave the game a depth and complexity that hadn't been seen before, and it's something that's still being studied and admired by game designers today. Now let's take a step back and look at the bigger picture. We've already talked about Missile Command and how it reflected the fears and anxieties of the Cold War era. Pac-Man, on the other hand, was pure escapism. It was a game that let you forget about the world for a while and lose yourself in a maze of power pellets and ghosts. The game's influence didn't stop at the arcade, though. Pac-Man quickly transcended the world of gaming to become a pop culture icon, with its characters adorning everything from t-shirts and lunchboxes to hit songs and animated TV shows. This merchandising frenzy cemented Pac-Man's status as a household name and demonstrated the potential for video games to make a lasting impact on popular culture. And that's why Pac-Man deserves a spot in our 1980 time capsule. It's a symbol of a time when video games were starting to come into their own, to branch out and explore new ideas. It's a testament to the creativity and innovation that has come to define the industry. But perhaps most importantly, Pac-Man is a reminder of the joy and escapism that video games can provide. It's a reminder that games can be more than just a distraction or a pastime. They can be a source of happiness, a way to connect with others, and a way to escape from the world, if only for a little while. Pong, released in 1972 by Atari and created by the legendary Alan Alcorn, is often regarded as the game that launched the video game industry as we know it. Pong was the spark that ignited the video game revolution. It was the first commercially successful video game, and it laid the foundation for everything that came after it. From Missile Command to Pac-Man and every other game on this list, they all owe a debt to Pong. But what makes Pong so special? It's not just its status as a pioneer, but also its simplicity. Pong is video gaming stripped down to its bare essentials. 2 paddles, 1 ball, and a simple goal. Don't let the ball pass your paddle. It's a game that anyone can understand and play within seconds, and yet it's challenging enough to keep you coming back for more. This simplicity was a key factor in Pong's success. It made video games accessible to a wide audience, breaking down barriers and opening up a whole new form of entertainment. And this accessibility is something we still see in games today, from the intuitive swipe controls of mobile games to the pick-up-and-play appeal of party games. The spirit of Pong lives on. Pong also contributed to the development of the home console market. Atari's 1975 release of the home version of Pong, the Atari Home Pong, became the first successful home video game console. This marked the beginning of the home gaming revolution, allowing people to enjoy video games in the comfort of their own homes, and setting the stage for future consoles such as the Atari 2600 and the Nintendo Entertainment System. Pong represents the birth of an industry that has become a global phenomenon. It's a reminder of where it all started, a testament to the power of simplicity and accessibility in game design. And it's a symbol of the incredible progress that was made in just a few short years. Breakout, created by Nolan Bushnell and Steve Bristow with a little help from a young Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak, is an iconic single-player game that built on the success of Pong. Players control a panel at the bottom of the screen and use it to bounce a ball upwards to destroy a wall of bricks. The game was an instant hit, and its success would lead to numerous sequels, spin-offs, and imitations. One reason Breakout was chosen for the time capsule is its role in pushing the boundaries of game design. Unlike Pong, Breakout introduced the concept of a single-player game, offering players a new challenge that didn't rely on having a second person to compete against. Breakout also incorporated elements of strategy and puzzle solving, encouraging players to think critically about how to angle their shots to maximize brick destruction. Breakout's success solidified Atari's position as a major player in the arcade scene and helped pave the way for the company's future console releases, including the Atari 2600. The game's influence can also be seen in the countless Breakout-inspired games that have followed, from Arkanoid to modern mobile games like Candy Crush Saga. But Breakout's influence doesn't end there. In fact, it's just the tip of the iceberg. I mentioned imitations. Well, the game's success and enduring popularity led to a flood of imitations, many bearing uncannily similar names like Master Break, Master Breaks, Wall Space, and the slightly on-the-nose Breakout, but with a space. This era of gaming was a bit like the Wild West, a frontier of potential and pitfalls. The problem wasn't in the imitation itself. After all, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, but rather the total lack of quality control on these cartridge games. Without any standards or regulations, the market was inundated with games that varied drastically in quality. There was no way to know if the cartridge you were buying was a legitimate game or a poorly coded homebrew that might damage your console, or at the very least deliver a subpar gaming experience. And with the absence of the internet, rating boards, and critics, discerning the difference between a quality game like Breakout and its numerous knockoffs was near impossible for the average consumer. Imagine the frustration of spending the equivalent of today's $60 on a game that sat on a shelf next to a well-crafted blockbuster, only to find it was essentially a $1 self-published indie game masquerading as a full-priced title. This lack of transparency and quality assurance began to erode consumer trust, making them wary and less willing to take chances on new games. This was a significant issue that plagued the gaming industry, tainting the excitement of the era with a bitter taste of uncertainty and disappointment. So why include Breakout in this retrospective? Because Breakout, amidst this chaos and confusion, served as a beacon of quality. It was a game you could trust, a game that promised and delivered. And yet, its very success inadvertently sparked an issue that the industry had to grapple with for years. It's a potent symbol of the challenges and triumphs of that era, a snapshot of a time when gaming was just starting to discover its potential and the growing pains that came along with it. In the late 1970s, the arcade scene was dominated by simple yet addictive games like Pong and Breakout. Then in 1978, along came Space Invaders, an innovative shooter that would captivate players around the world. Developed by Tomohiro Nishikado and published by Taito, this groundbreaking game introduced the world to the concept of the high score, a feature that would go on to become a staple in video games for decades to come. Space Invaders brought a sense of urgency and competition that was previously missing in the gaming scene. As players blasted away at the rows of descending aliens, the game sped up, pushing them to react faster and more accurately. This innovative gameplay mechanic not only made Space Invaders a massive hit, but also laid the foundation for the shoot-'em-up genre as a whole. The game's success and influence cannot be overstated. Space Invaders was such a phenomenon in Japan that it caused a nationwide shortage of 100 yen coins, the currency used to play the game in arcades. The game would eventually make its way to the United States and Europe, where it became an icon of popular culture and a symbol of the burgeoning video game industry. Fast forward to today, and the legacy of Space Invaders is still very much alive. The game's pixelated alien invaders have become a symbol of the early days of gaming, adorning everything from t-shirts to lunchboxes. Space Invaders' impact can also be seen in the many games that it inspired, from Galaga to modern indie hits like Super Meat Boy. So why does Space Invaders warrant a spot in the 1980 time capsule? Well, for starters, it represented a pivotal moment in the evolution of video games, showcasing the creativity and ingenuity that would come to define the medium. Additionally, Space Invaders serves as a snapshot of the era's pop culture and a reminder of the early days of gaming when the industry was still finding its footing. As we continue our journey, we stumble upon a rare and unexpected find, deeper in the dirt, hidden underneath all the power gloves and a few copies of E.T., an even older time capsule, one that takes us back to the very roots of video games, to the 50s, 60s, and 70s, when the gaming industry was just a twinkle in the eye of visionaries. In this forgotten time period, ambitious pioneers were busy tinkering, experimenting, and laying the groundwork for the gaming world we know today. Before the arcade craze, before the chunky home consoles, there were the trailblazers who dared to explore the limits of technology, creating something the world had never seen before. Companies like Atari and Magnavox were pushing the boundaries of what was possible, laying the foundation for a gaming revolution. It's easy to wonder how different the gaming experience was for those early enthusiasts. Were they as passionate and engaged as we are today? Or were they merely dipping their toes into the waters of this newfangled form of entertainment? And most importantly, what lessons can we glean from these pioneering games that might shape the future of our beloved pastime? In a small corner of the Brookhaven National Laboratory, something remarkable was taking shape. Tennis for Two, a game that, despite its obscurity, played a crucial role in the birth of the video game industry. Tennis for Two was a world away from the arcade cabinets and home consoles that would come later. It was played on an oscilloscope, a piece of lab equipment usually used for displaying electrical signals. The game was simple. Two players would use hand-built controllers to hit a ball over a virtual net. But this simplicity belied the groundbreaking nature of what was happening. Tennis for Two was interactive entertainment displayed on a screen, a concept that was virtually unheard of at the time. It was a digital game, a full decade before Pong would popularize the idea. This alone makes it a fascinating piece of history, a glimpse into the genesis of what would become a multi-billion-dollar industry. Tennis for Two might seem primitive compared to the realistic graphics and intricate gameplay of modern sports games like FIFA and NBA 2K, but without Tennis for Two, these games might not even exist. Tennis for Two was a multiplayer game. It wasn't about beating a high score or mastering a machine. It was about competition, about playing with a friend, about the joy of shared experience. This focus on social interaction is a cornerstone of gaming today, from online multiplayer games to local co-op adventures. It was also a game that was designed purely for the fun of it. It wasn't a military training tool or a scientific experiment. It was a game, plain and simple, created to entertain visitors at the lab's annual public exhibition. This spirit of fun, of creating something just for the joy of it, is at the heart of game development. Tennis for Two never experienced commercial success. It was never sold or widely distributed, but it became quite popular among visitors at Brookhaven's open house events. People were drawn to the interactive nature of the game, which allowed two players to compete against each other using controllers. Tennis for Two offered a unique and exciting experience, sparking interest in the potential of video games as a form of entertainment. So why include Tennis for Two in our Forgotten Games time capsule? Because it's a testament to the roots of video gaming, a reminder of the time when the idea of playing a game on a screen was a novelty. It's a symbol of the innovation and creativity that has driven the industry from its earliest days. Computers in 1952 were gigantic, room-filling machines accessible only to a select few. Amid this backdrop of technological marvel, a British computer scientist named Alexander S. Douglas set out to create a digital version of the classic tic-tac-toe game as part of his PhD thesis on human-computer interaction. OXO was born, sometimes called Noughts and Crosses, running on a state-of-the-art EDSAC computer and using a cathode ray tube to display its graphics. Now, you might wonder how a simple tic-tac-toe game could possibly relate to the modern gaming landscape, filled with visually stunning and complex titles, but don't be fooled by its simplicity. OXO laid the groundwork for future game development, demonstrating that computers could be used for interactive entertainment and not just data processing or number crunching. Although OXO was not a commercial product, since computers were not yet available to the general public, this humble game marked the beginning of a new era in which interactive entertainment became a viable pursuit for programmers and computer enthusiasts alike. Fast forward to today, and we can see the lasting influence of OXO in popular puzzle games like Candy Crush Saga, Bejeweled, and Sudoku, which all owe their existence in part to the pioneering work of Douglas. Beyond its status as the first video game ever created, OXO is also noteworthy for being an early example of artificial intelligence, AI, in gaming. The game allowed players to compete against the computer in a simple tic-tac-toe match, with the AI employing a basic strategy to play the game. Today, AI is an integral part of game development, with advanced algorithms powering the behavior of characters in games like The Witcher 3 and The Last of Us. OXO reminds us that even the simplest games can have a profound impact on the industry, inspiring future generations of developers to push the boundaries of what's possible in interactive entertainment. It's the early 1960s, and the space race between the US and the Soviet Union is in full swing. Amid this backdrop of innovation and exploration, a group of computer programmers at MIT embarked on a project to create an engaging game that would showcase the capabilities of the new PDP-1 computer. Thus, Space War was born, pitting two players against each other in a battle of wits and reflexes as they maneuvered their respective spaceships around a central star, firing torpedoes at each other. One of the most fascinating aspects of Space War was its complexity. This wasn't a simple game of tic-tac-toe or tennis. Players pivoted spaceships around a star that exerted gravitational pull, firing torpedoes at each other while avoiding the star's deadly pull. This level of complexity was unheard of at the time and set the stage for intricate video games that we see today. But Space War wasn't just a technical marvel. It also introduced the concept of video game culture. The game was freely distributed and modified, leading to different versions and variations. This was the beginning of hacker culture, the idea of modifying and improving upon existing games, which is still very much alive in the modding community of today. Space War was not a commercial success, primarily because it was never released for sale. Instead, it was distributed freely within the computing community. Despite this, it gained popularity among computer enthusiasts and researchers at universities and research institutions who would often gather to play the game on their cutting-edge PDP-1 computers. This grassroots spread of Space War was not only a testament to the game's engaging nature, but also an early example of the viral spread of software. Nolan Bushnell, Atari's founder, cited Space War as an inspiration for creating the hit game Computer Space, which in turn led to the development of the iconic arcade game Asteroids. By influencing such notable titles, Space War laid the foundation for the growth and diversification of the gaming industry. So we've journeyed from the tennis courts to the depths of space, and now we're landing in the realm of the commercial arcade game with Computer Space. Released in 1971, this game is a direct descendant of Space War, but with a twist that would change the gaming landscape forever. Computer Space was the first commercially sold, coin-operated video game. It took the complex gameplay of Space War and packaged it into a standalone arcade machine that could be played by anyone with a quarter to spare. This marked the moment when video games stepped out of the labs and universities and into the public sphere. But what made Computer Space truly unique was its design. The game was housed in a futuristic, curvy fiberglass cabinet that looked like it had been beamed down from an alien spaceship. This wasn't just a game, it was a piece of art, a statement that video games were the entertainment of the future. Despite its groundbreaking design and concept, the game wasn't a commercial success. It was deemed too complicated for the average player. But failure, as we know, is often the stepping stone to success. The creators of Computer Space, Nolan Bushnell and Ted Dabney, went on to found Atari, and the rest, as they say, is history. Fast forward to today and we can see the influence of computer space in modern games. Take the popular space shooter game No Man's Sky, for example. It takes the concept of space combat and exploration to a whole new level, with stunning graphics and intricate gameplay mechanics. But at its core, it's still about piloting a spaceship and battling enemies in the vastness of space, a concept that can be traced back to computer space. It's a testament to the spirit of innovation and risk-taking in the early days of the video game industry. It's a reminder of the humble beginnings of arcade games and how far we've come since then. And most importantly, it's a symbol of the enduring appeal of video games, an appeal that transcends time and technology. With our recent detour into the realm of forgotten loot, we've uncovered the unsung pioneers that laid the groundwork for the gaming revolution. As we now journey back to our original path, we arrive at another landmark year in gaming history, 1985, a year of rebirth and innovation in the gaming world. From the ashes of the 1983 video game crash, a new era of gaming emerged, forever changing the landscape and setting the stage for the industry we know today. It's no secret that the early 80s were a tumultuous time for gaming. The crash of 1983 saw the once booming industry suddenly on the brink of collapse, with revenues dropping by a staggering 97%. Companies began to go bankrupt, all thanks to an oversaturated market filled with low-quality games and a confusing array of consoles. But like any good hero's journey, adversity only made the industry stronger. The crash forced companies to reevaluate their strategies and prioritize quality over quantity, ultimately paving the way for a new era of gaming excellence. In 1985, gaming shifted from chasing high scores in arcades to exploring immersive worlds in the comfort of our own homes. Console titans Nintendo and Sega stepped up, armed with innovative hardware and a commitment to quality control that restored consumer confidence. The legendary Nintendo Entertainment System and Sega Master System introduced us to some of the most iconic gaming franchises. 1985 wasn't just about new hardware, it was also a year that saw the birth of gaming legends. Visionary game designers like Shigeru Miyamoto created unforgettable adventures that continue to inspire gamers today. So as we explore the fascinating world of 1985 gaming, let's consider these questions. How did the crash of 1983 shape the industry's future? What lessons were learned, and how did they influence the way games were developed and marketed? And most importantly, as we look back on this transformative time, what aspects of 1985 gaming still resonate with us today? And how have they helped shape the gaming landscape we enjoy? Super Mario Bros. This iconic game, released in 1985, was a beacon of hope in a time when the video game industry was in dire straits. The infamous video game crash of 1983 had left the industry in shambles, with many companies going bankrupt and consumer confidence at an all-time low. But then, out of the ashes, rose a plucky little plumber in red overalls. Nintendo, the company behind Super Mario Bros., had a unique approach to the situation. Instead of pushing for the latest and greatest technology, they opted for what they called withered technology. This wasn't about being behind the times, but a strategic move to make their console, the Nintendo Entertainment System, the NES, affordable. They marketed it not as a high-risk, high-cost adult entertainment option, but as a toy. They literally changed the game, and it worked. But Nintendo didn't stop there. They introduced the Nintendo Seal of Quality, a mark that assured players that the game they were buying met a certain standard. This was a crucial move in restoring consumer confidence after the 1983 crash, where the market was flooded with low-quality games. The seal was a promise, a commitment to quality that set Nintendo apart. Now, let's talk about Super Mario Bros. Itself. Sure, platformers existed before Mario, but none had the same impact. Games like Space Panic and Donkey Kong laid the groundwork, but it was Super Mario Bros. That took the genre to new heights. It redefined platforming so successfully that it's easy to forget it had any inspirations at all. Fast forward to today and you can see Mario's influence in games like Celeste, Sonic the Hedgehog, and Shovel Knight. These games may have their unique twists, but the core mechanics, the essence of platforming, can be traced back to Mario. It's like Mario laid down the blueprint and these games built upon it, adding their own style and flair. The artwork and music of Super Mario Bros. Was nothing short of revolutionary at the time. The vibrant colors, the memorable character designs, and the catchy tunes were a breath of fresh air. Koji Kondo's iconic soundtrack is still hummed by gamers worldwide, a testament to its enduring appeal. When Super Mario Bros. Launched, it retailed for around $25. It went on to sell over 40 million copies, raking in a whopping $1 billion for Nintendo. This success didn't just fill Nintendo's coffers, it transformed the company, propelling it to the forefront of the gaming industry. Before Super Mario Bros., Nintendo was primarily known in Japan for its playing cards and toys. But post-Mario, it became a global phenomenon synonymous with video games. It's hard to imagine the gaming landscape without Nintendo, and it's all thanks to a certain mustachioed plumber. Now, why does Super Mario Bros. Deserve a spot in our 1985 time capsule? Well, it's not just because it's a fun game, though it certainly is. It's because Super Mario Bros. Is a symbol of resilience, a testament to the power of innovation and quality in the face of adversity. It's a reminder of a time when the gaming industry was on the brink of collapse, only to be saved by a plumber on a quest to rescue a princess. In the end, Super Mario Bros. Is more than just a game. It's a piece of history, a turning point in the gaming industry. It's a testament to the power of innovation, quality, and a little bit of plucky determination. And that's why it's in our 1985 time capsule. It's a reminder of where we've been, how far we've come, and the endless possibilities that lie ahead in the world of gaming. Ghosts and Goblins catapulted Capcom into the 8-bit big leagues. It wasn't just successful, it was transformative for the company. Before, Capcom was a relatively unknown player in the gaming industry, but after its release, Capcom was a household name, a titan in the world of 8-bit gaming. Ghosts and Goblins is not for the faint of heart. It's often cited as one of the most challenging games of all time, and for good reason. The level design is brutal. Enemies can spawn unexpectedly all over the map, and the player dies within 2 hits. And just when you think you've beaten the game, you're sent back to the start to play through all the levels again at a higher difficulty setting. There's no way to save, no checkpoints, just relentless, unforgiving gameplay. Despite its difficulty, or perhaps because of it, Ghosts and Goblins was a hit. It's the 18th best-selling game in Capcom's history, and the franchise is the 13th best-selling franchise. It spawned multiple spin-offs, comic books, and ports to dozens of platforms. But despite its initial success, the game and its franchise have fallen out of favor. Most gamers today have never heard of Ghosts and Goblins, which is a shame considering its impact on the industry. People forgot this game because of the difficulty, the old school level design and mechanics, and yes, again, the difficulty. In a world where games are becoming more accessible, where difficulty settings and save points are the norm, a game like Ghosts and Goblins can feel out of place. It's a relic of a bygone era, a reminder of a time when games were as brutal as they were fun. But in 1985, it was one of the kings of gaming. It's a game that pushed us to our limits, that tested our skills and our patience. And while it may not be as well known today, its influence can still be felt in the games we play. It's a testament to the power of challenge, the thrill of victory, and the enduring appeal of a well-designed game. And that, my friends, is why Ghosts and Goblins is part of our 1985 time capsule. It's a symbol of a time when games were unapologetically tough, when the thrill of victory was hard-earned, and when the journey was just as important, if not more so, than the destination. Gauntlet was a pioneer in many ways. It was one of the first games to allow up to 4 players to play simultaneously, each controlling a different character. A warrior, a wizard, a Valkyrie, or an elf. This wasn't just a novelty, it was a fundamental part of the game's design. Players had to work together, sharing health pickups and strategically luring enemies to progress through the game's numerous dungeons. And let's not forget the infamous archer destroying the wizard's food incidents that led to many a heated argument among friends. Adding to the game's charm was its narrator. voiced by the film director of Hardware Wars, Ernie Fossilius. This was a nod to the nerdy, cultural roots of gaming, a wink and a nod to the players who were in on the joke. It was a small detail, but one that added a layer of personality to the game that was often missing from other titles of the time. The game's success was staggering. One arcade operator reported earning $4,500 in just 9 days from a single Gauntlet machine. To put that into perspective, that's like a modern game selling 10 million copies in its first week. It's a testament to the game's appeal and a stark reminder of how much the gaming industry has changed since 1985. Despite its success, Gauntlet's star has faded over time. It's often included in top 100 games of all time lists, but its ranking has been slipping as the game recedes more into legacy status. To many modern players, Gauntlet might seem quaint, even outdated, but that's precisely why it's in our 1985 time capsule. It's a snapshot of a moment in gaming history, a testament to the innovation and creativity of the era. Jetpack was a game that truly stood out in the crowd. Developed by Ultimate Play the Game, the company that would later become Rare, Jetpack was a pioneering title in the early days of video gaming. The game's premise was simple yet captivating. You played as Jetman, a space explorer tasked with rebuilding his rocket to explore different planets, all while fending off hostile aliens. It was a thrilling adventure that kept players on the edge of their seats. The game was a masterclass in design, featuring a seamless blend of action and strategy that kept players coming back for more. Jetman had to collect parts to rebuild his rocket, fuel it up, and then take off to the next planet, all while defending against a relentless onslaught of aliens. Despite the limitations of the hardware at the time, the game boasted impressive visuals and smooth gameplay. The game's vibrant colors and detailed sprites were a feast for the eyes, and the fluid movement and responsive controls made the game a joy to play. These technical feats were a testament to the skill and creativity of the Stamper brothers, the game's developers, and set a high bar for future games to follow. The release of Jetpack also coincided with a pivotal moment in gaming history. In 1983, the video game industry in the US was in the midst of a major crash. However, the gaming scene in the UK, Europe, and Japan remained strong, with games like Jetpack leading the charge. In Japan, the Famicom and Super Mario Bros. Launched in 1983, 2 years before launching in the US, and with much the same effect on the industry, namely stabilizing it in the face of a massive downturn. The success of Jetpack and other European games during this period helped to keep the spirit of gaming alive in Europe, also paving the way for the industry's eventual recovery and continued growth. Jetpack was just the beginning for Ultimate Play the Game. The company went on to release a series of successful games for home computers, including Saber Wolf and the groundbreaking isometric arcade adventure Night Lore. These games were not only popular, but also technologically advanced, featuring innovative graphical techniques that allowed for depth priority and the illusion of 3D. But Ultimate Play the Game's influence extended beyond their own games. The company's success and innovative approach to game design had a significant impact on the UK and European gaming industry. Their games were some of the first to show what was truly possible on home computers, and they set a high bar for other developers to strive for. In the UK, the gaming industry was centered around the ZX Spectrum, an 8-bit home computer released by Sinclair Research in 1982. The Spectrum was affordable and accessible, making it a popular choice for families who previously couldn't afford home computers. This humble machine was the heart of the UK gaming industry in the 1980s. Despite its limitations, it was beloved by gamers for its affordability and accessibility. But the Spectrum was more than just a gaming platform, it was a catalyst for change. It sparked a boom in the UK information technology industry, leading to the creation of new companies, careers, and publications. The boom of the ZX Spectrum led to a boom in computers producing hardware and software for the machine. The popularity of the Spectrum and its games helped to establish the games industry in the UK and Europe. Ultimate Play the Game was a key player in this boom. Their games were some of the most popular on the Spectrum, and their success helped to drive the growth of the industry. The company's influence can still be felt today, with enthusiasts continuing to celebrate and write about their legacy. The Stamper brothers, Tim and Chris, were not just game developers, they were pioneers. They saw the potential of the ZX Spectrum, seized the opportunity to create something truly unique. Their games, like Jetpack, were not just popular, they were groundbreaking. They pushed the boundaries of what was possible on home computers, introducing innovative gameplay mechanics and advanced graphical techniques. Elite was one of the first games to feature open-ended gameplay and 3D graphics, a combination that was so revolutionary at the time that it was ported to almost every home computer system available. But the innovation didn't stop at the game mechanics. Elite also included a novella, The Dark Wheel, which expanded the game's lore and added depth to its universe. This was a bold move that showed how video games could be more than just a collection of pixels on a screen. They could be a medium for storytelling, a canvas for creating immersive worlds. Elite is one of the longest running franchises in gaming history, with the latest DLC for Elite Dangerous released in 2021. Its influence can be seen in a wide range of games, from Wing Commander to EVE Online, Freelancer, the X series, and No Man's Sky. These games and many others owe a debt to Elite's groundbreaking design. But perhaps the most impressive testament to Elite's legacy is the praise it received from the developers of the BBC Micro, the platform for which it was originally developed. They called it the best game ever written for the machine, a high compliment indeed. It's been named one of the most influential games in history and credited as the first truly open-ended, open-world game. It opened the door for future online persistent worlds such as Second Life, World of Warcraft, and EVE Online. Elite represents a pivotal moment in gaming history, a time when the boundaries of what was possible in a video game were being pushed and expanded. It's a testament of creativity and innovation, a symbol of the potential that video games have to offer. As we continue our journey through gaming history, we find ourselves in 1986, a year of innovation, creativity, and growth. The industry, still recovering from the 1983 crash, saw Nintendo and Sega taking center stage, pushing the boundaries of what was possible and setting the standard for the gaming world. In the aftermath of the crash, Nintendo and Sega rose like phoenixes to redefine the gaming landscape. The Nintendo Entertainment System and Sega Master System were locked in a heated battle for console supremacy, each vying for gamers' hearts and wallets. As competition intensified, so too did the drive for innovation, with both companies striving to create groundbreaking experiences that would captivate players for years to come. 1986 was a year of creative triumph, with developers exploring new possibilities in game design and storytelling. Their iconic titles redefined what games could be, incorporating deep narratives, memorable characters, and intricate worlds that challenged and delighted players in equal measure. The gaming landscape of 1986 not only marked a turning point in industry recovery, but also had a profound impact on the future of game design. The bold, inventive spirit of that year still echoes through modern gaming, inspiring developers to push the envelope and create experiences that resonate with players on a deeper level. So as we delve into the vibrant world of 1986 gaming, let's ponder these questions. How did the trailblazing companies of the time, like Nintendo and Sega, shape the industry we know today? What can we learn from their successes and struggles? And most importantly, how do the creative leaps and bounds of 1986 continue to influence the way games are developed and experienced in our current gaming landscape? The Legend of Zelda, a launch title for the Famicom, would go on to launch one of the biggest gaming franchises in the history of the industry. Today, Zelda is a household name with a lucrative business around toys, statues, soundtracks, and even concerts. But back in 1986, it was just another toy in the toy aisle. And Nintendo had to resort to bizarre raps and strange commercials of men creeping in the dark, making Zelda noises to get any attention at all.
It's the Legend of Zelda, and it's really rad. Those creatures from Vienna are pretty bad. Octorok's Tektonite's levers too. But with your help, our hero pulls through. Yeah, go Link, yeah, get Zelda. Awesome!
One of the game's most significant contributions to the industry was its introduction of a battery save feature. This was the first game with a battery in it, allowing players to save their progress. This might seem like a small thing today, but back then it was huge. It meant that games could be longer, more complex, and more immersive, paving the way for the epic, sprawling games we enjoy today. The Legend of Zelda was a commercial success, selling 1 million copies on its first day. This meant that almost half of all NES owners bought one, making it the first game for the NES to sell over 1 million copies. This success helped lay the groundwork for involved non-linear games in fantasy settings, such as those found in successful RPGs. This trend didn't just stop with the initial success of The Legend of Zelda. It continued to follow the franchise into the future, shaping the landscape of this is the release of the Breath of the Wild, achieving a market share greater than 100%. This means that the game sold more copies than there were consoles to play it on, a testament to its immense popularity and the anticipation that had built up around its release. Despite this, Miyamoto, the game's creator, did not consider Zelda an RPG, but rather a real-time adventure game. He was more interested in preserving the live feeling of the game, something he felt was better conveyed through action games. This is partially why The Legend of Zelda is often overlooked as a spiritual forerunner in the modern action role-playing game genre. While it lacked key RPG mechanics, such as experience points, it had many features in common with RPGs. Metroid was a game that dared to be different, a game that broke the mold and set new standards for what a video game could be. We can't discuss Metroid without mentioning its iconic protagonist, Samus Aran. You see, Samus was one of the first female protagonists in a video game, breaking the mold of traditional male heroes. This was a bold move in 1986, and it paved the way for more diverse and inclusive representation in gaming. Today, we see a wide range of characters and protagonists thanks to trailblazers like Metroid. Now let's talk about the game itself. Metroid was a pioneer in the action-adventure genre, merging elements of platforming, shooting, and exploration. The game's non-linear design encouraged players to explore its vast, interconnected world, discovering new abilities and secrets along the way. This was a departure from most contemporary games, which forced the player to scroll the screen in one direction. Metroid, on the other hand, encouraged players to retrace their steps and explore every nook and cranny of the alien world. This design choice created a feeling of desperation and solitude, a feeling that you were truly alone in a hostile alien world. The sense of isolation was further enhanced by the game's innovative use of power-ups. Following The Legend of Zelda, Metroid helped pioneer the idea of acquiring tools to strengthen characters and help progress through the game. Until then, most ability-enhancing power-ups offered only temporary boosts to characters, and they were not required to complete the game. In Metroid, however, items were permanent fixtures that lasted until the end. In particular, missiles and the Ice Beam were required to finish the game. This added a new layer of strategy, as players had to carefully manage their resources and decide when and where to use their power-ups. This innovative approach to gameplay would go on to inspire a whole subgenre of games known as Metroidvania, which includes modern classics like Hollow Knight and Ori and the Blind Forest. One of the standout features of Metroid was its groundbreaking use of music and sound design. The game's haunting, atmospheric soundtrack, composed by Hirozaku Tanaka, added to the game's immersive experience and set it apart from its contemporaries. Tanaka's score, with its emphasis on silence, created a claustrophobic atmosphere that added to the game's sense of isolation. Metroid's innovative use of music in storytelling has had a lasting impact on how games use sound to evoke emotion and build atmosphere. Metroid's open-ended exploration, item-based progression, and backtracking mechanics have become staples in modern gaming. This design philosophy continues to inspire developers and can be seen in recent titles such as Control and The Outer Wilds. Metroid broke new ground in storytelling, game design, and representation, setting the stage for the evolution of gaming that we continue to witness today. Castlevania was a game that dared to be different. It was a platformer, yes, but it was also a horror game. a genre that was relatively unexplored in the gaming world at the time. The game was divided into 6 blocks of 3 stages each, with a boss character waiting at the end of each block. This structure gave the game a sense of progression and scale that was rare in platformers of the time. The game's protagonist, Simon Belmont, was a departure from the typical video game heroes of the time. He wasn't a plumber or a soldier, he was a vampire hunter, armed with a whip and a determination to rid the world of evil. This made for a unique and engaging gameplay experience as players had to navigate the castle's treacherous corridors, battling monsters and avoiding traps. But what truly set Castlevania apart was its atmosphere. The game was directed by Hitoshi Akamatsu, a self-proclaimed admirer of cinema who approached the project with a, quote, film director's eye. This cinematic approach was evident in the game's visuals and music, which were designed to create a sense of dread and suspense. The castle was a character in its own right, with its dark corridors and eerie silence adding to the game's sense of foreboding. The game's music, composed by Kanoyu Yamashita and Sado Terashima, was a masterpiece in its own right. The haunting melodies and chilling sound effects added to the game's gothic atmosphere, making the castle feel even more ominous and foreboding. But perhaps the game's most enduring legacy is the franchise it spawned. Castlevania became one of the most beloved series in gaming, with numerous sequels, spin-offs, and adaptations. It introduced us to a host of memorable characters and locations, and it's the other part of that term you heard in Metroid, the Metroidvania genre, a style of game that combines the exploration of Metroid with the action and platforming of Castlevania. Dragon Quest, developed by Enix, was a pioneering force in the RPG genre. The game featured turn-based battles, character progression, and a simplified interface, elements that would become staples of the genre. The game's combat system was a departure from the real-time action that was common in games of the time. Instead, Dragon Quest opted for a turn-based system where players and enemies took turns attacking each other. This system added a layer of strategy to the game, as players had to think carefully about their actions and plan their moves in advance. Character progression was another key feature of Dragon Quest. As players defeated enemies, they gained experience points, which allowed their characters to level up and become stronger. This system of progression gave players a sense of accomplishment and encouraged them to continue playing to see their characters grow and evolve. Despite these innovative features, Dragon Quest was not without its critics. Some players found the game's mechanics to be too simplistic, and the game's North American release as Dragon Warrior was met with less enthusiasm. However, in its home country of Japan, Dragon Quest was a commercial success, selling over 2 million copies and cementing its place in gaming history. One of the most enduring aspects of Dragon Quest is its influence on the RPG genre. The game's creator, Yuji Horii, was inspired by earlier RPGs like Wizardry and Ultima, but he wanted to create a game that was more accessible to a wider audience. With Dragon Quest, he succeeded in creating an introductory RPG that would serve as the gateway for many players into the genre. Space Harrier, a third-person arcade rail shooter game developed by Sega, was a game that truly embodied the spirit of the mid-80s. It was a time of rapid technological advancement, and Space Harrier was right at the forefront, pushing the boundaries of what was possible in a video game. The game was originally conceived as a military-themed game played in the third-person perspective, but due to technical and memory restrictions, it was redesigned into a fantasy setting by Yu Suzuki. This was a bold move, but it paid off, resulting in a game that was unique and captivating in its own right. Space Harrier featured a protagonist named Harrier, who navigates through 18 distinct stages using a jet-propelled laser cannon to destroy various enemies in a surreal world. The game's world was composed of brightly colored landscapes adorned with stationary objects, creating a visually stunning and immersive environment for players to explore. One of the most innovative aspects of Space Harrier was its use of 16-bit graphics and scaled sprite technology, also known as superscalar technology. This allowed for pseudo 3D sprite scaling at high frame rates, with the ability to display 32,000 colors on screen. This was a significant leap forward in terms of graphical capabilities, and it set a new standard for what was possible in video games. The game's arcade cabinet was another standout feature. It was a cockpit-styled hydraulic motion simulator cabinet that tilted and rolled during play. This was referred to as a Taikan, or body sensation arcade game in Japan. This added a whole new level of immersion to the game, making players feel like they were truly part of the action. By 1987, the industry was dusting itself off and regaining its footing after the crash of '83, and titans like Nintendo and Sega were stepping into the ring to duke it out. But the consoles themselves weren't the only stars of the show. In '87, the gaming landscape was positively brimming with creative energy as developers pushed the boundaries of what was possible. And let's not forget how the gaming community itself began to take shape. This was the year when fan clubs, gaming magazines, and even the earliest inklings of esports started to emerge, setting the stage for the vibrant, interconnected world of gaming enthusiasts we know and love today. So as we pop open the 1987 time capsule, take a moment to reflect on the industry's progression from the post-crash uncertainty of 1986 to the revitalized and bustling scene in '87. How do you think the gaming community has evolved since those early days of passionate players huddled around arcade machines or consoles in their living rooms? And how did the innovations and rivalries of this era pave the way for the gaming experience we treasure today? In the realm of arcade racing games, Outrun holds a special place. Released by Sega in 1986, this game was a trailblazer in more ways than one. It wasn't just about speed and competition, but also about the joy of driving and the freedom of the open road. Outrun was the brainchild of Yu Suzuki, the creator of Space Harrier and a developer who wasn't afraid to push boundaries. Suzuki traveled to Europe for inspiration, soaking in the sights and sounds of the continent's diverse landscapes. He then spent most of the 10-month development period programming the game himself, a testament to his dedication and vision. One of the most innovative aspects of Outrun was its pioneering hardware and graphics. The game utilized a sprite scaling technique known as superscalar technology to achieve its impressive 3D effects, the same technology used earlier on Space Harrier. This technology allowed for a level of graphical detail and smoothness that was unheard of in racing games at the time. The result was a game that didn't just look good, but felt immersive and lifelike. But the innovation didn't stop at the graphics. Outrun also introduced non-linear gameplay to the racing genre. Instead of a fixed track, players were given the freedom to choose their own path, with the game's goal being to avoid traffic and reach one of 5 destinations. This gave players a sense of agency and exploration that was rare in racing games of the time. The game's selectable soundtrack was another standout feature. Composed by Hiroshi Kawaguchi, the music was designed to enhance the driving experience, with players able to choose from a selection of tracks to accompany their journey. This was a novel concept at the time, and it added another layer of immersion to the game. Outrun was a critical and commercial success, becoming the highest-grossing arcade game of 1987 worldwide. It was also Sega's most successful arcade cabinet of the 1980s, a testament to its popularity and impact. The game's influence extended beyond the arcade, with its name even becoming synonymous with a popular music genre, which has since gone on to be known better as synthwave. Mega Man, a 1987 action platform video game developed and published by Capcom for the Nintendo Entertainment System, was a game that truly embodied the spirit of the late 80s. It was a time of rapid technological advancement, and Mega Man was right at the forefront, pushing the boundaries of what was possible in a video game. The game was produced by a small team specifically for the home console market, a first for Capcom, who focused previously on arcade titles. This was a bold move, but it paid off, resulting in a game that was unique and captivating in its own right. Mega Man featured challenging platforming action combined with a unique weapon-based progression system. The game features 6 side-scrolling platformer levels freely chosen by the player, and each level culminates in a boss battle against one of the robot masters that awards the player character a unique weapon. This system of progression was innovative for its time, and it added a layer of strategy to the game that was not commonly seen in other platformers of the era. One of the most interesting aspects of Mega Man was its naming convention. Mega Man was originally called Rock Man. but his proposed name before that was Rainbow Battle Rockman, due to his ability to change colors when armed with different weapons. However, copyright issues with a character named Rainbow Man on Japanese TV prevented Capcom from using this name. The series naming convention may be musical concepts, but it's hard to deny the rock, paper, scissors convention in the name too, especially when taking into consideration the game's design. Philosophically, the entire weakness chain system is based off of rock, paper, scissors, with there being no definitive best weapon, item, etc. Mega Man was steeped in Japanese culture. The character of Dr. Wily bears a resemblance to Albert Einstein, a nod to the rumors of Einstein's involvement in the creation of the nuclear bomb, which in Japanese culture paints him as an evil genius bent on world destruction. However, the significant inclusion of Japanese culture led to one of the biggest missteps from the original game, the original box art. The artwork for the US release of Mega Man was notoriously poor, featuring inconsistencies and oddities in the design that were hard to ignore. The artwork and the main character's name were changed for the US release due to cultural isolationism and the taboo nature of the anime-style artwork on the original Japanese cover. Yoshiki Okamoto, a key figure at Capcom, noted that they had to listen to the opinions of the marketing staff at Capcom USA about what was, quote, appealing and popular. Once Capcom agreed to change the artwork, the team was given an incredibly tight deadline. Nintendo needed the artwork within 24 hours, leading to an all-night effort to produce the box art. The release was less than stellar, but it was released out of necessity. Despite these early missteps, the Mega Man franchise has had a lasting impact on popular culture. There are over 30 cover bands dedicated to the Mega Man franchise, including The Megas, The Proto Men, and Mega Ran. In 2007, Random, aka Mega Ran, became the first rap artist to get a licensing deal for a video game character, further cementing Mega Man's influence on popular culture. Contra, a run-and-gun video game developed and published by Konami, was a game that truly captured the zeitgeist of its time. It was a period marked by a global shift in politics, a time when the world was grappling with the Cold War and its effects. Contra, with its plot set in the future where two commandos fight against the evil Red Falcon organization to save humanity, seemed to echo the real-world events that were unfolding throughout the 80s. In Nicaragua, rebel fighters called the Contra Revolucion, or Contras, were fighting against the communist Sandinista junta. This notion of guerrilla fighters seemed to seep into the game designer's imagination. The game's title, Contra, was a nod to these real-world events, and it added a layer of depth to the game that was not commonly seen in video games. One of the most interesting aspects of Contra was its characters. The game's heroes, named Bill Reiser and Lance Bean, were named after actors in the movie Aliens. Bill Reiser is a combination of Bill Paxton and Paul Reiser, while Lance Bean crosses Lance Henriksen with Michael Biehn. This was a clever nod to popular culture, and it added a layer of familiarity to the game that made it more relatable to players. Another unique aspect of Contra was its use of an upright screen. Usually reserved for vertical shooters like Galaga or Konami's own Twin Bee, the upright screen was an unusual choice for a game with horizontally scrolling platform action. This design choice made the game stand out from other platformers of the era, and it added a unique challenge to the game that made it more engaging. Contra was also notable for its inclusion of the Konami Code, a sequence of button presses that would give the player 30 extra lives. While the Konami Code was first introduced with the home versions of Gradius, larger awareness of the code's existence in Konami's games grew significantly with its inclusion in the home version of Contra. This was a clever way to engage players and add an extra level of challenge to the game. Final Fantasy, a game that needs no introduction, but let's give it one anyway. Released by Square in 1987, this fantasy role-playing game was the first in what would become a legendary series. The game's plot follows four youths, known as the Warriors of Light, in a quest to defeat evil forces, restore light to the crystals, and save their world. It was a commercial success, received generally positive reviews, and is regarded as one of the most influential and successful role-playing games on the NES. Now let's rewind a bit and look at the context. The year was 1987 and the video game industry was in a state of flux. The role-playing genre was still in its infancy, and Final Fantasy was one of the games that helped to popularize it. The game's success was a testament to the growing appetite for more complex, narrative-driven experiences in video games, a trend that would continue to shape the industry in the years to come. One of the most unique aspects of Final Fantasy was its combat system. It was menu-based, with the player selecting an action from a list of options such as attack, magic, and item. It was a departure from the action-oriented gameplay that was common in other games of the time. It added a layer of strategy to the game, forcing players to think about their actions and make tactical decisions. This move paid off. The combat system was praised for its depth and complexity, and it set a new standard for the genre. Another standout feature of Final Fantasy was its magic system. Spells were divided into two groups: white, which was defensive and healing, and black, which was debilitating and destructive. This added another layer of strategy to the game, as players had to decide when to use their magic and which spells to use. It also added a layer of customization, as players could choose which spells to learn and use based on their own playstyle. But perhaps the most interesting aspect of Final Fantasy was its world. The game takes place in a fantasy world with three large continents, and the state of this world is determined by the four crystals. This was a unique concept at the time, and it added a sense of scale and grandeur to the game. The world of Final Fantasy was a place of mystery and adventure, and it was a world that players wanted to explore. However, it wasn't all smooth sailing for Final Fantasy. The game was rushed in the later stages of development, leading to several errors and bugs. The blind status effect, for example, did absolutely nothing in the NES release due to poor coding. Despite these issues, fans appreciated the game's epic scope and ambition. It's a testament to the game's quality that it was able to overcome these issues and become a classic. The second installment in the Legend of Zelda series was a bold departure from the first Zelda game, introducing side-scrolling gameplay and RPG elements such as an experience points system. This was a risk that Nintendo was willing to take, and it paid off, but it also reflected a broader trend in the gaming industry at the time. In the era of Zelda 2's release, sequels were expected to be different, to offer a new experience that distinguished them from their predecessors. This was a stark contrast to the approach of sequels today, where developers often aim to refine and expand upon the successful elements of the original game. The philosophy then was that if a sequel was too similar to the original, gamers might not buy it, perceiving it as merely more of the same. This led to a lack of cohesion in some game series, but it also fostered innovation and experimentation. This approach is exemplified by the transformation of Doki Doki Panic into Super Mario Bros. 2. Nintendo felt that the original Japanese version of Super Mario Bros. 2 was too similar to the first game, and too difficult for American audiences. So they reskinned Doki Doki Panic, a game with entirely different mechanics, and released it as Super Mario Bros. 2 in the West. Sequels had to offer a distinct experience to be successful, or so it was believed. Zelda 2 embodied this philosophy. It was a game that wasn't afraid to take risks, to challenge expectations, and to offer something new. From its side-scrolling gameplay to its RPG elements, from the introduction of Dark Link to the haunting presence of the deceased Ganon, Zelda 2 was a game that dared to be different. However, this approach has led to a mixed legacy for Zelda 2. Today, some view the game negatively, in part due to its difficulty and its departure from the formula established by the original Zelda game. Some critics, including prominent YouTubers, have expressed frustration with the game's challenging mechanics and divergent style. Yet it's important to remember the context in which Zelda 2 was created, a time when sequels were expected to chart their own path. rather than follow in the footsteps of their predecessors. In this light, Zelda 2 can be seen as a product of its time, a bold experiment in game design that helped shape the future of the Zelda series and the gaming industry as a whole. But perhaps the most interesting aspect of Zelda 2 is its antagonist, Ganon. I've talked about this before and why I think Ganon in Zelda 2 is one of the best antagonists in gaming. In this game, Ganon is already dead, but his presence is still felt throughout the game. His army is still at large, and they are trying to resurrect him using Link's blood. This adds a sense of urgency to the game, as every enemy you encounter is part of Ganon's army, trying to bring their master back to life. Ganon affects the world beyond just being cartoonishly evil or personally powerful. He has influenced the world so much that these enemies will throw their lives away just to bring him back, no matter the cost. Phantasy Star blended elements of medieval fantasy and science fiction in a way that was truly groundbreaking. It was a game that didn't just play by the rules of the RPG genre, it rewrote them. Phantasy Star was a response to the burgeoning console RPG market, a bold move by Sega to stake their claim in a genre dominated by other industry giants. But rather than simply imitate what was already out there, the team behind Phantasy Star chose to innovate. The game featured predetermined characters, a departure from the blank slate avatars common in RPGs of the time. This allowed for a deeper narrative and character development, immersing players in a richly woven story that was as compelling as it was unique. The game also introduced 3D dungeon crawling, a feature that was revolutionary for its time. This added a new layer of complexity and immersion to the gameplay, challenging players to navigate labyrinthine environments in a way that was both thrilling and challenging. The game's ample animation, too, was a standout feature, bringing the world of Phantasy Star to life in a way that few other games of the time could match. But perhaps one of the most significant aspects of Phantasy Star was its protagonist, Alice. While not the first game to feature a female protagonist, Phantasy Star was the first to do so openly and unapologetically. Alice was a strong, capable character who stood toe-to-toe with her male counterparts. A refreshing change from the damsel in distress trope that was all too common in games of the era. This was a bold move by Sega, one that challenged the industry's gender norms and paved the way for future female protagonists. However, the game's high retail price made it a difficult sell for some critics, and it faced stiff competition from other RPGs on the market. In the end, the game's enduring legacy speaks for itself. Phantasy Star spawned a series of sequels and is still remembered today as a landmark RPG that pushed the boundaries of what was possible in video game storytelling and design. 1988 was the year that things went from 0 to 60 in the blink of an eye. Nintendo and Sega were locked in an epic duel for gaming supremacy, delivering even more immersive experiences and cutting-edge technology to the masses. In fact, the gaming world was expanding beyond consoles and into other media, with Nintendo releasing the first issue of Nintendo Power, the must-read publication for gaming enthusiasts back in the day. But 1988 wasn't just about the big players. It was also a time when gaming communities began to flourish, bringing people together through a shared passion for pixelated adventures. Those early connections laid the foundation for the thriving global gaming community we know today. So as we crack open the 1988 time capsule, let's explore the social aspect of gaming and how it has evolved since then. How did those early gaming communities shape our modern online platforms and the way we interact on social media? And what role did these burgeoning connections play in the development of gaming as a whole, from the industry's offerings to the way we experience and share our favorite titles? Double Dragon 2: The Revenge is a game that took the beat-em-up genre to new heights. One of the most significant aspects of Double Dragon 2 is its two-player simultaneous play. This was a major innovation at the time, and it helped to make Double Dragon 2 a standout title in the arcades. The ability to team up with a friend and take on the game's challenges together added a new dimension to the gameplay, making it a more social and cooperative experience. This feature would go on to become a staple of the beat-em-up genre, influencing countless games that followed. But Double Dragon 2 wasn't just about innovation, it was also about evolution. The game was initially developed as an upgrade kit for the original Double Dragon, but due to an increase in memory size, it evolved into a standalone game. This evolution wasn't just a technical upgrade, it was a creative one as well. The developers reused assets from both games, such as the character sprites and some of the levels, creating a sense of continuity and progression from the original game. The game's plot also deserves a mention. Double Dragon 2 sees the Lee brothers, Billy and Jimmy, seeking revenge for the death of Billy's girlfriend, Marion. This narrative added a sense of urgency and purpose to the gameplay, giving players a compelling reason to fight their way through the game's 4 missions. The game's narrative was simple, yet effective, creating a compelling reason for players to keep playing. The home versions of Double Dragon 2 were significantly different from the arcade version. The levels were redesigned, and the enemies were replaced with new characters. These changes weren't just cosmetic, they added depth to the game, creating a more varied and engaging experience for players. The home versions also introduced new gameplay features, such as the ability to pick up and throw objects, adding another layer of strategy to the game. Double Dragon 2 The Revenge was more than just a game. It was a cultural phenomenon. It was a game that pushed the boundaries of the beat-em-up genre, introducing innovative gameplay mechanics and creating a rich, immersive world for players to explore. Mega Man 2 took the action genre to new heights, introducing graphical and gameplay changes that became series staples. One of the most significant aspects of Mega Man 2 is its development process. The game was designed by a team of only 8 people, which is incredibly small for a game of its size and scope. This is a testament to the talent and dedication of the team, as Mega Man 2 is widely considered to be one of the greatest video games of all time. The team worked concurrently on other Capcom projects, using their free time to develop the game. This kind of passion and dedication is something that's often overlooked in discussions about game development, but it's a crucial part of what makes Mega Man 2 so special. Is it any wonder they managed to make something widely called one of the best games of all time? The development crew allowed input from fans, including boss designs created by fans. This kind of fan involvement was relatively rare at the time, and it's a testament to Capcom's commitment to their community. It's also a testament to the power of the Mega Man fan base, which has remained passionate and dedicated to this day. The game's soundtrack, composed by Minami Matsumae, is another standout feature. Matsumae's music is iconic and instantly recognizable, and has helped to make Mega Man one of the most beloved video game franchises of all time. The soundtrack of Mega Man 2 is a perfect example of how music can enhance the gaming experience, creating a sense of atmosphere and immersion that elevates the gameplay. Mega Man 2 also introduced several gameplay innovations that became series staples. The game features 8 stages to defeat the bosses, Dr. Wily's robot masters, and a fortress with 6 levels played linearly. Mega Man 2 introduced a new item, the energy tank, allowing players to refill Mega Man's health at any time, and a password system. These features added depth and complexity to the gameplay, making Mega Man 2 a more engaging and challenging experience. For a gamer in 1988, Mega Man 2 wasn't just a game, it was a defining moment in their gaming journey. Pool of Radiance, a role-playing video game based on TSR's advanced Dungeons & Dragons, is a shining example of the gaming landscape in 1988. Developed and published by Strategic Simulations Incorporated, it became the first episode in a 4-part series of D&D computer adventure games, marking a significant milestone in the evolution of role-playing games. One of the most remarkable aspects of Pool of Radiance is its setting. The game takes place in the Forgotten Realms, a fantasy setting that has since become one of the most iconic in the world of Dungeons & Dragons. This setting allowed players to immerse themselves in a world that was both familiar and new, providing a sense of continuity with the tabletop game, while also offering a fresh and exciting experience. Players could build a party of up to 6 characters, deciding the race, gender, class, and ability scores for each. This level of customization was quite advanced for the time, and it gave players a sense of ownership over their characters. It also added a layer of strategy to the game, as players had to consider the strengths and weaknesses of their party composition. The game primarily uses a first-person perspective, but during combat sequences, the display switches to a top-down video game isometric view. This gave players a clear view of the battlefield, allowing them to make strategic decisions about positioning and tactics. This blend of perspectives was a unique feature that set Pool of Radiance apart from other games of the time. Pool of Radiance was written by Tracy and Laura Hickman, authors of the popular Dragonlance novels. The Hickmans worked closely with SSI to create a game that was faithful to the D&D rules, and they also wrote the game's manual and several of its quests. This close collaboration between game developers and established fantasy authors was relatively rare at the time, and it added a level of authenticity and depth to the game's narrative. The game was a critical and commercial success, helping to popularize the CRPG genre and paving the way for future games like Baldur's Gate and Neverwinter Nights. It was the first game built with the Gold Box engine, which would later be used for such games as Neverwinter Nights AOL. This engine was a major technological advancement, and it set a new standard for graphics and gameplay in role-playing games. Ghouls and Ghosts, the sequel to Ghosts and Goblins, follows the knight Arthur on his quest to defeat Lucifer and restore the souls of those killed by him, including his beloved Princess Prin. It's a game that pushes the boundaries of what was possible in video games at the time. One of the most striking aspects of Ghouls and Ghosts is its gameplay. The game is a side-scrolling platformer, a genre that was incredibly popular in the late 80s, but Ghouls and Ghosts took this formula and added its own unique twist. Arthur, the game's protagonist, could attack in 4 directions, a significant enhancement from the previous game. This gave players more control over Arthur's actions and added a layer of strategy to the game. But the real game changer was the magic golden armor. When Arthur donned this armor, he could unleash powerful magic on his foes, turning the tide of battle in an instant. This mechanic added a new level of depth to the gameplay and set Ghouls and Ghosts apart from other games in the genre. Another standout feature is its soundtrack. Composed by Tsukasa Masuko, the music of Ghouls and Ghosts is iconic and instantly recognizable. Masuko's compositions perfectly capture the eerie, haunted atmosphere of the game, and they've become some of the most beloved video game music of all time. The soundtrack is a testament to the power of music in video games, and is a key part of what makes Ghouls and Ghosts so memorable. The game was a commercial success, winning multiple awards and receiving critical acclaim. It helped to popularize the side-scrolling platform genre, paving the way for future games like Sonic the Hedgehog. But more than that, Ghouls and Ghosts was a technological marvel, a major advancement that set a new standard for graphics and gameplay in video games. Tetris, the brainchild of Soviet computer programmer Alexei Pajitnov, is a game that truly encapsulates the spirit of 1989. This simple yet addictive puzzle game took the world by storm, becoming one of the most iconic and universally recognized video games in history. Its arrival on the Nintendo Game Boy in 1989 marked a turning point in the gaming industry, making it a fitting inclusion in our 1989 time capsule. The story of Tetris is as fascinating as the game itself. Pajitnov was inspired to create the game by watching the falling blocks of a construction site he saw outside his window. This seemingly mundane sight sparked an idea that would revolutionize the gaming industry. Tetris was originally released for the Electronica 60 computer in 1984, quickly becoming a hit in the Soviet Union. However, it wasn't until its release on the Game Boy in 1989 that Tetris became a global phenomenon. This transition from a local hit to a worldwide sensation is a testament to the universal appeal of Tetris and its ability to transcend cultural boundaries. The story of how the copyright was secured, how the sale of the game was approved by the Soviet Union, and the political backroom dealings that left the original owner without any profit until the 1989 version is a tale worthy of a movie. The concept is simple. Manipulate Tetramino shapes to create horizontal lines of blocks without gaps. But this simplicity is deceptive. Tetris requires quick thinking, strategic planning, and nimble fingers. It's a game that's easy to pick up, but difficult to master, making it incredibly addictive. This addictive quality is a key part of what makes Tetris so memorable. It's a game that players can lose themselves in for hours, always striving to beat their high score. Tetris was the first game to be compatible with the Game Link cable, allowing for multiplayer gameplay. This was a major innovation at the time, paving the way for the multiplayer games we know and love today. The inclusion of a two-player mode added a new level of competition to the game, making it even more engaging and fun to play. But perhaps the most significant impact of Tetris was its role in launching the Game Boy as a serious platform. The success of Tetris on the Game Boy played a crucial role in creating the handheld gaming market and setting off one of the most successful console franchises of all time. It demonstrated that a game didn't need flashy graphics or complex mechanics to be successful on a handheld device. All it needed was a compelling concept and engaging gameplay. This realization was instrumental in shaping the future of handheld gaming, and it's a testament to the enduring legacy of Tetris. SimCity, the brainchild of Will Wright, marked the beginning of a new genre in video games, allowing players to design and build their own city without specific goals to achieve. One of the most fascinating aspects of SimCity is its open-ended gameplay. Unlike most games of its time, SimCity didn't have a specific end goal or a linear storyline. Instead, it gave players the freedom to design and build their own city, making decisions about zoning, infrastructure, and city services. This level of freedom was unprecedented in video games at the time and set the stage for the sandbox games we know and love today. SimCity features disasters including floods, tornadoes, fires, earthquakes, and monster attacks, forcing players to think on their feet and make quick decisions to save their city. This added a layer of realism and unpredictability to the game, making it more engaging and immersive. SimCity was initially rejected by game publishers due to its lack of arcade or action elements. However, positive feedback from the gaming press boosted its sales and led to its success. This marked a shift in the gaming industry, showing that games didn't need to be action-packed to be successful. They could be thoughtful, strategic, and even educational. SimCity's success also led to the creation of a new genre of video games, urban simulation. This genre has since grown and evolved, leading to games like Cities Skylines and the Anno series, but it all started with SimCity. The game also marked the beginning of publisher Maxis' tradition of producing non-linear simulation games, leading to other popular titles like The Sims. Prince of Persia is a cinematic platformer that not only captivated players with its engaging gameplay, but also revolutionized the gaming industry with its innovative design and animation techniques. The game's creator, Jordan Mechner, used a technique called rotoscoping, where the movements of the characters were traced from live-action footage. This gave the game a unique and realistic look that was unlike anything else at the time. This level of realism in animation was unprecedented in video games and set a new standard for future games. It's a testament to Mechner's innovative spirit and his commitment to pushing boundaries of what was possible in video games. Set in medieval Persia, players control an unnamed protagonist who must venture through a series of dungeons to defeat the evil Grand Vizier Jafar and save an imprisoned princess. This narrative-driven gameplay was a departure from the arcade-style games that were popular at the time, offering players a more immersive and story-driven experience. This emphasis on narrative would become a defining characteristic of many games in the future, marking a shift in the gaming industry towards more story-driven experiences. Despite not being an immediate commercial success, Prince of Persia sold many copies as it was ported to a wide range of platforms after the original Apple II release. Its critical acclaim and eventual commercial success showed that innovative, narrative-driven games could be successful, paving the way for future games in the cinematic platformer genre. Mother, known outside of Japan as Earthbound Beginnings, developed by Ape and Pax Softnica and published by Nintendo for the Famicom, was a breath of fresh air in the gaming industry. One of the most fascinating aspects of Mother is its setting. Unlike its fantasy genre contemporaries, Mother is set in a slightly offbeat, late 20th century United States. This was a bold move by the game's creator, Shigesada Itoi, who wanted to create a game that was both familiar and strange. This setting gave the game a unique flavor that set it apart from other games at the time. It was a refreshing change from the typical fantasy settings of other RPGs, and it gave players a world that was both recognizable and intriguingly different. Inspired by the American comic strip Calvin and Hobbes, Itoi wanted to create the game that was both funny and heartwarming. This sense of humor is evident in the game's parody of RPG tropes, which were prevalent in the Dragon Quest series. This playful approach to the genre was a breath of fresh air, and it added a layer of charm and personality to the game that was distinctly its own. The game's soundtrack was composed by Keiichi Suzuki, who is also known for composing the soundtracks of other popular video games, such as Metroid, Kid Icarus, and Animal Crossing. Suzuki's music is iconic and instantly recognizable, and has helped to make Mother one of the most beloved video game soundtracks of all time. The music of Mother is not just background noise, it's an integral part of the game's identity and experience. Ys 2, released in 1988, was a direct continuation of its predecessor, picking up right where Ys 1 left off. This seamless transition was a novel concept at the time and allowed for a level of narrative continuity that was rare in games of that era. But Ys 2 didn't just rest on the laurels of its predecessor, it introduced a new magic system that added a layer of strategic depth to the combat, and it expanded on the bump combat system that had made the first game so unique. This was a game that was not afraid to innovate, and it set the stage for what was to come. Interestingly, Ys 2 also faced criticism for its ending, which was considered abrupt because the game was too large to fit into a single release. This was an uncommon issue at the time, and it's reminiscent of the challenges faced by later games like Sonic and Knuckles. The following year, Ys 3 Wanderers from Ys hit the scene, and it was clear from the get-go that this was a game that was not afraid to shake things up. The game shifted from the top-down perspective of the previous games to a side-scrolling view, a bold move that fundamentally changed the way the game was played. This change was met with mixed reactions, but there's no denying that it set Ys 3 apart from its predecessors and its contemporaries. But perhaps the most significant aspect of Ys 3 was its narrative. The game's story was darker and more complex than those of the previous games, where they focus on themes of sacrifice and redemption. This was a game that wasn't afraid to tackle heavy topics, and it did so with a level of maturity and sophistication that was rare for games of that time. But the Ys series didn't just make waves in the realm of gameplay and narrative, it was also a pioneer in terms of multimedia expansion. The series spawned a number of spin-offs and adaptations, including a cartoon show and mobile games. This was at a time when the idea of expanding a game into other forms of media was still a relatively new concept, and the Ys series was at the forefront of this trend.
Our video game industry is hotter than ever.
It's called Nintendo.
The parents worry the most.
The lines outside the Tokyo shop were so long that some waited for 20 hours.
Occupying too much of the kids' time, taking their lunch money.
Electronic games being heralded by folks in the trade as this year's holiday bestseller.
What's your feeling after watching this? Does it make them, brain dead?
The home entertainment games are blowing other items out of the water.
We don't really prefer to use the word addictive.
A few years after its beginning, kids and non-kids were putting in $2.5 billion worth of quarters.
The graphics, the games are so realistic that I'm hooked. I can't stop playing.
Dr. Korsh feels parents should limit the time that children play video games.
It's just like a culture. Again, Nintendo revitalized the video game industry, and once that started, it was like a snowball effect. There was just no stopping it.
Why is that? Nintendo is a 100-year-old company in Japan, and they learned their lessons well.
We've come a long way from the humble beginnings of the Atari 2600, transitioning from the dimly lit arcades to the cozy comfort of our own living rooms, transforming the gaming landscape in ways we never could have imagined back in 1980. In 1990, the gaming industry was in the throes of a seismic shift, largely due to the rivalry between Nintendo and Sega. Sega's Genesis console, with its superior graphics and processing capabilities, posed a significant challenge to Nintendo's dominance. This led to Nintendo's swift response with the launch of the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, escalating the console war. Nintendo was caught unaware by the launch of the Genesis, and the SNES was rushed to market. They never expected Sega's new console to be released so early, didn't expect for it to be so powerful, but mostly didn't expect for it to be so well received, especially not without a mascot to help sell the units. But thankfully for Sega, that didn't matter. Sega's Genesis was more than just a console. It was capable of producing nearly arcade-perfect ports, feat that was unheard of at the time. This technological prowess, honed in the midst of Sega's arcade race with Namco, was instrumental to the creation of the Genesis. The console's success signaled the beginning of the end for the arcade era, which even still was the gold standard for gaming, generating nearly $10 billion in revenue, while consoles only just broke $1 billion this year. The Genesis also played a pivotal role in the creation of the handheld gaming market. In an attempt to compete with Nintendo's Game Boy, Sega launched its own handheld device, the Game Gear. Despite being rushed to market, the Game Gear, with its full-color backlit screen and landscape format, was positioned as a technologically superior alternative to the Game Boy. It even had the capability to play Master System games through an adapter. Although it couldn't surpass the Game Boy due to its short battery life, lack of original games, and weak support from Sega, the Game Gear's unique game library and price point gave it an edge over other handheld devices like the Atari Lynx and NEC's Turbo Express. There's an argument you could put a Genesis in this time capsule just for how it proved that it's not Nintendo anymore. And it really was just Nintendo at this time, with Nintendo earning over 88% of the revenue of home consoles and software sales. The console wars of 1990 were not just about rivalry, they were about innovation and transformation. They set the stage for the modern gaming industry, pushing the boundaries of technology and game design. As we look back at this era, we can see how the innovations and rivalries of this time have shaped the immersive gaming experiences we enjoy today. The Genesis, in particular, stands as a testament to Sega's audacity and vision, proving that the gaming industry was no longer just about Nintendo. How have the lessons learned from these epic battles influenced the way we approach gaming today, both as players and creators? Super Mario Bros. 3 took the gaming world by storm, introducing innovative gameplay elements and creating a legacy that continues to influence the industry today. One of the most striking aspects of Super Mario Bros. 3 is its unique stage play-esque aesthetic. It wasn't just a stylistic choice, it was a statement. It was Nintendo's way of saying that video games could be more than just a pastime. They could be a form of art, a performance. The game's levels are designed like stages, with objects bolted to the background or suspended by ropes, casting drop shadows as if under stage lights. This theatrical presentation added a layer of immersion to the game, making players feel like they were part of a grand performance. But the game wasn't just about looks, it was about innovation. Super Mario Bros. 3 introduced several elements that would become staples of the Mario series, such as Bowser's Children, the Koopalings, and a world map to transition between levels. These additions added depth to the game, creating a more immersive and engaging experience for players. The world map in particular was a game changer. It gave players a sense of progression and achievement as they could see their journey unfold before their eyes. The game also introduced new power-ups, such as the Super Leaf and Tanuki suit, which gave Mario the ability to fly and transform into a statue, respectively. These power-ups added a new layer of strategy to the game, as players had to decide when and how to use them to navigate through the levels. The Tanuki suit in particular has become one of the most iconic power-ups in the Mario series, symbolizing the game's spirit of innovation and creativity. The game's world map was inspired by a map of Japan, with the Castle Islands in World 3 shaped like the Japanese islands, and the castle in World 8 located where Nintendo's headquarters is in Kyoto. This subtle nod to the real world added a layer of authenticity to the game, making it feel grounded and relatable. The Secret of Monkey Island, a point-and-click adventure game developed by Lucasfilm Games in 1990, brought a fresh wave of humor, creativity, and narrative depth to the industry. The game is filled with witty dialogue, absurd situations, and a unique brand of comedy that was a breath of fresh air in the gaming scene of the time. This humor was not just for laughs, it was an integral part of the game's identity and charm. It gave the game a distinct personality that set it apart from other titles and made it a memorable experience for players. The Secret of Monkey Island tells the story of Guybrush Threepwood, a young man who dreams of becoming a pirate. This narrative setup, while simple, was effective in immersing players in the game's world. It gave players a clear goal and a cast of memorable characters to interact with. This narrative depth was a trendsetter in the industry, showing that video games could tell engaging and complex stories. The Secret of Monkey Island boasted impressive graphics for its time, with detailed environments and expressive character designs. The game's soundtrack, composed by Michael Land, is iconic and instantly recognizable. It perfectly complements the game's atmosphere and enhances the overall experience. These audio visuals were a testament to the technological advancements of the time and showcase the potential of video games as a medium for artistic expression. The Secret of Monkey Island popularized the point-and-click adventure genre and established a successful franchise that continues to this day. The game's design philosophy, which made the player character death nearly impossible, was a revolutionary concept that influenced many future titles. This impact on the industry is a testament to the game's innovation and its enduring appeal. Wing Commander, released in 1990, was a space combat simulator that combined immersive storytelling, branching narratives, and cutting-edge graphics to create an experience that was unlike anything else available. Wing Commander was set in the year 2654 and featured a multinational cast of pilots from the Terran Confederation, flying missions against the predatory, aggressive Kilrathi, a feline warrior race. The story was not linear. Instead, it was branching and open-ended, with the player's performance and missions affecting the overall campaign. This was a major departure from the straightforward, level-based narratives that were common in games at the time. It gave players a sense of agency and immersion that was truly revolutionary. The game was a major step forward for space dogfight games, featuring graphics and audio that invited comparison to the Star Wars films. This was a time when mini-games were still using simple 2D sprites, so the 3D models and detailed environments of Wing Commander were a sight to behold. The game's visuals were not just impressive on a technical level, they also contributed to the game's immersive storytelling, making players feel like they were truly part of a high-stakes space opera. Despite its success, Wing Commander had a rocky development process. The game was originally going to be called Star Lancer, but the name was changed to avoid confusion with the popular space combat simulator Star Control. The game's voice acting was groundbreaking for its time, featuring full-motion video cutscenes with professional actors, which was a rarity in video games at the time. In the early days of the console wars, every company was scrambling to find their own iconic mascot. Nintendo had Mario, and Sega, well, Sega was still searching. Enter Alex Kidd, a character who was designed to be Sega's answer to Mario. But as we all know, things didn't quite pan out that way. Alex Kidd in Shinobi World, released in 1990, was Sega's attempt to reinvent their would-be mascot. The game was a side-scrolling action title that parodied Sega's own ninja-themed game, Shinobi. The mechanics were a departure from the previous Alex Kidd games, leaning more towards the gameplay of Shinobi. Alex Kidd was equipped with a sword, could perform wall-to-wall jumps, and even transform into a flying fireball. The game was well received, with critics praising the blend of Alex Kidd and Shinobi elements, but it wasn't enough to cement Alex Kidd as Sega's mascot. Perhaps the most interesting aspect of Alex Kidd in Shinobi World is its context within Sega's history. This was a time when Sega was still trying to find its identity in the console market. They were experimenting with different ideas, trying to find one character that could stand toe-to-toe with Mario. Alex Kidd didn't quite hit the mark, but unlike Altered Beast or Golden Axe, he paved the way for the eventual arrival of Sonic the Hedgehog. Looking at the game itself, however, we should note its self-referential humor. Sega was essentially poking fun at itself, parodying one of its own games. This kind of meta-humor was not common in games at the time, and it showed that Sega was willing to take risks and not take itself too seriously. This playful attitude would become a hallmark of Sega's brand identity in the years to come. Finally, it's worth noting the game's mechanics. The shift towards a more Shinobi-like gameplay was a bold move. It showed that Sega was not afraid to mix things up and experiment with different styles. This willingness to innovate and try new things is a trait that has defined Sega throughout its history. While it's not necessarily a game that we would put in a time capsule if we were alive in 1990, as your time capsule guide, it's my job to stick in a few notable exceptions to help make everything make sense. In the context of 1990, the year of its mysterious inclusion in the time capsule, Alex Kidd in Shinobi World represents a pivotal moment in Sega's history. It was a time of experimentation and searching for identity. While Alex Kidd didn't end up becoming the mascot Sega was hoping for, the game is a testament to Sega's spirit of innovation and willingness to take risks. It's a snapshot of a time when the console wars were just heating up and companies were still trying to find their footing. In the early 90s, amidst the fierce rivalry between Nintendo and Sega, the gaming industry witnessed the birth of an iconic character that redefined Sega's identity: Sonic the Hedgehog. Sega was on a quest to create a mascot that could rival Mario, and after several attempts with characters like Alex Kidd and Flicky, they finally struck gold with Sonic in 1991. The creation of Sonic was a strategic move by Sega to establish a character that could not only resonate with gamers, but also encapsulate the essence of their brand. The conception of Sonic was a result of a unique blend of creativity and market strategy. Naoto Oshima and Hirokazu Yasuhara, the creators of Sonic, were tasked with the challenge of creating a character that could stand up to the NES and Mario. They wanted a character that was instantly recognizable, easy to draw, and could carry the weight of the company on its shoulders. The choice of a hedgehog was partly due to its form. A hedgehog could curl up into a ball, roll around, and do damage with its spiky covering, making it an ideal choice for a video game character. The creation of Sonic was not just about designing a character, it was about creating a narrative that would appeal to the audience. Oshima and Yasuhara created a backstory for Sonic, drawing inspiration from the American history of Sega and the trends of the early 90s, including a boom in environmental awareness. They created a story about a pilot nicknamed Hedgehog who loved to fly at high speeds, and his wife who wrote a children's book about a hedgehog based on her husband. This story became the premise of the original Sonic the Hedgehog game. The introduction of Sonic was a game changer for Sega. It not only gave them a character that could compete with Mario, but it also helped them establish a strong presence in the gaming industry. Sonic became the face of Sega, representing the company's values and aspirations. The success of Sonic the Hedgehog played a crucial role in the console wars, helping Sega's Genesis console win out in the US against the brand new Super NES during the holiday sales war. This was a testament to the power of a well-designed mascot and the impact it can have on a company's success. Super Mario World, released in 1990 alongside the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, was a game that truly redefined the platforming genre. It took the beloved Mario series to new heights with its vibrant graphics, expansive levels, and the introduction of a new character that would become a staple of the franchise: Yoshi, the lovable dinosaur companion. Now let's talk about the game's overworld map. This was a significant departure from the separate levels that were common in games at the time. Instead, Super Mario World presented an interconnected world that players could explore freely. This design choice not only gave players a greater sense of agency, but it also added a layer of depth to the game with hidden secrets and shortcuts waiting to be discovered. This was a game that rewarded exploration and curiosity, and it set a new standard for what a platforming game could be. And then there was Yoshi. The dinosaur companion was not just a cute addition to the game, he fundamentally changed the way players approached each level. Yoshi could eat enemies, providing Mario with new ways to tackle obstacles and enemies. This mechanic added a layer of strategy to the game as players had to decide when and how to use Yoshi's abilities to their advantage. Yoshi was such a popular addition to the game that he has since become a staple character in the Mario franchise, appearing in numerous games and spin-offs. Super Mario World was originally going to be called Super Mario Bros. 4, but the developers decided to change the name to Super Mario World to emphasize the game's new features and setting. This decision reflects the game's ambition to break new ground and push the boundaries of what a Mario game could be. Street Fighter II was more than just a game, it was a revolution. It took the fighting game genre and turned it on its head, introducing an array of unique characters, each with their own distinct fighting styles and special moves. This was a game that was not just about button mashing. It was about strategy, precision, and understanding the strengths and weaknesses of your chosen character. It was a game that demanded skill, and it rewarded players with a sense of accomplishment that few other games could match. Unlike many other games at the time, Street Fighter II didn't just offer different characters as a cosmetic choice. Each character had their own unique moves and abilities, and mastering them was a significant part of the game's appeal. This added a layer of depth and replayability to the game that was rarely seen in the genre at the time. It wasn't just about winning, it was about mastering your chosen character and learning how to use their abilities to outsmart your opponent. But perhaps the most revolutionary aspect of Street Fighter II was its introduction of special moves. These were powerful attacks that could turn the tide of a match, but they required precise input to execute. This was a game that rewarded skill and precision, and the inclusion of these special moves added a layer of strategy to the gameplay. It wasn't enough to simply attack your opponent. You had to know when to use your special moves and how to counter your opponents. This was a game that demanded not just quick reflexes, but also strategic thinking. Street Fighter II was also notable for its competitive multiplayer. This was a game that was meant to be played against others, and it offered a level of competition that was rare at the time. The thrill of facing off against another player, of testing your skills and strategies against theirs, was a major part of the game's appeal. It was a game that brought people together, fostering a sense of community and competition that would become a defining characteristic of the fighting game genre. In 1991, Sega finally found their mascot in Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic was part of a concerted effort to create a gaming mascot and a franchise that could compete with Mario and become one of the most recognizable gaming characters in the world. Sonic was part of an R&D project and was one of several potential mascot characters. The concept of a rabbit was clearly a star favorite and would ultimately become the Sega Mega Drive game Rystar. However, when Sega took these character concepts to New York and asked random people which they preferred, Sonic was overwhelmingly popular. Sonic was a game that was all about momentum, about maintaining your speed as you raced through the game's colorful levels. This was a departure from the more methodical pace of other platform games at the time, and it gave Sonic a unique identity. The game's levels were designed with this emphasis on speed in mind, with wide open spaces, loops, and ramps that allowed Sonic to maintain his momentum and reach incredible speeds. This focus on speed was not just a gimmick, it was a core part of the game's design, and it fundamentally changed the way players approached the game. Sonic was a character with attitude, a stark contrast to the more wholesome image of Nintendo's Mario. This was a character that was cool, confident, and a little bit rebellious. Sonic's design was a reflection of the cultural trends of the early 90s, with his bright blue color, spiky hair, and red sneakers. This was a character that was designed to appeal to a younger, more hip audience, and it was a gamble that paid off for Sega. With Sonic, Sega's search for a mascot was finally over. They had found a character that could compete directly with Mario, and the console wars were truly on. The Genesis now had their edgy mascot. Nintendo had their increasingly family-friendly stable of games, and other companies like Graphics with Bonk were vying for placement. The success of Sonic the Hedgehog helped to boost sales of the Sega Genesis, and it helped to establish Sega as a major player in the gaming industry. Sonic's success also led to a slew of imitators, with other companies trying to replicate Sonic's success with their own fast-paced platform games. The gaming landscape was forever altered by the arrival of a horde of small, green-haired creatures known as lemmings. This innovative puzzle platformer from DMA Design presented players with a unique challenge, guiding these hapless beings through a series of hazardous levels by assigning them specific tasks. The game's addictive gameplay, charming visuals, and clever level design made it a standout title, and its influence can still be found in countless games today. Let's start with the game's core mechanic, the lemmings themselves. These creatures were not your typical video game heroes. They were helpless, mindlessly marching forward regardless of the dangers ahead. It was up to the player to assign them tasks, such as digging, climbing, or blocking, to navigate the game's intricate levels. This mechanic was a breath of fresh air in a time when most games were focused on direct control of a single character. It added a layer of strategy and planning that was often missing from other games of the era. The game's original title was Snotlings, a nod to the Warhammer fantasy game. However, the developers decided to change the name to Lemmings, inspired by the real-life behavior of these creatures known for their mass migrations. But the game took some creative liberties with the Lemmings' behavior, most notably their tendency to commit suicide by jumping off cliffs. This was a myth, popularized by a 1958 Disney documentary, and while it's not true in real life, it added a sense of urgency and tension to the game. The development of Lemmings was a testament to the creativity and innovation of the team at DMA Design. The game was born out of a simple animation created by Mike Daly while experimenting with deluxe paint. This animation, which showed a group of creatures following each other in a line, sparked the idea for the game's core mechanic. The two-player mode was inspired by then-current games Populous and Stunt Car Racer, adding a competitive element to the game's strategic gameplay. Lemmings was a commercial success, selling over 15 million copies worldwide. It was one of the most influential puzzle games of its time, inspiring numerous sequels, remakes, and spin-offs. Its success also helped to establish DMA Design, which would later become Rockstar, the studio behind the Grand Theft Auto series. But perhaps the most enduring legacy of Lemmings is its impact on the puzzle game genre. The game's unique mechanic of assigning tasks to characters to navigate complex levels has been replicated in countless games since. It introduced a new way of thinking about puzzle games, one that focused on indirect control and strategic planning rather than direct action. Lemmings was a game that dared to be different. It took a simple concept, guiding a group of creatures through a series of levels, and turned it into a complex and engaging puzzle game. It was a game that challenged players to think strategically, to plan ahead, and to react quickly to changing situations. And it did all this with a sense of humor and charm that was uniquely its own. Final Fantasy IV was a game that truly marked a turning point for the Final Fantasy series and the role-playing genre as a whole. Prior to this, the first three Final Fantasy games, while innovative in their own right, felt like they were iterating on a formula. Each game was a step forward, but they were steps on a path that was already laid out. Final Fantasy IV, however, was a leap into the unknown. One of the most significant aspects of Final Fantasy IV was its introduction of the active time battle system. This was a game changer for the RPG genre. Instead of the traditional turn-based system where players and enemies take turns attacking each other, the active time battle system introduced a dynamic element where the speed of characters could influence the order of attacks. This added a layer of strategy to the battles as players had to consider not just what actions to take, but when to take them. The story of Final Fantasy IV was another major departure from its predecessors. The game follows the story of Cecil, a dark knight on a quest to prevent the sorcerer Golbez from destroying the world. This was a far cry from the relatively simple narratives of the previous games. Final Fantasy IV had a complex plot, twists and turns, moral dilemmas, and a large cast of characters, each with their own unique abilities and backstories. This was one of the first times a video game attempted such a deep and intricate narrative, and it set the standard for future RPGs. The game takes place on Earth, but it's an Earth unlike any we know. The world of Final Fantasy IV is split into a surface world and an underground world, each with its own unique environments, creatures, and cultures. This dual world design added a sense of scale and exploration that was unprecedented. Final Fantasy IV represents a time when games were starting to be recognized not just as a form of entertainment, but as a form of art. The innovations introduced in Final Fantasy IV, from the active time battle system to its complex narrative and world design, were a testament to the creative potential of video games. It showed that games could tell deep, engaging stories and offer complex strategic gameplay, and for gamers of that era, it was a glimpse into the future of what video games could be. 1992, the focus had moved from the charm of mascots to the raw power of hardware, and gaming giants Nintendo, Sega, and fresh-faced contender Sony were all vying for the top spot on the podium. This fierce competition sent a surge of energy through the industry, pushing companies to think outside the box and explore the limits of their technology. As a result, the gaming landscape became a breeding ground for innovation, fostering the rise of game design legends like John Romero, who would go on to leave their mark on the industry. During this time, we witnessed a shift in gaming priorities. While mascots still held their ground, the focus was now on dazzling players with ever-evolving graphics, sound, and gameplay capabilities. Each company took a different approach in their quest for domination, leading to an array of unique games and experiences that challenged and captivated players around the globe. While 1991 had seen an explosion in mascot-driven gaming, 1992 brought us to the brink of a technological revolution. The race for supremacy was on, and there was no turning back. The industry was evolving at a breakneck pace, and gamers couldn't help but feel the exhilaration of this thrilling era. So as we journey back to the fast-paced world of 1992, let's ponder this question. If the competition between Nintendo, Sega, and Sony had never heated up, would the gaming landscape have developed as quickly or as creatively as it did? A Link to the Past was initially conceived as a direct sequel to the original Legend of Zelda, but the developers at Nintendo decided to make it a prequel instead. This decision opened up a world of possibilities, allowing them to create a new yet familiar world for our hero Link to explore. The result was a game world that was not just a series of separate levels, but an interconnected world that players could explore freely, discovering hidden secrets and unraveling the game's rich narrative at their own pace. One of the most significant introductions in A Link to the Past was the concept of parallel worlds. The game featured two distinct worlds, the Light World, which was ordinary Hyrule, and the Dark World, a corrupted version of the Sacred Realm created by the villainous Ganon. This dual-world mechanic added a new layer of depth to the game's puzzles and exploration, as players had to constantly switch between the two worlds to progress. Another notable addition to the game was the Master Sword, an iconic item that has since become synonymous with the Legend of Zelda series. The Master Sword, a powerful weapon that can only be wielded by a true hero, was essential for Link to defeat Ganon. The quest to acquire the Master Sword, which involved solving puzzles and overcoming challenges in various dungeons, was a central part of the game's narrative and gameplay. But A Link to the Past wasn't just about introducing new gameplay mechanics. It also pushed the boundaries of what was possible in terms of graphics and sound on the SNES. The game's vibrant visuals, detailed environments, and memorable soundtrack created an immersive gaming experience that captivated players and set a new standard for action-adventure games. One interesting and overlooked aspect of A Link to the Past is the ability to customize your equipment's appearance. While the game doesn't offer much choice in this regard, there is a neat trick you can do to change the color of your shield from red to blue. All you need is a red shield and an ether medallion. It's a small detail, but it adds a touch of personalization to the game that was quite rare at the time. Wolfenstein 3D. This game, often hailed as the grandfather of first-person shooters, brought the genre into the limelight with its fast-paced action and a gripping narrative centered around Nazi hunting. Wolfenstein 3D was initially conceived as a sequel to Castle Wolfenstein, a game that the developers at id Software were fans of. They wanted to build on the original game's gameplay, but they also wanted to distance themselves from the original game's Nazi imagery. So they changed the name to Wolfenstein 3D, and in doing so, they created a game that was both a tribute to and a departure from its predecessor. This was one of the first games to use pseudo-3D graphics, a feat achieved through a technique called ray casting. This technique allowed players to move around in the game world in a way that had never been possible before, creating a sense of immersion that was revolutionary at the time. But the innovation didn't stop at the graphics. The gameplay mechanics of Wolfenstein 3D laid the groundwork for future FPS titles. The game's fast-paced action combined with its addictive level design set a new standard for the genre. It was a game that dared to push the boundaries, and in doing so, it helped to popularize the first-person shooter genre. It had no connection to the original Castle Wolfenstein games. In fact, they sort of stole the Wolfenstein name from the makers of the original games, a small company called Muse Software. The guys at id were fans of those games, and they decided to do an homage to Castle Wolfenstein. This is a testament to the impact that the original games had on the developers at id, and it's a fascinating piece of gaming history that's often overlooked. Before they settled on the World War II theme, id considered doing a tribute to the movie Aliens, with a working title of It's Green and Pissed. This idea would later be revived after the success of Wolfenstein 3D and become Doom, another iconic game from id Software. Despite its success, Wolfenstein 3D was not without controversy. In 1992, the game was banned in Germany due to its use of Nazi iconography. This ban highlights the cultural sensitivities around the depiction of historical events in video games, a topic that remains relevant in the gaming industry today. Wolfenstein 3D was a commercial success, selling over 2 million copies worldwide. Its success helped to cement the first-person shooter genre as a mainstay of the gaming industry, and is considered to be one of the most important games of all time. The video game industry was shaken to its core with the release of Mortal Kombat. Building on the success of fighting games like Street Fighter II, Mortal Kombat took the genre to new heights with its digitized graphics, brutal gameplay, and the infamous fatality finishing moves. This controversial and wildly popular game didn't just spawn a long-running franchise, it inspired a whole generation of imitators. One of the most distinctive features of Mortal Kombat was its fatalities, a feature that was inspired by Japanese horror movies. The developers wanted to create a game that was both challenging and gruesome, and they felt that the fatalities would help to achieve that goal. These finishing moves, which allowed players to end a match in a spectacularly violent fashion, became a defining feature of the game. They were shocking, they were brutal, and they were unlike anything players had seen before. But the fatalities weren't the only thing that set Mortal Kombat apart. The game's blood and gore was another defining feature, although it was toned down for the home console versions to avoid censorship. In the arcade version, players could see blood and gore when they performed fatalities, but the home console versions replaced the blood with sweat and the gore with sparks. This change was a testament to the cultural sensitivities of the time, and it's a fascinating piece of gaming history. Mortal Kombat was a huge success when it was released, and it played a significant role in popularizing the fighting game genre. But what's really interesting is that Mortal Kombat was created by only 4 people in just 10 months. This small team, led by programmer Ed Boon and comic book artist John Tobias, was given the task of creating a fighting arcade game that would be ready for release in less than a year. The fact that they were able to create such a groundbreaking game in such a short amount of time is nothing short of remarkable. Another fascinating tidbit about Mortal Kombat is that it was originally based around Jean-Claude Van Damme. The game started when the producers of Universal Soldier approached Midway Games to create a game based on the movie. But Midway thought it would be more fun if they licensed Jean-Claude Van Damme on his own, making a grittier game more like Van Damme's Bloodsport. But that deal fell through, eventually moving the martial arts tournament to the fictional planet of Earthrealm. Coming up with a name for the game was no easy task. It took the team 6 months to settle on Mortal Kombat, a title that was detested by at least one of the 4 designers. Names that didn't make the cut include Kumite, Dragon Attack, Death Blow, and Fatality. But in the end, Mortal Kombat was the name that stuck, and it's now one of the most iconic names in the history of video games. Mortal Kombat is a game that pushed boundaries. It dared to be violent, it dared to be controversial, and it dared to be different, and in doing so, it left its mark on the video game industry. It's a game that challenged our perceptions of what a video game could be, and it's a game that continues to influence the industry to this day. However, Mortal Kombat wasn't the only game that stirred controversy during this period. Night Trap, a game that was originally developed for the unreleased Nemo platform, also played a significant role in the discourse around violence and sex in video games. games. Despite being 5 years old by the time of its release, Night Trap quickly became a focal point of controversy due to its mature content. Night Trap was a game that was plagued with problems from the start. Its original platform, the Nemo, was cancelled, delaying the game's release by several years. When it was finally released, it was met with widespread criticism for its depiction of violence and sexual content. This led to a series of congressional hearings on the subject of video game violence, during which Nintendo famously stated that Night Trap would never appear on their platform, ever. The controversy surrounding Night Trap was so intense that it was pulled from major retailers like Toys R Us and KB Toys, while Mortal Kombat stayed on the shelves, and it was eventually withdrawn from the market entirely. Despite this, or perhaps because of it, Night Trap has remained a notable part of video game history. So why isn't Night Trap here in this time capsule? It's important to note that Night Trap's legacy is largely tied to its controversy, rather than its gameplay. The game itself is often regarded as, frankly, awful, and it frequently appears on lists of the worst games of all time. If not for the controversy it stirred, it's likely that Night Trap would have been forgotten. Mortal Kombat and Night Trap were both games that pushed the boundaries of what was considered acceptable in video games. They dared to be violent, they dared to be controversial, and they dared to be different. They challenged our perceptions of what a video game could be, and that continues to influence the industry to this day. The world of video games was introduced to a new kind of racing experience, Super Mario Kart. This game, the first in the beloved Mario Kart series, combined the charm of the Mario universe with the thrill of competitive racing. It was an innovative and wildly fun multiplayer experience that would go on to inspire countless sequels and spin-offs, as well as establishing the kart racing genre. Now, let's take a moment to appreciate the fact that Mario wasn't even included at first, and neither was racing. The game was originally conceived as a party game called Mario Excite Bike, which would have featured Mario and Luigi racing each other on motorbikes. However, the developers eventually decided to change the game to a kart racing game, and they added more characters such as Yoshi and Donkey Kong Jr. This decision to shift gears, pun intended, and include a wider cast of characters from the Mario universe was a game changer. It added a layer of familiarity and fun that made the game more appealing to a broader audience. Super Mario Kart was one of the first games to use Nintendo's groundbreaking Mode 7 graphics. This technology allowed for pseudo-3D environments, which made the game's tracks and obstacles look incredibly realistic. This was a significant leap forward in terms of graphics and gameplay, and it helped to make the game feel more immersive. In the Japanese version of Super Mario Kart, Princess Peach and Bowser celebrate a win by drinking champagne. This was removed from the American and European versions of the game due to concerns about alcohol references in a game marketed towards children. This cultural difference is a fascinating insight into the localization process and the different standards and sensitivities that exist in different markets. The game's star was first imagined as Guy in Overalls, who wasn't Mario. During development, the game's prototype had a guy in overalls sitting in the cart as the team worked out racing mechanics. For several months, none of the developers specifically identified this blue-collar driver as the company's famous plumber, but Mario was too handsome to be denied. When they decided to see what it would look like with Mario in one of the carts, everyone thought that looked even better. This little anecdote is a reminder of the iterative nature of game development and how iconic characters can emerge from the most unexpected places. Super Mario Kart was Nintendo's first title to let players take on characters such as Princess Peach and Yoshi outside of a platform-based game. This move turned out to be wildly popular among fans, which has led to a small galaxy of Mario Kart sequels, but also a wide variety of sports and fighting games. It also likely set the stage for Mario games to become the best-selling game franchise of all time. A small, round, pink character bounced onto the scene and into the hearts of gamers worldwide. That character was Kirby, and the game was Kirby's Dream Land for the Game Boy. This seemingly simple platformer would go on to spawn a franchise that's still going strong today, and it all started with this humble little game. Kirby's Dream Land was designed by Masahiro Sakurai, a name that would become synonymous with innovative game design. Sakurai set out to create a game that was accessible to everyone, regardless of their experience with action games. This philosophy is evident in the design of Kirby's Dream Land. The game is easy to pick up and play, with straightforward controls and a forgiving difficulty level. But for those seeking a challenge, the game also offers optional harder modes, adding depth and replayability. One of the most distinctive features of Kirby's Dream Land is its protagonist, Kirby. Unlike many video game heroes of the time, Kirby wasn't a muscle-bound warrior or a gun-toting action hero. He was a small, round, pink puffball. But what Kirby lacked in size and strength, he made up for in versatility. Kirby's primary method of attack is inhaling his enemies and then spitting them out as projectiles. This simple mechanic opened up a world of strategic possibilities as players had to decide when to attack, when to defend, and when to use their enemies' abilities against them. The game takes place in the whimsical Dreamland, a far cry from the grim dystopian worlds common in many games of the time. Dreamland is a place of bright colors, quirky characters, and fantastical landscapes. This setting not only made the game visually appealing, but it also contributed to its overall charm and personality. Kirby's Dream Land, with its simplicity and charm, played a significant role in proving that handheld games didn't need to be complex to be successful. This was a game that was accessible to all, regardless of their skill level, and it was a perfect fit for the Game Boy, a console that was popular with a wide range of players, from hardcore gamers to casual players. In fact, Kirby's Dream Land's success was instrumental in bolstering the Game Boy's position in the handheld market. By 1992, the Game Boy had sold 10 million units, a figure that was significantly higher than its competitor, the Sega Game Gear, which had only sold 3 million units. This disparity in sales figures was a clear indication of the Game Boy's dominance in the handheld market, and games like Kirby's Dream Land played a crucial role in this success. The game's simplicity and accessibility were key factors in its success. It showed that a game could be simple without being simplistic, accessible without being easy, and charming without being childish. It was a game that welcomed all players, regardless of their skill level or experience with video games, and it's a game that introduced us to one of the most enduring and beloved characters in video game history. 1993 was a watershed year for the gaming industry. The tides were changing and developers took note. They realized that their audience was maturing and it was time to cater to an older demographic with games that featured complex narratives, thought-provoking themes, and a shift away from the cartoonish, family-friendly titles of the past. Big players like Nintendo, Sega, and even newcomer Sony Computer Entertainment started to push the envelope, fostering creativity and experimentation. Visionaries like Hideo Kojima began taking risks, crafting games with intricate storylines and captivating characters that appealed to adult gamers. This shift in focus had a profound impact on the industry, giving birth to new genres and expanding existing ones, such as survival horror, stealth, and cinematic action-adventure games. The year also saw the first of 2 congressional hearings on video games, as lawmakers debated the depiction of violence and sexual content.
Every day, the news brings more and more images of random violence, torture, and sexual aggression right into our living rooms. Violence and violent images permeate more and more aspects of our lives, and I think it's time to draw the line.
The influence of these games on children and the possibility of government regulation. This spotlight on the industry marked a crucial turning point, with the games under scrutiny and their creators striving to strike a balance between creative freedom and social responsibility. 1993 was also a year of rumors and speculation, with whispers of a new Nintendo console, codenamed Project Reality, making the rounds. The gaming community eagerly awaited news about the mysterious project, igniting conversations and fueling the ongoing console war. Amidst all this excitement, David Sheff's book Game Over hit the shelves, providing a comprehensive history of Nintendo and the gaming industry as a whole. Through extensive interviews with key industry figures, Chef's work laid the foundation for future historical research and offered an unprecedented glimpse into the inner workings of this ever-evolving world. How did the industry shift towards mature content and more complex narratives change the gaming landscape and pave the way for the diverse experiences we enjoy today? And how did the scrutiny from the congressional hearings influence game development and the industry's approach to self-regulation? In 1993, a seismic shift occurred in the gaming landscape, a shift that would forever alter the way we play and perceive video games. That shift was Doom. This first-person shooter with its fast-paced action, horror elements, and immersive gameplay didn't just raise the bar, it obliterated it. Doom took the first-person shooter genre, which was still in its infancy, and turned it into a powerhouse. Doom's gameplay was a masterclass in design. It was fast, it was brutal, and it was relentless. But it was also smart. The game's levels were intricate mazes filled with enemies, traps, and secrets, requiring both quick reflexes and strategic thinking to navigate. But the genius of Doom didn't stop at its gameplay. The game also pushed the boundaries of technology. Doom's engine, with its ability to render pseudo-3D environments and characters, was groundbreaking. It was this engine that allowed for the game's fast-paced action and sprawling levels. And it was this engine that would go on to be used in other iconic games like Quake, Half-Life, and Call of Duty. Doom also pioneered the concept of online multiplayer and modding communities. The game included a multiplayer mode where players could go head-to-head in brutal combat. This was a novelty at the time, and it helped popularize the concept of online multiplayer gaming. Doom also encouraged players to modify the game, leading to the creation of countless mods, custom levels, and even entirely new games. This laid the groundwork for the vibrant modding communities we see today. Doom's blend of action, horror, and science fiction had a profound effect on the wider culture. It influenced not just other games, but also movies and music. The game's dark and atmospheric aesthetic, combined with its adrenaline-pumping action, resonated with audiences and creators alike, leading to a wave of Doom-inspired media. But perhaps the most interesting aspect of Doom is the story behind its creation. Doom was the brainchild of a small team at id Software led by John Carmack and John Romero. The game's title was inspired by a scene in The Color of Money, where Tom Cruise's character reveals his custom pool cue case with the word Doom. The game was initially conceived as a hybrid of Aliens and Evil Dead 2, and it was this unique blend of influences that gave Doom its distinctive flavor. Doom is the most influential game of all time, and I made a video about it because frankly there's too much to tell. Myst was a game that defied conventions. At a time when action-packed, fast-paced games were the norm, Myst offered a different kind of experience. It was a game that was slow, contemplative, and cerebral. There were no enemies to fight, no time limits to beat, and no threat of dying. Instead, players were free to explore the game's beautifully rendered environments at their own pace, solving puzzles and uncovering the game's rich backstory. This approach to gameplay was revolutionary at the time. It showed that video games could be more than just mindless entertainment. They could be immersive, interactive experiences that challenged the mind and stimulated the imagination. This was a radical departure from the norm, and it paved the way for a new genre of adventure games. But Myst's innovation didn't stop at the gameplay. The game was also a technological marvel. It was one of the first games to be released on CD-ROM, a format that allowed for much larger and more complex games than the floppy disks that were commonly used at the time. This allowed the developers to create a game that was visually stunning, with pre-rendered 3D graphics that were unlike anything seen before in a video game. The use of CD-ROM also had a significant impact on the gaming industry. Myst was so popular that it helped drive the adoption of CD-ROM drives, which in turn paved the way for the rise of multimedia PC gaming. This was a major turning point in the history of video games, and it's largely thanks to Myst. The game's unique blend of exploration and puzzle solving inspired a new generation of adventure games, but its influence didn't stop at video games. Myst's immersive storytelling and atmospheric sound design also had a profound impact on other forms of media. from movies to music to literature. One of the most fascinating aspects of Myst is the story behind its creation. The game was developed by a small team at Cyan Incorporated, led by the Miller brothers Robin and Rand. The game's original title was Riven, but it was changed at the last minute to avoid confusion with another game that was in development at the time. The game's puzzles were designed by a team of mathematicians and physicists, which is why they are so challenging and thought-provoking. And the game's iconic soundtrack was composed by Robin Miller, adding to the game's immersive and atmospheric experience. At a time when turn-based combat was the standard for role-playing games, Secret of Mana introduced a real-time battle system with a power bar mechanic. This system added a layer of strategy and excitement to the combat, as players had to carefully manage their attacks and spells to ensure they had enough power to execute them. This innovative approach to combat was complemented by the game's ringed command menu system. This system allows players to pause the action mid-battle and make strategic decisions, such as changing weapons or using items. This added a tactical depth to the combat that was rarely seen. But Secret of Mana wasn't just about combat. The game also offered rich narrative and a vast, colorful world to explore. The story followed 3 heroes on a quest to prevent an empire from conquering the world with the power of an ancient flying fortress. This narrative was brought to life by the game's vibrant graphics and memorable characters, creating an immersive experience that captivated players. One of the most unique aspects of Secret of Mana was its cooperative multiplayer mode. This was a rarity in role-playing games at the time. It's a rarity today, and it added a whole new dimension to the gameplay. Players could team up with a friend and tackle the game's challenges together, creating shared experiences and memories that added to the game's appeal. Secret of Mana's journey to release was not without its challenges. The game was originally planned to be released on the SNES CD, a peripheral that would have allowed for larger and more complex games. However, when the deal with Sony fell through, the developers had to drastically cut down the game's content to fit onto a cartridge. Despite these setbacks, the team at Square managed to create a game that was both technically impressive and deeply engaging. The genesis of Star Fox was the outcome of an unlikely partnership between Nintendo and Argonaut Software, a relatively small British studio. Argonaut first turned heads at Nintendo by cracking the Game Boy's copyright protection. Far from facing legal repercussions, the British developers were rewarded with a 3-game contract, making them the first non-Japanese third-party studio to work officially with Nintendo. This unexpected alliance began with a prototype Argonaut developed called NES Glider, which later evolved to suit the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. This was a pivotal development, as it laid the foundation for the Super FX chip, a cutting-edge piece of technology that enabled real-time 3D graphics on the SNES, a feat that would revolutionize console gaming. Both companies brought unique strengths to the collaboration that would produce Star Fox. Argonaut's tech-savvy members were effectively poached to become full-time Nintendo employees, focusing exclusively on the game's technical elements. Their expertise catalyzed Nintendo's first foray into 3D gaming, setting a precedent in the industry. Nintendo, on the other hand, injected the game with its unparalleled narrative depth and character development. The result was a compelling story about Fox McCloud and his Star Fox team, who engage in an epic quest to defend their home planet, Corneria, from the villainous Andross. The game also stood out for its cultural fusion. Shigeru Miyamoto, the game's lead developer and the mind behind other iconic Nintendo franchises, drew inspiration from the Japanese fox deity Inari Okami. The design of the R-Wing spacecraft players pilot throughout the game was molded after this deity. Miyamoto was inspired by a Japanese shrine he passed daily on his commute, and he decided to incorporate this spiritual element into Star Fox. This cultural infusion enriched the game, setting it apart in a market primarily characterized by Western sci-fi themes. Despite the immense success and synergy between Argonaut and Nintendo, their collaboration was not without bumps. Relations eventually soured when Argonaut pitched an idea for a 3D platformer featuring Yoshi, one of Nintendo's beloved characters. Nintendo rejected the proposal, leading Argonaut to rework and release the game independently. Dune 2, The Building of a Dynasty, developed by Westwood Studios and published by Virgin Games, stands out not just for its gameplay, but for the way it shaped the industry. This real-time strategy game, based on David Lynch's 1984 film adaptation of Frank Herbert's science fiction novel Dune, is often hailed as the progenitor of the RTS genre. Dune 2 wasn't the first RTS game, that would be Herzog Zwei, but it was the one that established the format that would be followed for years to come. It was the game that struck a balance between complexity and innovation, laying the foundation for future RTS classics like Warcraft, Command & Conquer, Age of Empires, and StarCraft. This was the game that popularized the RTS genre, and its influence can still be felt in the industry today. One of the most innovative aspects of Dune 2 was its resource management mechanic. Players had to collect resources to build units and structures, a gameplay element that added a layer of strategy and depth to the game. This mechanic was a game changer and has since become a staple of the RTS genre. It forced players to think strategically, balancing their resource collection and unit production to outmaneuver their opponents. The game cast players as the commander of one of three interplanetary houses, the Atreides, the Harkonnen, or the Ordos. The objective was to wrest control of the desert planet Arrakis, the only source of the valuable spice melange from the other houses. This narrative setup, combined with the game's strategic gameplay, created a compelling and immersive experience that kept players hooked. But what truly set Dune 2 apart was its setting. The game was based on the world of Dune, a rich and complex universe with a deep lore and a unique aesthetic. This setting gave the game a distinct flavor that set it apart from other RTS games. The desolate landscapes of Arrakis, the unique characteristics of the three houses, and the looming threat of the giant sandworms all contributed to the game's unique atmosphere. Looking back, it's clear that Dune 2 was a game ahead of its time. Its innovative gameplay mechanics, its unique setting, and its influence on the RTS genre make it a landmark title in the history of video games. It's a game that deserves to be remembered and celebrated, not just for its own merits, but for the way it shaped the industry. As we continue to navigate safely through the rich and diverse world of RTS games, we can take a snuff of spice and thank Dune 2 for paving the way. 1994 is a year of maturation and self-regulation in the gaming industry. As games became more realistic and graphic, it was clear that a rating system was necessary to ensure age-appropriate content for players. The gaming industry came together in the face of congressional pressure and the threat of government intervention in the United States, sparked by games like Doom, Mortal Kombat, and Night Trap. The Entertainment Software Ratings Board, the ESRB, was formed by major players like Sega and Nintendo, along with other companies, to help players make informed choices about the video games their children play, while allowing game designers to cater to diverse audiences without compromising their artistic vision. 1994 also marked the transformation of Project Reality into the Nintendo Ultra 64, with the console's design unveiled to the public for the first time. This reveal fueled anticipation and speculation about the upcoming release, keeping gamers on the edge of their seats. As the industry continued to evolve, so too did the media that covered it. Game Zero magazine became the first video game news magazine on the web, embracing the digital age and forging a new path for gaming journalism. So as we explore the 1994 time capsule, let's consider these questions. How did the formation of the ESRB impact the gaming industry and the way games were designed, marketed, and consumed? How did the unveiling of the Nintendo 64 set the stage for future console releases and industry competition? And what role did the shift to digital media play in shaping the way we talk about and engage with video games today? Super Metroid is an action-adventure game developed by Nintendo and Intelligent Systems that took the gaming world by storm with its sprawling, interconnected world, atmospheric storytelling, and refined gameplay mechanics. The game drops you into the alien world of Zebes with little guidance, leaving you to explore and uncover its secrets at your own pace. This sense of freedom was a key design philosophy of the Metroidvania genre, started by the original Metroid, but truly fleshed out in Super Metroid, to the point that many people believe Super Metroid is the original game altogether. The game's protagonist, bounty hunter Samus Aran, is on a mission to retrieve a stolen Metroid from the space pirate leader Ridley. This simple premise unfolds into a rich and atmospheric narrative that's conveyed more through the game's environment and gameplay than through text or dialogue. This minimalist approach to storytelling was quite innovative at the time and has since become a hallmark of the Metroid series. Super Metroid also introduced several new gameplay mechanics to the series, such as the inventory screen, an auto map, and the ability to fire in all directions. These additions not only enhanced the gameplay but also deepened the strategic element of the game. The inventory screen and auto map in particular were instrumental in helping players navigate the game's vast and intricate world. The game's atmospheric music and detailed graphics further contributed to its immersive quality. The haunting melodies and eerie sound effects created a sense of isolation and tension that perfectly complemented the game's alien environments. The graphics, meanwhile, were some of the most impressive on the SNES, with detailed sprites and backgrounds that brought the world of Zebes to life. Super Metroid was met with critical acclaim upon its release, with praise for its atmosphere, gameplay, music, and graphics. It's often cited as one of the greatest video games of all time, and its influence can be seen in numerous indie games and developers. The game also became popular among players for speedrunning, a testament to its tight controls and well-designed levels. But perhaps the most interesting aspect of Super Metroid is the fact that it was almost canceled 3 times during its development. The game was the largest ever created up to that point, and the development team faced numerous challenges in bringing their ambitious vision to life. But they persevered, and the result was a game that pushed the boundaries of what was possible in the SNES. Final Fantasy VI, the 6th main entry in the Final Fantasy series, is a game that truly left its mark on the RPG genre. Released in 1994 for the SNES, this role-playing game developed and published by Square was a tour de force of storytelling, character development, and strategic combat. One of the most striking aspects of Final Fantasy VI is its expansive cast of characters. The game features 14 permanent playable characters, each with their own unique abilities, personalities, and story arcs. This was quite a departure from the norm at the time, as most RPGs typically focused on a single protagonist or a small group of heroes. This diverse cast allowed for a rich and varied narrative, with each character bringing their own perspective to the game's events. The game's plot revolves around themes of rebellion, the pursuit of magical arms, chemical weapons in warfare, and personal redemption arcs. These themes are explored through the game's intricate storyline, which sees the characters battling against the evil empire led by the villainous Kefka Palazzo. The plot is filled with twists and turns, and it's brought to life by the game's stunning visuals and iconic music, composed by the legendary Nobuo Uematsu. Final Fantasy VI also introduced several innovative gameplay mechanics. The game features an overworld map, town and dungeon field maps, a battle screen, and a menu screen. Combat is menu-based and uses the active time battle system, where each character has an action bar that replenishes itself based on their speed statistic. This system added a layer of strategy to the game's battles, as players had to carefully manage their characters' actions to succeed. The game's setting and plot revolve heavily around espers and their remains when deceased, which are referred to as magicite. This concept of magicite was a unique feature in the game, providing a tangible representation of the game's magic system and serving as a key element in the game's plot. Final Fantasy VI was the first game in the series to be directed by someone other than the series' creator, and this change in leadership brought a fresh perspective to the series, and it's reflected in the game's innovative design and ambitious scope. Donkey Kong Country was a reboot of the Donkey Kong franchise, and it took the gaming world by storm with its revolutionary pre-rendered 3D graphics, captivating platforming gameplay, and memorable characters. The game follows the gorilla Donkey Kong and his nephew Diddy Kong as they embark on a quest to recover their stolen banana hoard from the Crocodile King K. Rool and his army, the Kremlings. games. The game features 40 side-scrolling levels, each filled with platforms to jump on, obstacles to avoid, items to collect, and enemies to defeat. There are also minecart rides, animal buddies to ride, and secret bonus stages to discover. The controls are tight and responsive, making the game a joy to play. One of the most groundbreaking aspects of Donkey Kong Country was its use of pre-rendered sprites. This technique involved creating 3D models of the characters and environments and then converting them into 2D sprites. This resulted in graphics that were stunningly detailed and lifelike, a significant leap forward in visual fidelity for the time. This visual style set Donkey Kong Country apart from the other games of its era and made it a standout title on the SNES. The game's soundtrack, composed by David Wise, is another aspect that deserves special mention. Wise's composition for Donkey Kong Country are widely regarded as some of the best video game music of all time, with tracks that perfectly complement the game's varied environments and intense action. Donkey Kong Country was also notable for its marketing campaign, which was one of the most extensive and expensive of its time. This campaign helped to generate significant hype for the game, and when it was finally released, it lived up to the hype and then some. The game was a critical and commercial success, selling over 9 million copies worldwide and setting a record for the fastest-selling video game at that time. But perhaps the most interesting aspect of Donkey Kong Country is its origins. Rare, formerly Ultimate Play the Game, the British company that developed this game and games like Jetpack, initially impressed Nintendo with a simple boxing demo. This demo showcased the potential of pre-rendered 3D graphics, and it convinced Nintendo to give Rare the reins to the Donkey Kong franchise. The result was a game that not only revived the Donkey Kong franchise, but also pushed the boundaries of what was possible in a platformer game. Warcraft Orcs and Humans allows players to choose between two factions, Orcs and Humans, each with unique units and structures. The objective is to build a small town, harvest resources, construct an army, and lead it to victory. The game offers a variety of mission types, a multiplayer mode, and a random map generator, providing a wealth of content for players to explore. One of the most significant aspects of Warcraft Orcs and Humans was its emphasis on skillful management of relatively small forces. This was a departure from the norm in RTS games at the time, which often focused on amassing large armies. In Warcraft, each unit mattered, and losing even a single one could have significant consequences. Another unique aspect of the game was its cohesive fictional universe. The game maintained characters and storylines within a well-crafted world, which added a layer of immersion that was not common at all in RTS games at the time. This focus on story and character would become a hallmark of the Warcraft series and would be adopted by other RTS developers in the years to come. The game's development was led by Chris Metzen, who would go on to create Warcraft, StarCraft, and Diablo franchises. The game's original title was Warcraft Orcs and Goblins, but it was changed to avoid confusion with the popular tabletop game, Warhammer Orcs and Goblins. Warcraft was a critical and commercial success, winning several awards and spawning a long-running franchise. Its engaging story, strategic gameplay, and multiplayer support garnered a dedicated fan base and set the stage for future RTS games. The game's influence can also be seen in its sequel, Warcraft 2: Tides of Darkness, which became a main rival to the Command & Conquer series by Westwood Studios. This is somewhat ironic, considering that the game was inspired by and modeled on Dune 2, a 1992 release from Westwood Studios. Dune 2 is often credited with establishing the RTS genre, and Warcraft Orcs and Humans built upon its foundations, introducing innovations in mission design and gameplay elements that would become standard in future RTS games. Virtua Fighter, a series of fighting games created by Sega AM2 and designer Yu Suzuki, was a game that truly revolutionized the fighting genre. Virtua Fighter was the first fighting game to use 3D polygon graphics, a groundbreaking innovation that set the stage for the future of the genre. The game involves two combatants needing to win 2 out of 3 rounds using various attacks to deplete the other fighter's stamina gauge and deal a knockout. The series features was a grounded and semi-realistic system of combat without supernatural powers, which was a departure from the norm in fighting games at the time. This focus on realism added a layer of strategic depth to the game. One of the most significant aspects of Virtua Fighter was its character models. These models were based on real-life martial artists, and they were some of the most realistic ever seen in a video game at the time. This attention to detail and commitment to realism set Virtua Fighter apart from the other fighting games, and helped to establish it as a standout title in the genre. The hardware used was intense at the time. Yu Suzuki introduced the use of motion capture animation technology, which was previously limited to the health industry. Perhaps emboldened by his success with that, he would then acquire military texture mapping technology that cost millions of dollars and managed to engineer it down to $50 per chip, which he then used to introduce texture-mapped 3D characters with Virtua Fighter 2. This level of technical know-how and deep embedding in the hardware and software sides of the arcade business at the time explains why Suzuki oversaw most of Sega's ports from arcade to home consoles. Despite being the franchise of choice for many a hardcore fighting game fanatic, Virtua Fighter was often overshadowed by its contemporaries. The fourth and fifth game in the series in particular gained strong reviews, but they were largely overlooked by the general public. This is a double-edged testament to the game's depth and complexity, which appealed to hardcore gamers, but may have been less accessible to casual players, who mostly only remember its cover sitting on the shelves of rental stores. However, this does not diminish the game's significance or its impact on the fighting genre. Virtua Fighter was a game that pushed the boundaries of what was possible in a fighting game, and it set a new standard for realism and strategic depth. It inspired many 3D fighting games, such as the Tekken and Soul Calibur series. One group who was inspired and it changed their entire direction, Sony and the PlayStation team. The team at Sony, led by the father of the PlayStation, Ken Kutaragi, was grappling with how to budget for and promote games that used 3D graphics. At one point, Sony seriously considered designing the PlayStation to use 2D hardware. They were having trouble understanding the potential of 3D graphics. Even Shigeru Maruyama, the former chairman of Sony Computer Entertainment, admitted that he was giving presentations on the PlayStation's capabilities without fully understanding them. However, the release of Sega's Virtua Fighter marked a turning point. Its success demonstrated the potential of 3D graphics in a popular genre, the one-on-one fighting game. This revelation clarified the direction for the PlayStation. The team realized that to stay competitive with consoles like the Saturn and Nintendo 64, the PlayStation needed to be capable of rendering high-end 3D graphics. They hired one of the key designers from Virtua Fighter, Seiichi Ishii, and built their own fighter, Tekken. Ironically, Sega, the company that provided this crucial insight, was one of Sony's main competitors. Sega was preparing to launch the Sega Saturn, which beat the PlayStation to market in Japan by a few weeks. The Saturn, bolstered by a home version of Virtua Fighter, initially outsold the PlayStation. However, the demand for the Saturn only reinforced Sony's confidence in the PlayStation's potential for success. In the end, the PlayStation was a resounding success, selling over 100 million units worldwide. In contrast, Sega's Saturn, despite its initial lead, sold fewer than 10 million units. The influence of Virtua Fighter on the PlayStation's development is a testament to the game's groundbreaking use of 3D graphics and its impact on the video game industry. 1995 brought forth a new level of competition. The introduction of CD-based games by Sony opened up a whole new world of possibilities for developers. With more expansive and immersive experiences at their fingertips, they were able to create games that took players on incredible journeys, both visually and emotionally. And it wasn't just Sony who felt the impact. The entire industry had to step up their game to stay competitive. As the PlayStation and Sega Saturn hit the market, gamers found themselves with an abundance of choice, and the rivalry between consoles fueled an insatiable desire for innovation. Meanwhile, the inaugural E3 brought companies, developers, and fans together, creating a unique environment where new games, consoles, and ideas could be showcased and celebrated. It laid the foundation for an annual event that would continue to shape and define the gaming industry for decades to come. How did the arrival of the PlayStation and CD-based games force other companies to evolve and adapt? And what role did the first E3 play in bringing the gaming community together and fostering a spirit of friendly competition? Chrono Trigger is a game that truly stands the test of time. This game, with its engaging, time-traveling narrative, memorable characters, and innovative combat system, captivated players and left a lasting impact on future RPGs and generations of gamers. One of the most remarkable aspects of Chrono Trigger is its unique narrative structure. The game follows a group of adventurers who travel through time to prevent a global catastrophe. This time-traveling aspect is not just a gimmick, it's integral to the game's narrative and gameplay. Players can visit various eras, including the prehistoric age, the Middle Ages, and the post-apocalyptic future. Each era is distinct with its own cultures, conflicts, and characters, and the player's actions in one era can have a ripple effect in others. Another standout feature of Chrono Trigger is its battle system. The game was one of the first to use the active time battle system, a turn-based combat system that allows players to take actions as soon as their character's ATB bars fill up. This system adds a layer of strategy to the game's battles, as players must carefully manage their character's actions and timing to succeed. The active time battle system was so innovative and engaging that it has since been adopted by many other video games. The game's development team also deserves a special mention. The team included 3 designers that Square dubbed the Dream Team. Hironobu Sakaguchi, creator of Square's Final Fantasy series, Yuji Horii, creator of Enix's Dragon Quest series, and Akira Toriyama, character designer of Dragon Quest and author of the Dragon Ball manga series. This all-star team brought a wealth of experience and creativity to the project, and their combined talents helped to make Chrono Trigger a masterpiece of the RPG genre. Despite its critical and commercial success, Chrono Trigger is often overlooked in discussions about the greatest video games of all time. This is perhaps due to the game's complexity and depth, which may have been intimidating to some players. However, for those who took the time to delve into its rich narrative and intricate gameplay, Chrono Trigger offered an experience that was both challenging and rewarding. Command & Conquer, developed by Westwood Studios and later absorbed into EA Los Angeles, is a name that resonates with any real-time strategy game enthusiast. This game franchise, with its 11 games and 8 expansion packs, has sold over 30 million copies worldwide, and it's not hard to see why. The mechanics and gameplay elements that were pioneered in Dune 2 were refined and expanded upon in Command & Conquer, helping to establish it as one of the most successful and influential games in the RTS genre. One of the most striking aspects of Command & Conquer is its innovative gameplay. The game involves constructing a base, acquiring resources, and producing various types of forces to conquer the opponent's base. This might sound like standard fare for a real-time strategy game, but Command & Conquer added a layer of depth and complexity that was unprecedented. Each faction in the game has structures and units with similar functions, but these are adjusted to fit each faction's theme and varying properties. This means that each faction has its own unique strengths and weaknesses. The game is set in an alternate history where a meteor crashes near the river Tiber in Italy in 1995, spreading a mysterious substance called Tiberium. This sets the stage for a global conflict between various factions, each vying for control of this valuable resource. The game's story is told through parallel campaigns of various different factions, each offering a unique perspective on the central storyline. Westwood Studios, the team behind Command & Conquer, was one of the pioneers of the real-time strategy genre. This game was one of the first real-time strategy games to use 3D graphics, a feature that would become standard in the genre in the years to come. The game's soundtrack added to the immersive experience, setting the mood for the intense strategic battles. Despite its success, Command & Conquer is often overshadowed by other real-time strategy games. However, for those who took the time to delve into the intricate gameplay and engaging narrative, Command & Conquer offered an experience that demanded strategic thinking and careful resource management, and it rewarded players with a deep and immersive gaming experience. Rayman, the limbless hero, burst onto the scene, bringing with him a vibrant world that was as whimsical as it was challenging. This side-scrolling platformer, developed and published by Ubisoft, marked the beginning of a franchise that would become a staple in the platforming genre. Rayman is a riot of color, with each level boasting a unique and imaginative design. From the lush jungles of the Dream Forest to the musical madness of Bandland, each world in Rayman is a feast for the eyes. This vibrant aesthetic was the brainchild of French video game designer Michel Ancel, who sought to create a game that was visually appealing to a wide audience. The result is a game that is as much a work of art as it is a platformer. The game is a platformer at its core, but it's far from a straightforward run-and-jump affair. Each level is a carefully designed puzzle requiring precise timing, quick reflexes, and a keen eye for hidden paths and secrets. The game's challenge is further ramped up by the inclusion of a variety of enemies and obstacles, each with their own unique behaviors and attack patterns. The gaming world was taken by storm with the release of Descent, a first-person shooter that dared to defy the conventions of its genre. Developed by Parallax Software and published by Interplay, Descent was a game that didn't just push boundaries, it obliterated them, introducing a unique 6 degrees of freedom movement system that allowed players to move in any direction, including up and down. This was a game that truly took the concept of 3D gaming to new heights. In a time when most first-person shooters were limited to 2 degrees of freedom, allowing players to move only along the ground and not look up or down, Descent broke the mold. The game allowed players to move in any direction, creating a sense of freedom and control that was unparalleled at the time. This innovative mechanic not only made the game more challenging, but it also made it more immersive and exciting, giving players a real sense of being in the cockpit of a spaceship navigating through labyrinthine mines. Another aspect that set Descent apart was its use of a fully 3D engine. Prior to Descent, most first-person shooters used 2D sprites to represent enemies and environments, resulting in a flat, somewhat unrealistic look. Descent, on the other hand, boasted realistic environments and enemies thanks to its 3D engine. This visual leap forward made the game a stunning spectacle and set a new standard for future 3D games. The advent of CD-ROM technology opened up new possibilities for game developers, allowing them to create more immersive and cinematic experiences. One game that truly capitalized on this technological leap was Phantasmagoria, a point-and-click adventure horror game designed by Roberta Williams and released by Sierra Online in 1995. Phantasmagoria was a game that pushed the boundaries of what was possible. It featured live-action actors and footage. The game's plot follows protagonist Adrienne Delaney, who moves into a remote mansion and finds herself terrorized by supernatural forces. This narrative was brought to life through cinematic scenes and three-dimensionally rendered environments, creating an immersive and suspenseful gaming experience. But what really set Phantasmagoria apart was its production. The game was developed over 2 years with a team of more than 200 people and a budget that ultimately exceeded $4.5 million. This was due to the extensive filming and use of Hollywood special effects, which gave the game a cinematic quality. The game was based on a 550-page script, about 4 times the length of an average Hollywood screenplay, and it took more than 4 months to film. Sierra even built a $1.5 million studio specifically for the game, further highlighting the scale and ambition of the project. Despite its high production values and innovative use of technology, Phantasmagoria was not without controversy. The game was criticized for its slow pacing and easy puzzles, but the most contentious aspect was its graphic content. Phantasmagoria featured violent and sexual scenes, including a rape scene that sparked backlash from retailers, politicians, and religious organizations. The controversy, however, did not prevent the game from being a financial success. It grossed $12 million in its opening weekend, outperforming all of Sierra's Quest games. Sierra was an important company, but today people tend to forget exactly how important and influential they were. They made influential contributions, set industry trends, and faced both successes and challenges. Roberta Williams was inspired by the first adventure game, Colossal Cave Adventure, and desired to create her own stories with a graphical component. Her husband, Ken Williams, supported her and shifted his focus to developing Roberta's game called Mystery House, which became the first ever graphical adventure game. That game was successful, earning them substantial profits and leading them to establish Sierra Online in Horse Cove, California. Sierra's history is intertwined with the democratization of computers and the rise of the home computer industry. They engaged in a battle with Infocom, known for their text-only adventures like Zork, as Sierra introduced immersive graphics to adventure games. Sierra faced criticism for dumbing down the interactive story, but they also elevated and popularized the adventure game model. Sierra released numerous successful titles over the years, including King's Quest, Space Quest, Leisure Suit Larry, and Gabriel Knight. Phantasmagoria proved its value, so it wasn't terribly surprising when just a year after this game came out, Sierra was offered a buyout at $1.5 billion from CompuCar, a membership-based mail-order club that today is perhaps most easily compared to Amazon. They went through various ownership changes, mergers, and rebranding, becoming a property of Vivendi Universal. Sierra faced significant downsizing, studio closures, and job losses, and in 2004, Vivendi disbanded Sierra as a company, although the name continued to be used for publishing purposes. Activision later acquired Sierra's products and merged with another of CompuCard's acquisitions, Blizzard Entertainment, to become Activision Blizzard. Sierra ceased to exist as an independent company and most of its properties were sold off. The Williams couple, Ken and Roberta, became wealthy, and the legacy of Sierra lies in their role as pioneers of graphical adventure games and their impact on the gaming industry. The story of Sierra is often romanticized, portraying them as the torchbearers of pure adventure games. However, the reality is more nuanced, with Roberta's game ideas initially met with skepticism from Ken. Sierra made efforts to diversify beyond adventure games throughout their history, but in the end, the company's ultimate fate was closely tied to the decline in popularity of adventure games. The arcade scene was slowly giving way to home consoles, and the PlayStation was emerging as a major player in the industry. It was in this context that Tekken, a fighting game developed by Namco, was released. Tekken was a game that broke new ground in several ways. For one, it introduced a unique control scheme that allowed players to control each of the fighter's 4 limbs independently. It meant that players had to think more strategically about their attacks and defenses, considering not just when to strike, but also with which limb. The game featured a diverse lineup of fighters, each with their own unique fighting style and backstory. The plot of the game revolved around these characters competing in the King of Iron Fist tournament, a brutal competition organized by the ruthless Mishima. This narrative element added a layer of drama and intrigue to the game, making the fights feel more personal and the stakes feel higher. But perhaps the most significant aspect of Tekken was its graphics. Tekken was originally a test case for animating 3D character models, and it was developed for the Namco System 11 arcade board, which was based on PlayStation hardware. This allowed the game to feature some of the most impressive visuals of its time, with detailed character models and fluid animations that made the fights feel more realistic. Let's just take a second, because it's really hard to see these games today, 30 years in the future, in the light they were originally presented in. On one hand, you had games like Tekken on the PlayStation, pushing the boundaries of what was possible with 3D graphics and complex control schemes. Games like Phantasmagoria spending as much money as Hollywood productions and building million-dollar sets. On the other hand, you had games like Yoshi's Island and Chrono Trigger on the Super Nintendo. which, while excellent in their own right, simply could not compete in terms of graphical fidelity. It's sometimes hard to believe that these games all came out in the same year, a few months from each other, in fact. The gap in visual quality was so stark that it was almost like they belonged to different generations. This was a testament to how quickly the industry was evolving and how some companies were struggling to keep up. Nintendo, for instance, was caught off guard by the rapid rise of the PlayStation. They didn't expect Sony's console to be out so soon, and they certainly didn't expect it to be so good. The PlayStation's superior hardware allowed for games that were visually stunning and technologically advanced, making the Super Nintendo seem outdated by comparison. This disparity was not lost on gamers when they saw a game like Tekken with its impressive 3D graphics and innovative gameplay. The choice was clear. The PlayStation was the future of gaming, and they wanted to be a part of it. Tekken capitalized on this shift in the market. It became one of the first PlayStation games to break 1 million copies sold, and the 4th best playing game of the year. It was also the first game to offer a simulated 3D experience, a feature that was highly touted at the time, and drew many gamers away from other fighting games like Virtua Fighter. The success of Tekken was a clear sign of the changing times. It showed that gamers were ready for more advanced and immersive experiences, and that companies like Namco were willing to deliver. It also highlighted the challenges that Nintendo and other companies were facing in keeping up with the pace of innovation. But perhaps most importantly, it demonstrated the power of technology to transform an industry and redefine what is possible in video games. In 1996, we bid farewell to the flat worlds of 2D and embraced the groundbreaking potential of 3D graphics. The real game changer? Graphics processors. These powerful devices, like the 3DFX Voodoo series, were specifically designed to handle complex calculations and rendering tasks, making 3D gaming a reality. These GPUs transformed the gaming landscape by allowing developers to create immersive, visually stunning 3D environments that were more engaging than ever before. The 3D revolution didn't just alter the way games looked, it also changed gameplay mechanics and level design, unleashing new possibilities for creative storytelling and interaction. While the 3D revolution was in full swing, the home console market underwent a major shakeup. Several systems, including the Virtual Boy, Atari Jaguar, 3DO Interactive Multiplayer, Sega CD, 32X, and CDI, were discontinued, clearing the way for the undisputed champion of 1996, the PlayStation, which sold a whopping 6.6 million units worldwide. If there's one thing you take away from that list of games, it should be that they're all somewhat gimmicky. The PlayStation effectively ended the gimmicky toy vibe that had attached itself to gaming since 1985, and since Nintendo's decision to market the NES as a toy. Sony's PlayStation changed the perceived rules of the game and made it clear there was one singular determining factor for sales: just make a good console. As we explore the events of 1996 and their influence on the gaming industry, how did the development and adoption of powerful GPUs redefine gaming as we know it? What were the key moments that signaled the end of the 2D era and the beginning of the 3D revolution? And as we reflect on the home console market, how did the shifting dynamics of the industry contribute to the rise of the PlayStation and the decline of its competitors? Super Mario 64 not only marked the successful transition of the iconic Mario franchise into the realm of 3D platforming, but also set a new standard for the genre as a whole. This was a game that didn't just push the envelope, it tore it apart and rewrote the rules. Super Mario 64 was a game that took the familiar and beloved character of Mario and placed him in an expansive, open-world environment that was unlike anything players had seen before. This was a game that gave players the freedom to explore at their own pace, to discover secrets and hidden areas, and to truly immerse themselves in the world of the Mushroom Kingdom. It was a game that took the linear, side-scrolling formula of previous Mario games and turned it on its head. Super Mario 64 was designed to take full advantage of the Nintendo 64's analog stick. allowing for precise 360-degree control of Mario. This was a major departure from the digital 8-direction controls of previous games. And this control scheme was not just a novelty, it was a fundamental part of the game's design, integral to the exploration and platforming that were at the heart of the Super Mario 64 experience. Super Mario 64 also had a hub world. Princess Peach's castle served as the central hub from which players could access various levels through paintings. This added a layer of exploration and discovery to the game that extended beyond the individual levels. It was a design choice that would be emulated by countless games in the years to come. Super Mario 64 was also notable for its soundtrack, composed by the legendary Koji Kondo. The game's music was as vibrant and memorable as its visuals, with catchy melodies and upbeat rhythms that perfectly complemented the game's whimsical art style and fun gameplay, enhancing the game's atmosphere and contributing to its overall charm. In Tomb Raider, the gaming world was introduced to a character that would become one of the most iconic figures in the industry, Lara Croft. The debut of Tomb Raider was a game-changer, bringing a thrilling blend of action, exploration, and puzzle solving that would set the standard for the action-adventure genre. At a time when most video game protagonists were male, Tomb Raider broke the mold by featuring a female-led character. Lara Croft wasn't just any character, though. She was a strong, intelligent, and independent archaeologist adventurer who could hold her own in any situation. This was a significant shift in the portrayal of women in video games, and it was a move that resonated with many players. Lara Croft quickly became a cultural icon, rising to prominence as one of gaming's most recognizable characters. The game itself was a masterclass in design and gameplay. Developed by Core Design and published by Eidos Interactive, Tomb Raider took players on a thrilling journey through ancient tombs and temples, filled with deadly traps, hidden treasures, and a host of enemies. The game's levels were meticulously designed with a perfect balance of action, exploration, and puzzle solving that kept players engaged and on their toes. The game's environments were richly detailed and atmospheric, bringing the ancient tombs and temples to life. The use of 3D graphics also allowed for a greater level of interaction with the environment, with Lara able to climb, jump, and swim through the game's levels. Quake was a revolutionary title in the first-person shooter genre. It was a game that took the fast-paced, adrenaline-pumping action of its predecessors, Doom and Wolfenstein, and elevated it to a whole new level. But Quake was more than just a game. It was a technological marvel that showcased the potential of 3D graphics and online multiplayer capabilities. One of the most notable aspects of Quake was its engine. The Quake engine was a groundbreaking piece of technology that allowed for full real-time 3D rendering and early support for 3D acceleration through OpenGL. This was a significant leap forward in terms of graphics and physics, and it set the stage for the visually stunning games we see today. The Quake engine was so influential that it was used in many other popular games for years, including Half-Life and Unreal Tournament. This engine was not just a tool for creating games, it was a catalyst for innovation and a driving force behind the evolution of the gaming industry. Quake was one of the first games to feature online multiplayer, which allowed players to compete against each other over the internet. This helped to make Quake one of the most popular games of its era. The introduction of online multiplayer in Quake laid the groundwork for future competitive shooters and esports. It was a feature that transformed gaming from a solitary activity into a social experience, and it paved the way for the rise of competitive gaming and esports. The single-player campaign in Quake also deserves mention. Though often forgotten at the time, over the years, Quake's campaign has gone on to be considered one of excellent pacing and difficulty. In the campaign, the player takes on the role of Ranger and must collect 4 magic runes from 4 dimensions of Quake to stop the enemy and end the invasion of Earth. Resident Evil was a survival horror masterpiece that not only terrified players, but also introduced a new level of strategic gameplay and narrative depth. This was a game that didn't just want to scare you, it wanted to challenge you, to make you think, and to immerse you in a world that was as intriguing as it was horrifying. While many games of the era had simple, straightforward stories, Resident Evil had a complex and engaging narrative that was revealed piece by piece as the player explored the game's environment. The game's story was filled with twists and turns, and it kept players on the edge of their seats from start to finish. The influence of Resident Evil can be seen in many of the horror games that followed. Games like Silent Hill, Dead Space, and Outlast all owe a debt to Resident Evil's innovative gameplay mechanics and atmospheric storytelling. Even today, the game's influence can be seen in the resurgence of survival horror games like The Evil Within and Alien Isolation. We've seen a year of change from 2D to 3D. We've seen the proliferation of the 3D camera. We've seen the effect of the GPU on the gaming world. We've seen how games have started to be more complex, more complicated, bigger, and better. Games are no longer a one-man show. They're not simple and they're not accessible. Enter Minesweeper. How do you put Minesweeper in a time capsule? I don't know. It's the first completely digital game in our time capsules. Minesweeper is a logic puzzle video game that features a grid of clickable squares with hidden mines scattered throughout the board. The objective is to clear the board without detonating any mines, with help from clues about the number of neighboring mines in each field. It's a game that requires careful thought and strategy, and it's a game that can be incredibly satisfying to play. The game was not developed by a major gaming company, nor was it the result of years of development and testing. Instead, Minesweeper was a game that was bundled with operating systems and desktop environments. It was a game that was designed to be a simple time waster, a game that people could play when they had a few minutes to spare. But despite its humble origins, Minesweeper quickly became a phenomenon. The game's popularity was so widespread that it even caught the attention of one of the most influential figures in the tech industry, Bill Gates. It's been reported that Gates was so addicted to Minesweeper that he deleted the game off his own computers, only to then sneak into other people's offices to play it. This anecdote not only highlights the game's addictive nature, but it also speaks to its universal appeal. Minesweeper was a game that could be enjoyed by anyone, regardless of their gaming experience or skill level. Despite its simplicity, Minesweeper has inspired countless variants and clones that expand on the basic concepts of the game. A new hero spun his way onto the PlayStation, Crash Bandicoot, a quirky, denim-clad marsupial with a penchant for smashing crates and thwarting the plans of the nefarious Dr. Neo Cortex. Developed by Naughty Dog and published by Sony Computer Entertainment, Crash Bandicoot hit the shelves and quickly became one of the defining games of its generation. Crash Bandicoot wasn't just another platformer. It was a game that pushed the boundaries of what was possible on the PlayStation, with vibrant graphics, immersive sound design, and challenging gameplay. The game's unique third-person perspective set it apart from other platformers. But what really set Crash Bandicoot apart was its protagonist. Crash was a character unlike any other. He was a bandicoot, a creature rarely seen in video games, and his personality was as vibrant as his orange fur. He was a wisecracking goofball, a character who, despite being subjected to countless hours of media by the villainous Dr. Neo Cortex in an attempt to evolve his mind, ended up as a lovable, wisecracking goofball. This unique character design, coupled with Crash's dynamic moveset of jumps and spins, made him an instant hit with players. Interestingly, Crash Bandicoot was initially conceived of as a wombat named Willy. It was only after much deliberation that the team decided to make the character a bandicoot, a decision that would prove to be a defining moment in the game's development. This change not only gave the game its unique identity, but also set the stage for the creation of a character that would become one of the most iconic figures in video game history. Who today would admit to being a fan of Willy the Wombat? The game's success was unprecedented. It sold over 6 million units, making it one of the best-selling PlayStation games and the highest-selling ranked on sales in the United States. This success not only cemented Crash Bandicoot's place in video game history, but also established Naughty Dog's reputation as a leading developer in the industry. It's worth noting that it didn't quite open the door to fully realize 3D exploration in platform games. While Crash's vibrant world and dynamic gameplay captivated players, its linear level design and fixed camera angles didn't offer the same freedom of exploration that would come to define 3D platformers. That honor, interestingly enough, goes to Bubsy 3D. Also released in 1996, Bubsy 3D was one of the first games on the PlayStation to offer true camera control, paving the way for future 3D platformers like Croc, Legend of the Gobos, and Spyro the Dragon. However, Bubsy 3D's pioneering status didn't translate into success, despite him being a really cool cat character that people really should have fallen in love with, obviously. The game's developers were unfamiliar with 3D technology, leading to a host of development challenges that ultimately impacted the game's quality. Bubsy 3D was met with a lukewarm reception upon release, and its reputation has only worsened with time. Several publications have ranked it among the worst video games in history, in stark contrast to the acclaim and success enjoyed by Crash Bandicoot. 1997, a year that epitomized the roller coaster nature of the video game industry. As the 3D revolution continued to shake things up, we saw triumphs, tribulations, and even a few unexpected twists. Sony's PlayStation reigned supreme, capturing the hearts of gamers worldwide and becoming the best-selling console in Japan for the first time. Nintendo and Sega, on the other hand, were locked in a fierce battle to keep up with the ever-changing industry. Nintendo leaned into its family-friendly image, while Sega tried to find its footing with an edgy attitude. This struggle led to some daring decisions and intriguing alliances that forever shaped the gaming landscape. Duke Nukem Forever kicked off its production this year, a highly anticipated title that fans eagerly awaited the release of. Little did they know the development process would become a legendary tale of delays, engine changes, and company acquisitions spanning more than a decade. This epic journey would ultimately shape the industry's approach to game development and how we perceive vaporware. What factors allowed Sony's PlayStation to dominate the market, leaving Sega and Nintendo scrambling to keep up? And as we look back at the struggles between Nintendo and Sega, how did their contrasting strategies and partnerships shape their respective futures in the gaming world? The advent of the PlayStation had ushered in the era of 3D gaming, and developers were exploring the possibilities of this new dimension with a fervor. In the midst of this technological revolution, Squaresoft released Final Fantasy VII. This was a game that not only embraced the possibilities of 3D graphics, but also pushed the boundaries of what was possible in terms of storytelling and gameplay in a video game. It was a game that was not afraid to take risks, and these risks paid off in a big way. One of the most significant aspects of Final Fantasy VII was its departure from previous Final Fantasy titles with its three-party member system. This was a bold move that fundamentally changed the dynamics of combat in the game. Instead of a large party of characters, players had to strategically choose 3 characters to take into battle. This added a layer of strategy to the game, as players had to carefully consider the strengths and weaknesses of their party members. The materia and limit systems were another innovative feature of Final Fantasy VII. The materia system allowed players to customize their characters' abilities, giving them a degree of control over their characters' development that was unprecedented in the series. The limit system, on the other hand, introduced a new mechanic that allowed characters to unleash powerful attacks after taking a certain amount of damage. These systems added depth to the game's combat and made each battle a unique and engaging experience. But perhaps the most influential aspect of Final Fantasy VII was its narrative. The game's story, which follows the mercenary Cloud Strife in his fight against the Shinra Electric Power Company, was a complex and emotionally emotionally charged tale that resonated with players. The game's narrative was not afraid to tackle heavy themes, and its characters were complex and well developed. This was a game that showed that video games could be more than just mindless entertainment. They could be a medium for telling deep, meaningful stories. Final Fantasy VII was also a game that was not afraid to take risks in terms of development. The game was originally in development for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, the SNES, but it was moved to the PlayStation due to the latter's superior capabilities. This was a risky move, as the PlayStation was a new and unproven platform at the time. However, the risk paid off, as the game's 3D graphics and full-motion videos were a showcase of the PlayStation's capabilities. It's interesting, isn't it, how similar 7 is to Chrono Trigger from 1995 or Xenogears from 1998. The narrative similarities between Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VII, and Xenogears are indeed striking. Each game features a parasitic alien entity with a god complex as the main antagonist. This entity uses its powers to genetically control or alter human beings over a period of time, and has lived on the planet for all of known history. This recurring theme is no coincidence, but rather a reflection of the shared creative roots of these games. Xenogears, in fact, was originally intended to be Final Fantasy VII. However, Squaresoft deemed the storyline from Xenogears too dark and complicated to fit within the Final Fantasy franchise. The controversial elements in Xenogears, such as instances of pixel nudity, abusive childhoods, heavy religious imagery, cannibalism, racism, and genocide, were indeed darker and more complex than what was typically seen in Final Fantasy games. However, these elements contributed to the unique identity of Xenogears and set it apart from other RPGs of the time. The development of Final Fantasy VII was a period of creative exploration for Squaresoft. The game went through various conceptual stages, including a 2D SNES game and a detective game about a character named Detective Joe investigating Mako reactors. These discarded ideas didn't go to waste, though. For example, the original concept of Final Fantasy VII being set in a futuristic New York City was later used as the inspiration for the survival horror RPG Parasite Eve. Plus, there was Chrono Trigger and Xenogears. Finally, one of the enduring mysteries of Final Fantasy is how Cloud's Buster Sword stays attached to his back. Theories have ranged from Velcro to materia holes to a micro-reunion effect. However, I can clear this up for you. The original design for Cloud includes a circle on his back, held up by his signature suspenders. This circle is a powerful magnet that holds the Buster Sword in place, solving the mystery in a way that is both practical and fitting with the game's futuristic setting.
This is Rupture Farm. I used to work here. Well, I was really a slave. That's me. My name is Abe. I was employee of the year. Now I'm dead meat.
Oddworld Abe's Odyssey, a two-dimensional platformer, introduced us to a world that was as strange as it was captivating, and a protagonist whose journey was as inspiring as it was challenging. This game wasn't just a hit, it was a phenomenon, selling over 3.5 million copies and becoming one of the best-selling PlayStation games of all time. Abe is a Mudokon, a member of a species that has been enslaved and transformed into obedient workers by the ruthless Gluckons. When Abe discovers that he and his fellow Mudokons are to be slaughtered to make a new product, he decides to escape and liberate as many of his people as he can. This premise sets the stage for a game that is as much about survival as it is about rebellion. Abe's journey is fraught with danger, but he's not without resources. One of the game's most innovative features is its communication system. Abe can interact with other Mudokons, giving them instructions and guiding them to safety. This mechanic adds a layer of strategy to the game, as players must not only navigate the game's obstacles, but also manage their fellow Mudokons. The game's setting, Oddworld, is a richly detailed and deeply immersive environment. Each species has its own history and culture, and the game's levels are filled with intricate details that bring this world to life. From the grimy industrial interiors of the Rupture Farms factory to the eerie alien landscapes of the outside world, every screen of Oddworld Abe's Odyssey is a testament to the game's art direction. But perhaps the most significant aspect of Oddworld is its underlying message. At its core, this is a game about resistance, about standing up to oppression and fighting for freedom. It's a theme that resonates deeply, and it's handled with a level of maturity and nuance. It challenged the conventions of its genre, offering a gameplay experience that was as thought-provoking as it was entertaining. Oddworld Abe's Odyssey reflects the growing maturity of the medium, the increasing ambitions of its creators, and the evolving expectations of its audience. It's a game that, despite its fantastical setting and quirky characters, speaks to universal themes of freedom, resistance, and the power of the individual. Based on the 1995 James Bond film of the same name, GoldenEye 007 was more than just a game, it was a phenomenon. GoldenEye was a game of firsts. It was one of the first games to demonstrate the viability of home consoles as platforms for first-person shooters, a genre that had been previously dominated by PC games. This was a game that showed the world that consoles could deliver a first-person shooter experience that was every bit as immersive and engaging as anything on the PC. But GoldenEye 007 didn't just replicate the first-person shooter experience on a console, it elevated it. The game introduced atmospheric, single-player missions that were a far cry from the run-and-gun gameplay of earlier shooters. These missions were filled with tension and suspense, requiring players to think strategically and use stealth to overcome their enemies. This was a game that rewarded patience and precision over brute force, and it was a game that made you feel like a real spy. One of the most innovative features of GoldenEye was its multiplayer mode. This was a last-minute addition to the game, added just a month before its release. But despite its rushed development, the multiplayer mode was a resounding success. It allowed up to 4 players to compete in various deathmatch scenarios via split screen, a feature that was groundbreaking at the time. The multiplayer mode was not just a fun diversion, it was a game changer, setting a new standard for console shooters and paving the way for future multiplayer classics. GoldenEye 007 was also a game that was steeped in the lore of its source material. The game was filled with references to the 16 Bond movies that had been released prior to GoldenEye, as well as a cheeky Star Trek reference in the form of red-shirted civilians. These nods to pop culture added a layer of depth to the game, making it a treat for fans of the Bond franchise and sci-fi enthusiasts alike. Ultima Online was a game that broke the mold in more ways than one. It was one of the first games to truly embrace the concept of a massively multiplayer online world, a world where thousands of players could interact, trade, and battle in real time. This was a game that didn't just offer a multiplayer mode, it was a game that was built from the ground up to be a shared experience, a living, breathing world that was constantly evolving and changing. One of the most innovative aspects of Ultima Online was its player versus player combat system. Unlike many games of its time, Ultima Online didn't shy away from player conflict. It embraced it. This was a game where players could engage in epic battles, form alliances, and even betray each other. This was truly groundbreaking. A perfect example of this was the infamous assassination of Lord British, the in-game persona of Richard Garriott, the game's creator. During a public appearance in the game, a player managed to kill Lord British, an event that was supposed to be impossible. This unexpected turn of events sent shockwaves through the community and highlighted the unpredictable and immersive nature of the game. But Ultima Online wasn't just about combat, it was also a game that offered a rich and immersive world to explore. The game featured multiple worlds, each with their own unique features and rule sets. Players could build their own houses, create their own items, and even shape the economy of the game. This level of player agency was unheard of, and it set the standard for future MMORPGs. However, Ultima Online was not without its challenges. The game's ambitious scope and massive player base led to severe lag problems, and the game's controversial in-game events often sparked heated debates within the community. But despite these challenges, Ultima Online remained a beloved and influential game, one that set the stage for the MMOs that would follow. The assassination of Lord British remains one of the most memorable moments in the game's history, a testament to the unpredictable and immersive nature of Ultima Online. By the time Ultima Online had hit the scene in 1997, the Ultima franchise had already been a staple in the gaming world for 16 years. The series, which began its journey in the early 80s, was a pioneer in the RPG genre, offering players a rich and immersive fantasy world long before the advent of modern MMOs. The Ultima series started its journey around the same time as the AD&D games. such as Pools of Radiance. These games were among the first to bring the tabletop RPG experience to the computer screen, offering players a new way to engage with the fantasy worlds they love. The Ultima series was a standout amongst these early RPGs, known for its deep storytelling, complex character development, and innovative gameplay mechanics. By the time Ultima Online was released, the franchise had already established a strong reputation among gamers. The game took the series' signature elements and translated them into an online multiplayer environment. Ultima Online was one of the first games to offer a persistent online world, where players could interact with each other and the environment in real time. Despite the franchise's age, Ultima Online managed to breathe new life into the series. The game's success demonstrated that the Ultima franchise was still relevant and capable of innovating in a rapidly evolving gaming landscape. It also showed that there was a demand for online multiplayer RPGs, paving the way for future MMORPGs like World of Warcraft and Guild Wars. Sega was in a state of flux. The company was juggling multiple projects, from the development of new consoles like the Sega Saturn and the 32X, to the expansion into other markets like theme parks and arcade machines. Amidst this whirlwind of activity, Sega's iconic mascot, Sonic the Hedgehog, seemed to be put on the back burner. It took 3 years for Sonic to make his debut on the Saturn, and when he did, it was not in a new adventure, but in a compilation of his Genesis exploits, aptly named Sonic Jam. Sonic Jam was a unique offering in the Sonic franchise. It bundled together the 4 main Sonic games from the Genesis era, but it also introduced something new, a 3D environment called Sonic World. This was a first for the series, a prototype of what a 3D Sonic game could look like. It was a tantalizing glimpse into the future, a promise of what was to come. But it was also a stark reminder of what was missing. Sonic had yet to make the leap into 3D, a transition that his peers like Mario had already successfully made. The delay in Sonic's 3D debut was not due to a lack of trying. In fact, during this period, Sonic Team was hard at work on another project, Nights into Dreams. This game, which featured a new character and a unique flying mechanic, was a departure from the fast-paced platforming of the Sonic games. It was a bold move, a sign of Sonic Team's willingness to experiment and push boundaries, but it also meant that Sonic was left in the dust, at least for a while. While Sonic Team was exploring new horizons with Nights, Sega was also dealing with other challenges. The company was struggling to keep up with the competition. The Saturn, despite its initial success in Japan, was being overshadowed by the PlayStation and the Nintendo 64. Sega's decision to release the 32X, a cheaper entry into the 32-bit era, also backfired, as it quickly lost popularity after the holiday season. These missteps, coupled with the lack of a new Sonic game, put Sega in a precarious position. The company was exploring other avenues, from developing the Sega Model 2 arcade system to launching indoor theme parks called Joypolis. Sega was also making strides in the PC market with Sega Soft, and it even ventured into the arcade pinball market. These endeavors showcased Sega's versatility and ambition, but they also highlighted the company's scattered focus. In the midst of all of this, Sonic Jam was released. The game was a celebration of Sonic's past, a nostalgic trip down memory lane, but it was also a testament to Sonic's enduring appeal. Despite the lack of a new game, Sonic's popularity remained strong. The success of Sonic Jam was a reminder of the character's iconic status and his importance to Sega. Argonaut Software, already a sensation in the gaming community for their work with Nintendo on Star Fox, had pushed the Super NES to its limits with pioneering 3D gameplay. While Star Fox had been a milestone for both Nintendo and Argonaut, the relationship had started to show cracks. Argonaut's vision had been growing beyond technical marvels. They aimed to explore 3D worlds further. They pitched to Nintendo a 3D platformer that featured Yoshi, one of their most beloved characters. years. It was a bold pitch that could have tightly interwoven Argonaut's future with Nintendo, but Nintendo's response was quiet, and they soon started cutting ties with Argonaut. It wasn't until 26 years later, in 2020, that a massive leak would reveal that Nintendo had started development on Super Mario 64 at around the same time as this Yoshi game was pitched. Perhaps it isn't entirely surprising that Jez Sand, the founder of Argonaut, felt that his Yoshi game was ripped off to create a Mario game instead. It was a tense moment. Years later, Shigeru Miyamoto, the iconic developer behind many of Nintendo's most successful franchises, was rumored to have apologized for not having greenlit the Croc concept, acknowledging in interviews that perhaps his team had underestimated Argonaut's creative capacity. The loss was mutual. Argonaut had not just been another third-party contractor for Nintendo. They were trailblazers who helped define an era of 3D gaming. Determined not to let their ideas fade into oblivion, Argonaut took their rejected Yoshi concept and transformed it into Croc, Legend of the Gabos. Published through Fox Interactive, it became Argonaut's biggest triumph, both in terms of sales and royalties. Released a year after Super Mario 64 had set the bar for 3D platformers, Croc still managed to captivate audiences. The protagonist, a young crocodile named Croc, embarks on a quest to rescue his fluffy companions, the Gabos, from the evil Baron Dante. Yet Croc found itself both blessed and cursed by inevitable comparisons to Super Mario 64, which media outlets were quick to make. On one hand, being compared to what many considered to be the modern epitome of 3D platforming provided the game with instant visibility it might not have otherwise achieved. On the other hand, that same comparison set the bar almost impossibly high. While Mario moved with a fluidity and precision that almost intuitively communicated with the player, Croc's movements were more cumbersome, its world less inviting. Players inevitably measured Croc against the Mario standard, and in that regard, Croc could be seen as falling short. Despite its rocky inception, Croc became a commercial sensation, selling over 3 million copies on PlayStation alone, and being one of the only 3D platformers available on the Sega Saturn. The game resonated with a broad demographic, attracting a notably large female audience, but it wasn't without its critics. While the visuals were charming and vibrant, the game's controls and level design received mixed reviews, cited as clunky and derivative. Still, something about Croc's enchanting world touched gamers. Its captivating music, entertaining cutscenes, and clever password system added layers of engagement that extended beyond mere gameplay. More than just a game, Croc embodied Argonaut's drive to push the envelope. In an era when such cross-platform ventures were not as common as they are today, Croc broke new ground. The franchise expanded beyond the gaming world, venturing into other forms of media with the announcement of a Croc cartoon show. Further, the franchise extended its reach into the burgeoning mobile gaming market with the development of Croc mobile games. This innovative approach to expanding the game's universe across multiple platforms was a testament to the forward-thinking strategies of Argonaut Games, and it laid the groundwork for the multimedia franchises we see in the gaming industry today. Yet what is often forgotten, or worse still, never known, is how Croc influenced the gaming industry from the shadows. Croc had its finger on the pulse of gaming's potential future, and it became a testing ground for concepts that would later become ubiquitous in the genre. It signaled to other studios that they could venture into the genre, outside the towering shadows of Nintendo and Sony first-party titles. Jez Sand, Argonaut's founder, recounted an episode where a Rare employee thanked him for the idea of using a backpack in their seminal title Banjo-Kazooie. Banjo, of course, is often credited with defining how 3D platformers approached inventory and interactive capabilities. There are even anecdotal claims that Croc's collectible crystals were the inspiration for Sonic's iconic rings. If true, this would be yet another feather in Croc's cap, or perhaps more fittingly, another item in its backpack. The music is even sometimes named as one of the inspirations for Koji Kondo's later work, and considering how closely he was known to crib from other musicians, it's not exactly unbelievable. The game was also ahead of its time in implementing mechanics such as wall climbing, monkey bar traversing, and underwater movements that would become staples in later titles. The game also features a password system and bonus levels, offering a true ending for dedicated players. Yet fate, ever capricious, had other plans. The initial luster of Croc's innovation was tarnished by its steep difficulty curve, cumbersome tank controls which did not hold up well considering the DualShock was released just 1 month prior to Croc's release, and a punishing level design that drove players to frustration. Much like its reptilian protagonist, Croc's legacy swims in complex waters. While often shadowed by the revolutionary impact of Super Mario 64, Croc still holds its own as an unsung pioneer in the realm of 3D platforming. It marked both an end and a beginning. The end of Argonaut's direct relationship with Nintendo, but also the genesis of a franchise and the reaffirmation of the studio's resilient spirit. In 1998, the gaming world was a whirlwind of excitement and change as the industry underwent 2 crucial milestones: the recognition of video games as an art form and the birth of the 6th console generation with Sega's Dreamcast. At long last, video games were seen as a legitimate art form, with organizations like the AIAS, BAFTA, and the newly minted Game Critics Awards acknowledging the creative achievements in gaming. The result, a surge of innovative titles that captured the imagination of gamers and critics alike. This period laid the foundation for today's gaming landscape, where creativity and artistry are celebrated hand in hand with technological advancements. However, the industry's growing pains were also evident. Titles like Kingpin sparked controversy for their violent content, catching the attention of President Bill Clinton in the U.S. Congress. This renewed focus on the ESRB and its role in regulating the gaming industry led to increased scrutiny and pressure to self-regulate. It was a critical time for both the creative and ethical development of games. Meanwhile, Sega released the groundbreaking Dreamcast, ushering in the 6th console generation.
The graphics, better graphics means it's more realistic.
And in battle, Sega's new Dreamcast video game console is graphically better.
The Dreamcast boasted advanced hardware that smoothed the transition from 2D to 3D and introduced online connectivity, paving the way for a new level of social interaction and online gaming. With these innovative features, the stage was set for an intense console war as Sega, Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo vied for gamers' hearts and wallets. As the first 6th-gen console, the Dreamcast set a high bar, pushing competitors to up their game and fueling the rapid evolution of the gaming industry. How did the recognition of video games as an art form impact the industry's creative direction and the evolution of gaming experiences? What were the long-term effects of increased scrutiny and pressure to self-regulate on the gaming industry, and how did the launch of the Dreamcast and the dawn of the 6th generation console shape the competitive landscape and drive innovation? Ocarina of Time wasn't just about introducing Link in 3D, it was about redefining what an action-adventure game could be. The game's narrative depth, combined with its expansive world, made players feel like they were part of an epic tale. Every corner of Hyrule was meticulously crafted, every character interaction had purpose, and every puzzle was a test of wit. But what truly set Ocarina of Time apart was its innovative gameplay mechanics. Before Ocarina of Time, 3D combat was, let's face it, a bit of a mess. You'd swing your weapon hoping it'd connect with the enemy. But with the introduction of the Z targeting system, combat became strategic. It allowed players to focus on one enemy, dodge, parry, and counterattack, making every battle feel dynamic and engaging. It's a system so intuitive that variations of it are still used in games today. Now, while the game was a technical marvel, it also had its quirks, and by quirks I mean Navi, Link's ever-present fairy companion. With her incessant, hey, listen interruptions, she quickly became the bane of many players. But despite being dubbed one of the most annoying game characters, Navi played a crucial role. She was the game's way of guiding players, offering hints, and ensuring they never felt lost in this vast world. Annoying, maybe. Essential, absolutely. But Ocarina of Time's influence didn't stop at its own franchise. During its development, another iconic game was in the works, Super Mario 64. These two titles, both ambitious in their own right, shared more than just a development timeline. Mechanics, ideas, and even assets were exchanged between the two teams. It's fascinating to think that the horse Epona, a beloved character in Ocarina of Time, was initially conceptualized for Mario's 3D debut. And those whirlwinds in Super Mario 64, they bear a striking resemblance to Ocarina's Song of Storms. These crossovers highlight the collaborative spirit at Nintendo during this era, where boundaries were blurred in the pursuit of gaming excellence. Imagine a world where first-person shooters were mostly about running, gunning, and navigating mazes. Then comes Half-Life, flipping the script entirely. Instead of isolated levels, you had a continuous, interconnected world. Instead of a silent protagonist, you had, Gordon Freeman was silent, but the world around him was anything but. The game's narrative was woven seamlessly into the gameplay, with scripted sequences that pulled you into the story without ever taking control away from you. It was a masterclass in immersion about our bespectacled hero, Gordon Freeman. The guy doesn't utter a single word throughout the game, yet he's one of the most iconic characters in gaming history. How? Through the world, the characters around him, the environment, the events, and yes, those pesky head crabs. Every element in the game served to guide, inform, or challenge the player. Valve, an indie company at the time, conducted over 200 external playtests with dozens of testers to meticulously refine every aspect of gameplay. This level of external testing was exceptional, especially when some indie game companies today only conduct internal playtests. But Half-Life wasn't just a product of genius design, it was also a product of inspiration. It drew from the fast-paced action of Doom and Quake, but it also took cues from pop culture. Stephen King's The Mist and an episode of The Outer Limits titled The Borderland played a role in shaping the game's narrative and environment. And if you've ever felt a manga-esque vibe from the game, you weren't wrong. The level design was influenced by the environments in the manga series Akira. But what truly sets Half-Life apart is its legacy. This wasn't just a game, it was the foundation of what would become one of the most influential companies in the gaming history, Valve. This game was the spark that led to the creation of Steam, the behemoth of digital game distribution, one that owns over 75% of the digital distribution market. And while many of us today associate Steam with sales and a never-ending backlog of games, it's essential to remember that at its core, Steam is a form of digital rights management, DRM, ensuring game ownership and proper functionality. It's a testament to Valve's genius that they managed to make anti-piracy DRM not just palatable, but desirable. Fast forward to today, and Half-Life still holds its own. Sure, graphics have evolved and game design has seen numerous innovations, but the core of what made Half-Life great remains intact. And for those who want a fresh take on this classic, there's Black Mesa, a fan-made remake that captures the essence of the original while adding its own flair. It's worth playing both versions to appreciate the nuances and see how far we've come. Unreal was the brainchild of a collaboration between Epic Mega Games and Digital Extremes. The game's development journey is a tale of ambition, innovation, and a bit of serendipity. Funded by the proceeds from Epic Pinball, a shareware sensation, Unreal began its life in 1994. The vision was grand, with ideas like MMO-like functionality being thrown around. Although not all these ambitious features made the cut, what emerged was a game that pushed the boundaries of what was possible in 3D gaming. One of the standout aspects of Unreal was its seamless transition between indoor and outdoor environments. This was a game that didn't just want to confine you to dimly lit corridors, it wanted to give you sprawling alien landscapes to explore. The game's lighting was another marvel, dynamic, moody, and atmospheric. It added layers of depth and immersion to the gameplay. But perhaps the most enduring legacy of Unreal isn't the game itself, but the engine it spawned. The Unreal Engine has become a cornerstone of game development. From powering indie gems like Everything to being the foundation for spin-offs like Unreal Tournament, its influence is undeniable. It's akin to how Half-Life led to the creation of Steam. Unreal's engine became the industry's workhorse, at one point being used in over 60% of all games hitting the market. Behind this game were visionaries who would go on to shape the industry in profound ways. Cliff Bleszinski, Cliffy B, the mind behind Gears of War and a slew of other games, cut his teeth on Unreal. Then there's Tim Sweeney, multi-billionaire CEO of Epic Games and largest landowner in North Carolina, who's now steering Fortnite's course. Arguably the closest thing we have to a true metaverse. And let's not forget Mark Rain, whose journey from an unpaid tester at id to the vice president of Epic is the stuff of industry legend. Yet for all its innovations and the talent it nurtured, Unreal often finds itself overshadowed. Games like Half-Life, with its narrative-driven gameplay, often steal the limelight. But Unreal was a pioneer. It demanded a 3D graphics processor, not just suggested it. And it wasn't just about making things look pretty. It was about redefining the gaming experience. Later, Unreal Tournament, which many still mistakenly believe to be the main brand, began as an add-on pack. Its success is a testament to the solid foundation the original game built. The result, a game that set the standard for multiplayer shooters. Pokemon Red and Blue were more than just games, they were a revolution. They introduced a new type of gameplay that was as addictive as it was innovative. The premise was simple. Traverse the fictional region of Kanto, capture a variety of creatures known as Pokemon, and train them to battle. But beneath this simplicity lay a world of depth and complexity. Each Pokemon had its own set of abilities, strengths, and weaknesses, and the player had to strategically assemble their team to overcome the challenges they faced. This strategic element, combined with the game's expansive world and diverse roster of Pokemon, made for a gaming experience that was endlessly engaging. The creation of Pokemon was a 6-year effort by the Japanese video game creators, who also developed the trading cards. Initially, Nintendo was not entirely convinced of Pokemon's potential in the United States. However, the company's strategic marketing plan and savvy licensing played a pivotal role in its success. They worked with several key players to integrate Pokemon everywhere. 4Kids Entertainment negotiated licensing agreements on behalf of Nintendo outside of Asia. Wizards of the Coast published the Pokemon trading cards, which were wildly successful and sold more than 2 million starter sets. And Hasbro was the master toy licensor, producing Pokemon Monopoly, plush toys, beanbag toys, and collectible figures, amongst other products. One of the most unique aspects of Pokemon Red and Blue was the concept of trading. Using a Game Link cable, players could exchange Pokemon between cartridges. This feature not only encouraged social interaction, but also added a new layer of strategy to the game. Certain Pokemon could only be obtained through trading, and others would only evolve after being traded. This meant that to truly catch 'em all, players had to interact with each other, fostering a sense of community that was rare. Inspired by the childhood pastime of insect collecting, the game's creators populated the world of Pokemon with a diverse array of creatures. From the fiery dragon Charizard to the adorable electric mouse Pikachu, each Pokemon was distinct and memorable. These designs struck a chord with players, turning many of these creatures into beloved icons. Metal Gear Solid introduced us to the enigmatic world of Solid Snake, a character whose legacy would span decades. But it wasn't just the character that left a mark, it was the game's intricate blend of storytelling, gameplay mechanics, and those unforgettable boss battles. The game's success wasn't a given. In fact, expectations were low, which ironically gave Kojima the freedom to experiment, and boy did he deliver. Metal Gear Solid went on to sell over 7 million units, setting the stage for a franchise that would dominate the gaming landscape. Its influence can't be understated. Metal Gear Solid popularized the stealth genre, inspiring a slew of games that emphasized strategy over brute force. And while it wasn't the first game to incorporate stealth mechanics, it was the one that perfected them. It's often said that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, and in the years that followed, many games tried to capture the magic of Metal Gear Solid. As these time capsules become tighter, more packed with games that have long and storied histories, it becomes more clear that there are some games with less to say about them. Figuring out which games deserve to be memorialized in a time capsule becomes an increasingly complex challenge. There's no shortage of opinions, and the truth is, many of these views are valid in their own right. The term bonus level speaks to a universal experience in gaming, those extra stages or secret rooms that add an unexpected twist to the gameplay. Think about finding hidden warp zones in Super Mario Bros., or secret stages in Sonic the Hedgehog. These bonus levels have long been a way for game designers to get creative, or for players to earn extra rewards. They've been around since the early days of gaming and have evolved alongside it. Inside of some time capsules, going forward, there will be a bonus level segment where we'll delve into games that might not make the mainstream headlines, but have influenced gaming culture, sparked trends, or created strong enough communities to be in a time capsule, but without a full chapter. Let's start with our fire-breathing friend, Spyro. While Mario 64 might have given us a taste of 3D platforming, Spyro took it to another level, quite literally. The game's 3D panoramic engine introduced us to a dynamic system of rendering that was, at the time, revolutionary. Level of detail scaling, Mario 64 faked it, but Spyro did it right on the PS1. Imagine walking through Spyro's vibrant world with objects near you rendered in crisp detail, while distant ones, though simpler, were still visible, creating an expansive feel to the game. This was all thanks to the engine's ability to use varying levels of detail, a technique that was pretty much unheard of at the time. And the skies, those mesmerizing vast expanses, were a result of vertex shading, a technique that painted the skies with colors and details without relying on textures. It's like the developers had a magic paintbrush and they weren't afraid to use it. But Spyro wasn't just a technical marvel, it was also a testament to the power of character-driven narratives in gaming. The success of Spyro propelled him to mascot status for the PlayStation, standing shoulder to shoulder with Crash Bandicoot. And let's not forget Insomniac, the brains behind Spyro. This was their breakout hit, and they'd go on to give us other iconic franchises like Ratchet and Clank and Spider-Man. Talk about setting the stage for greatness. Now shifting gears, pun intended, to Gran Turismo. By the time this racing simulation hit the US, it had already sold a whopping 2 million copies in Japan. And remember, this was the same year Pokemon was released in Japan. To outsell Pokemon on its home turf is no mean feat. It became the best-selling PlayStation game in the US for 2 consecutive years, 1998 and 1999, and its success wasn't just about the numbers. It redefined what racing games could be, offering a level of realism and detail that was unparalleled. 1999 was a pivotal year in the gaming industry, marked by the rise of indie developers, the continued innovation of established companies, and the beginning of significant legal issues. It was also the year when Hollywood elites started using video games as a storytelling medium. A prime example of this was the creation of Medal of Honor by none other than Steven Spielberg. This was not the first step towards mainstreaming video games, but it was a major one, representing the commodification of video games and their growing acceptance and legitimization in the cultural milieu. The year also saw the phenomenal success of Pokemon, which became the best-selling game for the second year in a row. It was expected to generate $700 million in retail sales in 1999, equivalent to $1.282 billion today, and had over 1,000 different products. The popularity of Pokemon contributed significantly to the 250% jump in Nintendo Game Boy sales in the first quarter, as well as the near doubling of Nintendo stock. The game sold over 4 million copies in its first year, and its popularity extended beyond the gaming world. The weekly Pokemon television show on the WB network became the top-rated children's TV show in the country. The video rental Pokemon Seaside Pikachu topped the bestseller list for all videos, not just children's titles. And in November, Pokemon the movie Mewtwo Strikes Back was released in theaters. In the midst of these developments, the Sony Corporation v. Blean LLC case highlighted the importance of protecting intellectual property in the gaming world, while also stirring up a debate on the critical role of emulation in preserving gaming history and providing access to older games. It is at this point I should remind you that emulation is not illegal because of this case. Now, when you think of fighting games, you might picture complex combos, quarter circle turns, and a steep learning curve. But Super Smash Bros. Took that formula, chucked it out the window, and said, let's make something everyone can enjoy. Super Smash Bros. Wasn't just another fighting game. It was a celebration of Nintendo's rich history. Imagine the thrill of seeing Mario, Link, Pikachu, and Samus all duking it out in one arena. It was like the Avengers of the Nintendo world, way before cinematic universes were even a thing. This game was a statement, a declaration that Nintendo was not just a collection of franchises, but a unified brand. It was a love letter to fans, bringing together beloved characters from various universes all under one roof. Traditional fighting games had you depleting your opponent's health bar, but Super Smash Bros. Flipped the script. Instead of whittling down health, you aimed to launch your foes off the stage. The more damage they took, the further they'd fly. It was a simple yet ingenious twist that made battles frantic, unpredictable, and downright fun. And the controls, they were as easy as pie, ensuring that anyone, whether a newbie or a seasoned gamer, could pick up a controller and get in on the action. But here's a fun tidbit that many might not know. During its early development stages, the game didn't even feature any Nintendo characters. It was initially referred to as Pepsi Man, because the primitive polygonal features used in the prototype resembled a mascot Pepsi used in Japan during the 90s. Imagine that, a world where Super Smash Bros. Might have been a game about soda mascots brawling it out. E3 1996, Blizzard showcases a version of StarCraft that, let's just say, didn't exactly blow anyone's socks off. It was dubbed Warcraft in Space, and not in a good way. Instead of canceling it or releasing something bad, Blizzard took the criticism to heart, went back to the drawing board, and overhauled the entire project. They introduced 3 distinct species, each with its unique gameplay mechanics, making it a strategic battleground for players. And the graphics went from hand-drawn to rendered, giving the game a polished look that was miles ahead of its initial presentation. And when it was released, it was successful. But the real magic of StarCraft wasn't just in its gameplay or graphics, it was in its storytelling. Each faction had a rich backstory, and the campaign mode took players on an epic journey through space, filled with political intrigue, betrayal, and of course, intergalactic warfare. It was like playing through a sci-fi novel, where every decision mattered and every battle had consequences. In the midst of the digital revolution that swept across the globe, South Korea was undergoing its own transformation. The country's rapid digitalization from the 1960s to the 1980s was nothing short of remarkable. From a nation that had once grappled with the aftermath of war, South Korea emerged as a technological powerhouse, and this digital evolution played a pivotal role in setting the stage for StarCraft's meteoric rise. Enter the PC bongs, or internet cafes, which began sprouting up across urban landscapes. These weren't just places to check emails or browse the web, they became social hubs, especially for the younger generation. Picture dimly lit rooms, rows of computers, and the unmistakable hum of excitement. For many young Koreans, PC bongs were the first introduction to the world of online gaming, and StarCraft was the game of choice. But why StarCraft? What was it about this game that resonated so deeply with the Korean youth? At its core, StarCraft was a game of strategy, precision, and quick thinking, attributes that resonated with the competitive spirit of many Koreans. There was more to it. The game's intricate design, balanced gameplay, and the sheer thrill of battling opponents in real time made it a perfect fit for the PC bombing environment. Players would spend hours, often deep into the night, honing their skills, devising strategies, and battling rivals. These cafes became the breeding grounds for some of the future champions of the game. The cultural shift was palpable. StarCraft wasn't just a game, it was a movement. It bridged the gap between the digital and physical worlds, creating communities both online and offline. Friendships were forged, rivalries were born, and legends were made. And as the game's popularity soared, so did its impact on Korean society. The government, recognizing the potential of this burgeoning industry, established KESPA, the Korean Esports Association. This wasn't just a nod to the game's popularity, it was a testament to its influence. KESPA's role was to regulate, promote, and sanction professional esports, ensuring that the industry grew in a structured and sustainable manner. The government set up a whole agency to license and regulate esports because it was such a hugely important part of modern culture. Today, there is a clear and defined career path to becoming a legally registered, full-time competitive gamer. We're talking televised matches, dedicated stations, and players becoming celebrities. Fans would get daily updates, building anticipation and hype like never before. And they would watch matches on TV. The Star League in South Korea wasn't just a tournament, it was an event. Players trained rigorously, strategies were dissected, and matches attracted audiences that rivaled traditional sports. The stakes were high, with players earning six-figure sums. And the game's most iconic player, Boxer, boasted a fan club of over 500,000 people, opening up paths for future stars like Flash. StarCraft became not just a good game, but the definitive game for an entire country, a moment in time when a nation embraced the digital future. And this helped it become the singular example of a great RTS that every other strategy game would be held up against. System Shock 2 was a game that dared to be different. At its core, it was a survival horror game, but it didn't just rely on jump scares or grotesque monsters. Instead, it created an atmosphere of dread and unease, where every corner could hide danger and every sound could be a threat. The game's setting, a derelict spaceship, was a character in itself, filled with dark corridors, malfunctioning systems, and an ever-present feeling of isolation. But what truly set System Shock 2 apart was its commitment to storytelling. The game didn't just tell you a story, it made you live it through audio logs, environmental clues, and interactions with the ship's AI. Players were slowly fed pieces of a larger narrative puzzle. It was a game that respected its players, trusting them to piece together its intricate plot without handholding or exposition dumps. And with many a twist, this wasn't just about surviving. It was about understanding your own identity and place in this dystopian world. The development team behind it was young, underfunded, and relatively inexperienced, yet they had a vision and they stuck to it. They faced challenges from the initial lukewarm reception to the limitations of the dark engine they were working with. But they persevered, and in doing so, they created a masterpiece. It paved the way for titles like Deus Ex and BioShock, games that also blended genres and emphasized deep storytelling. But more than that, System Shock 2 challenged the norms of game design. It proved that games could be more than just mindless entertainment. They could be thought-provoking, immersive experiences that stayed with the players long after the credits rolled. And yet, despite its critical acclaim, System Shock 2 was not a commercial hit upon release. It was a slow burn, a game that found its audience over time, thanks to word of mouth and a dedicated fan base. But its legacy is undeniable. Age of Empires 2 wasn't just about building empires, it was about living history. With 13 civilizations to choose from, players could relive the grandeur of the Byzantines, the conquest of the Mongols, or the resilience of the Vikings. Each civilization wasn't just a reskin, they had their unique units, technologies, and playstyles. This diversity gave players a sense of authenticity, making every campaign feel like a new history lesson. Age of Empires 2 was a game of strategy, patience, and foresight. Every move mattered, every decision had consequences, and every game was a battle of wits. And just like in chess, where every piece has its role, in Age of Empires 2, every unit, from the humble villager to the mighty trebuchet, had its purpose. But what truly set Age of Empires 2 apart was its commitment to historical accuracy. The game was a labor of love, with Ensemble Studios poring over historical texts and consulting experts to ensure that every detail, from the architecture to the unit designs, was as accurate as possible. This dedication to authenticity made the game more than just entertainment. It was an interactive history lesson. But perhaps the most fascinating aspect of Age of Empires 2 is its enduring legacy. Here we are in 2023, and the game is still receiving DLCs. That's a testament to its timeless appeal. Few games can boast such longevity, and even fewer can claim to have maintained their relevance over 2 decades later. Imagine a world where you're handed the keys to an empty plot of land and told, go on, build the amusement park of your dreams. That's the magic of Roller Coaster Tycoon. But it wasn't just about placing rides and collecting ticket sales. Oh no, it was about crafting experiences, managing resources, and ensuring every visitor left with a smile on their face, or at least with an empty wallet. You weren't just placing pre-designed rides, you were designing them. Want a roller coaster that defies the laws of physics? Go for it. Want a gentle carousel right next to a heart-stopping drop tower? Why not? The game gave you the tools, but your imagination was the limit. And let's not forget about those hilarious ride names, the Vomitorium, anyone? But an aspect that often gets overlooked is the scenarios based on real parks. This wasn't just a fun addition, these scenarios introduced players to real-world challenges faced by amusement park managers. From managing budgets to dealing with unpredictable weather, these scenarios added a level of realism to the game, making victories all the more satisfying. This was a pivotal year for the platforming genre, marked by the release of 3 standout titles: Ape Escape, Sonic Adventure, and Donkey Kong 64. Each game, developed by separate gaming giants, Sony, Sega, and Nintendo respectively, offered unique innovations, but also highlighted the challenges the genre faced in the rapidly evolving gaming landscape. Ape Escape wasn't just another platformer, it was a game that demanded more from players and their controllers. Before Ape Escape, the DualShock controller was just a fancy addition to the PlayStation console, but this game changed all that. It wasn't just about jumping and running, players had to use both analog sticks to control the character and gadgets, introducing a new level of immersion and complexity. This was the birth of the dual-stick control scheme, a standard in today's gaming world. It's like when you first learned to ride a bike with no hands, exhilarating and game-changing. Ape Escape showed us that controllers could be more than just buttons and joysticks, they could be an extension of the gaming experience itself. Sonic Adventure's release was a curious case of timing and perception. Picture this, a mere 3 weeks after the monumental release of Ocarina of Time in Japan, Sonic Adventure hits the shelves. Now, Ocarina of Time was a game that redefined what an action-adventure game could be, setting a gold standard for the genre. So when Sonic Adventure came out so closely on its heels, expectations were sky high. But here's where things get tricky. By the time Sonic Adventure made its way to American shores, it had already been a year since its Japanese release. A year might not seem like much, but in the late 90s gaming world, it was an eternity. The industry was advancing at a pace that was almost hard to keep up with. Games that were groundbreaking one day could feel almost archaic the next. So when American gamers finally got their hands on Sonic Adventure, it was met with a mix of excitement and a tinge of disappointment. Not because it wasn't a good game, but because the market had already moved on to bigger and better things. The game's ambitious open-world exploration and multiple character storylines were impressive, but they were also indicative of a trend that was becoming problematic. Donkey Kong 64 was a technical marvel, boasting a vast world filled with content, yet its sheer size was both its strength and its Achilles heel. The game was so expansive that it required an additional memory expansion pack to function properly on the Nintendo 64. This wasn't just a minor inconvenience, it symbolized a genre pushing its boundaries, sometimes to its own detriment. The need for an expansion pack underscored the fact that platformers were becoming too grandiose for their own good, with developers prioritizing scale over streamlined gameplay. Originally dubbed climbing games due to Donkey Kong's many ladders, the platforming genre, which had once been the bread and butter of the gaming world, was starting to show signs of wear and tear. There was an influx of platforming games, and while many were good, there was a sense of oversaturation. Gamers were being bombarded with bigger and more complex platformers, but the charm and simplicity that had once defined a genre was getting lost in the shuffle. The Donkey Kong 64 memory pack issue was emblematic of this. Games were being developed that were too vast for even the consoles they were designed for. The late 90s was a transformative period for the gaming industry. As the new millennium dawned, the platforming genre, once the cornerstone of gaming, began to wane. The rapid advancement in other genres, combined with a perceived stagnation in platformers, led to a decline in its popularity. The genre's giants were innovating, but the pace was frenetic, and the essence of what made platformers great was getting lost in the race. The genre, once the crown jewel of gaming, saw its market share plummet. At one point, the top-performing genre, with the many Mario and Sonic games, in the late 90s it was still a top-performing genre. But from a commanding 15% in 1998, it dwindled to a mere 2% by 2002. The platforming genre faced stiff competition from other genres that were innovating at a rapid pace. While platformers often played it safe, targeting younger audiences or avoiding the platform label altogether, genres like RPGs, shooters, and action-adventures were pushing boundaries and capturing players' imaginations. In the same time period that platformer all but disappeared as a genre, RPGs bulked up to over 21% of total video game sales. The gaming landscape was evolving, and platformers, for all their charm and nostalgia, were struggling to keep up.
The Federal Trade Commission recently discovered how Nintendo keeps its prices high.
Nintendo fixed prices with their dealers, wouldn't allow dealers to discount, and as a result, consumers that tried to comparison shop were just wasting their time.
Probably all remember Pong. That was probably the first video game that you could play at home. But we have come a long way in the last 15 years.
Critics, including the National PTA, say such video games contribute to violence in real life. And television's Captain Kangaroo says parents are not paying enough attention.
Understand that these are not harmless toys, that they can indeed cause great emotional and other damage to a child.
So we ought to think twice about the impact of ads for so-called first-person shooter video games, like the recent ad for a game that invites players to, and I quote, get in touch with your gun-toting, cold-blooded, murdering side.
Pokemon is an undeniable obsession with children across the country.
Parents should not let their kids watch Pokemon, play Pokemon, buy Pokemon cards, have anything whatsoever to do with Pokemon, because the message is violence.
For the holidays, guaranteed, and I can probably guarantee you there's another year and a half to this craze. It hasn't even peaked yet.
You've played games like Quake, you know how hard this can be on your fingers and on your brain. In fact, it ought to be an Olympic sport, I would think.
It's the kind of total concentration most parents would like to see them apply to their homework or reading the classics. For this generation, this is where it happens.
These games are getting really realistic.
From the simple beginnings of 2D pixel art to jaw-dropping 3D graphics, the year 2000 was the end result of an explosion of creativity and innovation, powered by technological advancements and a fierce competition among the industry's titans. In this golden era, the iconic rivalry between Nintendo and Sega captivated gamers worldwide. Sony stepped into the fray with their groundbreaking PlayStation, raising the stakes even higher. The indie game scene thrived, with the Independent Games Festival shining a light on small developers who dared dream big. Video games finally gained recognition as a legitimate art form, with prestigious award ceremonies celebrating the industry's accomplishments. The British Academy of Film and Television Arts, BAFTA, hosted its third annual BAFTA Interactive Entertainment Awards for multimedia technologies, with 7 of the 20 awards going to video games. David Bowie, for instance, was honored in part for his contributions to the game Omicron the Nomad Soul. In terms of sales, Pokemon is the best-selling game worldwide for the 3rd consecutive year. However, in the US, it was Tony Hawk's Pro Skater that was making waves. Despite being a 5 out of 5, 10 out of 10 game with platinum sales awards, selling millions of copies and breaking numerous sales records, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater was largely a US phenomenon. Just a few years prior to the release of Pro Skater, Tony Hawk himself was struggling financially, with the skateboarding scene in the US described as post-apocalyptic. Many brands within the scene were declaring bankruptcy, and skaters were hoarding trucks out of fear they'd have to pour their own wheels. Skateboarding, originally a California sport popularized by surfers, had its roots in the 1920s and 1930s. However, it wasn't until the release of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater that skateboarding truly became an international sport, with companies emerging in Brazil, England, and Germany. Meanwhile, Rare, a British video game developer formerly known as Ultimate Play the Game, is making a new name for itself with the release of games like Banjo-Tooie, Perfect Dark, and Donkey Kong 64. However, the company was heading towards burnout, and despite the success of their games, development costs were increasing. Nintendo did not provide Rare with more capital. Why do people consider 2000 the golden year of gaming? Was it the perfect storm of creativity, technology, and market conditions? And how did the industry's evolution impact the games themselves, pushing developers to new heights and transforming the way we play today? Developed under the visionary leadership of Will Wright, The Sims was a digital playground, a sandbox of life. Wright, who had already made waves with the SimCity series, took inspiration from Christopher Alexander's 1977 book, A Pattern Language. This book delved into the architecture of cities and the patterns of human interaction within them. Wright's genius was in taking these architectural principles and applying them to the microcosm of a single household. Most games have a clear objective, a final boss, an end game. But The Sims, it was a game without an endpoint. It was more akin to a toy, a digital dollhouse where players could endlessly experiment and play. This open-ended nature was revolutionary. It gave players the freedom to craft their own narratives, to create, to destroy, and to live out countless virtual lives. The gaming world, especially back in 2000, was predominantly male-dominated, but The Sims broke that mold. A significant portion of its community was female players. This wasn't just a statistical anomaly, it was a testament to the game's universal appeal. The Sims didn't cater to a traditional gamer demographic, it reached out to everyone. It was a game that transcended gender, age, and cultural boundaries. The core of The Sims was its focus on human behavior and interaction. It wasn't about slaying dragons or saving the world, it was about the everyday dramas, joys, and tragedies of virtual people. The emphasis on social interactions was groundbreaking. Players weren't just controlling characters, they were shaping lives, forging relationships, and crafting stories. Its critical acclaim and commercial success are well documented. With several sequels and spin-offs, The Sims established itself as the best-selling PC game of all time, finally knocking Myst off the top position it had held since 1993.
Greetings, stranger. I'm not surprised to see your kind here.
Developed over a grueling 3-year period with a crunch time that spanned a year and a half, the dedication and passion of the Blizzard team were evident in every pixel and every line of code in Diablo 2. Its dark fantasy themes were a stark departure from the more colorful and vibrant worlds we were accustomed to. The game's atmosphere was palpable, drawing players into its grim narrative and making every encounter feel like a battle for survival. The haunting soundtrack, the eerie sound effects, and the meticulously designed environments all contributed to a sense of immersion that few games could rival. But atmosphere alone doesn't make a game great. Diablo 2 introduced a complex item system that added layers of depth to the gameplay. Every weapon, every piece of armor, every potion had its own unique properties, encouraging players to experiment and strategize. This was complemented by multiple character classes, each with its own set of abilities and playstyles. Whether you were a paladin smiting foes with divine wrath, or a necromancer raising the dead to do your bidding, Diablo 2 ensured that every playthrough felt fresh and unique. In an era where games were becoming more forgiving, Diablo 2 dared to challenge its players. Hardcore mode was not for the faint of heart. One death and your character was gone forever. This added a level of tension and stakes that few games could match. Every battle was a risk, every decision mattered, and every victory felt earned. Deus Ex wasn't just another action role-playing game, it was a masterclass in design and storytelling. The world it presented was vast, not just in terms of physical space, but in the depth of its lore and the complexity of its characters. The fact that the game's scope was initially intended to be 3 to 4 times its final size is a testament to the ambition of its creators. While many of these additional levels and ideas were left on the cutting room floor, what remained was a dense, intricate world that players could lose themselves in. One of the most chilling aspects of Deus Ex is its uncanny ability to mirror real-world events. The missing Twin Towers from the game's skyline, explained away as the result of a terrorist attack, is a haunting premonition of the tragic events that would unfold just 1 year later. However, this wasn't a deliberate prediction, but a limitation of the technology at the time. Yet the eerie accuracy of this detail adds a layer of depth and realism to the game's world. Similarly, the subplot surrounding the Grey Death, a rampant disease the world struggles to contain, feels all too familiar in today's context. While the in-game virus was a tool for world domination, the parallels to our own battles with global pandemics are hard to ignore. It's a stark reminder of the power of video games to reflect and even anticipate the challenges of the real world. At its core, Deus Ex is a game about choices. Whether it's the skills you invest in, the weapons you modify, or the narrative paths you pursue, the game constantly adapts to your decisions. Playing as JC Denton, an agent enhanced with nano-augmentations, you're not just a passive observer, you're an active participant, shaping the world and its outcomes. This level of player agency was groundbreaking at the time and set the stage for future titles that would put choice at the forefront of gameplay. In an era where most games rewarded players for charging headfirst into battle, Thief 2 took a different approach. Here, the shadows were your ally, and the quietest approach was often the most rewarding. This wasn't a game about how many enemies you could defeat. It was about how many you could avoid. The emphasis on stealth over combat was a refreshing change of pace, challenging players to think critically about the environment and use their surroundings to their advantage. Drawing inspiration from Victorian and steampunk aesthetics, the game's dark fantasy world was both familiar and foreign. The cobbled streets, the gaslit alleyways, and the towering cathedrals all contributed to a sense of a place that was palpable. But it wasn't just the visuals. The sound design was equally impressive. The distant footsteps of a guard, the muffled conversations behind closed doors, and the eerie silence of an empty room all added layers of immersion that few games could match. Garrett, our master thief, had an arsenal of tools at his disposal, each more inventive than the last. The remote camera was a game changer, allowing players to scout ahead and plan their approach, but it was the special arrows that truly showcased the game's creativity. Water arrows to douse torches, noisemaker arrows to divert attention, and moss arrows to muffle footsteps. Each tool required players to think strategically and adapt to the situation at hand. There is one aspect of Thief 2 that often goes overlooked, its cutscenes. These weren't your typical game cinematics. Layered with artwork, live action footage, and a unique animation style, they were a testament to the game's commitment to pushing boundaries. The influence of films like Eraserhead and The Elephant Man is evident, adding a cinematic flair that elevated the game's narrative. It's impossible to discuss Thief 2 without acknowledging the challenges faced by Looking Glass Studios. Despite the game's critical acclaim, financial troubles and slow royalty payments cast a shadow over its success. The dedication of the team, even in the face of adversity, is a testament to their passion and commitment to their craft. This is personally one of my favorite games ever made. I would be the one putting this in a time capsule if I was around when it was put in the ground in 2000. This is a game that holds up well, and you should go play it. Sega, once a titan in the console wars, was on shaky ground, marked by innovation, ambition, and a series of missteps that would ultimately reshape the company's destiny. The backdrop to this tumultuous period was the financial instability that Sega found itself in, following their underwhelming performance of the Sega Saturn. With the weight of this failure on their shoulders, Sega was in dire need of a win, and they placed their bets on the Dreamcast. Isao Okawa, the company's chairman, was a visionary. He saw the untapped potential of online gaming long before it became the norm. His belief in this future was so strong that he personally funded free internet access for Japanese Dreamcast units during the expensive dial-up era. This was a bold move, especially when you consider that many of Sega's studios were deeply engrossed in their own projects. But Okawa's vision was clear. He wanted a flagship online game for the Dreamcast. Enter Sonic Team, led by the talented Yuji Naka. Tasked with this monumental challenge, they looked to popular online RPGs for inspiration. Diablo, with its captivating action and graphics, was a particular influence. The result was Phantasy Star Online, or PSO, a game that seamlessly blended the best elements of action RPGs in a 3D universe. But what's truly remarkable is Okawa's involvement in the project. Even as he battled terminal illness, he remained deeply invested, eagerly awaiting updates from his hospital bed. Here was a game that dared to take the RPG genre online, at a time when most of us were still grappling with dial-up connections. But it wasn't just the online aspect that made it stand out. PSO was a melting pot of ideas. It borrowed the action and graphics of games like Diablo and threw them into a 3D universe, creating a seamless blend of action and role-playing. Players from around the world could team up, embark on quests, and even communicate using a unique system of symbols. This was a time before voice chat became mainstream, and yet PSO managed to create deep connections between players. Many forged friendships that lasted well beyond the game's lifespan. The game was divided into episodes, each with its own set of challenges, quests, and storylines. This episodic approach kept players engaged, always eager for the next installment. It was a precursor to the DLCs and episodic games we see today. However, the brilliance of PSO couldn't shield Sega from the broader challenges it faced. The PlayStation 2's impending launch cast a long shadow, and the Dreamcast sales in the US began to falter. In a bid to compete, Sega offered hefty rebates on the Dreamcast, further deepening its financial troubles. The situation reached a breaking point when Sega of America's executives announced the discontinuation of the Dreamcast. This decision, coming on the heels of the release of Sonic Adventure 2 and the tragic passing of Okawa, was a significant blow. However, the challenges Sega faced were not just external. Internally, there were significant disagreements and missteps that contributed to the company's struggles. For instance, Hayao Nakayama's push for the early release of the 32X and the Sega Saturn in the West proved disastrous. Hideki Sato's decision to focus on 2D sprite capabilities for the Saturn, only to later pivot to 3D polygons, made the console notoriously difficult to program for. These decisions, coupled with external pressures, created a perfect storm that Sega struggled to navigate. The company's challenges were further compounded by failed business ventures and mergers. Nakayama's attempt to merge with Bandai, another company facing challenges fell through. This failure marked the end of Nakayama's tenure at Sega. The Dreamcast's development also faced hurdles, with Sato's insistence on using Japanese NEC chips leading to a chip shortage that hampered the console's launch. With Okawa's passing and the company's continued struggles, Sega found itself at a crossroads. Okawa, in a final act of generosity, gifted his shares to the company, a move that likely saved Sega from collapse. However, the company's future remained uncertain, though one name emerged from the shadows, ready to take on a project that would once again put Sega in the spotlight. Yu Suzuki, a legendary figure within the company, had a vision for a game that would push the boundaries of storytelling and immersion, and its development would become a defining chapter in Sega's history.
Stay back, Mule.
For the last time, where is the mirror?
I've no intention of telling you.
Developed by Sega for the Dreamcast, Shenmue was the brainchild of Yu Suzuki, a luminary in the gaming world. Suzuki wasn't just any game designer, he was the force behind arcade classics like Space Harrier and Outrun. But with Shenmue, he was venturing into uncharted territory. This wasn't just a game, it was an experience. A sprawling epic that sought to blur the lines between gaming and cinema. Originally envisioned as a Virtua Fighter RPG for the Sega Saturn, it transitioned to the Dreamcast. Suzuki introduced a concept he termed FREE, Full Reactive Eyes Entertainment. This wasn't just a catchy acronym, it was a philosophy. Shenmue offered players an unparalleled level of freedom. You weren't just playing a character, you were living as Ryo Hazuki. Every NPC had a routine, shops opened and closed, the world had its own day-night cycle, and the weather changed organically. It wasn't just about the main quest, it was about immersing oneself in a living, breathing world. Today, we're spoiled with expansive open worlds in games like The Witcher 3 and Red Dead Redemption 2, but back in 2000, this was revolutionary. Shenmue's world wasn't just big, it was alive. It was a world that felt real, tangible. Shenmue's narrative was a tapestry of emotion, culture, and martial arts. Ryo Hazuki's quest for revenge took players from the streets of Yokosuka to the heart of China. But it wasn't just about avenging a father's death. It was a journey of self-discovery, of understanding one's place in the world, and of coming to terms with destiny. Suzuki's own trip to China in 1993, where he delved into martial arts and scouted locations, heavily influenced the game's narrative and setting. Suzuki and his team went to great lengths to ensure the game's world was as accurate as possible. Suzuki immersed himself in the culture, the martial arts, and the locations in China during his visit that would inspire the game's setting. This dedication to realism extended to the game's weather patterns, which were based on actual meteorological data from the 1980s. It's this attention to detail that made Shenmue's world feel so immersive. Shenmue wasn't just innovative in its world building, it also brought back and redefined gameplay mechanics. The game introduced the world to quick-time events, or QTEs. These events required players to respond to on-screen prompts, blending cinematic sequences with gameplay. While QTEs are commonplace now, Shenmue was the title that coined the term and popularized the mechanic. Shenmue was also expensive. I mean, really expensive. Its budget was a staggering $70 million, equivalent to $125 million today. A budget that would make Hollywood blockbusters blush even today. It was, at the time, the most expensive video game ever developed. Despite its groundbreaking mechanics and narrative depth, it was a commercial misstep. The game's massive budget meant it had to sell an unrealistic number of copies to break even. And while it was critically acclaimed and developed a passionate fan base, it just couldn't move enough units. This commercial failure, coupled with the Dreamcast's own struggles against the PlayStation 2, meant that Shenmue became a symbol of Sega's challenges in the early 2000s. Yu Suzuki's star was greatly diminished by the expensive failure of Shenmue. Shenmue 2 managed to do even worse. And while Suzuki would be involved in a few more games like Virtua Fighter 4, which was marginally successful, the remainder of his time at Sega would primarily be spent on games that would be cancelled. Failures like Sci-Fi, a touchscreen-based arcade fighter that burnt players' fingers from how hot it got. Or Shenmue Online, which cost $26 million trying to break into China's MMO market, but never even managed to be launched. After a game called Pure Breed, in which the player travels around as a human with a pet dog who slowly starts to look like them, was cancelled in the concept stage because it would simply be too expensive, Yu Suzuki finally decided to retire from Sega. But his story isn't quite over yet, as we would see a few years later. Welcome to 2001, a year that saw industry giants shifting gears, consoles going head-to-head, and storytelling soaring to new heights. First on the list, we must tip our hats to Sega, who gracefully bowed out of the console market after the Dreamcast didn't quite hit the mark. Though it was a bittersweet goodbye, Sega's departure marked a turning point in the industry, paving the way for fresh competition and innovation. Speaking of competition, 2001 was the zenith of the sixth console generation. Nintendo brought the GameCube to the party, while Microsoft made a grand entrance with the Xbox. With the PlayStation already on the scene, the stage was set for a new console war that would define the next decade. 2001 marked a leap in storytelling, with titles embracing more mature themes. Players found themselves immersed in complex narratives and vibrant worlds that they could scarcely have imagined just a year earlier. And let's not forget the online revolution. 2001 saw the birth of multiplayer experiences that connected players across the globe, creating a sense of camaraderie and competition that was simply unprecedented. And of course, for the fourth year in a row, the best-selling game was Pokemon. How did the gaming industry evolve from the golden year of 2000 to the groundbreaking year of 2001? And what were the ripple effects of these changes on the games that came to define the era? In the late 90s, nestled within the fast-paced landscape of game development, Bungie, an indie developer from Chicago, was crafting its next vision. Having already left a mark with their tactical game Myth in 1997, the team at Bungie aimed to transcend that success. Their ambitious project, a real-time strategy game that would eventually birth the Halo universe as we know it. However, context is essential. The gaming landscape was different. While PC gaming was thriving, especially with real-time strategy titles like Age of Empires and Command & Conquer, consoles were more associated with platformers and increasingly RPGs. Bungie's predilection to weave detailed narratives, as seen in their previous games, was now being channeled into a genre that was ripe for innovation. In these early developmental stages, their vision for Halo included sprawling terrains, indicative of a focus on large-scale strategies. One can almost visualize the grand armies of Spartans and Warthogs clashing with the alien might of the Covenant on vast open plains. However, the reality at Bungie was far more tumultuous. Their last title, Myth 2 Soulblighter, had seen a problematic release, marred by a grave bug that inadvertently deleted players' system files, leading to a costly recall of the game. This financial blunder strained Bungie's resources, putting it over $1 million in the hole and jeopardized its independent status. This vulnerability would set the stage for one of the most consequential partnerships in gaming history. At the turn of the millennium, Microsoft was venturing aggressively into the console market with its ambitious DirectX Box project. For Microsoft, the success of this endeavor hinged not only on the hardware, but also on securing exclusive, compelling content. Enter Halo. Steve Jobs unveiled Halo at Macworld 1999, signaling its release for Apple's Macintosh. It was an announcement that captured the gaming community's imagination. Here was a game that promised to bridge the gap between console and PC gaming experiences. However, the financial pressures on Bungie and Microsoft's strategic visions intersected in an unprecedented move. By mid-2000, whispers in the industry corridors were confirmed. Microsoft had acquired Bungie. This acquisition wasn't just a business transaction, it was an alignment of visions and mutual needs. Bungie needed a lifeline, and Microsoft needed a flagship. With Microsoft's backing, Halo underwent a metamorphosis. The vast landscapes designed for RTS warfare were retained, but the perspective shifted. Now players were not commanders watching from the skies, they were Spartans on the ground. This transformation was not merely cosmetic, it required rethinking gameplay dynamics, player engagement, and narrative immersion. A pivotal challenge was the control scheme. First-person shooters on consoles were a rarity, and many that existed struggled with clunky controls. Bungie's solution followed the lead of Argonaut Games' Alien Resurrection, the dual analog control setup, which became the blueprint for FPS games on consoles. Yet, beneath these technicalities, the soul of Halo, its narrative, remained robust. From the enigmatic bond between Master Chief and Cortana to the theological motivations of the Covenant, the story offered a rich tapestry of interpersonal relationships, politics, and existential threats. By the time Halo Combat Evolved launched on the Xbox in November 2001, it was not just another game on a shelf, it was a statement to resilience, innovation, and strategic partnerships. It showcased the result of Bungie's passionate creativity married to Microsoft's ambitious vision. The Halo effect had begun, not just in the game's universe, but in ours as well. It is unimaginably influential, not just to the gamers who played it, but to the developers making other games. Halo had rewritten everything, and every game suddenly needed to be a Halo killer. Rockstar released Grand Theft Auto 3. The open-world crime adventure they crafted was a masterclass in game design, offering players a sandbox experience that was unparalleled. Before this, the concept of an open world was relatively nascent, but GTA 3 took it, refined it, and set a gold standard. The City of Liberty was vast, detailed, and alive. Every NPC, every car, every building was meticulously crafted to immerse the player fully. The freedom it offered was intoxicating. You weren't just playing a character, you were living a life in a city of endless possibilities. This was the game that truly defined what open world meant, and in doing so, it paved the way for several sequels and inevitably a slew of imitators trying to capture that same magic. But the landscape wasn't just shaped by GTA 3 alone. Just 3 weeks prior, the world was introduced to another titan, Halo. While GTA 3 was redefining open-world gameplay, Halo was revolutionizing the first-person shooter genre. The impact of these two releases was profound. They didn't just raise the bar, they were the bar. Developers now had new benchmarks of excellence to aspire to, and the way games were designed, played, and even reviewed underwent a metamorphosis. An interesting case study from this period is Jak and Daxter. On its own, it was a solid game, but its release in the shadow of GTA 3 did it no favors. Critics, fresh off the high of Liberty City, found it hard to appreciate Jak and Daxter in the same light. The standards had shifted so dramatically and so quickly that what would have been a hit in any other year seemed lackluster in comparison. The combined might of GTA 3 and Halo was a force to be reckoned with. Together, they were bigger than anything the industry had seen before or arguably since. Their influence was so pervasive that they didn't just shape the games that followed, they shaped the expectations of an entire generation of gamers. Developers now had to think bigger, aim higher, and innovate more than ever before. In between revolutionizing the first-person shooter genre with Marathon and Halo, Bungie took some time to update the third-person beat-em-up with Oni, a cyberpunk action romp. Heroine Kanoko stands alongside Darcy Stern from Urban Chaos as one of the great lost female protagonists of video gaming. A renegade cop with a devastating range of combat moves, an interesting backstory, and clothes that, well, she basically wore actual clothes. Although criticized at the time for its sparse visuals and lack of multiplayer, this combination shooter/brawler has such pace and energy, paving the way for modern Melee releases like Batman Arkham Asylum. Drawing its inspiration from Mamoru Oshii's anime Ghost in the Shell and Toshimichi Suzuki's anime Bubblegum Crisis, Bungie's Oni promised a fresh gaming experience. The dream was to blend intense melee combat with a narrative draped in anime-inspired visuals, offering something that was both familiar and entirely new. The fusion of cyberpunk aesthetic with a fluid combat system presented an inviting challenge for the Bungie West scheme. However, dreams often collide with reality. As Bungie steered forward with Oni's development, challenges mounted. A glaring bug in the release of Myth 2 led to a financial storm, forcing Bungie to seek refuge by selling a stake of the company to Take-Two Interactive. With this new partnership and the infusion of capital, the path seemed clear for Oni, yet the realities of game development came biting. The demo showcased at the prominent E3 gaming conference was revealed to be more of a facade, masking the actual state of the game's development. Internally, tensions brewed. Brent Pease, who initially was at the helm of Oni's creative direction, often found himself at odds with his team. This friction culminated in his removal and the introduction of Hardy LaBelle, who overhauled the game's narrative and design. Under LaBelle's guidance, Oni saw a new dawn, edging closer to its anticipated release. Much of the discourse surrounding female characters in video games tend to circle around their attire, often a reflection of the era's objectification. Kanako, with her practical attire, served as a progressive step. By bringing a character that was both grounded in reality and dynamically powerful, Bungie highlighted that female protagonists didn't need to be overly sexualized to be potent and memorable. A game, especially one as ambitious as Oni, is as much about the ideas it brings to fruition as ones it's forced to sideline. The absence of multiplayer, once a gleaming feature, speaks of the hard choices developers often make. Bungie's larger focus on Halo, the buyout by Microsoft, and the overshadowing of Oni during these crucial moments adds layers to its story, making it a product of not just innovation, but also adaptation. January 2001 marked the culmination of years of toil as Oni finally graced store shelves. However, the reception was far from the euphoria Bungie West had hoped. Muted marketing support by Take-Two, who now viewed Bungie as a competing company after its acquisition, coupled with a lackluster console port by Rockstar Games, dampened its initial impact. As sales figures trickled in, the numbers painted a grim picture. Less than 100,000 copies sold. And just as it was trying to find its voice amidst the clamor of new releases, Bungie's crown jewel, Halo, took the world by storm, relegating Oni further into the shadows. Yet to dismiss Oni solely based on its commercial performance would be a grave oversight. One of the most intriguing facets of Oni lies in its narrative underpinnings. Set across a mere week and a half, its story was often described as understated. In an age where sprawling narratives were becoming the norm, Oni dared to be concise. It evokes reflection upon the brevity of its plot versus the vastness of its influence. This understatement isn't a weakness, it's a conscious choice, focusing on concentrated storytelling and reminding us that even within brevity, depth can be achieved. The question that lingers in the minds of many is, why hasn't there been a sequel? Ownership disputes between Take-Two and Bungie have muddied the water, and while Oni might not currently be viewed as a commercial goldmine, any hint of Bungie's interest could transform its perceived value for Take-Two. Oni's development offers a window into the turbulence of the late 90s and early 2000s in the video game industry. Financial troubles, acquisitions, and talent turnovers weren't mere headlines, they were transformative forces. Bungie's journey from its fiscal challenges in 1998 to Microsoft's acquisition in 2000 mirrors the industry's unpredictable nature. However, amidst these seismic shifts, what persisted was the sheer passion and vision of the developers. And this is best epitomized by the ever-passionate fan community, who even today breathe life into Oni with mods, gameplay tools, and envisioned sequels.
There was nothing about the starry sky that night to suggest that strange and mysterious things would soon be happening. As unsuspecting muggles slept, a huge motorbike with a giant astride it tumbled down from the darkness.
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone's success was staggering. It wasn't just the best-selling PlayStation game of its time, but it outsold iconic titles like every Crash Bandicoot, every Tomb Raider, and even Metal Gear Solid 1. To put this into perspective, on its release day, it shared the spotlight with Halo. Yet while Halo was revolutionizing the FPS genre, Harry Potter was weaving its own kind of magic, enchanting gamers of all ages. Behind this monumental success was Argonauts, the same team that brought us gems like Croc and Star Fox. Their expertise in creating immersive 3D environments was evident in every corner of Hogwarts. Every nook and cranny was crafted with care, making players feel like they were truly wandering the halls of the magical school, dodging Peeves and sneaking past Filch. The game's engine, previously developed for the Croc series, was repurposed brilliantly, showcasing Argonauts' versatility and prowess. One of the most intriguing aspects of the game's development was its collaboration with Warner Brothers. This ensured that the game was not just a hasty adaptation, but a faithful recreation of the beloved story. The sets, the environment, even the narrative nuances were borrowed from the film adaptation, making the game a visual and auditory treat. It was a masterclass in how to adapt a movie into a game without losing its essence. But what truly set the game apart was its puzzle-based gameplay. Aimed at a younger demographic, the game didn't rely on fast reflexes or complex mechanics. Instead, it was about exploration, about using one's wits to navigate the challenges of Hogwarts. This approach resonated with players, offering a refreshing change from the high-octane titles of the era. The game's success wasn't just limited to the PlayStation. On the PC, it was the best-selling game of 2001. Its revenue crossed the $500 million mark, placing it among the highest-grossing games of all time. These numbers weren't just statistics, they were a testament to the game's universal appeal. Final Fantasy X was more than just another entry in the beloved series. It was a statement that Square Enix was ready to embrace the next generation of gaming. The game's visuals were nothing short of breathtaking. Every frame, every pixel was meticulously crafted to showcase the power of the PlayStation 2. From the sprawling landscapes of Spyro to the detailed character models, it was evident that this was a game that had been developed with a lot of love and passion. But visuals alone don't make a game iconic. It's the stories, the characters, and the gameplay that leave a lasting impact. And Final Fantasy X delivered on all fronts. The narrative was deep, emotional, and resonated with players. It tackled themes of love, sacrifice, and the inexorable march of time. The characters, especially Tidus and Yuna, became instant fan favorites. Their journey, their struggles, and their eventual fate tugged at the heartstrings of many. The combat system in Final Fantasy X was a fresh take on the traditional turn-based mechanics. It introduced the conditional turn-based battle system, which added a layer of strategy to the fights. Players had to think ahead, plan their moves, and anticipate their enemies' actions. It was a departure from the active time battle system of previous games, but it was a change that was well received. Amidst the gigantic shadows cast by Halo and Grand Theft Auto 3, Final Fantasy X shone brightly. It was the beacon for JRPG fans, the game that stood its ground and showcased that there was still a place for heartfelt narratives and intricate gameplay mechanics. It is honestly saying something that it was one of the only games that wasn't completely blown out of the water by Halo and GTA 3. X is also the first time in the series that characters had voices, bringing them to life in a way that text boxes never could. It was a bold move, and while there were a few hiccups, the infamous Tidus laughing scene comes to mind, it added a layer of depth to the narrative. At its core, Ico is a tale of two unlikely companions, a horned boy named Ico and a mysterious girl named Yorda. The game begins with Ico being banished to an abandoned fortress because of his horns, a sign of bad luck. Inside, he encounters Yorda, and together they navigate the labyrinthine castle, evading shadowy creatures and solving intricate puzzles to find their way out. The game's environment is a character in itself. The vast, echoing chambers, the hauntingly beautiful architecture, and the ethereal light that filters through the cracks create an atmosphere that is both eerie and enchanting. There's no dialogue in the traditional sense. The communication between Ico and Yorda is through gestures, helping hands, and shared challenges, making their bond feel organic and genuine. One of the game's most iconic elements is in its use of hand-holding. Ico literally holds Yorda's hand to guide her through the castle. This simple mechanic becomes a powerful symbol of their interdependence and the game's overarching themes of trust, companionship, and sacrifice. Now juxtapose Ico's reception with that of Metal Gear Solid 2. MGS2 was a sequel to a beloved game and expectations were sky high. When players discovered they wouldn't be spending most of their time as the iconic Solid Snake, there was an uproar. The game's intricate plot, touching on themes of identity and reality, was overshadowed by this initial disappointment. But as years passed, perception shifted. The very elements that were once criticized in MGS2 became the subjects of deep analytical discussions. Players began to appreciate the game's narrative risks and its commentary on player agency and identity. Similarly, Ico, which might have been initially dismissed by some as just another puzzle game, began to be recognized for its profound emotional depth and innovative design. This evolution in perception isn't unique to video games. Think about Vincent van Gogh, who only sold a few paintings in his lifetime, but is now heralded as one of the greatest painters of all time. Or the movie Blade Runner, which had a lukewarm reception upon release, but is now considered a sci-fi masterpiece. What causes these shifts? Time plays a role, certainly. Distance from initial expectations or contemporary trends allows for a more objective evaluation. But it's also about the evolving cultural landscape. As the medium of video games matured, players and critics became more adept at recognizing and appreciating nuanced storytelling, innovative mechanics, and artistic expression. 2002, a year when sequels reigned supreme and Part 2 became synonymous with success. While sequels are as common today as button mashing during a boss fight, back then they were the talk of the gaming town. The industry seemed to be operating on a simple mantra: take a good thing and make it even better, or at least attempt to. This was the year when every major player in the gaming world, from industry behemoths to indie studios, hopped on the sequel bandwagon. We saw third, fourth, and even fifth iterations of popular games with titles like 2.0, Revenge of, and Return to dominating the gaming landscape. And the best part, gamers couldn't get enough of it. This strategic shift didn't just redefine gaming franchises, but also set new expectations for the gaming community. It begs the question, was this the beginning of a new trend, or just a passing fad? As we delve into the impact of this sequel-centric year, it's essential to consider the implications for the broader gaming landscape. The rise of sequels and the focus on developing pre-existing franchises changed the way games were designed, marketed, and consumed. And Rare, Ultimate Play the Game, finally burned too brightly and simply could not continue making games the way they were. This led Rare to look for potential buyers, and this year, Microsoft purchased Rare for $375 million when Nintendo refused to purchase the company's remaining stake. Otherwise, in 2002, there's a Wind Waker, there's a Sunshine, there's a sequel. But what does this say about us, the players? Are we creatures of habit, constantly seeking the familiar, or do we just love a good story, no matter how many sequels it takes to tell it? Morrowind wasn't just about the vastness of its world, it was about the depth. Every nook and cranny of the game was steeped in lore. From the scribbled notes of a long-dead scholar to the oral histories of the Ashlander tribes, the game offered a rich tapestry of stories waiting to be discovered. This wasn't a world created overnight, it was the culmination of years of world building, drawing from the previous titles in the Elder Scrolls series, yet standing distinct in its own right. One of the game's most remarkable features was its commitment to player freedom. In an era when many RPGs still held players by the hand, guiding them from one quest to the next, Morrowind took a bold step back. It handed players a world and said, go, explore, make your own destiny. This freedom was both liberating and overwhelming. With no quest markers or clear paths, players had to rely on their wits, their compass, and often handwritten notes to navigate the game's intricate quest lines. NPCs in Morrowind had schedules. They ate, slept, interacted with others, and even had personal biases. This level of detail made the world feel alive and reactive. It wasn't just the player's story. It was a world that moved and evolved with or without the player's intervention. Another standout feature was the game's unique approach to magic and spellcrafting. Instead of being limited to a set list of spells, players could craft their own, combining different effects to create something uniquely theirs. This system allowed for a level of creativity and experimentation rarely seen in games of the era. Want to levitate while turning invisible and setting foes on fire? Morrowind said, why not? Vice City transported players to a vibrant, neon-soaked rendition of 1980s Miami. But it wasn't just the setting that made it special, it was how the game captured the essence of the era. The city was alive, pulsating to the rhythms of its iconic soundtrack. From the synthesized beats of new wave to the thumping bass of classic rock, the radio stations in Vice City were more than just background noise. They were a character in their own right, setting the mood and tone for every mission, every drive, every shootout, making players feel like they were truly living in the 80s. But a game is more than its soundtrack, and Vice City had layers. The narrative was a tapestry of ambition, betrayal, and redemption. Players stepped into the shoes of Tommy Vercetti, a character whose journey from ex-con to criminal kingpin was both thrilling and engaging. The story arcs, the side missions, the interactions with various characters, they all painted a picture of a man trying to find his place in a city that was as ruthless as it was glamorous. Beyond the main missions, the city was teeming with life and activities. From buying real estate and managing businesses to engaging in side hustles like taxi driving or vigilante missions, the game offered a plethora of activities that made the world feel alive and dynamic. This level of depth was a testament to Rockstar's commitment to creating a holistic gaming experience. It wasn't just about completing missions, it was about living in Vice City. Warcraft 3 wasn't just another strategy game, blending traditional real-time strategy elements with role-playing game mechanics. Players weren't just building bases and amassing armies, they were also guiding heroes, characters with unique abilities and progression systems through an epic narrative. This hero-centric approach was a departure from traditional RTS games and added a layer of depth and strategy that was previously unseen in the genre. The game introduced players to the realm of Azeroth, a land teeming with ancient races, powerful magic, and intricate politics. The narrative was a tapestry of alliances, betrayals, and epic battles, with players getting a front row seat to the events that would shape the world of Azeroth. This deep lore would set the stage for the lore-rich world of Warcraft. Warcraft's world editor was a powerful tool that allowed players to create custom maps and scenarios, giving them the freedom to craft their own stories and gameplay experiences. The world editor was more than just a map-making tool, it was a platform for creativity. It empowered a community of modders and creators, leading to the birth of iconic game modes like Defense of the Ancients, Dota, which would inspire an entire subgenre of games known as MOBAs, multiplayer online battle arenas, and eventually be bought by Valve and turned into Dota 2, one of the largest, most played games of all time.
I've been having these weird thoughts. Is this forbidden or not?
At a time when new franchises struggled to find their footing, Kingdom Hearts stood out, not just for its unique crossover appeal, but for its ability to resonate with players across age groups. The game's narrative told a tale of friendship, love, and the eternal battle between light and darkness. Sora, the game's protagonist, alongside Donald and Goofy, embarked on a journey that took players through familiar Disney worlds, each beautifully rendered and filled with characters we've grown up with. But it wasn't just a trip down memory lane, each world had its own story arc, intricately tied to the overarching narrative. While Kingdom Hearts borrowed heavily from the Final Fantasy playbook to the point that it's fair to call it derivative, it was evident that Square Enix was venturing into uncharted waters. The game's attempt at 3D platforming was ambitious, to say the least. It's true, the camera controls in the original release left much to be desired, often leading to frustrating gameplay experiences. The labyrinthine map designs, while visually stunning, sometimes felt more like a maze than an immersive world. And yes, the crafting system, especially for those aiming for the ultimate weapon, was nothing short of a Herculean task. But here's the thing. While these flaws were evident, they didn't overshadow the game's achievements. The combat system, with its real-time action and the introduction of the gummy ship segments, was a breath of fresh air. The game's soundtrack, composed by the legendary Yoko Shimomura, was a masterstroke, blending iconic Disney tunes with original compositions that tugged at our heartstrings. One aspect of Kingdom Hearts that often gets lost in discussions is its minigames. While they might not have been the game's strongest suit, they showcase Square Enix's commitment to creating a diverse gameplay experience. From the rhythmic challenges in Atlantica to the tournament battles in Olympus Coliseum, these minigames added layers to the gameplay, even if they weren't always a hit with players. The narrative complexity of Kingdom Hearts is something that has been both celebrated and criticized. It's dense, filled with lore, and at times can feel overwhelming. It's almost impossibly complicated to explain, let alone understand over several decades of fanhood. But that complexity is also what sets it apart. It challenges players to think, to connect the dots, and to immerse themselves in a world that is both fantastical and deeply emotional. Ratchet & Clank, developed by Insomniac Games, wasn't just another platformer, it was a testament to the studio's innovation and creativity. While it didn't match the sales figures of iconic titles like Crash Bandicoot, its significance cannot be understated. Ratchet & Clank was the first Western game to be bundled with a console in Japan, a market traditionally dominated by local developers. This move wasn't just a business decision, it was a nod to the game's universal appeal and its ability to resonate with audiences across cultural boundaries. But the game's legacy doesn't stop there. Ratchet & Clank's success laid the foundation for a franchise that would stand the test of time. Today, it remains one of Sony's longest-running franchises, second only to Gran Turismo. Its enduring appeal and consistent performance over the years played a pivotal role in Sony's decision to acquire Insomniac Games. While other platformers from the PS2 era have faded into obscurity, Ratchet & Clank continues to thrive, a testament to its timeless gameplay and compelling narrative. Now juxtapose this with the story of Sly Cooper. Developed by Sucker Punch Productions, Sly Cooper was a game that oozed charm. Its cel-shaded graphics, stealth-based gameplay, and engaging narrative set it apart from other titles of the time. While it didn't achieve blockbuster sales, it garnered a dedicated fan base, leading to the birth of a beloved series. But Sony wasn't entirely transparent or accurate about the game's sales figures. Whether this was a strategic move to bolster the game's perceived success or simply an oversight remains a topic of debate. Regardless, Sly Cooper's impact on the gaming community was undeniable. The game's nuanced approach to storytelling, combined with its unique gameplay mechanics, made it a cult classic. It was a title that dared to be different, to challenge conventions, and in doing so, carved a niche for itself. Sly Cooper's legacy is not just in the sequels it spawned, but in the memories it created for players around the world. But there's another layer to this narrative. Multimedia companies were making their foray into gaming, and the landscape was becoming increasingly competitive. Universal Interactive, for instance, owned Crash Bandicoot at the time, a move that signaled the blurring lines between traditional entertainment and gaming. In this context, the success of Ratchet & Clank and Sly Cooper is even more remarkable. These games, with their distinct identities and innovative gameplay, managed to carve a space for themselves in a crowded market. They were not just products of their time, pioneers set the stage for the future of gaming. 2003 was a year that saw the gaming landscape undergo some tectonic shifts, with monumental mergers and industry-defining launches that would shape the future of gaming as we know it. The fusion of powerhouses Square and Enix birthed a role-playing game titan, while Valve triumphantly launched Steam out of beta, forever altering the digital game distribution landscape. But these internal developments were just the tip of the iceberg. 2003 was also the year that video games officially joined the mainstream conversation, with CNN reporting that the industry was now worth a whopping $10 billion. Suddenly, video games found themselves rubbing shoulders with the cool kids, and the financial world took notice. This newfound attention and the influx of investment dollars had some far-reaching consequences. For one, the industry's focus shifted from mere entertainment to a potent combination of innovation and profit-seeking. The pressure to perform and generate revenue became increasingly intense. This shift in priorities had a profound impact on the development process, as creators were compelled to strike a delicate balance between fostering innovation and chasing profits. And this led to a transformation in the way games were developed and the stories they told. But was this metamorphosis a boon or a bane for the gaming world? Universal Games, a significant player in the gaming industry, was bought out. Fox Interactive also found itself under new ownership, and Activision, another major player in the gaming world, was also acquired, underscoring the industry's rapidly changing landscape. Vivendi, NBC, and Comcast begin to pile into the industry. Media is being changed by the inclusion of investors, and the face of gaming is the face of Wall Street. In a world where video games have become a multi-billion-dollar industry, how do we ensure that creativity and innovation continue to thrive alongside the pursuit of profit? And most importantly, how can we, as gamers, support and nurture the stories and experiences that truly make this medium so special? Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic, KOTOR. Players were thrust into a galaxy torn apart by conflict, where their choices mattered and the line between light and dark side of the Force was blurred. This was a Star Wars story where you weren't just a spectator, you were an active participant, shaping the galaxy's fate with every decision. BioWare took the traditional RPG elements and elevated them, blending them seamlessly with the Star Wars lore. Players could customize their characters, choose their path, and interact with a diverse cast of characters, each with their own motivations and stories. This level of depth was unprecedented, especially for a licensed game, and that it set a new standard for what RPGs could achieve while being a licensed game is shocking. Unlike other titles where choices were clear-cut, KOTOR introduced a nuanced system where decisions weren't just about good or evil. It was about understanding the consequences of your actions, the ripple effect they would have on the galaxy, and the personal journey of your character. This system would become a hallmark of BioWare games, influencing titles like Dragon Age and, of course, Mass Effect. Speaking of Mass Effect, it's fascinating to see the parallels between KOTOR and what would become one of BioWare's most iconic franchises. Because BioWare didn't own the Star Wars IP, they were, in a way, restricted. They had a treasure trove of ideas, stories, and features that they couldn't fully explore within the confines of the Star Wars universe. This creative reservoir would eventually flow into the creation of Mass Effect, a game that in many ways feels like a spiritual successor to KOTOR. The intricate storytelling, the deep role-playing mechanics, the morality system, all of these elements that were honed in KOTOR found their way into Mass Effect with even more depth and nuance. Call of Duty wasn't just another World War II shooter. It was a symphony of intense action, historically inspired missions, and a profound emphasis on teamwork. This wasn't a game that merely put a gun in your hand and set you loose. It was a game that made you feel the weight of the war, the camaraderie of your squad, and the gravity of every decision you made on the battlefield. One of the most intriguing aspects of Call of Duty's inception is its roots. Infinity Ward, the studio behind this masterpiece, was a fledgling entity, having been formed just a year prior in 2002. Yet what it lacked in age, it made up for in experience. Many of its initial members were the brains behind Medal of Honor Allied Assault, a game that had already set high standards for the genre. With Vince Zampella at the helm, this team embarked on a journey to create something even grander. The project's initial moniker, Medal of Honor Killer, wasn't just a cheeky internal nickname, it was a mission statement. They weren't here to play second fiddle, they were here to redefine the genre. The game's development was a blend of innovation and meticulous research. Infinity Ward didn't just want to create a game, they wanted to recreate World War II. Every weapon, every vehicle, every piece of artillery was studied to ensure that the game's animation and sounds were as authentic as possible. But beyond the aesthetics, the game's engine, an enhanced version of id Tech 3, was tailored to bring out large-scale battles that emphasized squad-based play. This wasn't just about running and gunning, it was about strategy, about relying on your team, and about experiencing the war as a unit. However, the true genius of Call of Duty lay in its artificial intelligence. The game's conduit AI, pathfinding, was groundbreaking. Enemies weren't just static targets, they were dynamic, intelligent foes. They would flank you, use cover fire, and even bank grenades. Every replay of a level offered a different experience thanks to the dynamic AI environment. This level of unpredictability and dynamism was a stark departure from the scripted actions of past games and set Call of Duty apart. Among these titles is one that stood out, that took a detour from the norm, offering players a fresh perspective on squad-based shooters. Freedom Fighters. Now, before we delve into the depths of this game, I have to admit, I've been itching to discuss this title for ages, but you know, Mini-Me got there first, and honestly, who can compete with that SEO prowess? Hats off to him, but hey, let's dive in anyways. Freedom Fighters presented a narrative that was familiar but fascinating. The setting was New York, and players found themselves in the shoes of a regular Joe, battling it out against Russian troops invading America, just like in Red Dawn. But it wasn't just about shooting enemies and yelling Wolverines. The more foes you took down, the higher your charisma rating climbed. And with a higher charisma, you could recruit more followers. It was like blending the intense patriotism of Homefront with the follower mechanics of, well, Twitter. A bizarre combo, but it worked. In most games, your progress is marked by points, levels, or gear. But Freedom Fighters rewarded players not with better weapons or abilities, but with influence. The more you achieved, the more people would follow you. And in a game about resistance and uprising, what better way to measure success than by the number of people willing to stand by your side? While the game was undoubtedly a shooter, it wasn't just run and gun. The controls were intuitive, allowing players to issue squad commands effortlessly. This added a layer of strategy to the game. You had to think about positioning, about which squad members to send where, and about how to approach each challenge. It wasn't just about reflexes, it was about tactics. The backdrop of New York under siege was beautifully rendered, capturing a city both familiar and alien. The narrative was compelling, drawing players into a story of resistance and hope. It was a narrative that resonated, that felt timely, and that added depth to the gameplay. But, as with all tales, there's a touch of tragedy. After Freedom Fighters made its mark, many of us eagerly awaited a sequel. But in a move that left many scratching their heads, IO Interactive decided to shelve the idea in favor of working on Kane and Lynch. 2004 was a year of corporate shakeups and industry-defining moments. The year kicked off with Sammy Corporation acquiring a controlling share of Sega, sparking a significant shift in the industry's balance of power. However, the true juggernaut of 2004 was none other than Electronic Arts, which rose to new heights with a series of strategic moves and blockbuster releases. EA didn't just dominate the gaming scene, they practically owned it. They absorbed Maxis and Origin into their Redwood offices and even made an audacious attempt to take over Ubisoft. As if that wasn't enough, EA kickstarted game production at USC's Interactive Media Division and launched the first FIFA game, cementing their position as an industry titan. The company secured an exclusive deal with the National Football League, the NFL, and its players, granting EA the sole rights to design games using the NFL brand. Stadiums, player names, and uniforms. This deal, reportedly worth over $1.5 billion, effectively monopolized the market for NFL video games. This has made a lot of people very angry and been widely regarded as a bad move. EA's acquisition of the NFL license was a strategic power play. At the time, the NFL wasn't the same ultra-premium brand that it is today. While $1.5 billion might not sound like a lot compared to today's NFL and its $20 billion in annual revenue, in 2005 the NFL was generating under $6 billion annually. EA's deal represented a significant investment, paying the NFL a price 12.5 times higher than their largest sponsor, Sprint, and contributing a 25% increase to their total revenue. This deal locked down some of the most expensive parts of football video games, namely the annual updates to rosters, stats, player models, and more. These elements were not cheap to maintain, and now EA had the exclusive rights to monetize them. The impact of this deal was immediate and far-reaching. NFL 2K5, a game released by EA's competitors, Sega and Take-Two Interactive, received stellar reviews, but it was the last of its kind due to EA's exclusive deal. From then on, every Madden game was the only NFL game in town. This exclusivity, however, came at a cost. While Madden 2005 was a success, subsequent iterations were often considered inferior to both Madden 2005 and NFL 2K5. Some even held the title of worst-rated game of all time, until worse games were released. EA's strategy shifted towards non-stop profit-seeking at the expense of quality. They were no longer focused on making the best or even the best-selling games. Instead, they pumped out enough games to ensure profitability, even if the games themselves were not well received. This shift in strategy marked the beginning of a slide for EA, a slide that would continue in the years to come. The result, EA's stock prices soared, making their investors very, very happy. Those who invested a mere $1,000 in EA saw their stake skyrocket to over $138,000, a level of growth that would remain unmatched until 2015. As we examine the gaming landscape of 2004, it's crucial to understand the factors that contributed to EA's meteoric rise and the subsequent impact on the industry. EA's aggressive expansion strategy and penchant for blockbuster titles enabled them to capture a staggering 30% of the year's top-selling games. In doing so, they set a new benchmark for success, raising the stakes for all players in the gaming ecosystem. But how did this dominance affect the rest of the industry, especially smaller players? As EA basked in the limelight, smaller studios and indie developers were left to navigate the shadows, grappling with the daunting task of staying afloat in an increasingly competitive market. Some managed to carve out their own niche, while others were swallowed up or vanished altogether. Argonaut Games, developer of Star Fox, developer of the Super FX, creator of Croc Legend of the Gabos, shut down in 2004 to be fully liquidated the next year, a stark reminder of the industry's harsh realities. On the other hand, Insomniac Games managed to weather the storm, continuing its operations amidst the industry's upheavals. As we open up the time capsule after learning all of this, perhaps it's surprising that none of the games we'll talk about are EA. As previously mentioned, while EA has mastered the art of profitability, their games lack the spark that ignites a gamer's love, and none of their games were anyone's favorites. How did EA's rise to power in 2004 shape the industry's trajectory, and what lessons can be gleaned from their success? How did smaller studios and indie developers adapt to this new landscape, and what strategies did they employ to survive and thrive? And how can we foster an environment where diverse voices and innovative ideas continue to thrive, even in the shadow of industry behemoths? Half-Life 2's narrative was woven seamlessly into its environment, allowing players to immerse themselves into the dystopian world of City 17. Every corner, every alley, every dilapidated building told a story, making players feel like they were living in a dystopian alien future. This level of immersion was further enhanced by the game's physics-based gameplay. Objects had weight, they interacted with the environment, and players could use them in innovative ways to solve puzzles or tackle enemies. The Source engine, which powered Half-Life 2, was nothing short of revolutionary. It allowed for detailed environments, realistic water effects, and dynamic lighting. But more than the aesthetics, the engine was a playground for innovation. The gravity gun, a tool that allowed players to manipulate objects in the environment, showcased the engine's capabilities and became an iconic weapon in gaming history. This wasn't just about shooting, it was about interacting with the world, experimenting, and thinking outside the box. However, the release of Half-Life 2 had a ripple effect on the industry, especially concerning another major title released that year, Doom 3. Before the launch of Half-Life 2, Doom 3 was riding high, hailed for its graphics and atmospheric horror. But post Half-Life 2, perception shifted. Suddenly, Doom 3's darkness felt excessive, its gameplay repetitive, and its narrative lackluster. The monster closets, once a source of jump scares, now felt contrived. The gunplay, which had been satisfactory, now seemed mundane in comparison comparison to the dynamic encounters of Half-Life 2. It's not that Doom 3 was a bad game, it's just that Half-Life 2 raised the bar so high, everything else paled in comparison. San Andreas was a marvel in open-world design. The game's setting, a fictionalized version of California, was vast, diverse, and teeming with life. From the urban sprawl of Los Santos to the arid deserts and the dense forests, every inch of San Andreas felt alive and meticulously crafted. This wasn't just a backdrop for the game's narrative, it was also a character in its own right. Players could spend hours exploring, interacting with the environment, and stumbling upon hidden gems and side quests. Rockstar Games had always been known for their storytelling prowess, but with San Andreas they outdid themselves. The tale of Carl C.J. Johnson's return to his old neighborhood, his struggles with gang violence, corruption, and his journey to save his family was both gripping and emotionally resonant. The game tackled themes of loyalty, identity, and the American dream, all set against the backdrop of the early 90s West Coast hip-hop culture. However, the game's legacy is intertwined with the hot coffee controversy. Hidden within the game's code was a minigame that, when accessed, showed explicit content.
Incredible. You should get paid for this. You're a real professional, baby. You should do this for a living.
DJ, that was amazing.
This discovery led to a firestorm of legal and ethical debates. The controversy wasn't just about the content itself, but also about the implications it had for the gaming industry. The ESRB's decision to re-rate the game as adults only, and the subsequent bans and fines highlighted the challenges the industry faced in self-regulation and content disclosure. The hot coffee debacle wasn't just a scandal, it was a watershed moment that forced the industry, the regulatory bodies, and the players to reevaluate their roles and responsibilities. The fallout from the controversy had lasting implications. The ESRB's decision to impose hefty fines on developers who failed to disclose graphic content was a clear message to the industry. It emphasized the importance of transparency and accountability. On the other hand, Rockstar's handling of the situation, particularly their reluctance to engage openly with the community and the media, was a lesson in crisis management. It underscored the importance of open communication, especially in an industry that relies so heavily on its community. The decision to shift development of Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater from the PlayStation 3 back to the PlayStation 2 was not one taken lightly. Kojima's vision for Snake Eater was ambitious, to say the least. He wanted to transport players from the familiar corridors of enemy bases to the unpredictable wilderness of the jungle. This was a stark departure from previous games in the series, and the challenges it presented were numerous. The dynamic weather, diverse landscapes, and the unpredictability of wildlife were all elements that Kojima knew would be difficult to implement. Yet he was driven by a desire to give fans and his team the game he yearned for. Instead of starting the player off within arm's reach of the enemy, Kojima wanted the journey to be part of the challenge. Players would begin miles away from their objective, navigating the treacherous terrain and using their wits to approach the enemy encampment. This design choice was a reflection of Kojima's commitment to immersion, ensuring that players felt every step of Snake's journey. However, despite the game's critical acclaim and the innovations it brought to the table, its commercial performance was a mixed bag. By December, Snake Eater had sold a respectable 2.38 million units in Asia and America. But when you consider the broader picture, its sales paled in comparison to its predecessor, Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, which had sold 7 million copies. This disparity raises questions about the challenges of innovating within a beloved franchise and the risks associated with deviating from a tried-and-true formula. Yet the legacy of Snake Eater is not defined by its sales figures. It's defined by its boldness, its willingness to challenge conventions, and its commitment to storytelling. Kojima's decision to take players into the jungle was not just a change of scenery, it was a statement about the evolution of the series and the medium as a whole. It showcased the potential of video games to transport players to worlds that were both fantastical and grounded in reality.
One of the most eagerly awaited video games finally goes on sale.
Preparing to rewrite retail history. Dozens of grown men and probably about 3 women have crawled out of their parents' basements tonight to be first in line by the new video game Halo 2.
Bungie, a modest game development company that had achieved considerable success with their early titles, found themselves in the global spotlight with the debut of Halo Combat Evolved. This game became the North Star in the gaming universe, casting a radiant glow that would beckon gamers from around the world. The ring world of Halo wasn't just a level, it was a testament to Bungie's creative brilliance, a symphony of game design, storytelling, and unmatched gameplay. But such success, while enviable, came with its own set of challenges. The expectation was now set, the bar was raised. This was not just about delivering another game, this was about delivering on a legacy. The production of Halo 2 was fraught with challenges from the outset. Unlike their initial approach with Halo, where Bungie had a clear vision and ample development time, the sequel was different. The pressure from Microsoft, the new stakeholders following their acquisition of Bungie, was palpable. They weren't merely commissioning a game, but were investing in what would be the spearhead of their gaming division. For Microsoft, Halo wasn't just a game, it was the defining anchor for their Xbox console. Internally, Bungie underwent numerous shifts. While Halo Combat Evolved saw the developers as passionate artisans crafting their magnum opus, the development for Halo 2 felt different. The work culture had shifted from one of pure creative exploration to a challenging race against time and market expectations. There were tensions, moments of despair, and exhaustion. Creative stalwarts like Paul Bertone, Marty O'Donnell, and Joe Staten often found themselves at the crossroads of innovation and practicality. A narrative crisis struck mid-development. Bungie found that their initial storyline was sprawling, possibly too ambitious for a single release. Sections had to be cut, leading to a now infamous cliffhanger ending that left fans both amazed and frustrated. The multiplayer component of Halo 2, however, was the silver lining. It was a gargantuan leap forward. Bungie introduced features that are now staples in online gaming. The idea of matchmaking, the intricate ranking systems, the clans, the seamless integration with Xbox Live, these were innovations that set Halo 2 apart. Amidst this stormy backdrop, what's astonishing is the unwavering commitment to quality that Bungie exhibited. They weren't just building a game, they were sculpting an experience. Halo 2 wasn't just about Master Chief or the Covenant, it was about the heart and soul of every developer, designer, and artist at Bungie who bled pixels to bring the game to life. It's a testament to the resilience and passion of Bungie that Halo 2, despite its tumultuous development, not only met, but exceeded expectations. The game didn't just dominate charts, it became a cultural touchstone. Midnight launches, fan festivals, and the burgeoning world of esports found a rallying point with Halo 2. In retrospect, the journey of Halo 2 is emblematic of the larger gaming industry's trajectory during that period. It was an era of transitions, of balancing burgeoning commercial interests with the heart and soul of game development. While giants like Electronic Arts were creating an ocean of content, there were ships like Halo 2 that sailed those seas. 2005 was a year of contradictions for the gaming industry, marked by both unprecedented success and simmering controversies. While handheld gaming took center stage, with the Nintendo DS and PlayStation PSP driving the portable sector past the $1 billion mark, the overall gaming industry experienced minimal growth. The culprit? Gamers were holding on to their hard-earned cash in anticipation of the next generation of consoles, leaving the industry in a peculiar state of limbo. PC gaming, once the undisputed champion, failed to scrape past the $1 billion milestone it had comfortably surpassed in previous years, despite PC-centric mega properties like Civilization 4 and games like it. But the year's most dramatic turn of events unfolded outside the realm of sales figures and market trends entirely. The infamous Hot Coffee mod in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas unleashed a storm of controversy, leading to an ESRB re-rating to adults only, and igniting an impassioned public discourse on video game sex and violence. Even 60 Minutes jumped on the bandwagon, accusing GTA of, quote, leading to murder and inciting gamers to, quote, blow away cops. Enter stage left, the controversial Jack Thompson, who spearheaded the push for regulation and censorship before his eventual disbarment. Thompson's crusade led the groundwork for proposed bills by Joe Lieberman and Hillary Clinton, which sought to establish a U.S. federal regulatory body overseeing video games. The release of the Xbox 360 this year was a significant event, especially considering that Halo 2, a game that had made a significant impact on the gaming landscape, was only a year old. The timing of the Xbox 360's release seemed to compress the timeline of gaming evolution, creating a sense of rapid progression and anticipation. Microsoft's strategy with the Xbox 360 was aggressive and forward-thinking. They saw the launch of the Xbox 360 as a wild success, given its unprecedented, staggered worldwide attack in North America, Europe, and Asia. However, the release of the Xbox 360 also brought with it some controversies. The console's launch was not without its critics, with some questioning the wisdom of releasing a new console so soon after the success of Halo 2. How did the controversies of 2005 influence the way developers approached mature themes in their games and shape the industry? And what impact did the surge in handheld gaming have on the broader market? Capcom's survival horror classic took a bold new direction, refining the series' gameplay with a more action-oriented approach. The over-the-shoulder camera, tight controls, and engrossing narrative made it a standout title and influenced countless games that followed. While not directly related to Resident Evil, it's undoubted that Resident Evil's success was involved in Capcom landing in some hot water with the US government over a little old thing called transfer pricing. The practice of transfer pricing, as it was employed by Capcom, is a fascinating aspect of the company's history. Essentially, Capcom USA was considered a separate entity from Capcom's headquarters in Japan, which you might recall from the Mega Man artwork fiasco. This meant that Capcom USA was required to purchase game units directly from Capcom Japan, rather than simply distributing them as part of the same company. This arrangement might seem unusual, but it's a common practice in multinational corporations. Transfer pricing allows companies to manage the allocation of revenue between different regions and divisions. However, it's a practice that's heavily regulated and scrutinized due to its potential for misuse. In Capcom's case, the profits from the sales of games in the US were essentially being transferred back to Japan. This meant that the revenue was subject to Japanese tax laws, which were potentially more favorable for Capcom. The US government, specifically the Internal Revenue Service, or the IRS, took issue with this practice. From their perspective, profits made from the sales in the US should be subject to US tax laws. This disagreement led to Capcom coming under scrutiny from the IRS. The US government didn't take kindly to profits essentially being transferred to Japan. Capcom eventually found itself in hot water over the practice. This episode serves as a reminder of the complex and often tricky nature of international business, even in the world of video game development.
Now there is no hope.
And Kratos cast himself from the highest mountain in all of Greece. After 10 years of suffering, 10 years of endless nightmares, it would finally come to an end.
At the heart of the epic god of war was Kratos, a character unlike any we'd seen before. This wasn't your typical hero. Kratos was a deeply flawed, tortured soul, driven by rage and a thirst for vengeance against the very gods he once served. His complexity was a stark departure from the archetypal protagonists of the time. Players weren't just controlling Kratos, they were experiencing his pain, his anger, and his relentless drive. The emotional connection made every battle feel personal, and every victory, however brutal, deeply satisfying. The combat system was fluid, intuitive, and devastatingly powerful. Every swing of Kratos' chained blades felt weighty and impactful, and the game's combo system allowed players to chain together attacks in a ballet of destruction. But it wasn't just about mindless button mashing. The game introduced strategic elements, requiring players to read their enemies, anticipate attacks, and use the environment to their advantage. This depth added layers to the combat, ensuring that battles remained engaging throughout the game. Visually, God of War was a testament to the capabilities of the PlayStation 2. The game's depiction of ancient Greece was both grand and grim, with sprawling temples, foreboding underworlds, and towering gods rendered in meticulous detail. One of the game's standout moments was the ascent of the Temple of Pandora, a multi-layered puzzle and combat challenge that showcased the game's intricate level design and attention to detail. This was more than just a game, it was a work of art. Yet amidst all the praise, one aspect of God of War that goes overlooked is its narrative depth. Beyond the surface-level tale of revenge, the game delved into themes of betrayal, redemption, and the consequences of unchecked ambition. It questioned the nature of power and the cost of blind loyalty. These deeper narrative threads gave the game a richness that resonated with players, ensuring its place not just as a gaming classic, but as a storytelling benchmark. This time capsule is bigger than the rest, with both more games, but also our first non-game item, the guitar from Guitar Hero. Harmonix's Guitar Hero allowed players to step into the shoes of their favorite rock stars, strumming along to classic tunes on a guitar-shaped controller. But while the game itself was revolutionary, offering a fresh take on the rhythm genre, it was the guitar controller that truly set it apart. This wasn't just another joystick or button-mashing device, it was an instrument, or at least it felt like one. The tactile sensation of holding the guitar, pressing the fret buttons, and strumming the strum bar added a layer of immersion. The Guitar Hero guitar transcended the confines of the gaming community. It became a symbol not just of a game, but of a generation. It was common to walk into a friend's house and see the guitar propped up next to the TV, a silent invitation to a rock-off. Parties and gatherings often had that one guy who'd bring over his Guitar Hero set, turning a casual hangout into a full-blown rock concert. The guitar became synonymous with fun, competition, and camaraderie. But beyond the social aspect, the Guitar Hero guitar represented a shift in how we interacted with games. It was a move towards more physical, active participation. This was a precursor to the motion gaming trend we'd see with the likes of the Wii and Kinect. The guitar was a bridge, merging the virtual and the physical, making players feel like they were truly a part of the game. Now, while Guitar Hero spawned several sequels and spin-offs, each with their own set of songs and gameplay tweaks, the core experience remained largely the same. And that's because the formula was just that good. But as with all things, the specifics of each game, the track lists, the DLCs, they all blur into the background of the time. What remains, however, is the memory of the guitar. That feeling of strapping it on, hitting those notes perfectly, and achieving that elusive 100% on expert mode. World of Warcraft, or WoW as it's affectionately known, wasn't the first MMORPG, but it was the one that perfected the formula. Its expansive world of Azeroth was a tapestry of rich lore, intricate quests, and diverse environments. From the snowy peaks of Dun Morogh to the barren wastelands of the Barrens, every inch of Azeroth was meticulously crafted. But what truly set WoW apart was its emphasis on social gameplay. This wasn't just a game, it was a community. Guilds were formed, friendships were forged, and rivalries were born. Raids required coordination, dungeons demanded teamwork, and the world PvP zones, well, they were a test of both skill and alliance loyalty. This social aspect transformed WoW from a mere game to a living, breathing world where every player had a role to play. It taught a generation of players how to be leaders, how to be social, and how to make friends. Now, while the game's vast world and social dynamics were groundbreaking, there were moments in WoW's history that transcended the game itself. One such moment was the Corrupted Blood incident. What started off as a simple debuff from a raid boss soon turned into a virtual pandemic. Players, unaware of the contagious nature of the debuff, spread it to others, leading to mass virtual deaths. Cities were abandoned and players were quarantined. The incident was so significant that it caught the attention of epidemiologists, who studied it to understand real-world disease spread. It's a testament to WoW's design that an unintended game mechanic could mirror real-world phenomena so closely. Another iconic moment from 2005 that's impossible to overlook is the Leroy Jenkins video. A player, in a bid to be heroic or perhaps just impatient, charges into a room full of enemies, leading to the demise of his entire group. His battle cry of Leroy Jenkins became an instant internet sensation. The very first viral video, before the word viral was even used like this. It was referenced in TV shows such as South Park, My Name is Earl, How I Met Your Mother, The Daily Show, and even Jeopardy! But beyond the scripted humor, the video highlighted the unpredictable and organic nature of WoW's gameplay. It wasn't just about scripted events the developer added, it was the players themselves who often created the most memorable moments. Now, when we think of LEGO games today, we picture a vast array of franchises from Harry Potter to Marvel superheroes, all given the blocky, humorous LEGO treatment. But back in 2005, this was a novel concept. LEGO Star Wars was the pioneer, the game that started it all. It wasn't just popular, it was the best-selling game in the UK. This was a LEGO game competing with high-budget, graphically intense titles, and yet it stood tall. But why? Well, it tapped into a unique blend of nostalgia. For older players, it was a trip down memory lane, revisiting the Star Wars saga, but with a non-verbal and playful twist. For the younger audiences, it was an introduction to both LEGO and Star Wars, two brands that have captivated imaginations for decades. But beyond sales figures and accolades, LEGO Star Wars introduced a gameplay style that was both accessible and deeply engaging. The drop-in, drop-out co-op was a revelation. It allowed players of all ages to join in, making it a family favorite. Parents and children, siblings, and friends could all dive into the game together, breaking and building their way through the Star Wars universe. This cooperative play, combined with the game's humor and charm, made it a standout title in a year packed with gaming gems. The ripple effect of LEGO Star Wars' success is evident. It was the catalyst for the LEGO Mega series of video games. It set the blueprint not just in gameplay, but in how to adapt beloved franchises into the LEGO universe. The game's success proved that with the right touch, humor, and respect for the source material, you could create something that appealed to both die-hard fans and newcomers.
Welcome to SeaWorld Adventure Park. I'm Horatio Humanity. Must show the greatest. Let's begin our lessons on a new animal
Shamu's Deep Sea Adventures represents the absolute pinnacle of buying a bad game for your friend. Buying it, perhaps, as a Christmas present, because the experience is so truly awful that surviving it makes you a member of a grizzled brotherhood. Shamu is the perfect game simply because of how painfully bad it is. Imagine, though, giving this bonding experience to a good friend of yours, and they don't play it. They just keep talking about how they're totally going to play it one day. Perhaps we should all even tag AntDude92 on Twitter and see what he thinks about this. I've chosen him for absolutely no reason, of course. Also, apropos of nothing, Merry Christmas, Ant. Triumphs, Troubles, and Turning Points, 2006. The Xbox 360 faced its share of challenges with whispers of hardware issues and a less than stellar performance in the Japanese market. Meanwhile, Blizzard made waves with their ban on LGBT-related content in World of Warcraft, a move intended to, quote, promote a positive game environment for everyone, but ultimately sparking heated debates. On a more positive note, Sony celebrated its first annual profit since 1997, a glimmer of hope in a tumultuous landscape. Behind the scenes, game companies like Nintendo, Atari, and Take-Two found themselves the belle of the ball, courted by larger conglomerates hungry for acquisitions. Gaming giants like Vivendi and EA were on a relentless shopping spree, snapping up smaller studios left and right. So what does this mean for the industry? How did these changes shape the games we play and the communities we're part of? And what can we learn from this roller coaster of a year that still holds relevance today? Oblivion was a marvel for its time, and one of the most groundbreaking features was its open-world design. Now, open worlds are a staple in modern gaming, but back in 2006, the sheer scale and detail of Oblivion's world were revolutionary. The game offered a sprawling, meticulously crafted fantasy landscape filled with cities, dungeons, and wilderness. What set it apart was not just the size of the world, but the freedom it offered. You could follow the main quest, or explore side quests, join guilds and factions, or simply explore. But it wasn't just the world that was detailed, it was also the people inhabiting it. The Radiant AI system was a significant leap forward in NPC behavior. Characters had schedules, engaged in various activities, and could react dynamically to the player's actions. This level of immersion was unparalleled and contributed to the feeling that you were part of a much larger, organic world. While modding had been part of PC gaming for years, Oblivion brought it to the mainstream. The game was designed with modding in mind, and the community took full advantage of this, creating everything from simple texture mods to entirely new quests and even full-fledged expansions. This not only extended the game's lifespan, but also set a precedent for future titles, both within the Elder Scrolls series and beyond. Those same mods also set the stage for the beginning of a new kind of monetization inside of gaming, with Bethesda releasing Horse Armor for $2.49 as new downloadable content. This was seen as a grave transgression at the time. Gamers were angry. They rose up against the idea of selling such a small piece of content as a single skin for such a high price. The game's Dark Brotherhood questline is a masterclass in narrative design, blending moral choices, compelling characters, and unexpected twists in a way that few games had achieved before. It's a storyline that has been praised for its depth and complexity, yet it's entirely optional. This level of quality across not just the main quest, but also the side quests, set a new standard for narrative depth in open-world games. Oblivion was one of the first titles to truly showcase the capabilities of the then next-gen Xbox 360, making it a must-buy for anyone with the console. It was a technical marvel, pushing the boundaries of what was possible in terms of graphics, AI, and world design. But more than that, it was a game that captured the imagination, offering a level of freedom and depth that was previously thought impossible. The PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 were battling it out with high-definition graphics and complex gameplay mechanics, but Nintendo took a different route with the Wii, and at the forefront of this revolution was Wii Sports. This game, bundled with the Wii console, became an instant cultural phenomenon and a staple in households worldwide. Before Wii Sports, the concept of physically moving to control a video game was mostly relegated to niche peripherals and arcade setups. Wii Sports showcased how motion controls could be seamlessly integrated into home games. Whether you were swinging a tennis racket or throwing a bowling ball, the game captured these movements in an intuitive way. This wasn't just a technological marvel, it was a fundamental rethinking of how we interact with games. It broke down the barriers of entry, making gaming accessible to people who had never picked up a controller before. Video games were often seen as the domain of dedicated gamers willing to invest time and money into complex and challenging experiences. Wii Sports shattered this notion. Its simple pick-up-and-play nature appealed to a broad demographic, from kids to grandparents. The game didn't demand hours of your time or a steep learning curve. It was straightforward fun that anyone could enjoy. This inclusivity had a ripple effect through the industry, leading to a surge in casual gaming that influenced everything from mobile games to social media integrations. The affordability of the Wii console, bundled with Wii Sports, was another game changer. In an era where gaming was becoming increasingly expensive, the Wii offered an affordable entry point. This was especially appealing to older adults who might not see the value in investing in a high-end gaming system, but were willing to spend a modest amount for a simple and engaging experience. The low cost wasn't just about the price tag, it was about lowering the financial barrier to entry into the gaming world. It made gaming a viable form of entertainment for families and individuals who might otherwise have stayed on the sidelines. Gears of War introduced a gritty, visceral style that was a departure from the more arcade-like shooters of the time. The game's aesthetic, from its desolate landscapes to its monstrous enemies, set a tone that was both haunting and captivating. This wasn't just about shock value. It was a calculated move to immerse players in a world that felt tangible and lived in. The game's art direction went on to influence a whole generation of titles, setting a new standard for what gritty realism could mean in video games. Before Gears of War, most shooters were about running and gunning. This game forced you to think before you acted, to take cover and make strategic decisions. The stop and pop gameplay was revolutionary, and it added a layer of tactical depth that was missing from many of its contemporaries. This wasn't just a shift in gameplay, it was a shift in how we think about the combat dynamics in video games. It made every encounter feel like a mini chess match, where positioning and timing were as important as your aim. This cover-based system became a staple in many games that followed, from the Mass Effect series to more recent titles like The Division. At a time when multiplayer gaming was increasingly focused on competitive experiences, Gears of War reminded us of the joy of playing through a story with a friend. The game was designed with co-op in mind, from the level layouts to the enemy AI, making it a fundamentally different experience than going alone. This focus on cooperative gameplay was a nod to the social roots of gaming, a reminder that video games are often at their best when they're shared experiences. The game was initially conceived as part of the Unreal brand, as Unreal Warfare, which was already well known for fast-paced shooters. The shift away from the Unreal name was a bold move, but it allowed the game to carve out its own identity. It also gave Cliff Bleszinski, or Cliffy B as he's often known, a platform to establish himself as a visionary in the gaming industry. Cliffy B had already made a name for himself with the Unreal series, but Gears of War solidified his reputation as someone who could not only create a successful game, but also redefine a genre. Brain Age was a fascinating blend of entertainment and cognitive exercise, inspired by the work of Dr. Ryuta Kawashima, a renowned neuroscientist. The game offered a series of mini-games designed to stimulate various parts of the brain. It was a far cry from the action-packed, adrenaline-fueled games that dominated the market, yet it sold tens of millions of copies worldwide, a testament to its universal appeal. Sudoku puzzles were a staple in Japanese newspapers, but they hadn't quite caught on globally. Brain Age changed that. The game included Sudoku puzzles as one of its mini-games, introducing millions of people to this addictive number game. It's not an exaggeration to say that Brain Age played a significant role in turning Sudoku into a global phenomenon. Newspapers started featuring Sudoku puzzles, and bookstores were filled with Sudoku books. People were buying the Nintendo DS not just for its innovative dual screen and touch capabilities, but specifically to play Brain Age. It became a must-have title that transcended age groups. Parents, grandparents, and even people who never picked up a video game before were drawn to it. The game's accessibility and universal appeal made it a gateway into the world of gaming for many. It was a masterstroke by Nintendo, a company known for breaking the mold and taking risks. Brain Age was a selling point for the DS itself. While mobile gaming had existed in various forms before, think Snake on the Nokia phones, or even the rudimentary games on PDAs, Brain Age was a different beast altogether. It was a game that was not just portable, but also deeply integrated into daily life, almost like a utility. This is what I think makes it fair to say that Brain Age is the first truly modern mobile game. You see, Brain Age was designed to be played in short bursts, perfect for filling those idle moments while waiting for a bus or standing in line at the grocery store. It didn't demand the kind of time or attention that traditional console games did. This design philosophy would later become a cornerstone for mobile games, especially as smartphones entered the scene. The pick-up-and-play nature of Brain Age was revolutionary for its time, setting the stage for the mobile gaming explosion that would follow in the years to come. Moreover, Brain Age was one of the first games to use the portable device's capabilities in a way that felt organic to the gameplay. The touchscreen wasn't just a gimmick, it was integral to the experience. Whether you were scribbling numbers for a quick math problem or tracing letters, the game made full use of the DS's unique hardware features. This kind of intuitive, hardware-driven design would later become a hallmark of successful mobile games. But perhaps what truly sets Brain Age apart as a precursor to the mobile gaming phenomenon is its broad appeal. This was a game that could be enjoyed by people of all ages and backgrounds. It wasn't targeted at gamers, per se, but at anyone interested in giving their brain a workout. This universal appeal is something that mobile games have strived to replicate, often aiming for a broad demographic rather than a niche gaming audience. New Super Mario Bros. Is a fascinating study in both innovation and stagnation. On one hand, it marked a triumphant return to the 2D platforming that made Mario a household name. On the other, it signaled a certain creative plateau for Nintendo, a reliance on tried-and-true formulas that would become increasingly evident in the years to come. In an era where 3D graphics and complex narratives were becoming the industry standard, New Super Mario Bros. Took a step back to focus on the core mechanics that made the original Super Mario games so compelling. The game was a commercial juggernaut, selling over 30 million copies and becoming one of the best-selling games for the DS. It was a clear message to the industry. There was still a that would become increasingly evident in the years to come. In an era where 3D graphics and complex narratives were becoming the industry standard, New Super Mario Bros. Took a step back to focus on the core mechanics that made the original Super Mario games so compelling. The game was a commercial juggernaut, selling over 30 million copies and becoming one of the best-selling games for the DS. It was a clear message to the industry. There was still a massive appetite for 2D platformers, a genre many had considered outdated. But here's where the narrative takes a nuanced turn. While the game was a commercial success, it also laid bare a certain creative inertia within Nintendo. The game was, in many ways, a polished rehash of elements we'd seen before. Future iterations of the Super Mario series seemed to take this as a cue, often iterating on the new Super Mario Bros. Formula without adding much in the way of groundbreaking innovation. This isn't necessarily a knock on the quality of these games. They're exceptionally well crafted, but it does highlight a certain risk aversion that has characterized much of Nintendo's output in the years following. This brings us to a rarely discussed but highly influential aspect of the game: its role in Nintendo's broader business strategy. New Super Mario Bros. Was not just a game, it was a statement of intent. It was Nintendo doubling down on its core franchises, even as it struggled to figure out how to make products that appealed beyond its traditional user base. This tension would become even more apparent with the release of the Wii just 1 month later, a console that aimed for broad appeal, but often at the expense of core gamers. HD game development is notoriously time-consuming and resource-intensive, and Nintendo was no exception. Games started taking longer to develop, often with mixed results. This had a cascading effect on Nintendo's handheld market. The DS and later the 3DS were victims of this shift in focus. As games took longer to develop, Nintendo had fewer resources to devote to its handheld systems, eventually leading to a consolidation of sorts with the Nintendo Switch, a hybrid device that could function as both a console and a portable gaming system. Splinter Cell Double Agent is a fascinating case study in the complexities of video game development and marketing during the transitional period of console generations. The game was a follow-up to the critically acclaimed Chaos Theory and represented an ambitious attempt to reinvent the franchise for the next generation of gaming hardware, notably the Xbox 360, or at least one version of a follow-up ended up on the 360. See, one of the most intriguing aspects of Double Agent is the stark difference between its versions. The game was released on both generations, Xbox and Xbox 360, PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 3, GameCube, and Wii. But these weren't just graphical upgrades or downgrades of the same game. They were fundamentally different experiences developed by separate studios. The original Xbox version was more in line with the traditional Splinter Cell formula and was lauded for its polished and robust stealth mechanics. However, it was overshadowed by its next-gen counterpart, which received the lion's share of Ubisoft's marketing efforts. The original Xbox and PS2 version, which was significantly higher rated and more of a true sequel, was even declared non-canon by Ubisoft, a clear indication that the company was eager to move forward. This divergence in game versions wasn't just a quirk of development, it was emblematic of the industry's larger struggles with cross-generational releases. Today, we take it for granted that a major title will be available on both current and next-gen consoles. But back in 2006, the landscape was far less standardized. The result was a sort of identity crisis for games like Double Agent, where neither version could definitively claim to be the real Splinter Cell experience. This fractured approach likely contributed contributed to the game's relatively short shelf life, as players and critics alike moved on to titles that more fully realized the potential of next-gen hardware. Meanwhile, the Wii version of Double Agent provides another layer of insight into the challenges Nintendo faced during this time. The Wii, with its unique motion controls, aimed to differentiate itself from its competitors and captured the attention of casual gamers. However, the console's technical limitations prevented it from competing graphically with the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. Double Agent on the Wii exemplified this struggle, lacking the visual fidelity and intricate mechanics that defined the franchise on other platforms. The Wii's difficulties extended beyond just a single game. The console's broader library faced issues with game parity, often delivering experiences that were perceived as inferior compared to those available on Xbox and PlayStation consoles. The challenges of the Wii era would eventually be summed up as a perceived lack of third-party support, which would lead to a perception that Nintendo's system was primarily meant for casual gaming. A perception that was easily supported by releases like the significantly lesser Double Agent on Wii. This perception was part of a larger issue for Nintendo, which was about to face a seismic shift in the casual gaming market with the advent of the iPhone. Many of the casual gamers that Nintendo had courted with the Wii would soon migrate to mobile platforms, leaving the company in a precarious position. The Wii's limitations became increasingly apparent within weeks of the console's release, and games like Double Agent served as a stark reminder of the system's shortcomings. 2007 was a wild frontier year for the video game industry, with new faces and blockbuster franchises making their grand entrance, while the world outside starts to look bleaker, a global recession setting in. The digital world has never been brighter. Assassin's Creed, The Witcher, and Uncharted leaped onto the scene, each setting out to carve their own niche and write their own stories. We also saw Team Fortress 2 escape from development hell, finally releasing after nearly a decade of anticipation. But it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. The Xbox 360 was plagued with the notorious red ring of death.
The red rings are the hottest thing on some Xboxes, literally a sign the console may have cooked itself.
Becoming a cautionary tale for hardware developers and highlighting the need for rigorous quality control and customer support. In an attempt to move past this debacle, Microsoft announced the Xbox 360 Elite, a new model designed to address the hardware failures that had been plaguing the console. A name that began to echo louder this year? Activision. After acquiring a series of developers, they announced a merge with Vivendi, getting their hands on Blizzard and Sierra Entertainment in the process, and foreshadowing a trend of consolidation in the industry. Once the ink dried and the approvals were in, the merger would give birth to the largest gaming company on the planet. Meanwhile, EA continued its acquisition spree, snapping up both Pandemic Studios and BioWare, further expanding its influence in the gaming industry. However, not all relationships in the industry were strengthening. Bungie, the powerhouse behind the Halo series, parted way with Microsoft under less than friendly terms. This decision was driven by a vision that Bungie harbored for a game that would transcend the boundaries of Halo, offering a more expansive and MMO-like experience. However, this vision was not in alignment with Microsoft's plans for the Halo franchise, which aimed at releasing new entries every few years, thereby transforming it into a long-standing series. This divergence in creative paths, coupled with Bungie's aspiration for independence, led to the pivotal split. As part of the separation agreement, Microsoft retained the rights to the Halo intellectual property, while Bungie was obligated to deliver 2 more Halo games, Halo 3 ODST and Halo Reach. In return, Microsoft agreed to relinquish their partial ownership of Bungie, including their rights to any new intellectual property created or owned by Bungie. Bungie's desire to break away from being perceived as a one-dimensional FPS developer was at odds with Microsoft's vision for Halo's future. This separation allowed Bungie the freedom to chase their ambitions independently. Meanwhile, Microsoft established a new subsidiary, 343 Industries, to carry forward the legacy of the Halo franchise. Amidst these twists and turns, the digital marketplace started to blossom, with Nintendo's WiiWare and Xbox's Live Arcade revolutionizing how we buy and play games. These platforms provided a new avenue for developers to reach gamers, bypassing traditional retail channels and offering a wider range of unique and innovative titles. BioShock was the perfect storm, a convergence of narrative depth, unique gameplay mechanics, and striking art direction. Rapture, the game's setting, was a crumbling utopia at the bottom of the ocean, a dystopian labyrinth of Art Deco architecture and deep-sea claustrophobia. But more than that, it's a symbol. The game's narrative focuses on objectivism gone awry, largely channeled through the founder of Rapture, Andrew Ryan. This wasn't your typical video game villain. He was complex, erudite, and profoundly idealistic, echoing the philosophies of Ayn Rand, from whom his character derives its name. You can't ignore the real-world implications of the story. It struck a nerve with players who were watching capitalism and technology create fissures in society. This was the year before the 2008 financial crisis. People were starting to question the very systems that Andrew Ryan embraced. BioShock made people talk, not just about the game, but also about these bigger issues. Ken Levine, the mind behind the game, was often seen as something of a genius after the release of BioShock. Levine is often praised for his storytelling, but let's not forget his keen sense for interactivity. He seamlessly integrated the game's narrative into the gameplay mechanics. You know, the plasmid-based abilities weren't just fun to use, they were part of the moral fabric of the game. The substance that gives you those abilities, Adam, is the reason for Rapture's downfall and its corrupt society. It's a consumable commodity that you need, but feel morally conflicted about using. Levine didn't just hand you superpowers, he made you grapple with the ethics of using them. Of course, no discussion about BioShock would be complete without talking about its groundbreaking twist. What's less discussed, however, is how that twist not only serves as a plot device, but also as a meta-commentary on the nature of video games themselves, about the linearity of choices and how, even in games that offer multiple outcomes, you're still constrained by the paths the developers have laid out for you. In a genre that often struggled to convey narrative depth, BioShock used its twist to shatter our preconceptions about storytelling in video games. It's a narrative device that keeps people talking and studying the game, even 16 years later. When it comes to its place in video game lineage, BioShock pays homage to its forebears like Deus Ex and System Shock. The inclusion of shock in its name is no mere coincidence. These were titles that blended gameplay and narrative in a seamless fashion, and BioShock took that to the next level. It didn't just emulate its predecessors. It took the essence of what made them impactful and morphed it into something accessible yet challenging, modern yet timeless. The gaming community was awash with technological advancements, burgeoning genres, and industry shifts. Yet the PC gaming industry seemed to be on a trajectory that not many found encouraging. Let's consider some context. At this time, a whopping 65% of PC gaming was dominated by World of Warcraft and its first expansion, Burning Crusade. Outside of this juggernaut, the PC gaming market was relatively paltry, holding less than 5% of the entire industry's sales. Big PC releases like Crysis and Unreal Tournament 3 struggled to find their footing. Enter Valve, a company that never quite adhered to the status quo. In this milieu, they released the Orange Box, a peculiar multi-game package that seemed counterintuitive but ended up being revolutionary. Now we often remember the Orange Box for Half-Life 2 and Team Fortress 2, but at the time, it was Portal that stole the show. Portal wasn't a brand name, it wasn't a franchise. It was the weird free game being tacked on to the Orange Box. A peculiarity at best, at worst, a distraction from the Half-Life 2 and Team Fortress 2 main courses. However, Portal was an unexpected gem. Nothing less than a narrative and mechanical work of art. You found yourself in a labyrinthine facility governed by Gladys, an AI with a twisted sense of humor. The game employed a seemingly simple mechanic: create portals to navigate through increasingly complex puzzles. Yet it was how Portal combined this with a compelling story and inventive level design that made it transformative. Portal challenged your understanding of space, gravity, and movement within a three-dimensional environment. In doing so, it tapped into a foundational human experience, the way we interact with and perceive the space around us. Portal didn't just provide puzzles, it prodded players to think differently about the dimensions they inhabited in-game. This nuance may have been eclipsed in modern dialogue by memes like "the cake is a lie," but it was groundbreaking at the time and has influenced numerous puzzle platformers since. Beyond its innovative mechanics and storytelling, Portal's inclusion in the Orange Box served as a catalyst for change in multiple areas. The Orange Box itself disrupted retail norms and expectations. Remember, this was a time when brick and mortar stores dictated much of the game market. Retailers had narrow perspectives on what could be sold. How could they stock their shelves with a game like Portal, which didn't fit neatly into any existing category? It was a AA $20 game, taking shelf space from AAA $50 games with an unknown, non-franchise brand from a small-timer company who was, outside of this game, trying to compete directly with the big boxes through their digital store. Valve bypassed this roadblock by bundling it with two other heavy hitters. In doing so, they showcased the limitations of physical retail space while opening up a horizon of possibilities for diverse game genres. In fact, this move to bundle multiple games together changed how we think about the value proposition in game packages. Prior to the Orange Box, bundles typically contained either old or lower quality titles. By packaging Portal, a novel experience with well-anticipated titles, Valve pushed the market to rethink its practices. Retailers had to consider new configurations for value, while consumers got a taste of how diverse and innovative video games could be for the price of a single title. This played a role in normalizing the diverse range of games we see today, many of which might have struggled in the more restrictive retail environment of the past. That it also served as a Trojan horse to introducing Steam to physical game customers was just icing on the top. Valve had always been the unconventional player, but this elevated them to almost sage-like status. They demonstrated foresight not just in game design, but also in understanding market dynamics, consumer psychology, and even retail economics. They showed that they could not only build games, but also build the industry. Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare was a tactical swerve from the tried-and-true formula of reenacting historical conflicts. It propelled players into the current geopolitical landscape, offering both a relatable and terrifyingly realistic experience that other games had rarely touched upon. By making this shift, Infinity Ward could explore new kinds of narratives, not bound by the events or outcomes of real-world history. It also allowed them to update the weaponry and tactics, offering a fresh gameplay experience that still, almost miraculously, retained the core DNA of the franchise. The solo experience was not just a sideshow to the multiplayer, it was its own riveting tale, a mosaic of different perspectives from soldiers engaged in modern combat. Levels like All Gillied Up provided a level of tension that was at once cinematic and interactive, offering a gameplay experience that required not just sharp reflexes, but tactical foresight. The campaign was punctuated by moments that have since become iconic. The detonation of a nuclear bomb, the death of a player character, and so on. Each event was presented with a level of care and precision that made the game a compelling experience from start to finish. Of course, any conversation about Modern Warfare would be incomplete without mentioning its groundbreaking multiplayer experience. By incorporating RPG elements such as experience points and unlockable content into a fast-paced first-person shooter setting, Infinity Ward created an addicting cycle of gameplay that kept players coming back. The progression system gave everyone something to work for, regardless of skill level. This wasn't just an arena, it was a battlefield where you grew, adapted, and were continually rewarded for your efforts. And it wasn't just the major elements that made this game stand out. It was also the minutiae, the customizable kill streaks, the variance in game modes, the intricate map design, that when pieced together made this experience not just another game, but a defining moment in the evolution of online multiplayer gaming. The word influential is often bandied about recklessly, but in the case of Modern Warfare's multiplayer, the term is wholly deserved. The echoes of its design philosophy can be seen in almost every competitive online game that has come out since. Our first Electronic Arts game to show up in a time capsule in a long while, Mass Effect. BioWare had been carving its narrative chops with games like Knights of the Old Republic, which was steeped in the expansive universe of Star Wars. However, George Lucas was notorious for being hands-on with Star Wars properties. This period was also considered by many to be a low point for the Star Wars franchise, given the divisive reception of episodes 2 and 3. So for BioWare, creating a narrative-driven experience that they had full ownership of was the dream. Enter Mass Effect, a title where they could freely express their storytelling prowess, with characters, worlds, and narratives crafted from the ground up, unshackled from the whims of external intellectual property managers. Now, Mass Effect was and still is often lauded for its branching narrative. But it's not merely the variety of choices that sets it apart, it's the gravity those choices carry. The game humanizes its characters, even the non-human ones, with linguistic nuance and emotional complexity. When you're making choices in Mass Effect, you're not just selecting a path for Commander Shepard, you're choosing how to interact with a crew that feels as palpably real as your best friends or your worst enemies. The game sets you up in dilemmas that aren't just ethical but emotional, forcing you to weigh your heart against your mind, to confront biases or reaffirm your principles. The repercussions of these choices can be far-reaching, echoing throughout the entire series, and that was groundbreaking. Combat in Mass Effect was a blend of strategic elements with real-time action, effectively offering a playground for both RPG aficionados and shooter fans. While the mechanics had room for refinement, a fact BioWare acknowledged and improved upon in subsequent titles, the notion of molding combat to fit the story's pacing was intriguing. It ensured that even the most intense firefights didn't feel disjointed from the narrative canvas, but instead felt like an integral part of the unfolding epic. This harmonization of combat and story was a subtle touch that went a long way in immersion, and it laid the groundwork for how action RPGs today balance both elements. Rock Band came at a pivotal time for harmonics, having essentially built the rhythm genre into what we know today with games like Guitar Hero. Harmonix parted ways with Red Octane and found a new partner in MTV Networks. With Guitar Hero, the team had set a foundation. They were far from done. They envisioned a game that wasn't just about emulating a guitar player, but rather an entire band. A social experience that capitalized on the music itself. Rock Band didn't just present itself as an extension of Guitar Hero. It expanded the boundaries. The game demanded a more extensive array of peripherals, guitars, drum sets, and even a microphone. Whereas Guitar Hero could be a solitary endeavor, Rock Band was unapologetically designed to be a collective experience. At its heart, the game encouraged human interaction, collaboration, and even a little showmanship. This aspect is often overlooked in the discourse about the game, but it's crucial to understanding Rock Band's significance. It wasn't just a rhythm game. It was an exercise in collective, real-time problem solving, glued together by the universal language of music. The ambition didn't stop at the peripherals or the gameplay. Rock Band was perhaps one of the earliest and most successful examples of a game supported by a consistent, expansive library of downloadable content. Eventually, the game would have over 4,000 songs available for download, a staggering number that turned it into a platform rather than a mere standalone title. This was quite revolutionary at the time and set a precedent for how games could continue to provide value and extend their lifespans long after the initial purchase. The weekly rhythm of new releases became a masterstroke in keeping the community engaged and committed. Yet, as glamorous as Rock Band's success was, its story also serves as a cautionary title about the complexities of corporate involvement in creative enterprises. Harmonix initially found an unusual ally in MTV Networks, a division of media giant Viacom. However, not long after, it became clear that conglomerates like Viacom weren't particularly well suited for the nitty-gritty of game development and distribution. Viacom couldn't leverage the same efficiencies that a dedicated gaming company like Activision could. It's a key lesson in how the rapid consolidation in the industry around that time wasn't as straightforward as merely buying success. Activision understood this. Hence, their strategy was focused more on acquiring existing game companies rather than trying to shoehorn gaming into a broader media business model. Harmonix eventually sought to regain its independence, illuminating another industry trend, the perpetual tension between artistic freedom and financial stability. The development of Halo 3 was in many ways a moment of reckoning for Bungie. The challenge was not just creating a game, but delivering on a promise. The weight of expectations following Halo 2 was enormous. Bungie was not merely tasked with creating a sequel, they bore the responsibility of crafting a fitting conclusion to one of the most iconic trilogies in gaming history. This was a company at its peak, but also one under incredible scrutiny. At the heart of Bungie's studio, there was a clear intention: rectification. They were fully aware of the compromises they had to make with Halo 2 due to time constraints. With Halo 3, they had a chance to not just improve upon their prior shortcomings, but also to innovate. From the outset, it was evident that Bungie was in a reflective mood, assessing their past while envisioning a grand future for the franchise. A sense of authenticity underscored Bungie's approach to Halo 3. They weren't just developing a game, they were curating an experience. This is perhaps why they invested so heavily in world building. The Halo universe wasn't just a backdrop to the story, it was an essential character in its own right. Bungie expanded the lore, integrating moments from books, spin-offs, and other media. They gave depth to the universe, making it richer and more immersive. The introduction of the theater mode and the saved films feature was a nod to the community's dedication. Players could record, save, and share their in-game exploits. These weren't just features, they were symbols of trust. Bungie was empowering its community, trusting them to represent the game to the wider world. But what truly set Halo 3 apart was its commitment to emotional storytelling. The finale of Master Chief's initial journey was a masterclass in empathetic game design. From the nuanced interactions between Master Chief and Cortana to the deeper exploration of the Arbiter's character arc, Bungie showcased a maturity in storytelling that was rare in first-person shooters. The game's climax was both thrilling and somber, a testament to the sacrifices made throughout the saga. Bungie's evolution as a company during this period was profound. They were transitioning from being a game studio to a cultural phenomenon. They were acutely aware of their influence, and they wielded it responsibly. Through forums, community events, and regular interactions with fans, Bungie was fostering a unique bond, one built on mutual respect and admiration. As Halo 3 launched to commercial success and critical acclaim, there was a collective sigh of relief at Bungie. They had delivered on their promise. But beyond the accolades and sales figures, the game's legacy was solidified by the memories it created, the friendships it fostered, and the stories it told. It was a fitting end to a chapter, but as history would show, it was only the beginning for Bungie and the Halo saga. In 1998, we introduced bonus-level segments in our gaming time capsules to spotlight games that may not have made the mainstream headlines, but have had an undeniable impact on gaming culture. Think of these segments like the side quests in World of Warcraft or the hidden packages in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Not the main event, but an essential part of the experience. Fast forward to 2007 and the idea still holds. These bonus level segments give us a chance to discuss titles that have shaped trends or communities, even if they don't get a full chapter in the history books. Crysis is often cited as the pinnacle of graphical performance, almost transcending its status as a video game to become a benchmarking tool for computer hardware. And while the memes and jokes about can it run Crysis are part of internet history, what's often lost is how Crysis wasn't just a tech demo. It presented an intricate sandbox-style level design that really set it apart from other first-person shooters. It wasn't just about jaw-dropping visuals, it was a complete package that offered players multiple ways to approach objectives and was frankly a pretty good game. Crysis broke the mold by balancing cutting-edge visuals with intricate gameplay mechanics, a feat many games still struggle to achieve. In this sense, Crysis was more than a pretty face. It was a harbinger of what was possible in a truly immersive 3D environment. What's sad is that so few players ever got to experience that, with rumored sales of around 90,000 units in 2007. Certainly, as computers got more powerful, it did sell better, with more people wanting to experience this legendary game. But by that point, it was a bit late to change the perception of the game as a glorified tech demo. However, in this case, its sacrifice was worth it, as it provided a clear demarcation in game tech. Can it run Crysis? If not, why not? Avatar: The Burning Earth, on the other hand, epitomizes what we might call the achievement hunting era. The game itself is largely forgettable. However, with just a few minutes of your time, you could get a full 1,000 points of Gamerscore. Gamerscore was not just a number, it was a social currency, street cred, proof you were a real gamer. With the simplest of tasks, completing a single combo, you could earn an extra 1,000 Gamerscore. As you might imagine, anyone who cared about this was quick to take advantage of it. Avatar: The Burning Earth wasn't so much about the gameplay as it was about exploiting a meta-game trend. A unique moment that speaks volumes about gaming culture. God of War, today a franchise emblematic of PlayStation's success, was at the time released on the PlayStation 2, rather than the advanced PS3. This decision, shaped by David Jaffe and his team, captured the dilemmas of a console transition phase, a period of evolution and risk. David Jaffe's role in the gaming industry is a complex one. He's garnered a reputation as a divisive figure in the gaming community, one of the most disliked and controversial. His brash social media presence and wildly inflammatory takes have made him a lightning rod for both praise and criticism. Mixed into that is a history of very mixed reception to his later projects. There's no doubt that his claim to fame remains his work on God of War. And this does bring up interesting questions about the legacy of developers who have one monumental hit, but whose later work fails to resonate in the same way. This era saw giants like Sega and Sony wrestling with how much autonomy to grant their creative directors, juxtaposed against the potential financial fallout of not embracing the new generation. There's a noted trend of giving directors and studio heads a significant amount of creative freedom. This more laissez-faire approach has produced some of the most iconic and innovative games in history, but it's a double-edged sword. On one hand, the hands-off approach has led to standout, auteur-driven projects like Hideo Kojima's Metal Gear Solid series under Konami, or Yoko Taro's work on games like Nier Automata. On the other hand, it sometimes leads to decisions that, from a business perspective, are head-scratchers, like releasing God of War on the PS2 when the PS3 was already on the market. This contributed to a growing realization among corporations that some form of oversight or strategic alignment was necessary. As the industry matured and the stakes got higher, companies started realizing the need for a balance between creative freedom and business acumen. In contrast, Western counterparts like EA and Activision were much quicker to adopt a more stringent, top-down approach, prioritizing shareholder value and market trends, sometimes to the detriment of originality and innovation. This tightening of the reins likely has its roots in moments like these, when a high-profile game bucks the technological trend for the sake of reaching a broader but outdated user base. Lastly, we have UEFA Champions League 0607, a game that mostly fell into obscurity but has an undeniable impact on today's gaming economy. Andrew Wilson, the producer of the game, saw an opportunity for experimentation, co-opting the gachapon system, a monetization method already used in Eastern markets, and free-to-play games like MapleStory and ZT Online, he ushered in an era where game publishers could monetize players long after the initial point of sale. This model was later adopted in other EA titles like FIFA's Ultimate Team and, controversially, in single-player experiences like Mass Effect 3. Wilson, a businessman first and foremost, exploited the industry's pivot towards this form of monetization, fueling his meteoric rise from game producer to head of EA Sports, and then to EA's CEO. His approach, prioritizing revenue streams over player experience, left a divisive mark on the industry, turning gaming from a product-based to a service-based model, and inviting ethical scrutiny over practices that border on gambling. This transactional philosophy shaped not only EA's fortune, but also set a precedent for other industry players, including Zynga with Farmville and MMOs like Star Trek Online. While Wilson's model proved lucrative, contributing to his promotion and EA's ongoing profitability, it raised ethical concerns and affected the integrity of game design by orienting it around monetization first. 2008 was the year that the indie game scene truly skyrocketed, and it all started with Xbox Live's Summer of Arcade. This groundbreaking promotion not only introduced indie games to the masses, but it also kickstarted a creative boom that inspired countless developers to chase their dreams. Over the course of 5 glorious weeks, gamers were treated to a smorgasbord of innovative titles that would change the industry forever. It's impossible to overstate the impact of the Summer Arcade on indie gaming. It was more than just a promotion. It was a platform that allowed independent developers to stand shoulder to shoulder with industry giants. Through incentives like prize draws and special discounts, this event ushered in a new era in gaming and gave indie developers a much-needed boost, leveling the playing field and encouraging innovation. This explosion of creativity led to a more diverse and exciting gaming landscape, with indie developers tackling subjects and styles that mainstream studios might have shied away from. Indie developers injected fresh ideas and perspectives, pushing the boundaries of what games could be and how they could be experienced. It wasn't just about Castle Crashers, Galaga Legions, or Geometry Wars Retro Evolved 2. It was about creating an environment where innovative, quirky, and offbeat games could thrive, and thrive they did. The indie gaming industry that we know today, it owes a huge debt to the Summer of Arcade. It set the stage, pulled back the curtain, and let the indie game show begin. And the gaming industry has never been the same since. So what can we learn from this pivotal moment in gaming history? How has the rise of indie games impacted the creative landscape of the industry? And what would the gaming world look like today without the influence of these indie trailblazers? Rockstar's GTA series had already earned its reputation for freedom and chaos, but GTA 4 took a different approach. Forget what you knew about sandbox worlds where NPCs existed just for you to interact with. Liberty City had a pulse of its own. From the nuanced radio stations to the hilarious yet insightful internet cafes, everything in the game world served a dual function: entertainment and social critique. Even the game's main protagonist, Nico Bellic, was a complex figure, embodying the immigrant experience and the broken American dream. He wasn't just a digital avatar, he was a lens through which players could view and critique modern America. Where the successful GTA clone series and competitor Saints Row leaned into the absurdity of the genre, GTA 4 leaned out. It eschewed over-the-top hijinks for gritty realism. This wasn't merely a cosmetic choice, it represented a diverging philosophy in the design of open-world games. Saints Row said, "Let's crank this up to 11, while GTA 4 decided to hold a mirror to the world. Never before had a game integrated environmental interaction and character movement so seamlessly. If you tried running down a flight of stairs, Nico might trip and tumble, just like a real person. Every car chase, every shootout felt distinct, thanks to the dynamic interplay between the game's systems. It was a technological marvel, but more importantly, it served the game's larger themes of chaos and unpredictability in a city that felt all too real." Fallout 1 had sold around 50,000 units, and Fallout 2 roughly 5 times that. These weren't blockbuster numbers, they were cult classics, and it's precisely that positioning, known but not ubiquitously so, that allowed Bethesda to reimagine Fallout 3 as they saw fit. Bethesda had already done the almost unthinkable with the Elder Scrolls series. Morrowind was their magnum opus, dragging what was a fairly traditional Western RPG into a more dynamic, interactive world. Now, with Fallout 3, they applied the same treatment to a franchise that had even less of a hardline fan base. We're talking about a game that went from being an isometric, narrative-focused title to a sprawling, open-world, first-person RPG. A change as radical as it was audacious. The desolate, post-apocalyptic DC landscape was a masterstroke in environmental storytelling. Every ruin, every corroded signpost, every mutated creature had a tale to tell. The VATS system was an astute nod to the franchise's turn-based roots while modernizing the gameplay. It wasn't just a shooting mechanic, it was a blend of strategy and real-time action that felt, well, both retro and innovative. The Karma system wasn't new to the Fallout series, but what Bethesda did with it was beyond anything we had seen at that point. Your choices had weight, affecting not just the end game, but your moment-to-moment interactions. And they took it one step further by tying it all back into your role-playing experience. Did you decide to detonate the bomb in Megaton or disarm it? Your choice there influenced how characters interacted with you for the rest of the game. While the Wii's focus on accessibility and casual gaming undeniably defined this era, the landscape wasn't universally favorable. First-party titles like Wii Sports, Wii Fit, and Wii Play, simple bundle-sold games aimed at ultra-casual audiences, dominated the sales charts. Then there was Mario Kart Wii, a juggernaut that masterfully balanced casual appeal with enough complexity to engage hardcore fans. This game alone sold an extraordinary 40 million copies, a feat that is not just impressive, but indicative of Nintendo's unique talent for making universally appealing games. However, let's not let these eye-popping numbers mask the broader issues. The top-selling games for the Wii were all first-party titles, often bundled with the console or with Wii accessories. Third-party games found it difficult to achieve similar success, representing a significant concern for the platform. In fact, at this time, even Sony's PSP was outselling the Wii in Japan. So what does Mario Kart Wii's exceptional performance tell us? It underscores Nintendo's unique capacity to decode what its audience wants, but it also shines a spotlight on a platform that was, to put it bluntly, not particularly hospitable to third-party developers. Often overlooked is Mario Kart Wii's online multiplayer suite, a surprising move from a Nintendo that had been historically sluggish to embrace internet-based gameplay. While competitors like Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 had already made online multiplayer a staple, Nintendo was languishing behind. Mario Kart Wii changed that, featuring robust online capabilities that allowed races, battles, and even tournaments. This wasn't just Nintendo catching up, it was an admission, however tacit, that the future of console gaming was inextricably linked to online connectivity. Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts seems like a peculiar inclusion in this time capsule, yet it captures a pivotal moment in gaming history in ways that some of the year's top sellers cannot. Nuts and Bolts marked a departure from the gameplay that fans had come to love in the Banjo-Kazooie franchise. Instead of your traditional platformer, the game veered off into an entirely new direction, leaning heavily into vehicle creation and customization. Now, the critical consensus was generally favorable. The vehicle editor was lauded for its depth, the visuals and music were praised. However, there was a disconnect between the critical assessment and the public reception, which was indicative of a deeper issue. Why did the gameplay mechanics change in the first place? Once a powerhouse in the gaming world, Rare revolutionized the industry with titles dating back to the ZX Spectrum era. The company survived the 1983 video game crash and produced iconic games like Donkey Kong Country and GoldenEye 007. However, a turning point came in 2002 when Microsoft acquired Rare. Initially, the acquisition appeared to be a strategic way for Microsoft to enrich their Xbox library with innovative titles. Yet in the subsequent years, it became clear that Rare's creative spirit was being constrained, as the company was nudged into roles that didn't align with its historical expertise. Nuts and Bolts had a robust vehicle editor that gave players an enormous amount of freedom to create anything from a simplistic cart to an elaborate flying machine. And here lies the paradox. The vehicle editor was both the game's most innovative feature and its Achilles heel. Fans of the original series were drawn to the charming worlds and characters, the humor, the platforming challenges. When Nuts and Bolts shifted the focus towards engineering your way through the game, it alienated a core section of its audience. It demonstrated a kind of creative dissonance that can happen when a franchise tries to reinvent itself without considering the attributes that made it memorable in the first place. By the end of 2008, Nuts and Bolts had sold just 140,000 copies in the United States, and it signaled the end of an era for the franchise, and also Rare as a developer. Shortly afterwards, Microsoft laid off staff at Rare and transitioned them into focusing on Kinect and Xbox avatars, a sad coda for a studio that once led the industry. The demise of the Banjo-Kazooie franchise and the repurposing of Rare can be seen as emblematic of broader trends during this period. We saw a move towards safer, more formulaic titles and the corporatization of game development where financial logic outweighed creative risk. Nuts and Bolts serves as a cautionary title about what can happen when market-driven decisions override creative integrity. Tucked into the side, more bonus levels. Facing financial collapse, Midway Games was on its last legs as it developed Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe. The project was a high-risk endeavor, nothing short of a Hail Mary pass aimed at breathing life into a hemorrhaging company. With this game, Midway was tasked with the Herculean challenge of weaving together the gritty, violent world of Mortal Kombat and the family-friendly realm of DC Comics. Two universes that, on paper, should never coexist. Picture Scorpion and Superman sharing screen space without betraying the core sensibilities of either fanbase. The stakes were massive, and this amalgamation was an exercise in nuance and calculated risk-taking. The game was more than a quirky crossover. It embodied the growing phenomenon of cross-media engagement, well before the Marvel Cinematic Universe turned that concept into a cultural mainstay. Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe revealed a burgeoning appetite for blending universes and lore, creating an amalgam that compelled audiences to reconsider what was possible within the confines of genre and intellectual property. Yet as much as it achieved creatively, the game couldn't fend off the inevitable. Midway's bankruptcy. While it garnered a moderate degree of success, it wasn't enough to rescue a sinking ship. What it did manage to offer was a poignant ending to Midway's legacy, a final flourish that encapsulated the tumultuous ride the company had been on for years. The game's place in history serves as a complex narrative that touches on corporate mismanagement, the challenges of over-leveraging assets, and the high-stakes gamble of creative innovation in an industry that doesn't always reward it. Mega Man 9 is intriguing for a variety of reasons, but its resurrection of classic 8-bit design was nothing short of a revolutionary act of nostalgia. In an era where video games were defined by their polygons and pixel counts, Capcom did something brazen. They released a game that could have easily existed on the Nintendo Entertainment System back in the late 80s. It wasn't just an homage, it was a reclamation of a forgotten language in game design. What's fascinating is the ripple effect this had across the industry. Mega Man 9 triggered a wave of retro revivals, proving to developers that the past could be profitable, that nostalgia had value. But even beyond the nostalgia factor, this title showcased the power of digital storefronts. Its distribution was a blueprint for how to get niche products into the hands of hungry consumers, sidestepping the high costs of physical production. This was the democratization of game publishing in real time. Metal Gear Solid 4 is an anomaly, an epic send-off for Solid Snake that's curiously ensnared by the very platform it was designed to celebrate. This was a narrative opus, dense with geopolitical intrigue and existential musings. It was sort of a masterclass in game storytelling. Yes, including those notoriously long cutscenes. But the most fascinating aspect is its relationship with hardware. Kojima essentially strong-armed Sony into releasing a backwards-compatible version of the PS3 just to meet the game's requirements. However, this decision has its own layer of irony. The game that once required Sony to adapt has now become a relic, tethered forever to a single generation of hardware, in part because of the data formats and proprietary technology involved. Metal Gear Solid 4, in its grand ambition, encapsulated the tensions of its time. The hunger for storytelling depth and cinematic flair contrasted with the limitations and rapid obsolescence of gaming hardware. The game's current isolation to the PS3, an all-time forever PS3 exclusive, acts as a poignant reminder of how even the most groundbreaking titles can be subject to the unforgiving march of technology. And then we arrive at Braid, the darling of Xbox Live Arcade, which was more than just another indie game. At first, Braid may seem like a typical platformer, but its time-manipulating mechanics transformed it into something far more cerebral, with a narrative that unfolded like an intricate puzzle, complemented by lush, hand-painted art that gave each frame the weight of a canvas painting. But what's often overlooked is Braid's role in redefining how games could be read by players. It encouraged interpretive play. Each level, each puzzle was an allegorical element, making players consider the implications of time, choice, and consequence. This was ludonarrative cohesion at its finest, where gameplay mechanics were inseparable from narrative themes. It's a piece of digital literature, pushing players to think not just about how they play, but also why they play. This was a far cry from the perception of indie games as amateur endeavors. It kicked the door wide open for indie game development to exist as a legitimate, even profitable segment of the gaming industry. Before Braid, indie games were curiosities. After Braid, they were contenders. Braid asserted that these games could have intellectual and emotional gravitas, catalyzing an entire generation of game developers to infuse more thoughtful elements into their game designs. This is the game that Roger Ebert called pathetic in his essay about how video games could never be art, saying, "No one in or out of the field has ever been able to cite a game worthy of comparison with the great poets, filmmakers, novelists, and poets." Last but certainly not least, we have God of War Chains of Olympus for the PSP, a title that redefined what we expected from handheld gaming. Until Chains of Olympus, many had doubted that the cinematic grandiosity of a God of War title could ever be successfully downscaled for a portable device. Yet, here was this game, defying expectations and serving up a nearly uncompromised God of War experience, complete with fluid combat, sprawling environments, and labyrinthine puzzles. The developers at Ready at Dawn, who later went on to create The Order 1886 and now focuses on VR titles under Facebook's umbrella, managed to leverage the PSP's hardware like no one had before, thereby shifting the entire paradigm surrounding handheld games. Before Chains of Olympus, handheld games were often seen as sort of lesser experience, a simplified version of console gaming. This title dismissed that notion entirely, demanding to be taken as seriously as its console counterparts. 2009, a year that epitomized the commercialization of the video game industry as it transformed from a niche hobby to a booming mainstream phenomenon. Conventions like E3, BlizzCon, QuakeCon, ScrewAttackCon, and PAX began to proliferate, and gaming became a pastime for people of all ages and backgrounds. It's clear that the gaming landscape was shifting, with new players entering the scene and established companies looking to innovate. One prime example is the mid-generation console release of the PS3 Slim, setting a trend that would be followed by competitors for generations to come. However, the most notable change in 2009 was the now undeniable success of Nintendo's Wii. With a staggering 7 out of the top 10 best-selling games that year, the Wii's casual-focused console console continued to dominate, even outselling heavy hitters like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 and Assassin's Creed 2. It's clear that the shift in demographics played a crucial role in the rise of casual gaming. The Wii's accessible and family-friendly design attracted a broader audience, and the industry was no longer catering solely to the hardcore gamers, but rather embracing a new, wider audience. Companies began to approach game design and marketing from a different angle. Behind closed doors, however, Nintendo's Wii was experiencing some hiccups. The Wii was still selling very well, but the lack of third-party games was becoming apparent. The consoles were starting to collect dust in people's homes. In many ways, the mainstream success of gaming was a double-edged sword. On the one hand, a broader audience and more significant profits allowed for greater investment in innovative game concepts and technologies. The gaming industry expanded, and new opportunities arose for game developers and publishers alike. On the other hand, the commercialization of gaming meant that there was an increased pressure to create games that would appeal to the mass market. As a result, some argued that the industry began to prioritize profit over creativity, leading to an oversaturation of safe, formulaic titles. While it opened doors for innovation and inclusivity, it also risked stifling creativity by prioritizing mass appeal. Meanwhile, Electronic Arts announced an initiative known as Project $10. This was EA's attempt to curb the sales of used games by offering incentives for customers to keep their new game. The concept was simple. When you purchased a new copy of an EA game, you would receive free downloadable content. However, if you bought a used copy of the same game, you would have to pay $10 to access this content. This strategy was implemented in games like Mass Effect 2's Cerberus Network, Dragon Age's DLC network, and the launch add-ons for Bad Company 2. Project $10 was seen as a controversial move. While it was framed as an effort to improve the consumer experience, it was also viewed as a way to discourage used game sales and increase profits. Companies like GameStop were loudly announcing that they made more profit off a $29.99 used game than a $59.99 new game. Add in that video games were still considered a luxury item, and the world was still in the tail end of the Great Recession that started in 2007, and it's easy to see how a company like EA might not take such a bold claim very well. The Project $10 initiative marked a significant shift in the industry's approach to used games and DLC, and it sparked a debate about the value of new versus used games. How has the shift in demographics changed the way companies approach game design and marketing? Do you think the rise of casual gaming and the mainstream success of the industry was a positive or negative development for gaming as a whole? Bungie, post-Halo 3, found itself in a complex situation. With their contractual obligations to Microsoft, there was a pressing need to fulfill the 3-game deal. With Halo Reach already in the spotlight, Bungie decided on a strategic move. Release a game that would not only bridge the narrative gap, but also expedite their departure from the Halo universe. This decision culminated in the release of Halo 3 ODST. Many in the gaming community perceived ODST as a quick exit strategy for Bungie, labeling it as DLC rather than a standalone game, certainly not helped by the naming scheme. This wasn't a full Halo game. There was a palpable sense of Bungie wanting to wrap things up to find closure. In many ways, ODST felt like an epilogue to Halo 3, both in its narrative elements and in its gameplay mechanics. The fact that it carried the same multiplayer system as Halo 3 without introducing anything radically new was a testament to its DLC nature. It was Bungie cutting corners, many believed, in their eagerness to move on. Yet while ODST was a shorter and seemingly rushed game, it bore unmistakable marks of Bungie's creative ambitions. At Bungie's core was a team that was constantly striving for innovation, to challenge their own boundaries and to defy the conventional. Here, they took the universe established in Halo 2, but instead of moving forward with bombastic warfare, they took a step sideways. They introduced a new perspective, an orbital drop shock trooper wandering through the deserted streets of New Mombasa. Their film noir undertones, combined with a more subdued and atmospheric storytelling approach, marked ODST as a significant departure from its predecessors. This was Bungie experimenting, perhaps even laying the groundwork for future endeavors. They wanted to present the universe they had meticulously built from a different lens, less grandeur, more human. Less godlike super soldier, more real-life trooper. It was a shift from wide galactic conflicts to a singular city's haunting silence under occupation. They were shedding the armor of the Master Chief and donning the uniform of a regular soldier, making players feel more vulnerable and ironically more connected to the expansive universe. One of the unique challenges for Bungie during the ODST development was balancing their intent for the game with external expectations. The game was meant to be a more budgeted, experimental exploration, yet the pressure to make it a significant release was high. The Microsoft Xbox leadership's decision to price it at $60 raised eyebrows and caused the team considerable distress. But despite this, the team's passion for storytelling remained undeterred. Bungie as a company was transitioning. ODST was more than just a product of that transition, it was a reflection of Bungie's soul at the time. In the neon streets of New Mombasa, amidst the rain and eerie quietness, one could feel Bungie's heartbeats, sometimes racing, sometimes contemplative, always passionate. ODST was a playground, a laboratory, a passion project, and a love letter to fans, all rolled into one. Furthermore, ODST also reflected Bungie's meticulous craftsmanship, their attention to detail, the layered narratives with Sadie's story, and the tantalizing Easter eggs pointing to destiny, showed a team that was deeply introspective. It was as if they were leaving breadcrumbs for their fans, guiding them towards the future, while also leaving behind a part of their legacy. Halo Wars, a real-time strategy game set in the Halo universe, was unveiled by Microsoft at the X06 exhibition in 2006. However, its announcement came as a surprise, not just to the public, but to Bungie themselves. Unlike previous Halo titles developed under Bungie's aegis, Halo Wars was entrusted to Ensemble Studios, renowned for their Age of Empires series. Given the prominence of the Halo IP and Bungie's integral role in its creation and expansion, the studio was understandably taken aback. Their surprise was rooted not just in the fact that a new Halo game was in development, but that it was being shaped outside their purview. Adding to the fact was Bungie's assertion that they had a first right of refusal for any new Halo project. In essence, this would mean that any new proposal or idea related to the Halo franchise should first be presented to Bungie, allowing them the choice to undertake or decline the project before it was offered to another studio. Bungie's claims, if valid, meant that Microsoft had overstepped its boundaries by not consulting Bungie before greenlighting Halo Wars with Ensemble Studios. This omission, inadvertent or otherwise, planted seeds of discontent between the two. In the wake of Bungie's reservations, Microsoft issued a retort, suggesting that they had indeed approached Bungie with the concept of Halo Wars. According to Microsoft, Bungie's feedback was less than enthusiastic. They purportedly expressed reservations about the game's quality and potential, hence leading Microsoft to knock on Ensemble's doors. Whether this was a genuine miscommunication or a conscious maneuver remains a topic of speculation. Halo Wars wasn't the only instance where the Halo IP was handled outside Bungie's domain. Earlier in 2006, Halo Legends had been launched, an anime series that was not developed in partnership with Bungie. It took significant creative licenses, being received by core fans very, very poorly, amplifying the studio's concerns about the trajectory of their magnum opus. With Bungie deeply invested emotionally and creatively in the Halo universe, witnessing it evolve outside their control was akin to seeing their creation drift away. While it's an oversimplification to attribute Bungie's eventual split from Microsoft solely to the Halo Wars controversy, it certainly played a part. The perceived overreach by Microsoft, coupled with other strains in their partnership, pushed Bungie towards seeking independence and their desire for autonomy, creative control, and a say in the destiny of their creations. The Halo Wars episode provides a microscopic view of the complex dynamics between game developers and publishers, IP ownership, creative liberties, communication, communication channels and respect for foundational contributions form a fragile ecosystem. In the Bungie-Microsoft saga, Halo Wars stands out as a poignant chapter that underscores the balance, or the lack thereof, between business imperatives and creative sanctity. Killzone 2 was marketed as Sony's answer to Halo, and so this PlayStation 3 exclusive carried enormous weight on its shoulders. Killzone 2 found itself shackled to the moniker of the Halo Killer. The 2005 Killzone 2 trailer dropped Jaws, seemingly defying the limitations of console hardware at the time. It was spectacular, so spectacular that it almost seemed unreal. And it turns out it was. The trailer was later revealed to be a target render, essentially a best-case scenario not necessarily grounded in the reality of then-current hardware capabilities. The term bullshot became a defining moment in the way we understand and critique marketing within the video game industry. Born from the smoldering skepticism after the Killzone 2 trailer fiasco, this term was a direct challenge to how the industry presents its products. Bullshots are doctored images or videos that present an unrealistically polished view of a game, artificially boosting expectations and hype. It's like Photoshop on steroids for gaming, and the fallout from its usage had ripples across the industry. Madden, for instance, would showcase trailers that demonstrated in-game movements and actions which were, quite frankly, absent from the final product. These trailers represented an idealized vision of what the developers hoped the game would be, not what it actually was. But the breakdown of trust didn't happen in a vacuum. It's essential to remember that Sony had a credibility issue not just in gaming, but also in its movie division. In the early 2000s, the company was caught inventing a fake movie critic to give glowing reviews to its films. Trust was eroding on multiple fronts, and Sony was right at the center of it. The need for Killzone 2 to be exemplary was beyond just a gaming context. It was about corporate credibility. And then there was Halo. This massive behemoth that didn't just dominate sales, but also shaped the very fabric of first-person shooters. Halo was more than a game. It was a standard-bearer, the trendsetter. Its intelligent AI, cinematic storytelling, and multiplayer modes set a bar so high that every subsequent first-person shooter was almost inevitably compared to it. Halo wasn't just a game, it was a paradigm. And it's within this paradigm that Killzone 2 had to find its place. It had to be the Halo killer. A Herculean task that wasn't just about matching Halo, but toppling it. A feat as audacious as it was ultimately unattainable. It's fascinating how the gargantuan success of Halo shifted the design philosophies and marketing tactics of games like Killzone 2. The AI became smarter, the environments became more immersive, and the pressure to deliver a knockout multiplayer experience became a standard requirement, not an optional feature. The aspiration to be the Halo killer was both a driving force and a crippling weight, pushing game developers to innovate while also setting them up for nearly impossible expectations. It's this complex web of influence, be it Halo's genre-defining characteristics or the community's newly coined scrutiny through terms like bullshot, that makes the story of Killzone 2 a critical chapter in the book of gaming history. With Uncharted 2, Naughty Dog didn't just make a sequel, they refined every possible facet of the original Uncharted. The visual fidelity was astonishing, pushing the PlayStation 3 to its limits. From war-torn streets to snow-capped mountains, the settings weren't just backdrops, but interactive elements that contributed to the game's overall narrative arc. When you find yourself sneaking through a war-torn village or hanging off a cliff, the stakes are visceral and immediate because of the visual immersion. But beyond its cinematic allure, the game's storyline achieved something truly exceptional. It rendered its characters as deeply human, flaws and all. This sense of humanity made the extraordinary circumstances they found themselves in all the more riveting. The dialogues, the tensions, the alliance, and betrayals were all woven seamlessly into the core gameplay. This integration made for an experience where the narrative and gameplay were in constant dialogue with each other, each amplifying the other's strengths. Uncharted 2's multiplayer mode wasn't just an add-on, it was an entirely separate layer of the game that incorporated the game's core mechanics. It provided an extra dimension that extended the game's life and added a communal aspect to an otherwise solitary adventure. This ambitious approach wasn't just about increasing the game's lifespan, it was an experiment in blending narrative and community experience in an action-adventure context. Uncharted 2 made a strong case for the power of guided storytelling, creating a harmonious blend that allowed players to explore while still experiencing a tightly knit narrative that Naughty Dog wanted to tell. Uncharted's impact on the balance between authorial intent and player agency was a new model that inspired numerous titles since, yet rarely gets the credit it truly deserves. Street Fighter IV doesn't just hold a place in fighting game history, it became a lifeline for a genre that was, by all indications, on life support. When you consider the state of 2D fighting games before the release of Street Fighter IV, it was almost as if the industry had turned its back on them. The early 2000s were somewhat of a dark age for fighting games. Once giants like Capcom were quiet, especially after the less than stellar reception of Street Fighter III, which, despite its merits, didn't resonate with audiences. Street Fighter III's unpopularity wasn't just a blow to Capcom, it was a signal fire for the dire straits the genre was in. Couple this with the rise of home consoles that matched or even exceeded the capabilities of arcades, and you had a full-blown existential crisis. But then the winds started to change. Capcom dabbled in online multiplayer by re-releasing Street Fighter II Hyper Fighting in 2006, and it caught fire. It was a humble yet telling precursor to the phenomenon that Street Fighter IV would become. Street Fighter IV didn't revolutionize the genre, but it revitalized it in an essential way. Capcom wisely chose to mix the familiar and the new, catering to nostalgia while pushing the envelope. For those who grew up mashing buttons on their SNES controllers while playing Street Fighter II, Street Fighter IV felt like a homecoming. But it was more than just a stroll down memory lane. New mechanics like ultra combos and focus attacks injected a fresh dynamism into the gameplay. These weren't mere gimmicks, they evolved the tactical depth of the game, allowing more nuanced counterattacks and parries. While keeping a firm grip on its roots, Street Fighter IV extended its branches to touch a new sky. It was a delicate balancing act, but one that Capcom pulled off spectacularly. Secondly, its online functionality. In an era where Tekken 6 was stumbling with its online interface, Street Fighter IV felt like a breath of fresh air. This is particularly significant when you consider the decline of arcades and how essential online play would become for the genre. Its functional matchmaking, tournament modes, and low input delay set a new standard for online fighting games. Here, the multiplayer couch extended beyond your living room and spread across the globe, fostering a robust community that still thrives today. But let's not overlook its impact on the competitive scene, especially in the Evolution Championship Series, or EVO. When Street Fighter IV was included in the roster, it boasted over 1,040 entrants, 3 times more than any other game. That's not merely a statistic, it's a testament to the game's capacity to engage and mobilize a community. It showed developers and publishers alike that the fighting game genre could be a viable, lucrative avenue again. Other companies took note, and soon we saw a renaissance in the genre. We often forget that the success or failure of a game has ripples that extend beyond its immediate ecosystem. Street Fighter IV's success nudged other developers to invest in their 2D fighting titles. It also popularized the 2.5D style, providing a middle ground for those torn between the nostalgia of 2D and the allure of 3D. It's as if Street Fighter IV said, you don't have to choose, you can have both. 2009's bonus levels encapsulate the diverse shifts the industry was undergoing. Plants vs. Zombies is often hailed as an accessible tower defense game, but it did something more nuanced than simply break down genre barriers. One aspect often overlooked is how it acted as a soft entry point for people into the world of real-time strategy. The game cleverly disguised its complex mechanics behind a veneer of whimsicality. On the surface, it's a charming, animated horticultural battle against the undead. Dig a little deeper and you'll find layers of strategy that attract both casual and hardcore gamers. There was serious design wisdom in having an escalating set of challenges that introduce mechanics one at a time. First, you just had to worry about one type of zombie, then multiple types, and eventually you'd find yourself juggling different plant abilities and managing resources, all while trying to keep your brains uneaten. This game managed to teach complex strategic thinking in the guise of a garden variety pastime, pardon the pun. It created a cultural moment and managed to do something most games in the genre could not. It made the genre appealing to people who normally wouldn't be caught dead, or undead in this case, playing video games. Add in its appeal to microtransaction markets, and it's clear why Plants vs. Zombies was emblematic of gaming's new ubiquity and commercial viability. Now, moving on to the Beatles rock band. There's no underestimating the significance of digitally immortalizing the Beatles' music catalog in game format. Think about it. This happened a year before their songs were available on iTunes. This was the first time the Beatles' music was available in a digital format. It's a marriage of pop culture history and interactive media that neither dilutes the essence of the music nor trivializes the gaming experience. It spoke to a bigger story, how video games were becoming a new venue for experiencing and re-experiencing classic art forms. I mean, consider this. You had a generation that may have never actively sought out the Beatles' music, now deeply engaged with these iconic tracks. They weren't just listening, they were interacting with each song, learning its nuances, mastering its rhythm. The game became an interactive museum of sorts, a living archive that kept the Beatles' legacy not just alive, but interactive. It also exemplified how games were moving beyond their primary function as entertainment devices and stepping into the realm of experiential education and historical preservation. Angry Birds, to most people, is often reduced to its simple mechanics. Angry Birds took the concept of slingshots and disgruntled fowls and turned it into a multi-billion-dollar franchise. But here's something worth noting. The game capitalized on the rise of smartphones and showcased the future of mobile advertising. Angry Birds was one of the first early adopters of ad revenue-based business models in mobile gaming. The game was free, but the advertising within was targeted, opening up new revenue streams and effectively demonstrating to developers how profitable in-app advertising could be. Angry Birds was more than just a hit game, it was a signal to the world that mobile gaming had matured enough to produce blockbuster titles, challenging traditional gaming platforms. Fat Princess can be seen as an early exploration into blending different genres, a capture-the-flag premise blended with role-playing elements. You could change classes, strategize with teammates, and the game even added a layer of moral dilemma, critiquing traditional damsel-in-distress narratives by quite literally adding weight to the princess you're supposed to rescue. It was both a callback to older genres and a forward-looking experiment in narrative subversion and gameplay mechanics. Most importantly, however, it was one of the best-selling games on the PlayStation Network, not just because it was well-designed, but because it symbolized Sony's competitive counterpoint to Xbox Live Arcade. Fat Princess arrived at a time when Sony was still trying to establish the PlayStation Network as a formidable contender to Microsoft's online storefront, and boy, did it deliver. In a way, it validated the PSN store as a marketplace for original, high-quality titles. Lastly, PlayStation Home. This is the one platform amongst these that aimed to be more than just a game. It sought to become a virtual society. It was Sony's experiment in creating a digital ecosystem within its gaming universe. Even if it didn't fully succeed in terms of execution, it was a visionary step forward in imagining what integrated social experiences within gaming consoles could look like. It was a primitive version of a metaverse, long before terms like virtual reality became household names.
Y'all know I do music, but let's just forget about the music for right now and just think about Soulja Boy Tell Me Good Gamer.
What's up, everybody? Cody here from Video Game Blogger. We're playing Assassin's Creed, so.
All these games you should have played at least, if not all of them.
Medal of Honor was released on October 12th, 2010, which was yesterday.
Even though sales of the Nintendo Wii fell this year from 2009, it still came in as the top-selling home console.
PlayStation 2 shortage. Like, think about that for a second. Like, what are you talking about? There is a product that is like ultra cool that I can't go buy in the store. Why not?
Hello there, people, to Super Mario Man 2017.
The new Nintendo 3DS, that's what I'm gonna call it, even though I don't think that's the name.
The Supreme Court has struck down a California law that would have banned the selling of violent video games to children.
This is the Tokyo Game Show edition of Gooby's PlayStation 3 News, and I am Gooby.
This is your new Xbox 360.
In 2010, indie games continued their meteoric rise in popularity. Pioneering initiatives like the Humble Bundle burst onto the scene, offering a pay-what-you-want model that both appealed to gamers and supported indie developers. Kickstarter emerged as a funding avenue for games that traditional publishers had long deemed unmarketable. Even indie gems like Cave Story were grabbing their share of critical acclaim alongside major titles. With gaming innovation accelerating at breakneck speed, motion controls like the Kinect and PlayStation Move unlocked new gaming possibilities. So what did the average gamer think about the future of video games in 2010? With such an array of innovations and a diverse selection of games, it's easy to imagine gamers buzzing with excitement and anticipation for what lay ahead. In just a decade, the gaming world had underwent a dramatic transformation. In 2000, mobile gaming was a mere shadow of its future self, limited to rudimentary games like Snake on early Nokia phones. But the 2007 iPhone release transformed mobile gaming forever. Social media platforms like Facebook also offered new opportunities, with games like Farmville and Mafia Wars amassing millions of daily active users. Back in 2000, the gaming industry was still reveling in the 3D graphics introduced during the late 90s. By 2010, technology had advanced, allowing for more realistic graphics, enhanced physics engines, and the integration of sophisticated artificial intelligence. That same decade witnessed the rise of online gaming, with multiplayer-focused titles like Counter-Strike, EverQuest, and Diablo 2 leading the charge. By 2010, online gaming had exploded in popularity, thanks to seamless multiplayer experiences offered by services like Xbox Live and the newly revealed PlayStation Network, and digital distribution platforms like Steam dominating game sales. The introduction of paid multiplayer services like PlayStation Plus and Xbox Live Gold had both positive and negative aspects. On the positive side, these services provided a stable and secure environment for online multiplayer gaming, offering free games monthly and gave subscribers access to exclusive discounts. On the downside, these services essentially put multiplayer gaming behind a paywall, which was a departure from the previous norm where multiplayer was a standard feature included with the purchase of a game. This meant that players had to pay an additional fee on top of the cost of their games and consoles to play with others online. Adding more costs to multiplayer gaming, EA's Project $10 came to fruition in 2010, with many in the industry jumping on board. This initiative was a form of digital rights management, introduced to restrict access to certain online content and combat the second-hand purchase of games. Online passes were single-use codes that granted access to multiplayer modes and other online content. They served as a revenue stream for publishers and encouraged players to buy new copies of games to access full content. Critics, however, argued that online passes might limit essential functionality and prevent the resale of video games. How did the indie game scene reshape the overall gaming landscape from 1980 to 2010? How did the rapid advancement of technology mold gaming experiences and expectations, and what challenges did the industry grapple with in trying to cater to the desires of both casual and hardcore gamers. The concept of open-world games wasn't particularly new. Games like Grand Theft Auto and Assassin's Creed had already acclimatized gamers to expansive settings. But Red Dead Redemption changed the calculus on how to populate that open world. Until then, open-world games often sacrificed depth for breadth. They were big, but often shallow. In Red Dead Redemption, every NPC felt lived in, each with their own history and personality. Towns had dynamics, decisions had consequences. Essentially, Rockstar brought a level of granularity and detail to the world that wasn't just ornamental, but structural. It contributed to the gameplay, the narrative, and the overall immersive experience. And we can't ignore the significance of the morality system. Now, karma systems existed before, but none had been woven so intrinsically into the game's fabric. It didn't just affect dialogue or endings, it influenced how NPCs reacted to you, what missions you could undertake, and even the game's economy. It was a full-bodied representation of choice and consequence that many games have tried to emulate since, but seldom with the same finesse. Unlike many other open-world games that rely on cutscenes or dialogue to convey their story, Red Dead Redemption used the environment itself as a narrative device. The transition from the lawless, untamed landscapes of New Austin to the more industrialized, conflict-ridden Nuevo Paraíso didn't just represent a change in scenery, it encapsulated the overarching theme of the Wild West's decline and the inevitable march of civilization. Here, the world wasn't just a playground, it was a character, a storyteller, and a critic all rolled into one. Of course, the year 2010 isn't just a timestamp, it's context. We were well into the 7th console generation, with the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 being at their peak. It was a time when consoles began to rival PCs not just in graphics, but in their ability to create complex, dynamic worlds. The success of Red Dead Redemption reaffirmed that console gaming was not merely catching up to its PC counterpart, but in some aspects, surpassing it, pushing both platforms towards a future where the delineation became increasingly blurred. Yet despite these groundbreaking elements, one aspect that often escapes criticism is the controversial issue of retailer-exclusive pre-order bonuses. The rise of retailer-specific pre-order incentives, while lucrative for both developers and retailers, raised serious concerns about consumer access to complete content. In order to snag all of Red Dead Redemption's pre-order bonuses, one would have to purchase the game from 11 different retailers, costing a staggering $659.89 at the minimum. And that's for 17 pre-order bonuses distributed across 9 countries, making up 11 unique editions. This practice, championed by retailers as adding consumer value, is seen by many gamers as a divisive strategy that fragments the game experience and arguably exploits the fan base. Such practices are on top of other monetization strategies like online passes and the emerging trend of card packs or loot boxes, which have garnered much attention in sports games but haven't become ubiquitous in other genres yet. BioWare wasn't the new kid on the block, far from it. They'd already earned a reputation for groundbreaking RPG titles like Baldur's Gate, Dragon Age, and of course, the original Mass Effect. But Mass Effect 2 was something else. It took lessons from its predecessors and scaled up the ambition to an unprecedented level. Where the original Mass Effect served as a template, the sequel polished every facet of that blueprint to a mirror sheen. When you talk about memorable characters in gaming, names like Garrus, Thane, and Jack come up, and they all come from Mass Effect 2. Each squad member had a loyalty mission that wasn't just a side quest, it was a journey into their psyche. These missions weren't mere filler, they were critical to the end game. Whether your team survived the suicide mission depended on your decisions during these character arcs. Not only did this heighten player investment, but it also added substantial replay value. It's not hyperbole to say that the character depth in Mass Effect 2 became the benchmark for subsequent RPGs. Now, branching narratives were hardly new in 2010, but BioWare took the concept to a new zenith by creating a complex tapestry of choices with actual consequences. It wasn't just about being a paragon or a renegade. Your decisions had both immediate and delayed repercussions that echoed throughout the game and even into the third installment. The branching narrative was a narrative web, entangling players in its ethical quandaries and interpersonal dramas. By forcing players to make meaningful choices, Mass Effect 2 created a gameplay environment that felt more nuanced and far less binary than many other RPGs at the time. However, Mass Effect 2 wasn't all talk. BioWare overhauled the combat mechanics, moving from a somewhat clunky system in the original game to a refined cover-based third-person shooter format. It made the action sequences as engaging as the dialogue trees, a true balancing act not often seen in RPGs. The enhanced gameplay mechanics demonstrated that an RPG could deliver on both the story and action fronts, without compromising one for the sake of the other. Fallout New Vegas, a game that sits right alongside Mass Effect 2 as one of the most celebrated RPGs, serves to capture the state and aspirations of the video game industry at that time. It became a commentary on the gaming industry itself, embodying the struggles and challenges game developers faced. Obsidian Entertainment ventured into treacherous waters when they accepted the task of delivering Fallout New Vegas just a couple years after Bethesda's own Fallout 3, but they did it with finesse. One of the standout aspects of the game was a mature narrative tone, in contrast to the slightly more action-oriented Fallout 3. The post-apocalyptic Las Vegas setting was rife with political struggles, a rich lore that deep-dived into local factions, and a gray moral landscape that made players think long and hard about their choices. The reputation system was designed in such a way that your decisions didn't just affect the immediate storyline, but had longer-reaching consequences in the game world, influencing how NPCs reacted and which quests became available. It felt like the decisions you made carried weight, an evolution from Fallout 3's somewhat binary karma system. Certainly good enough for an 84 out of 100 on Metacritic. It's just too bad that Obsidian only got a bonus if it hit 85. The fact that Obsidian missed out on a bonus by a single Metacritic point underscores a darker chapter in gaming history. Let's take a moment to realize how absurd it was that financial incentives were tied to an aggregate score on a review website. It speaks to the troubling, corporatized mentality of treating games like mere commodities to be rated on a scorecard rather than as intricate works of art that they are. This only becomes more concerning as more evidence comes out that companies like Bunker 15 were paying critics to boost or tank scores on Rotten Tomatoes. There is a palpable irony that a game like New Vegas, designed to make players question every moral choice, ended up becoming the casualty of an oversimplistic, almost binary system of appraisal. So what's fundamentally wrong with attaching a numerical value to a game? The problem starts with the illusion of objectivity. A score, particularly one on a 10 or 100 point scale, creates an impression that the game's quality can be precisely measured. It suggests that there is some objective standard that all games can be held against, but here's the catch: no two gamers will play a game and experience it exactly the same way, just as no two reviewers will have identical criteria for what makes a game good or bad. Let's consider IGN, a giant in game journalism. The review scores on this platform are not solely determined by the individual reviewer, but often by an editorial team. This creates an atmosphere where the reviewer's nuanced view can get lost in the process, raising questions about the scoring system's reliability. A single reviewer's score is subjective, sure, but at least it's a clear lens through which to interpret a game. When the score is an amalgamation of opinions, it ceases to be a useful barometer for a potential player's enjoyment. Another issue is the inflation of scores over time. A decade ago, a 5 out of 10 meant mediocre. Today, it's often interpreted as an abomination. This shift suggests that the scale isn't static. It's distorted and varies not just from outlet to outlet, but also across time periods within the same outlet. Essentially, the 7 to 9 range has become the new normal, the new mediocre, so to speak, and that's problematic when you're trying to gauge a game's merits. A more nuanced approach might involve ditching the numerical score altogether. Consider long-form reviews, the kind that delve into the nuances, that take into account the game's historical and genre-specific context, its design philosophy, and its socio-cultural implications. These are the reviews that offer us the most comprehensive understanding of the game. allowing us to consider it as a complex, multifaceted creation rather than a product to be measured on an arbitrary scale. Moreover, the comparison of scores across different games is often like comparing apples and oranges. How can one meaningfully compare the score of a narrative-driven game like New Vegas against a sports simulation or a real-time strategy game? Each caters to a different set of gamer expectations and needs to be assessed on its own terms. While interpreting reviews, understanding the context and preferences of the reviewer becomes crucial. A score may provide a quick, albeit flawed, snapshot, but reading a reviewer's detailed opinions can guide you towards a much more personalized decision about whether a game is right for you. This situation laid bare the shortcomings of the then prevailing game review system. We're not talking about the in-depth analysis some outlets offer, but rather the number that's plastered at the end of the review. It's a disservice to both the developers and the gaming audience. Scores, often decided by an editorial team rather than the individual reviewer, lack context. They don't reflect the evolving standards or the varying tastes and perspectives that come into play. Many games, including New Vegas, have been victims of this system, which saw its implications extend to layoffs and project cancellations at Obsidian. And if we can think even more broadly here, it adds a layer to the continued dialogue about the increasing corporatization of game development. The scale and greed of some of these larger companies contrasts sharply with the indie space, where games are often developed with passion over profit, exposing the creative chasm between the two. As we consider Fallout New Vegas in its historical context, the missed Metacritic bonus wasn't just a business footnote. It represents an industry grappling with its own identity. Super Meat Boy wasn't just hard, it was designed to be a masterstroke in precise controls and immediate response. You felt as though you were truly embedded in its pixelated world, and any failure or slip-up could only be attributed to your skill level, not game lag or faulty mechanics. In an era when many games were focusing on easy engagement, optional in-game purchases, and lowering the learning curve, Super Meat Boy defiantly swam against the tide. It reminded everyone of the joy that comes from conquering a near impossible challenge through nothing but your own skill and persistence. This game reignited interest in the unforgiving but gratifying platformers of the past like Mega Man and Castlevania, further setting the stage for the retro renaissance in the following years. Yet the journey of Team Meat during the game's development is equally captivating. Many know the story of their financial challenges and health setbacks, but let's not just brush it off as a footnote. It illustrates a darker underbelly of the indie development scene, an environment that often demands everything and offers only uncertainty in return. The disappointment the developers felt when Xbox Live Arcade failed to provide the promised spotlight was not just a personal setback for the team, it represented the hurdles indie developers face when they lacked the cushioning of big publishers. Team Meat wasn't just making a game, they were navigating an obstacle course in the industry, trying to pay bills and survive as an indie developer. And it was every bit as perilous as Super Meat Boy's own blades and spikes. It's also fascinating to look at the game's impact on the screamer culture that was nascent at the time. Super Meat Boy was perfect for this burgeoning community. Its challenging levels offered dramatic tension, its successes were extremely rewarding, and its failures were often spectacular. In short, it was a game designed to be watched as much as it was designed to be played, contributing to the symbiotic relationship between gaming and live streaming that has become so intrinsic to the industry today. StarCraft 2 was a leap ahead, with improved graphics, new units, and a more engaging single-player campaign. These enhancements were not just superficial, they changed how the game was played at a fundamental level. For instance, the game mechanics and the nature of unit interactions were so tweaked that players had to unlearn some Brood War habits to master StarCraft 2. It almost felt like switching from chess to 3D chess. It didn't just add new layers, it altered the core gameplay experience. In a way, that's an inevitable consequence of any sequel that aims to innovate, but it also means it's going to alienate some die-hard fans who loved the first installment exactly quickly as it was. Also, a big change, with the game's close integration with Battle.net, piracy became less of an option. This may sound like a win for Blizzard, but it came at the expense of the game's grassroots appeal, especially in places like Korea's PC bombs. These gaming cafes had to pay per seat for StarCraft 2, making them less inclined to offer the game when cheaper or even free alternatives were available. When you couple that with the rise of games like League of Legends, which was pulling from the same pool of RTS fans and had become a free-to-play sensation, the uphill battle for StarCraft 2 becomes much more apparent. Then there was the messiness involving KESPA, the Korean Esports Association. After a protracted legal battle with Blizzard over Brood War, KESPA wasn't eager to jump into an even tighter legal framework. Instead of promoting the new game, they were actively campaigning against it, which left StarCraft 2 with a stigma in the esports community. It became the game of has-beens, populated by players considered lesser than those who stayed with Brood War. The game found itself facing an existential crisis before it even had a chance to establish its own identity. StarCraft 2 was heavily geared towards competitive 1v1 play, which, while exhilarating, may not be everyone's cup of tea. In Brood War, custom games and team plays offered a less intense but equally engaging experience. By focusing so much on competitive play, StarCraft 2 inadvertently narrowed its appeal, making it less accessible to newcomers or casual players who may find 1v1 too daunting. StarCraft 2 would serve as a powerful reminder of the challenges that come with trying to follow up on a genre-defining game. Let's kick off with God of War 3. There are blockbuster hits, and then there's God of War 3. A storm of unbridled chaos and catharsis that sold 500,000 more copies than its predecessor in just the first week. Sure, the game capitalized on the appeal of mythological hack and slash, but it did more than that. It defied expectations for what a narrative finale could look like, both technically and thematically. It was a triumph in capturing the end of an era for the PlayStation 3, exploiting the console's hardware capabilities in a way few other titles did. This game took the player through the ringer emotionally and experientially, starting with the grandeur of Olympus and crashing into the depths of the underworld. In short, God of War 3 elevated what could have been a run-of-the-mill revenge saga into an epic odyssey by fine-tuning the emotional resonance of its mechanics and settings. This level of nuance, often relegated to the margins of discussion, is what made it a tentpole title, encapsulating the industry's shift towards grander, more cinematic experiences. Contrast that with Mega Man 10, a game that seems like an outlier in an age where cutting-edge graphics and sprawling storylines were becoming the norm. Here, the developers at Capcom paid a love-filled homage to the past, not just in aesthetics, but also in gameplay. And it was in this seemingly simple package that Mega Man 10 presented an intriguing argument. Could we revitalize retro gameplay without sacrificing modern design principles? Now, this wasn't mere nostalgia pandering, it was a calculated decision to scrutinize what made the original series work so well. In a time when the gaming industry was obsessed with photorealism and cinematic storytelling, Mega Man 10 argued for the enduring appeal of simplicity. What's often forgotten is how this game managed to achieve balance, incorporating challenging gameplay without alienating newcomers, a fine line that not all retro revival games managed to walk. Unlike many throwback titles that operated on the difficult equals good principle, Mega Man 10 offered different difficulty settings, a perfect example of preserving retro charm while adapting to contemporary needs. This was a calculated response to a problem that the industry grappled with: how to honor the past while being inclusive to a broader gaming audience. Turning to Alan Wake and the growing influence of advergames, games, the Verizon Achievement ad showcased a transitional period for in-game advertising. What was truly paradigm-shifting wasn't merely the inclusion of an ad, but the subtle yet potent way that advertising was integrated into the gameplay itself. When we talk about this title, we're not just referring to an isolated instance of product placement. Before this, most video games that included advertisements were doing just that, including them as static, non-interactive elements. You could walk past a billboard in Grand Theft Auto, for example, but you'd rarely, if ever, interact with it in a way that felt consequential. Alan Wake bucked that trend by embedding the ad as an achievement, a milestone within the game that players could strive for. This was a substantial evolution from the previously detached nature of in-game advertising. The achievement not only acknowledged the advertisement, but also enticed the player to engage with it, to make it a part of their gaming experience. It was this interactivity, this gamification of the advertising content that set the stage for what we could expect from in-game advertising going forward. This nuanced approach contrasted sharply with the sledgehammer subtlety of advert games like Sneak King or Doritos Crash Course. While these games were entirely built around the brand, their very essence oozing product placement, they often felt gimmicky and heavy-handed. Their primary function was to be a marketing vehicle first and a game second, which often led to an unbalanced, less than satisfying gaming experience. What Alan Wake achieved was far more integrated and sophisticated. Here, the ad wasn't a diversion or a sideshow, but a piece of the larger narrative and gameplay puzzle. In effect, Alan Wake demonstrated that you could create a critically acclaimed, well-crafted game while still incorporating advertisements in an interactive and meaningful manner. It's a model that showcases the potential for a symbiotic relationship between game developers and advertisers. One where the advertising doesn't just reside in the game world, but adds an extra layer of interaction, becoming an integral part of the world. While the success of this approach is still open to debate, it's crucial to recognize that Alan Wake represented a watershed moment. It asked a question that the industry needed to grapple with. Can advertisements be more than just billboards on the side of a virtual highway? Can they be milestones, elements of gameplay, even narrative devices? And as we ponder these questions, it's worth noting that what Alan Wake offered was an alternative to the advert games of its time. One that could enrich both the business of gaming and the art form itself. It showcased a way to uphold the integrity of the game's design while still providing opportunities for revenue generation beyond the conventional channels. With Metroid Other M, the real story isn't its failure, but rather its ambitious attempt to break from the mold. Yoshio Sakamoto's desire for a cinematic and seamless experience was nothing short of groundbreaking for a Nintendo title. But this ambition came with pitfalls, the most significant being the conflict with Nintendo's established philosophy of gameplay over narrative. The process was further muddled by the involvement of Team Ninja, injecting the DNA of their action-heavy style into a franchise not traditionally known for that. Perhaps the most telling example of its overreach was how the game's focus on cinematics led it to exceed the storage limits of a single-layered Wii disc, a hurdle that forced the team to make some painful cuts. The upshot? The game felt disconnected, caught between conflicting visions, and ended up lacking in some of the franchise's most cherished elements, like rewarding exploration and meaningful progression. In that sense, it serves as a cautionary tale, highlighting the potential pitfalls of diverging too far from the game series' foundational elements. The resulting product felt fragmented, like a patchwork of disparate visions, which led to it being a more linear experience, contrary to the explorative soul of Metroid games. And what of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood? That title brought something that few expected: a multiplayer element to a fundamentally single-player experience. This was a turning point, signaling that the serialization of non-COD games could be just as compelling and financially rewarding. Brotherhood demonstrated that the mechanics of a historically single-player series could be adapted to offer a multiplayer experience. The result was a blueprint for other story-driven franchises, a testament to how richly layered games can benefit from multiplayer modes without sacrificing narrative depth. Finally, Sonic Colors found itself in an interesting predicament. Sega had decided to remove all Sonic games scoring 75 or lower on Metacritic, stating that they were doing this to prevent brand dilution and make sure players understood the quality of Sonic games. Ironically, Sonic Colors landed exactly at 75, spotlighting a tension between quality control and the financial realities of game development. This awkward position for Sega emphasized the risk of using Metascores as the lone metric of a game's value, raising questions about how companies should best protect and elevate their brand in an increasingly competitive market. Gaming had come a long way by 2011, with iconic characters like Sonic the Hedgehog celebrating their 20th anniversary. Time sure flies when you're collecting rings, doesn't it? This milestone highlighted how the industry had matured, become an essential part of our pop culture. But perhaps the most significant moment in 2011 was the landmark Supreme Court ruling in Brown v. Entertainment Merchants Association. This decision reinforced the idea that video games are a form of expression protected under the First Amendment and set the stage for future discussions on the role of games in society. This monumental decision opened the floodgate for developers to push boundaries and explore more mature themes in their games, without the fear of legal repercussions. The ruling also shifted the responsibility of regulating video game content from the government to the industry itself, giving organizations like the ESRB a more significant role in ensuring age-appropriate content for consumers. 2011 saw the continuation of Project $10, now widely referred to as online passes. This initiative, embraced by companies like Ubisoft, aimed to generate additional revenue by charging customers for access to certain online content and extracting more money from consumers. Simultaneously, the gaming industry saw the rise of a new monetization strategy: loot boxes. This mechanic, first introduced in this newer, more predatory iteration by Andrew Wilson of EA in 2007's UEFA Championship League, was adopted by EA wholesale and incorporated into many of their games, including Madden and FIFA Ultimate Teams.
The new game lets you build, train, and manage your ultimate team by buying packs and trading online with thousands of other gamers.
The prevalence of loot boxes became a defining feature of the gaming landscape in 2011, generating substantial revenue, but also sparking debates about their ethical implications. In the midst of these industry shifts, Epic Games announced a new project, Fortnite. Initially revealed at the 2011 Spike Video Game Awards, Fortnite Save the World was conceived as a cooperative third-person shooter survival game. At that point, Epic was primarily known for their work on Gears of War, despite their earlier creations like Unreal and Jazz Jackrabbit. The announcement of Fortnite marked a new direction for the company, although the game's full potential would not be realized until later years. However, 2011 was not just a year of innovation and growth for the gaming industry, it was also a year of controversy and conflict. The PlayStation Network was hacked in response to Sony's lawsuit against George Geohotz Hotz, a hacker who had successfully jailbroken the PlayStation 3 firmware. This lawsuit, which centered around jailbreaking and reverse engineering, sparked a massive online backlash after Geohotz released a viral rap diss track.
Let's take us out of the courtroom and into the streets. I'm a beast, at the least you'll face me in the Northeast.
Anonymous, the hacker collective, threatened to take action. And a little over a week later, one of the largest DDoS attacks in the world started, aimed at Sony, leading to a significant data breach of over 77 million users' accounts and a prolonged 23-day outage of the PlayStation Network. Sony failed to inform users of the massive data breach for almost a week, which eventually forced them to offer free identity theft protection and cost them over $170 million. So with this newfound freedom in mind, how do you think developers took advantage of the opportunity to create more daring content? And how has this ruling influenced the perception of video games as an art form rather than just mindless entertainment? A lot of you might point to the expansiveness of Skyrim's world as its primary draw, and you wouldn't be wrong, but it's not just the size of Skyrim that makes it unique. It's how alive the world feels. The cities and towns have their own economies, politics, and conflicts. Inhabitants go about their daily lives, some of them even having family squabbles right in front of you. And let's not overlook the day-night cycle and dynamic weather patterns. Such environmental dynamics affect not only the aesthetics, but also NPC behaviors and even some quest outcomes. What's often glossed over in modern conversation is Skyrim's implementation of Radiant AI and Radiant storytelling. The Radiant AI system allows NPCs to have goals, schedules, and even rudimentary decision-making abilities. This often means NPCs will engage in behavior without specific scripting, leading to organic, unpredictable encounters. On the storytelling side, Radiant quests ensure that the game generates tasks dynamically based on various factors, including your progress in the game, your location, and even the NPCs you've interacted with. Such innovation breathes life into the side quests, making the world of Skyrim less like a static theme park and more like a living, breathing entity. You weren't just another cog in the machine, you were actively affecting the gears and levers of Skyrim's complex social fabric. Additionally, the depth of character customization. Not only could you design your character's physical appearance in meticulous detail, but the game also allowed for an incredibly varied set of playstyles. Skills were divided into various paths like magic, combat, and stealth, each with its own extensive skill tree. Instead of forcing you down a set path, the game encouraged experimentation, allowing for a hybrid playstyle that could be continuously tweaked and refined. This was a significant departure from the more rigid class systems in previous Elder Scrolls titles, and it set a new standard for flexibility in RPG character development. Many titles were leaning into DLC as significant extra content, but also sometimes as a cash grab. Skyrim took a rather balanced approach. Its DLC packs like Dawnguard and Dragonborn were comprehensive, almost like traditional expansion packs, offering new storylines, characters, and locations. It felt less like piecemeal and more like genuine extensions of an already vast world. On the surface, Skyward Sword was every bit the quintessential Zelda experience. It had the dungeons, the puzzles, and the elaborate boss fights. Yet it's fascinating to see how this entry in the Zelda franchise clashed with contemporaneous trends, particularly with another mammoth that year, Skyrim. Skyrim and Skyward Sword couldn't be more different in their approach to player agency and world building. While Skyrim provided an open canvas encouraging exploration, Skyward Sword was like a guided tour, beautiful but controlled. Shackled by the limitations of the Wii, it looked inward, revisiting tried and true Zelda elements and presenting them through a new lens. Motion controls that were, to put it mildly, a divisive aspect of the game. The Wii's limitations were glaring, with imprecise Wiimote controls resulting in simplistic enemy combat. This approach was at odds with the industry's leanings towards intricate gameplay mechanics. While it provided a new dimension to the game, it was often more cumbersome than revelatory. The technological constraints of the Wii acted as a bottleneck, stifling the grand ambitions of a franchise known for setting benchmarks rather than following them. The soundtrack, while fulfilling, didn't soar to the memorable heights of previous Zelda titles. But why? The answer lies within the complex relationship between the game's mechanics and its storytelling ambitions. Skyward Sword tried to stitch together a grand narrative tapestry focusing on the origins of Link and Zelda, and in that quest, its orchestral tones often felt like an afterthought rather than an integral part of the story. For a franchise lauded for its music, this couldn't just be a misstep, it was a symptom of a broader creative struggle. The game's linearity, coupled with the ornamentation of its aesthetics and mechanics, led to a sense of extravagance without substance. It was like an exquisite meal with too many flavors. Impressive, but overwhelming. This propensity for excess is particularly evident when you consider how previous Zelda titles such as Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask hinged on fewer but more impactful elements to drive their narratives and gameplay. In the aftermath of Skyward Sword's release, least, the game found itself in a peculiar space. A commercial success with a dedicated fan base, yet marred by critiques that couldn't be dismissed as mere quibbling. The divided reception and the obvious constraints of the hardware acted as a catalyst for introspection within the Zelda development team. As they grappled with divergent feedback, they knew that they stood on the precipice of a defining decision. And so, they ventured into the wild, uncharted territory, embarking on a quest to reimagine the very fundamentals of the series. The lessons from Skyward Sword gave birth to an entirely new vision, a game that would later defy convention and elevate the Zelda experience to unprecedented heights. In doing so, it became both a farewell to an era and a prelude to a new beginning, making it one of the most transformative entries in the history of the franchise. Portal 2 stands as an exceptional game that ingeniously manipulated player expectations by not just improving on its predecessor, but by fundamentally redefining it. While it's easy to praise the game for its sharp wit, memorable characters, and mind-bending puzzles, there's so much more to unpack if we're to understand its unique contribution to the gaming landscape. Big AAA titles were taking the world by storm with expansive open worlds, while mobile games were beginning to make serious economic inroads. Portal 2 offered something different, something that didn't fit neatly into the established paradigms. It was a puzzle platformer with a tightly woven narrative, a real outlier. One underemphasized aspect of Portal 2 is how it masterfully incorporated elements of the emerging field of environmental storytelling. The dilapidated chambers and eerie aesthetic of the Aperture Science Facility were meticulously crafted to convey a story without the needs for conventional cutscenes or dialogue. The eerily empty halls and the abandoned test chambers silently conveyed the game's world building, allowing players to piece together the history of Aperture Science and its descent into chaos. In doing so, Portal 2 made each puzzle a narrative experience, something that went beyond just reaching from point A to point B. And let's not overlook the game's approach to cooperative gameplay, which was one of the most transformative features it brought to the table. Sure, co-op games weren't new, but Portal 2 took the concept and added an intellectual layer. It's not just about two players being present in the same game, it's about two players having to think in sync, having to genuinely cooperate in a way that few games had ever asked. It didn't just redefine cooperative gaming, it refined it. This wasn't about twitch reflexes or who had the better aim. It was a unique cognitive experience that built friendships and spawned immeasurable hours of shared laughter and occasional frustration as players fumbled through the game's innovative puzzles. One criticism often leveled at sequels is that they lack innovation, opting to play it safe by sticking to the established formula. Portal 2 defied this notion with the introduction of new gameplay mechanics like excursion funnels, propulsion gel, and aerial faith plates. Each of these served not just as new toys in a sandbox, but as integral pieces of an ever-expanding puzzle landscape. These additions were more than just tools to navigate space, they were fundamental shifts in how players had to perceive and interact with the environment. This game dared to blend humor, existentialism, and even moments of horror. Gladys and Wheatley stand as some of the most memorable video game characters, offering levity and yet adding depth to the game's storyline. The audacity to craft a puzzle game that's not just about solving puzzles, but also about questioning the human condition sets it apart. From its cryptic storytelling to its punishing difficulty, Dark Souls has cemented its place not only as a significant moment in gaming history, but also as a cultural phenomenon. Players were seeing lots of narrative-driven experiences with cinematics and heavily scripted sequences. Dark Souls did the complete opposite by stripping away almost all conventional storytelling techniques. It was all about show, don't tell. You weren't handed a narrative, you discovered it. This approach to storytelling encouraged players to delve into the lore, discuss theories online, and share information. It didn't just create a game, it birthed an entire community of archaeologists digging through its digital world, picking apart item descriptions and environmental cues. This collaborative interpretation of lore was revolutionary. It empowered the player to be a storyteller, an interpreter, a detective, roles not usually given to players in such full measure. Immediately, you might think about difficulty, a defining characteristic of Dark Souls. The game is notoriously punishing. But let's be clear, it's not difficult for the sake of being difficult. It's challenging to demand mastery. Death in Dark Souls is a learning experience. You learn about enemy patterns, environmental hazards, and of course, your own limitations. This punishing design philosophy became a prominent feature not just in From Software's future titles, but also influenced a generation of games that wanted to capture the same magic. You can trace the DNA of Dark Souls in titles like Hollow Knight, Nioh, and even more narrative-focused experiences like The Last of Us, where difficulty and player skill are interwoven with the storytelling. It was a title that redefined what challenge in video games could mean, inverting the perception that difficulty is just an arbitrary barrier, and instead making it a substantive part of the experience and helping take another step towards birthing its own genre, the Souls-like. One of the most influential aspects of Dark Souls, however, is its online multiplayer system, specifically its blend of cooperative and competitive gameplay elements within a primarily single-player experience. Messages left by other players, appearing as scrawled glyphs around the ground, could offer valuable advice or intentionally mislead. Invading phantoms could disrupt your progress at any time, making even safe zones feel fraught with tension. In the twilight years of Bungie's tenure over Halo, Reach emerged as their swan song. Their departure symbolized the end of an era, closing a chapter that had begun a decade earlier. Bungie's desire to chart new horizons and retain their creative autonomy led them towards Destiny and a partnership with Activision. Yet, Microsoft had too much invested in the Halo franchise to let it wither. Enter 343 Industries, a studio assembled from the ground up with the sole purpose of taking Halo into the future. The transition, however, was not without its challenges. While many of Bungie's core team had moved on, some chose to remain, now working under the 343 banner. This blending of old blood with new brought both continuity and fresh perspective, but also led to internal debates about the franchise's direction. Bungie's approach to Reach was emblematic of a team knowing they were passing the torch. They sought to push boundaries, perhaps even more than in previous titles. The result was a game that both revered the series' heritage and boldly charted new territory. As 343 took over, they faced an unenviable task. They were simultaneously architects and archaeologists, crafting the future while excavating the past. Their every move was scrutinized, compared, and often critiqued. However, beneath this pressure was a team deeply passionate about Halo, its lore, and its legacy. The evolution seen in Reach provided invaluable lessons for 343. It showcased the dangers and opportunities inherent in tampering with a beloved formula. On one hand, it demonstrated that innovation could breathe fresh life into a series. On the other, it underscored the importance of understanding, respecting, and balancing the desire of both new and veteran fans. The period surrounding Reach was transformative for Halo. It was a time of farewells and new beginnings, of risks and rewards. Through this tumultuous transition, one thing remained clear: the resilience of the Halo universe and its ability to adapt, innovate, and captivate. Both Bungie's audacity with Reach and 343's commitment to the franchise exemplified the spirit of Halo. A universe always in flux, but one that continues to shine brightly in the vast expanse of gaming history. The rise of Call of Duty, particularly the Modern Warfare and Black Ops series, had introduced a fresh, high-octane gameplay that was rich in customization, speed, and quick-fire engagements. This drew in millions, establishing a new paradigm for multiplayer shooters. No longer was it sufficient for games to offer mere arena shooter experiences. Players now demanded depth, progression, and a sense of continual achievement. The arena shooter, once the reigning monarch, now had to prove its relevance in a world where players hungered for continual progression and rapid engagements. Faced with this new landscape, 343 Industries confronted profound questions about Halo's identity. Should it cling to its arena shooter roots, characterized by balanced starts and map control, or should it adapt, incorporating elements that appealed to the broader FPS audience? Halo 3 was often heralded as the zenith of the Halo multiplayer experience. For many, its unadulterated arena combat was Halo in its purest form. With Reach, Bungie had incorporated abilities like sprint, jetpacks, and armor lock. For some purists, this was a dilution of what made Halo, Halo. Given this sentiment, 343 felt an inclination to revert, to bring Halo back to what it was during its Halo 3 days. The abilities in Reach, in their perspective, were divergences, not the mainstay. However, there was a massive miscalculation in this strategy. While the hardcore may have been vocal about their desire for a return to roots, the numbers told a different story. Reach, with all its changes, had a player base that dwarfed its predecessor. This wasn't a small minority to be ignored, it was a thunderous majority. By pandering to hardcore fans, 343 risked alienating this vast player base. The waters were further muddied by the involvement of Certain Affinity in the development of Halo Anniversary. While 343 Industries was the face of the franchise, Certain Affinity played a significant role behind the scenes. Their influence was palpable, and the subtle shifts in game design and mechanics showcased a different interpretation of what Halo could be. The post-Bungie era was a time of tumult for the Halo franchise. Navigating the choppy waters of fan expectations, industry trends, and internal visions was no small task. 343 Industries, despite their genuine passion and dedication, found themselves at the crossroads more than once, trying to discern the path forward. The challenge was not just understanding what Halo was, but envisioning what it could become. The balance between innovation and tradition is delicate, and the journey of Halo post-Reach is a testament to this intricate dance. Many people, even today, watching this very video, likely still don't know that the Wii U was a completely new console, and not just a gamepad add-on to the Wii. On the other hand, the PS Vita suffered from an identity crisis as it tried to compete with the rise of mobile gaming. The cross-buy initiative also meant that you had to download the Vita games onto proprietary, expensive memory sticks. The Vita did not have an SD slot, which meant the gamers were forced to purchase these proprietary memory sticks in order to enjoy the full benefits of the cross-buy initiative. This was a point of contention for many, as these memory sticks were not only expensive, but also necessary to fully utilize the Vita's capabilities. Despite their setbacks, these consoles did pave the way for innovations that would later be embraced by other platforms. As these new consoles struggled to make a splash, PC gaming was experiencing a renaissance. Titles like League of Legends, World of Tanks, World of Warcraft, and Crossfire dominated sales charts, proving that PC gaming was far from dead. This resurgence can be attributed to several factors, including the advent of digital distribution platforms like Steam, which made it easier for gamers to access a vast library of games, and the rise of free-to-play and multiplayer online games that fostered thriving communities. 2012 also saw the release of The Witcher 2, a game that many gamers might not even be aware of because the Witcher series started at 3. However, the most exciting development in 2012 was the meteoric rise of esports. Major milestones like the 2005 $1 million CPL tournament won by Fatality and the 1997 Red Annihilation competition won by Dennis Fong had already set the stage. Then, the launch of Twitch catapulted it into the mainstream, and now, with a mainstream audience that was hungry for gaming content, esports was primed to explode. As a result, esports began to spread its influence beyond Korea and into the US and other countries. How has the rise of esports and platforms like Twitch transformed the gaming landscape, not only in terms of competition, but also in the way we consume and engage with gaming content? Mass Effect 3 was the culmination of BioWare's epic space opera that combined meticulous storytelling, complex characters, and consequential player choices. Today, it stands as a monument to interactive narrative, despite the cacophony of opinions surrounding its ending. An ending so controversial, it inspired impassioned essays, YouTube videos, and heated debates. But let's put that aside for a moment to recognize the Sisyphean task of crafting an ending that could satisfy all players. No ending could carry the weight of every choice, every consequence, and every player's unique story across 3 different games. The challenge was monumental, so if you're seeking a universally acclaimed finale, you're asking for the moon on a stick. Outside of the ending, however, Electronic Arts was going through an existential crisis of sorts concerning used game sales and the commercial viability of single-player games. It was an era when the fear of piracy and secondhand sales gripped publishers so profoundly that a single-player game, to many executives, seemed like a risky proposition without a lifeline to continued post-purchase revenue and delayed trade-ins. This was the zeitgeist from which Mass Effect 3's multiplayer emerged, not just as an ancillary feature, but as a directive from EA. The publisher insisted that every game in their portfolio, including those that are primarily single-player, should incorporate multiplayer and, more explicitly, microtransactions. EA's stance on this was, for the most part, rooted in their success with the FIFA Ultimate Team model, a form of the loot box mechanism that had demonstrated staggering profits. Hence, Mass Effect 3 was fitted with a co-op multiplayer mode featuring card packs, essentially a forerunner to the loot box system that later engulfed the industry. At first glance, the inclusion of multiplayer in a narrative-driven franchise seemed not just forced but incongruous. However, what no one expected was that Mass Effect 3's multiplayer would actually be fun, engaging, and surprisingly well executed. BioWare took a potentially awkward addition and turned it into a strength. The game's combat mechanics were notably more fluid than its predecessors, making teaming up with friends to face waves of enemies unexpectedly satisfying. While it was a transparent attempt to elongate the lifespan of the title and offer an avenue for additional revenue, the mode's cooperative nature and its contribution to the single-player campaign's galactic readiness made it feel integrated rather than tacked on. The system of loot boxes, or card packs as they were known, allowed players to unlock various items, from potent weapons to new character classes. What's fascinating is how the card packs leveraged a blend of excitement and anticipation, mirroring the act of unwrapping trading cards or Magic the Gathering packs. There was an element of randomness, where unlocking an Asari Adept or a Krogan soldier felt like hitting a mini jackpot. This freemium-style microtransaction in a full-priced game wasn't yet part of the mainstream debate. The primary focus remained on the single-player narrative and its controversial conclusion. In retrospect, Mass Effect 3's implementation of card packs served as a template for EA, later manifesting in other franchises like Battlefield and the ill-fated Star Wars Battlefront 2. What started as a secondary feature in Mass Effect 3 that no one talked about metastasized into an industry-wide conundrum, fueling scrutiny, legal inquiries, and player backlash. The roots of this significant industry discussion can be traced back to the unsuspecting multiplayer mode of Mass Effect 3. When Forbes listed 1991's Battletoads as one of the 5 video game franchises that need to come back from the dead, the magazine didn't merely suggest a revamp. It recommended that a modern Battletoads should maintain its core mechanics of side-scrolling, but adopt the contemporary 2.5D style, not unlike what was employed in games like Mark of the Ninja. This wasn't a lone voice. Complex, Maxim, and Game Revolution echoed these sentiments. Why, you might ask? Well, there was a genuine yearning for games that offered a balanced blend of nostalgia and modern mechanics. This was the era of indie titles like Fez and Braid that conjured 8-bit and 16-bit memories while infusing modern sensibilities into gameplay. So the climate was ripe for the re-entry of a title like Battletoads, which had always straddled the line between infuriating and exhilarating. However, Battletoads didn't just have mainstream journalism singing its praises. The gaming community took part in elevating its profile through an unexpected route, pranking the Pawn Stars TV show.
Hold the door.
What is your gun?
9 to 9. 9 to 9, 7 days a week.
Alright, someone heard something, they got Battletoads.
No, your mom came down and she sucked this dry of the last one. And then she gave Jumley a head job.
A 4chan mass prank had callers incessantly asking Rick Harrison, the show's proprietor, if he had Battletoads in stock. This act might seem trivial, but it brought Battletoads back into the cultural dialogue in a way that was both mischievous and oddly fitting for a game that itself had a cheeky sense of humor. There's something about the irreverence of that prank that embodies the essence of the Battletoads experience. Audacious, unexpected, and deeply communal. Max Payne 3 is an enigma in Rockstar's portfolio. While the company's name is often synonymous with grandiose open-world experiences like GTA or Red Dead Redemption, Max Payne 3 opted for a tightly wound narrative that felt almost claustrophobic in its intensity. The game entered a market where linear, story-driven games were becoming the exception rather than the rule. However, its failure to achieve the legendary status of other Rockstar titles isn't indicative of its quality, but rather an industry and audience ready to pivot to something else. This was the time open-world games were reaching their peak. Skyrim had set a standard, and Assassin's Creed was taking notes. The sandbox was the playground everyone wanted a piece of, so when Rockstar released a game where the sandbox was essentially a brooding noir narrative, well, it almost felt like bringing a knife to a gunfight. Yet it's this very design philosophy that makes Max Payne 3 a fascinating study. The linearity provided a focus on storytelling and mechanics that allowed Rockstar to create one of the most atmospheric third-party shooters ever made. By transplanting Max from the gritty streets of New York to Sao Paulo, Brazil, the game creates an atmosphere of alienation and dislocation, perfectly mirroring Max's inner turmoil. He's a stranger in a strange land, and the game pulls no punches in showing the disparity between the wealthy elite and the crime-ridden favelas. Sao Paulo becomes more than a backdrop, it's an integral part of the narrative, deeply layered and culturally nuanced. It serves the dual function of being a geographical and a psychological space, a strategy seldom employed with such efficacy. The bullet time feature, a staple in the series, was refined to an art form in this installment. The fluidity of diving in slow motion while firing bullets made each combat scenario an adrenaline-pumping ballet of violence. The physics engine rendered every bullet, every shell casing with meticulous detail, offering a degree of realism that was unparalleled at the time. The game would automatically switch to a cinematic kill cam for the final enemy in a combat sequence, creating these miniature, unscripted action movie climaxes. The mechanic was more than just a flashy gimmick, it was an example of gameplay and narrative elements working together seamlessly to elevate the tension and the stakes. In Max Payne, and especially in his internal monologue, we see a character with layers, someone genuinely struggling with guilt, loss, and a self-destructive streak a mile wide. Rockstar took a risk by not making him likable, by showing us the raw, unfiltered mess that was Max Payne. And this narrative risk was nestled within a meticulously crafted noir storytelling format, complete with graphic novel-esque cutscenes that were both an homage to the series' roots and a unique stylistic choice that intensified the game's heavy atmosphere. Following the release of Max Payne 3, Rockstar shifted its full attention to open-world experiences like GTA. Despite its quality, Max Payne 3 was caught in the confluence of changing industry trends and overwhelming expectations. Partnered with LA Noire's failure the year before, Rockstar viewed the game as a lesson in the pitfalls of venturing outside one's successful formula. It's easy to overlook Amnesia. However, that would be a critical error, for the impact of this game on the horror genre is so profound that it virtually rewired the expectations for all horror games that followed. The game's atmosphere thrives on helplessness, contrary to the power fantasies that dominated the gaming landscape. Here, the survival element is stripped down to its core. You don't fight, you hide. And this isn't just some momentary gameplay gimmick. They're not just taking away your weapons. It's a philosophical standpoint that reinforces the dread, forcing you to confront the game's intricate environments and story with a sense of vulnerability that is absent in other titles. While critics have scrutinized the controls, the discomfort actually augments the player's sense of powerlessness, which was the point all along. Prior to Amnesia, jump scares were generally considered cheap tactics, but in the confines of this game, they were used sparingly and effectively, with a buildup of tension that had more in common with psychological horror films than with typical video games. This subtlety directly impacted other titles that followed, like Alien Isolation, to opt for a more restrained, thoughtful approach to scaring players. Markiplier's Let's Play series for Amnesia became a community catalyst, pulling this title from the depths of niche forums to mainstream conversations. The game's layered storytelling and atmospheric gameplay found a new mode of expression through the performative aspects of Let's Plays, and Markiplier's almost 300 videos ensured that this title remained in public consciousness. But it wasn't just a one-way street. This spotlight directly contributed to the commercial success of the franchise and influenced the broader gaming industry to take notice of Let's Plays as a viable marketing tool. The Walking Dead's brilliance lies in its ingenious blend of narrative and mechanics, creating the illusion of an open, reactive world. At the core, you're always walking a set path, but it never feels like it. Instead, you're engaged in this intricate dance of decision-making where it feels like every step you take is uniquely yours. The narrative was structured in such a way that the choices felt meaningful, even though, with hindsight, they may have only led to subtle differences in the game's outcome. This technique was beautifully deceptive in its simplicity, but offered an illusion of expansive possibilities that games with far more complex branching paths struggle to achieve. That mastery of illusion was important for the time. The gaming world was already familiar with so-called moral choice systems thanks to games like Mass Effect and Fallout. But what Telltale, the developers, achieved was an emotional weightiness that these bigger titles often fail to capture. You weren't deciding whether to be good or evil, you were deciding who to save and who to leave behind. You were making choices that reflected not just on the player, but on the in-game relationships you had nurtured. Telltale Games' rapid success was, in a perverse way, their undoing. After The Walking Dead, the company took on multiple big-name projects almost simultaneously. The internal communication broke down, and a toxic culture emerged, characterized by crunch time, screaming matches, and creative stagnation. Founder Kevin Bruner's leadership style could be described as iron-fisted at best, stifling at worst, culminating in what employees would call a creative bottleneck. These troubles began to manifest in their later projects, which lacked the same magic that made The Walking Dead such a standout. The Walking Dead did more than just raise the bar for narrative-driven games. It set a precedent that Telltale itself struggled to meet in subsequent years. The industry watched as a studio that had once revolutionized storytelling in video games slowly dissolved, a victim of its own initial success and poor management. The game serves as a poignant contrast to its own creator's fate, capturing the essence of the studio at its creative peak, even as it stood on the precipice of its own undoing. When Bungie handed over the reins of the Halo series to 343 Industries, it wasn't just a transfer of a title, it was an invitation to innovate. And 343 Industries, in their quest to carve out their own unique space in this expansive universe, sought a deeper exploration into characters and narrative. One might say where they truly ventured into new territory was their ambitious, albeit dense, incorporation of the Halo universe's vast mythology. For longtime fans, the richness and complexities they added could be an intellectual treat, but for newcomers, it felt like diving into a novel halfway through. This focus on established mythology and complex terminology was both its strength and its pitfall. As rich as the Halo universe is, leaning too heavily into its intricate lore risked alienating players, especially ones just there to shoot things. Narrative-driven games were gaining traction. Players sought deeper, more immersive experiences. 343 Industries recognized this trend and aimed to develop a more interconnected narrative, not just confined to Halo 4, but to be part of a multi-game arc. This was evident in their intentional connectivity to media like the Forerunner saga and Kilo 5 trilogy novels. It's quite the endeavor, isn't it? Yet no game is without its trials. The growing pains of 343 Industries are well documented. From a modest dozen to nearly 200 employees, each with a different vision for the game. Stories of hiring people who weren't fans of the game because they believed they could improve it is a testament to the diverse viewpoints that contributed to Halo 4. The challenges of rapid expansion, reshuffling production pipelines, and fostering a unified company culture cannot be understated. If we zoom out, we see a studio striving for perfection, adapting to challenges and ultimately delivering a game that never could have lived up to the standards the gaming world put on it. City of Heroes was the superhero MMO that fans didn't just play, they lived in it. It had already been around for nearly a decade, but it was this year when its servers were finally shut down. The collective outcry that ensued wasn't mere nostalgia. The game had organically grown a government of sorts. Players had mayoral roles. There were recognized alliances and hierarchies, and even economics discussions about the in-game currency markets. The community reaction was nothing short of a full-blown grassroots campaign. Petitions flying left and right, even illegal third-party servers cropping up. This uproar wasn't just about a game, it was about an ecosystem of player stories, alliances, and fan-created content that had evolved over the years. It offered a glimpse into the emotional investments players can have in an online world, underlining the concept of MMOs not just as games, but as virtual societies with real emotional stakes, and serves as one of the most important examples for why game preservation is so important. What's especially riveting here is the community's resilience. In the face of potential legal challenges and the towering might of intellectual property rights, players have come together to run multiple private servers, each offering varied experiences, whether it's reliving the classic game or partaking in fan-generated content, and hosting over 100,000 players. This isn't just a tribute, it's a testament to the robust collective memory of a digital society. Psychonauts is a game that demonstrates the incredible power of a second wind. Its resurrection via Humble Bundle showcased something crucial about the gaming industry: the ability for a game to transcend its initial commercial failings through the sheer force of its artistry and innovation. Not only did Psychonauts find financial redemption, but it also highlighted the rising power of digital distribution channels to give overlooked classics a new lease on life. XCOM Enemy Unknown was not just another turn-based strategy game, it was one of the early viral hits that had the internet collectively holding its breath in anticipation. In an era when streaming and Let's Plays were just gaining traction, this game was perfectly designed for shareability. It provided unique, gripping narratives in every playthrough, becoming the stuff of legend on forums and social media, turning permadeath from a gameplay mechanic into an emotionally narrative tool, a sort of virtual Greek tragedy played out in real time. Knights of the Old Republic 2 is a shining example of how a community can pick up the pieces when a game launches in a terrible state. The truncated development schedule imposed by LucasArts prior to KOTOR 2's release in 2004 led to a game that felt unpolished and broken. The Sith Lords Restored mod not only completed the game, but also spotlighted how fan efforts could essentially become co-authors of the game's narrative, something that's become increasingly common in the age of early access and open beta testing. The efforts to restore the game by fans show the potential for communal stewardship art and gaming, a fascinating dialogue between creators and consumers that's unique to this medium. It's also an uncomfortable but critical lesson in the consequences of unrealistic corporate deadlines. Zombie U is an intriguing anomaly in the context of Wii U's life. It was an M-rated, grim experience on a console that was largely marketed for its family-friendly fare. But it didn't just shoehorn traditional gameplay into a new control scheme. It integrated the Wii U's gamepad into its core mechanics. This wasn't just about adding a second screen, but enhancing the suspense by making you look away from the primary display, making every action, like rummaging through your bag, fraught with tension. This title stood out as a moment of clarity that third-party developers could indeed produce remarkable experiences on the platform, giving hope to a device that was struggling for its place in the market. And then there's To the Moon, the small project by Cam Gao that punched far above its weight. This is an RPG Maker game made for a few dollars by a single man over the course of about a year that goes on to win Game of the Year awards and won Best Story against Catherine, Ghost Trick, Phantom Detective, Portal 2, and Xenoblade Chronicles. Before To the Moon, RPG Maker was often associated with hobbyist projects, lacking in polish or depth, but this game turned those assumptions on their head, proving that the engine could be a vehicle for nuanced, emotionally impactful storytelling. It wasn't just that it won awards, it was that it fundamentally redefined what was considered possible within the constraints of amateur game development tools. 2013 shook up the gaming world and changed the way we think about top-selling games. Mobile games skyrocketed in popularity, with Candy Crush Saga and Puzzles & Dragons each raking in a mind-boggling $1.5 billion. This shift in sales figures and gaming habits signaled that mobile gaming was no longer a niche market, but a force to be reckoned with. The accessibility, convenience, and snackable nature of these games, combined with the sheer number of people carrying smartphones, opened up gaming to a much wider audience. In turn, this challenged the industry to rethink game design, monetization strategies, and the overall gaming experience. Enter also the Dragon. Chinese gaming companies like Tencent started making serious waves in the gaming world, competing with the established giants from the US and Japan. This newfound competition added a layer of dynamism to the industry, pushing developers to up their game, explore new markets, and consider collaborations to stay competitive. Esports, too, continued its meteoric rise, with the International 2013 Dota 2 Championship boasting record-breaking numbers and a staggering $40 million prize pool. This growing popularity further legitimized esports as a serious competitive scene and provided more opportunities for players, teams, and businesses to invest and capitalize on this growing market. Amidst all this excitement, the 8th generation console was unveiled, promising to redefine the gaming experience. These shiny new machines sparked the imagination of gamers and developers alike. While video games have often been critiqued as inferior to film or literature when it comes to narrative engagement, The Last of Us was one of the few titles that made even the skeptics reconsider. The story of Joel and Ellie navigating a post-apocalyptic world was unflinching in its depiction of human vulnerability. Most games provide you with a veneer of invincibility. Here, every action, every bullet, every makeshift weapon was a desperate scrabble for survival. That desperation resonated on a deeply emotional level, bolstering the already well-crafted narrative. The story didn't just move you, it made you weigh your decisions, immerse yourself, in your actions. Joel and Ellie felt like fully realized characters, not just pieces moving across a board. Where some games might place a diary or audio log to give you a snippet of life before the catastrophe, The Last of Us populated its world with haunting visuals of dilapidated buildings, crumbling freeways, and rooms that looked like people had just stepped out for a moment but never returned. The environment conveyed a constant low-grade sense of dread and loss, reinforcing the game's themes in ways that were often more poignant than any dialogue could be. By avoiding explicit exposition, the game encouraged players to become active participants in the storytelling process, piecing together fragments to create a more vivid, personal narrative. The Last of Us challenged the traditional gaming binary of hero-villain or paragon-renegade choices. You weren't just picking dialogue options or making overt moral choices that would lead to alignment shifts or different endings. The game embedded its ethical quandaries in the gameplay and narrative so organically that sometimes you didn't even realize a moral crossroads was upon you until you were already past it. There are many arguments happening even still about whether Joel is a good or a bad person. This blurred line between gameplay and ethical choice-making deepened player engagement and opened up new pathways for storytelling that we're still exploring in the gaming industry today. GTA 5 has made more money than any movie ever released, making it arguably the largest single entertainment product in history. The financial success of GTA 5 had enormous implications for Rockstar Games. In the years that followed, the company's identity evolved significantly. No longer just a game developer, Rockstar became a caretaker of a living, breathing online world. The massive income generated from GTA 5, especially its online component, meant that there was little financial incentive to rush another big release. Instead, they kept this behemoth afloat with constant updates, making the game feel perennially fresh. The sheer longevity of GTA 5 is nothing short of astounding, effectively staying up and popular for over a decade before any serious mention of GTA 6 could surface. The phenomenon also changed the game for the broader industry. The success of GTA 5 as a live service ultra hit became a template, a formula to crack for other game companies. It was as if the floodgates opened and the industry scrambled to replicate this model. And while many tried, few genuinely succeeded, pointing to something unique about GTA 5's formula that went beyond just being an open world game. It wasn't just the breadth of the world, but the granularity, the attention to minute details. Whether you were exploring the Hollywood-like Vinewood, the arid countryside of Blaine County, or the urban sprawl of Los Santos, every location had its own heartbeat and character. Even the non-playable characters you encounter felt thoroughly designed and viewed with a degree of unpredictability that made interactions genuinely engaging. The satire in this game wasn't merely window dressing. It was an integrated part of the world through radio shows, internet browsing within the game, and ambient conversations. The game offered a critique of American life that was at times jarring, hilarious, and uncomfortable. We can't overlook how this contributed to the overall narrative depth and replayability of the game, offering players more to chew on than just the story missions and side quests. However, Rockstar's achievements with GTA 5 also revealed their compromises. The game's female characters lacked depth and agency given to their male counterparts, and despite its satirical lens, the game sometimes risks perpetuating the very stereotypes it purports to critique. While the landscape was flooded with Call of Duties and Battlefields, Counter-Strike had been chugging along steadily for more than a decade. Yet this year, something seismic happened, something that transformed not just Counter-Strike, but set a precedent for online gaming economies everywhere. The Arms Race update introduced skins, and the rest, as they say, is history. You see, the beauty of Counter-Strike's game design is that it achieved a delicate equilibrium, blending strategy, skill, and teamwork into a competitively viable experience. However, that's not solely a matter of chance, it's meticulously calculated. The game's competitive nature has made it one of the top esports titles for years, and Valve ensured that each update considered the professional scene. There are no gimmicky systems like kill streaks. Every weapon is immediately available to every player, and so it's not your character in the game who gets better, it's you. You get more knowledge, better skills, and become a better player. And when you watch a pro game, you can go and play that exact same map with those exact same weapons and try out the cool new strategy you just saw. Counter-Strike is an outlier when compared to its competitors, especially in how it updates. The vast majority of modern shooters follow the annualized model, new year, new game. This might work well for short-term revenue streams, but it also fragments the player base, dividing the community among various titles, and forcing players to adapt to new mechanics and systems with each release. Counter-Strike took a different path. By updating slowly but consistently over 2 decades, the game allowed players to master its mechanics deeply. When you can spend years honing your skills in the same game, it opens doors to professional careers that are far more stable than those offered by games that change every couple of months. In other words, the consistency and longevity of Counter-Strike's ecosystem offered a sandbox for expertise, and the players dug in. But let's circle back to the Arms Race update of 2013, which drew inspiration from a similar update in Team Fortress 2. Valve's decision to bring an economist on board wasn't merely about optimizing Counter-Strike. It was a fundamental shift in how we should understand the economy of a video game. Yanis Varoufakis, a seasoned economist who later served as Greece's finance minister, was hired to consult on the burgeoning economic systems within not just Counter-Strike, but also Steam's larger marketplace. The integration of a real-world economist into the gaming sphere was an acknowledgement of just how intricate and impactful virtual economies had become. Varoufakis' involvement signaled a shift from haphazard or purely cosmetic updates to a more nuanced, market-oriented approach. The in-game items like skins were suddenly not just pixels, they were assets, with fluctuating values influenced by a multitude of factors such as scarcity, desirability, and even geopolitical events. A new metagame was created where trading and collecting could be just as competitive as the first-person shooting Counter-Strike was known for. The virtual economy had genuine financial implications for players, and that's a remarkable transformation. Going from an ecosystem where in-game items had little external value to one where a skin could pay for a car, a house, or even serve as an investment. Today, some skins sell for upwards of $250,000. At the time, this update perfectly paralleled the rising tide of microtransactions and the concept of games as a service, effectively turning Counter-Strike into a pioneer yet again. And while the notion of skins might seem superficial, it's crucial to realize the psychological impact they had. They made the game more personalized, adding an extra layer of attachment. Each skin, whether it was a token for a personal milestone or a memorabilia piece from a significant esports event, served as an emotional and monetary investment in the game, tightening the loop of engagement. The mere concept of a sandbox game was nothing new by the time Minecraft was released in 2009. Games like Grand Theft Auto had already provided players with a playground of sorts to express themselves, but Minecraft took this concept and stripped it down to its core. With its block-based building mechanics, it wasn't just a sandbox, it was an untouched beach, a bare canvas, void of instructions, and limited only by one's imagination. The blocky, procedurally generated worlds were revolutionary not just for their graphical fidelity, but for the emphasis on the player's role as a creator. The genius of Minecraft is that it's not prescriptive. It simply provides a set of tools and says, go build. This kind of hands-off approach was not only refreshing, but fundamentally reoriented how we think about video games as creative platforms. And by 2013, this quality had ignited imaginations around the world, from elementary school classrooms to professional architects' offices. Minecraft's cultural permeation was so profound that it became a tool for education, with educators employing the game to teach everything from basic programming to lessons in teamwork and cooperation. cooperation. But amid all this discussion of the creative aspects, something that's been overlooked is the game's achievement system. Yes, it might seem like an afterthought, but it's actually critical to the early player's experience. It offers a gentle learning curve in an otherwise overwhelming experience. Achievements like getting wood or time to mine aren't just cute names, they offer implicit guidance, showing players how to interact with the world around them, thereby scaffolding a learning experience that doesn't require a tutorial or a guidebook. It's a delicate, intelligent way of introducing game mechanics, which is something we don't talk about enough. Another aspect that's remarkable about Minecraft's impact is its contribution to the popularization of early access models in game development. The game had been accessible in its alpha and beta forms long before its official release, offering players a chance to contribute to the game's development by testing features and providing feedback. This formed a symbiotic relationship between developers and the community, helping both parties. The developers benefited from the community's insights, and the community got a game that reflected their desires and expectations. Over the years, this relationship had grown to involve millions of players globally, setting a precedent for how games could be developed in a more open and community-focused way. Minecraft was well on its way to becoming one of the best-selling games of all time, but it wasn't just about sales numbers. It had already become a social phenomenon, a symbol of a generational shift in how we perceive the medium of video games. Its cross-platform availability further embedded it into the zeitgeist, making it accessible to almost anyone with a computer or a console, and thus engraving its status as a cultural touchstone. Earthbound, or Mother 2 as it's known in Japan, stands as one of those peculiar instances in video game history where a commercial blip evolves into a cultural phenomenon. Nestled among the influences for many games, it is a title that on paper failed in nearly every metric at its outset, but today enjoys a near mythical status. For context, the game originally came with a price tag of $69.95. The equivalent today of $140. A scratch and sniff gimmick in Nintendo Power magazine that was so strong that it would stink up your entire house with the smell of farts and stale pizza, and gross out humor in all its advertising, focusing on burps, boogers, and poo that didn't match the tone of the game at all. This marketing misfire turned into what was colloquially called the game that stunk up Nintendo Power. 140,000 copies sold in the first year doesn't exactly spell success, especially in a 1990s gaming market that was growing exponentially. But Earthbound's legacy is an anomaly, and this is where things get intellectually juicy. The game's belated success is indicative of a seismic shift in the industry, from corporate dictate to grassroots advocacy. The fans, YouTubers, and retro aficionados were the catalyst for its eventual release on the Wii U Virtual Console, where it became a bestseller. This people-driven resurrection was almost foreshadowing the Kickstarter trends and consumer influence that was also becoming prevalent. However, the game's poor American reception had long-term ramifications for Nintendo's marketing strategies. The company became notoriously hesitant to put advertising dollars behind lesser-known titles, or, in the case of Mother 3, to release them in the States at all. The experience of Earthbound arguably made Nintendo more conservative, even as the industry evolved toward more diversified portfolios and indie releases. The seldom discussed yet strikingly influential aspect of Earthbound is the nuanced approach it took to narrative. This was a game that tackled themes of friendship, homesickness, and even existential despair, wrapped up in a seemingly childlike exterior. While other JRPGs delved into mythological epics or dystopian futures, Earthbound remained tethered to the mundanity of everyday life, albeit through a surreal lens. This narrative technique would later influence a range of titles, from Undertale to Life is Strange, but this contribution often goes unnoticed, overshadowed by the game's commercial trajectory or its influential pixel art. BioShock Infinite was initially heralded as an intellectual marvel. It introduced players to Columbia, a city floating in the sky. a dazzling technological feat on the surface, but roiling with political discontent and racial tension underneath. Players navigated this complex universe as Booker DeWitt, with the enigmatic Elizabeth as a key companion, her AI-driven behaviors adding richness to the gameplay and the story alike. The storyline seemed praiseworthy. Over the years, however, a kind of revisionism has occurred. Critics and gamers alike have started to view its political commentary as less insightful, labeling it as rather 101 level stuff. But that shouldn't entirely discredit its narrative ambitions. BioShock Infinite wrestled with themes of American exceptionalism and racial segregation, topics which were resurging in the American discourse around the time the game was released. While its narrative might not hold the same sheen of profundity it initially did, its approach to storytelling through environmental clues and ancillary materials like audio logs reshaped the way many subsequent games would tell their stories. Ubisoft's handling of Rayman Legends exemplifies the peculiar dichotomy in the corporate treatment of high-quality franchises. Here, we had a game bursting with creativity, featuring mesmerizing visuals and inventive gameplay mechanics that breathed fresh life into a flagging franchise. Unlike Ubisoft's predilection for open-world sagas, this was a tight, purposeful game that felt complete. The game promoted an inclusive form of co-op where players of varied skill levels could genuinely collaborate without feeling like one was carrying the other. Despite its critical acclaim, Rayman Legends fell by the corporate wayside. Ubisoft's apparent sidelining of the game, despite its quality, speaks to a wider industry trend, a shift away from games as artistic endeavors and towards games as mere content delivery platforms. Ubisoft seemed to pivot its focus to more financially lucrative ventures, thereby reflecting a broader industry trend of sidelining ingenuity in favor of marketability. Papers, Please, an indie title that could be considered the antithesis of a big-budget spectacle, struck a chord with its somber take on immigration and control. Beyond its pixelated graphics, the game featured a unique bureaucracy simulation that was engrossing but also anxiety-inducing. It embodied the ethos of the burgeoning indie scene, where developers took risks that major studios would or could not take. What's forgotten is how it not only ushered a wave of indie games into the spotlight, but it also inspired a whole subgenre of titles focusing on moral choices and mundane tasks, proving that a compelling experience isn't solely the domain of AAA titles. A resurgence in lesser-known franchises also materialized, epitomized by the revival of the Shantae series. Shantae's return on the 3DS Virtual Console didn't just breathe life into a dormant franchise, it set a precedent for the possibilities of what a virtual console could do for game preservation and franchise revitalization. Shantae's vibrant art style and intricate level design made players and critics alike recognize way-forward technologies as a serious player in the industry, and its re-release serves as a testament to how the right platform at the right time can turn a nearly forgotten title into a cult classic. Halo Spartan Assault deserves a mention, though perhaps not for reasons that do it many favors. Landing on Windows Phone first was a commercial misstep given the platform's meager market share. However, what's most worth examining is its role as a cautionary tale. It showcased how a storied franchise could easily lose its way by entering genres and platforms that neither suit the series nor its audience. The game's obscurity today serves as a cautionary footnote, almost like a hidden lesson about franchise management and the risks of brand dilution. 343 Industries, the caretakers of Halo, were clearly using the brand recognition to sell what was otherwise an uninspiring game. They simply slapped their names on the box. Ni no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch, served as a cultural bridge, introducing Western audiences to Studio Ghibli aesthetics and storytelling while simultaneously resuscitating the then languishing JRPG genre. The game's use of familiar yet richly developed turn-based mechanics wrapped in a Studio Ghibli art style almost functioned as a cultural handshake between Eastern and Western gaming philosophies. One underappreciated aspect of the game was its implementation of an AI-controlled companion system that encouraged players to think beyond their own character, thus elevating the standard turn-based combat into a multi-dimensional strategic endeavor. 2014. Gone are the days when a billion-dollar valuation was considered impressive. With an $82 billion market value, gaming had become a global cultural phenomenon, attracting new players who are adapting and redefining what it means to be a gamer. China emerged as the second largest gaming economy, surpassing Europe and Japan, and nipping at the heels of the United States. This rapid ascent signaled the diversification of the gaming industry, opening up new markets and opportunities while increasing the competition between regions. Nintendo remained a force to be reckoned with, launching the new 3DS and Amiibo to keep fans engaged and excited. These mid-generation upgrades showcased the company's commitment to innovation, further cementing their position as a key player in the industry. But it wasn't just the usual suspects making waves. In the realm of indie gaming, a quirky title known as Octodad was making a splash, effectively creating a new genre, the physics game. Jackbox Games released the first of their party packs, marking a significant moment in social gaming. Amazon and Facebook made significant strides, ensuring their stake in the lucrative gaming market. Amazon's acquisition of Twitch catapulted them into the realm of live streaming, while Facebook's purchase of Oculus solidified their investment in the future of VR gaming. These tech giants entering the gaming sphere brought new resources, perspectives, and strategies, ultimately pushing the industry to evolve and adapt. However, as gaming transitioned towards the mainstream, it also underwent a process of political and ideological polarization. A significant manifestation of this is Gamergate, a moment that sparked enduring debates and left a lasting mark on the gaming community. This shift in gaming's culture is a reflection of broader societal polarization, catalyzing debates around inclusivity, representation, and the intersection of politics and the gaming world. Considering the stark divisions surrounding these topics, any omission in discourse might inadvertently incite a wave of comments on this very long video, mirroring the unrelenting and persistent attention that these subjects invariably attract. As we reflect on this whirlwind of a year, how has China's rise as a gaming superpower shaped the global market and gaming culture? What long-lasting effects have Nintendo's innovations and the entrance of tech giants like Amazon and Facebook had on the industry? And how has the polarization and politicization of gaming influenced the way we perceive and discuss games and gaming culture? Hearthstone did something incredibly savvy. It piggybacked on the lore and characters from World of Warcraft. Blizzard already had a rabid fanbase deeply invested in the world, and by leveraging that universe, they were able to sidestep a major issue that plagues many collectible card games: the initial buy-in from players. You see, players were already familiar with the likes of Jaina Proudmoore or Thrall, so the game felt welcoming, even to those who might have been card game neophytes. With 10 million users in its first year and a staggering 1 million during its beta, Hearthstone became a phenomenon that was impossible to ignore. A lot of collectible card games, digital or physical, tend to overwhelm new players with complex rules, long manuals, or intricate mechanics that require deep knowledge and strategy. Hearthstone, however, simplified this dramatically. Within 30 minutes, you could understand the core mechanics of the game. By lowering the entry barriers, Blizzard made an implicit statement: this game is for everyone, not just the hardcore card game enthusiasts. However, accessibility didn't mean a lack of depth. The more you dug into Hearthstone, the more you realized the intricacies involved. Each card wasn't just a static image with some stats, they had unique mechanics that could dramatically alter the state of play. Spells, traps, and hero powers all interacted in complex ways, allowing for a depth of strategy that made the game endlessly replayable. Let's not forget the RNG factor, the random randomness that could sometimes decide games. While it might seem controversial to some, this randomness made each game feel like a new puzzle to solve, keeping the gameplay experience fresh and leading to some unforgettable, jaw-dropping moments. Xenoblade Chronicles, released for the Wii in 2010 and later finding its way to North America in 2012, occupies a pivotal place in gaming history that might not be immediately obvious. This JRPG by Monolith Soft, originally deemed too niche for a Western audience, turned out to be a watershed moment for several facets of the industry. One aspect that strikes me about Xenoblade Chronicles is the phenomenon of Operation Rainfall. This was a fan-led campaign that basically pressured Nintendo into localizing the game for North American audiences. It's a marvelous example of fan engagement affecting executive decisions at a corporate level. We've seen similar movements, but rarely with such a tangible outcome. It's not just about the game being released in a new territory, it's about the assertion that there's an audience hungry for more complex, narrative-driven games, essentially pushing against the grain of what big companies thought would be successful. This set a precedent for more fan-driven campaigns, and trust me, executives started to listen more closely to what the fans actually wanted after this. But let's not gloss over the fact that Shulk was included in Super Smash Bros. Now, this might seem like simple fan service on the surface, but think about it. A character from a game that had to be crowbarred into a North American release through fan campaigns is now rubbing shoulders with the likes of Mario and Link. It's almost a Cinderella story for the ages. The inclusion of Shulk did two things. It validated the Operation Rainfall campaign, saying, yes, your voices matter, and it introduced a whole new cohort of players to the Xenoblade universe. Xenoblade Chronicles initially seemed like an outlier in the grand Nintendo schema, hailing from a company known more for its high-fidelity JRPGs than the traditional platformers and action games that Nintendo popularized. But what's fascinating is how much Xenoblade Chronicles influenced one of Nintendo's crown jewels, The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild, a title often cited as the pinnacle of open-world game design. Xenoblade wasn't just a precursor to Breath of the Wild, it served as a blueprint and incubator of ideas that were adopted and refined. Monolith Soft's work on Xenoblade Chronicles offered Nintendo a lens through which they could view open-world design, dynamic ecosystems, variable weather conditions, and non-linear gameplay. Xenoblade Chronicles demonstrated that an open world could be more than just a vast playground. It could be an intricately layered, dynamically evolving ecosystem that actively enhances storytelling and gameplay. The game proved that large-scale environments didn't have to be at odds with complex character-driven narratives. In many ways, Xenoblade Chronicles served as a proof of concept for Nintendo, showcasing how expansive worlds can actually deepen engagement with game mechanics and storylines. Nintendo recognized that Monolith had the expertise to create rich, living worlds and sought to integrate that into their Zelda franchise. This collaboration was so integral that it's safe to say that without Xenoblade Chronicles, we would not have seen the open-world marvel that is Breath of the Wild. We'd be staring at a more linear, constrained Zelda game, perhaps another iteration similar to Skyward Sword. Monolith Soft was so instrumental to Breath of the Wild that it even created wrinkles in Xenoblade Chronicle 2's development. The importance of Breath of the Wild to Nintendo was paramount. It needed to launch with the Switch to provide the new console with an iconic title that could drive sales. As a result, Chronicles 2 was put on a back burner. The game's art direction took an unexpected turn as Monolith Soft had to outsource character design to manga artists. This action led to a noticeable shift in the game's aesthetic, including characters with exaggerated features. This deviation was a byproduct of Monolith Soft having to juggle resources, as their key personnel were tied up with Breath of the Wild. It's a reminder that every design choice has a backstory, and in this case, it was deeply tied to the symbiotic relationship between Monolith Soft and Nintendo. And then Chronicles 3D was announced alongside the new Nintendo 3DS. It was one of only 2 games, the other being Minecraft, announced to demonstrate the capabilities of the new system. Think about the magnitude of that decision. Xenoblade Chronicles, a game initially ignored for Western release, became a flagship title for a new system release. This was no longer just a game that was lucky to get a Western release, it was a title Nintendo believed could stand shoulder to shoulder with a cultural phenomenon like Minecraft, deserving a re-release to reach a wider audience. The inclusion of Shulk in Super Smash Bros. And the re-release of Xenoblade Chronicles should not be seen as isolated incidents, but rather as parts of a larger narrative. Shulk's inclusion in one of Nintendo's flagship titles gave Xenoblade Chronicles a new surge of mainstream attention. This wasn't a mere nod to fans, but a strategic move to elevate the game's profile. The consequent re-release strategy, which saw Xenoblade Chronicles share space with a heavyweight like Metroid Prime on the Wii U, suggests Nintendo's revised assessment of the game's market value and cultural significance. Piecing all these events together paints a compelling picture. Xenoblade Chronicles is not just an influential game in its own right, but it also acted as a catalytic agent that fundamentally influenced one of the most important video game releases of the decade. Alien Isolation stands as a pinnacle of the survival horror genre and serves as an exquisite revival of the tension and atmosphere from the original 1979 Alien film. Its timing couldn't have been more poignant. When the gaming industry was noticeably veering towards a future of multiplayer-centric titles and microtransactions, here was a game that thrived on solitary dread, enveloping you in a persistently hostile environment where every second counted. The developers took meticulous care to recreate the gritty, lo-fi tech aesthetic of the late 70s, the era when Ridley Scott's original film was created. The developers took meticulous care to recreate the gritty, lo-fi tech aesthetic of the late 70s, the era when Ridley Scott's original film was conceived. Called retrofuturism, this was a period when science fiction depicted space as a grimy, industrial place of work, rather than the pristine labs and clean corridors you might see in, say, Star Trek. Right down to the last analog dial and CRT screen on the Sevastopol space station, the game committed to this vision. This meticulous attention to detail not only rendered a more immersive experience, but also effectively transported players back in time. When high-fidelity graphics and modern realism were becoming the norm, Alien Isolation dared to embrace the retrofuturist aesthetic, making a compelling argument for its stylistic authenticity over brute technical prowess. Unlike many survival horror games where enemy movements can be predicted or memorized, the xenomorph in Alien Isolation had an AI that was designed to adapt and learn from the player's actions. You couldn't just game this system. If you hid in lockers too often, the xenomorph would start to catch on. If you made too much noise, you would pay for it, and swiftly. This dynamic relationship between player behavior and AI response gave gamers something they were starting to lose in an age of scripted encounters and predictable enemies: a sense of unknowable dread. It reminded us that the technology driving our experiences could still surprise us, could still emulate some level of organic unpredictability, even as we had started to feel like we'd seen it all. The game leverages audio cues not just as atmosphere, but as an essential gameplay mechanic. Footsteps, breathing, the creaking of the station, all served as vital information for the player. The sound wasn't merely about creating ambience, it was an essential layer of the gameplay that you had to master to survive. This facet of the game subtly underscored the limitations of relying solely on visual cues in other titles, and added yet another layer of realism to an experience that demanded all your senses be alert. One of the most riveting aspects of Shovel Knight was its aesthetic fidelity to 8-bit games. Now, the term pixel art gets tossed around a lot these days, often as an umbrella term for any game that adopts a retro visual style. But Shovel Knight did more than just borrow a vintage look. The development team dissected the art of older games, understanding the color schemes, the sprite dimensions, and even the limitations those earlier game designers had to work with. It's easy to forget that the 8-bit aesthetic of games in the 80s and 90s wasn't initially a stylistic choice, but a constraint. Shovel Knight turned that constraint into a form of expression, and it did so in a manner that resonated not just with those who were nostalgic for the 8-bit era, but also a new generation of gamers. The aesthetic choices weren't just about invoking nostalgia, they were about setting a mood, a tone, and even the pace of gameplay. Every pixel seemed purposeful. And in an era where streamlined too often means simplified, Shovel Knight came out swinging, quite literally with a shovel. This wasn't merely a gimmick, it was a tool that integrated combat, puzzle solving, and platforming. It added complexity and richness to what might seem on the surface to be a very straightforward game. This well-designed gameplay loop turned what could have been a mere throwback title into a modern classic, proving that retro gaming mechanics could still be relevant and challenging, pushing the player to think creatively within the confines of a 2D space. Shovel Knight caught attention for a reason that isn't discussed as much as it should be: the rise of indie game crowdfunding. This was in the thick of the Kickstarter era for video games. Titles like Shovel Knight not only validated crowdfunding as a viable development route, but also set the standard for what backers should expect from a crowdfunded project. Its success was a vindication of direct consumer-to-creator relationships, circumventing traditional publishing gatekeepers. As the gaming community eagerly anticipated the release of Halo the Master Chief Collection, expectations were sky high. The promise of revisiting the iconic Halo series with all its remastered glory on the next-gen console was tantalizing, but upon its release, the reality was a stark contrast to the dream. The Halo series had always been a beacon of excellence in the gaming world. Its rich lore, revolutionary gameplay, and memorable characters had set standards in the industry. So, when the Master Chief Collection was announced, it was seen as more than just a game. It was a tribute, a celebration of legacy. But as players booted up the game, excitement quickly turned to frustration. The launch was, to put it bluntly, a disaster. Multiplayer maps, a core component of the Halo experience, were riddled with glitches and bugs. Matchmaking, the very essence of online play, was broken. Players found themselves waiting in endless queues, only to be dropped or paired in uneven teams. The community was in an uproar, and the backlash was palpable. This wasn't the Halo they knew and loved. This was a shadow of its former self. 343 Industries, the new torchbearers of the Halo legacy, faced a daunting task. They had to address the issues, placate a disgruntled fan base, and restore faith in the series. And to their credit, they took ownership. They acknowledged the problems, issued apologies, and worked tirelessly to fix the game. It was a humbling experience, a reminder that even giants can falter. Bungie, having basked in the glory of their monumental Halo series, stood at a defining juncture in their journey as a game development company. With Halo now in their rear view, they geared up to manifest a new, even more ambitious vision: Destiny. But to bring this dream to fruition, Bungie had to overcome a multitude of hurdles, not the least of which was the enormous cost of development. The initial vision for Destiny was ambitious, to say the least. The plan was to create an expansive online universe that would evolve over a decade, blending FPS mechanics with MMO-style social and progression systems. This shared world shooter concept was pioneering, but it also posed numerous developmental challenges. One of the initial challenges for Bungie was to transition from being a single console developer for Microsoft to creating a game that spanned multiple platforms, including PlayStation. This transition was a significant leap, requiring new tools, expertise, and development strategies. The fiscal reality of developing a game like Destiny was no small feat. Estimates suggest that over its entire development cycle, Destiny 1 guzzled a jaw-dropping $500 million. These weren't sums an independent entity like Bungie could front alone, especially post their detachment from Microsoft's vast reserves. Consequently, they formed a symbiotic relationship with gaming behemoth Activision. This union, though marred by criticisms and perceived compromises, was essential. Without Activision's financial support, Destiny's expansive universe might have remained just a blueprint. Bungie's split from Microsoft was emblematic of their desire for creative independence. However, the road to Destiny was not one they could walk alone. The alliance with Activision wasn't just a financial partnership, but also a leap of faith. Bungie believed in their vision for Destiny, and Activision, seeing the studio's track record and the game's potential, was willing to place a considerable bet on its success. 2013 marked a crisis point for the game. With a narrative that seemed incoherent and disjointed, Bungie had to undertake an extensive overhaul. Crucial plot lines were jettisoned, iconic characters reshaped, and vast dialogues reimagined. The process was a testament to Bungie's commitment to delivering a top-tier experience, albeit it left scars on the development process and required substantial post-launch adjustments. The fallout was a launch that, while commercially successful, left many players yearning for a more coherent and immersive storyline, and it was commercially successful. Destiny's financial gambit bore fruit almost immediately. Within mere days of its release, the game recouped the massive $500 million development expenditure. With Destiny, Bungie embarked on a novel approach. Distancing themselves from the traditional single-player narrative-driven model of the Halo series, Destiny was conceptualized as an ever-evolving online universe. This wasn't merely about playing, it was about existing in a living, breathing cosmos that underwent constant metamorphosis. The transition from creating static, single-release titles to designing evolving online ecosystems required not just technological adaptation, but a shift in storytelling, player engagement, and monetization strategies. The pivot to an online-centric model was a boon in multiple dimensions. For one, it facilitated a steady revenue stream for both Bungie and Activision, thanks to regular updates, expansions, and in-game purchases. Bungie's embrace of microtransactions in Destiny's post-launch era was a reflection of broader industry trends and the challenges of funding ongoing content development. Furthermore, it engendered a dynamic dialogue with the player base. Player feedback wasn't just a post-mortem, it was real-time input that could sculpt the game's trajectory. However, the very nature of Destiny's design, with its evolving content and reliance on player feedback, meant the game was perpetually in flux. While the live nature of the game allowed Bungie to adapt and improve based on player feedback and behavior, it also exposed them to immediate scrutiny. The player base was vocal, and Destiny's launch period was filled with a mix of awe for the game's mechanics and vistas, juxtaposed with critiques on its storytelling and content gaps. The flux was nowhere more evident than in the Rise of Iron expansion. Perceiving the constraints of older consoles and acknowledging the dwindling player base on these platforms, Bungie made a strategic decision. They halted updates for the Xbox 360 and PS3 to channel all energies into optimizing Destiny for the Xbox One and PS4. You can imagine the feedback they got for that. EVE Online. Now, here's an MMO unlike any other. While massively multiplayer online games have been enjoying success in various forms, EVE Online stood as a stark departure from the formulaic grind of its contemporaries. Instead of go kill 10 rats, you found yourself deep in political intrigue, territory wars, and economy management that often mirrored real-world complexities. But let's zoom in on an event that underscored EVE's uniqueness and ingenuity: the bloodbath of BR5RB. This was a 21-hour-long PvP encounter involving over 7,000 players, an event sparked entirely by a missed payment on a virtual station, cascading into a full-scale war. But the bloodbath wasn't just an anomaly or a flash in the pan, it was the natural culmination of years of intricate player politics, alliances, and economic systems. The event showcased how EVE Online transcended traditional gaming boundaries, becoming a digital stage for human social phenomena. The most fascinating part? The economic repercussions. The destruction of ships and assets in the bloodbath had real-world financial equivalents, placing a numerical value on the collective endeavors and conflicts of its players. An estimated in-game loss equivalent to $330,000 in real-world money. That's not just fascinating from the gaming perspective, it's a moment of anthropology, a study in emergent behaviors facilitated by digital worlds. Bayonetta 2 stood as a testament to how far the industry had come in terms of collaboration and setting aside old rivalries. At the intersection of Platinum Games' expertise in action, Sega's rich history, and Nintendo's adventurous foray into mature themes, Bayonetta 2 was born. Sega and Nintendo, once bitter rivals in the console market, now teamed up to co-produce a game. An unthinkable development if you're looking at it through the lens of the 1990s. The very existence of this game was a triumph in diplomacy. This is Nintendo we're talking about. Once the epitome of family-friendly gaming, participating in the production of a game featuring a mostly nude, gun-toting witch. The teamwork involved was more than just a business transaction, it was a mature recognition by each company that their unique abilities could combine to produce something spectacular. It also spotlighted how far Nintendo was willing to go to diversify its game library, acknowledging the necessity for more mature, complex narratives and themes in an industry that was rapidly outgrowing its youthful past. This becomes especially interesting when you consider that Bayonetta 2 performed only adequately in terms of sales, yet its quality and audacity fortified it as an enduring staple in action gaming. The Wolf Among Us solidified itself as a milestone in episodic storytelling. It was a swan song of sorts for Telltale Games, who were riding high on the success of its episodic story games, especially after The Walking Dead. The Wolf Among Us can be seen as the zenith of the narrative richness that Telltale could achieve, a high point before the series of unfortunate events and mismanagement that led to their decline. The Wolf Among Us provided a multi-layered narrative experience that was indicative of what episodic storytelling could offer. Deep character development, morally great choices, and a serialized format that left players eagerly awaiting the next installment. Its art style, dialogue options, and plot structure serve as a case study for effective episodic storytelling. But sadly, this quality level wasn't to be sustained in Telltale's future releases, making this title an artifact of sorts, a monument to a style and an era. It's a sobering look back, considering what happened to Telltale, but the game remains a critical touchpoint for narrative design. In an industry saturated with action-packed shooters and sprawling open worlds, this was a game that dared to be intimate, that dared to invest in the power of story. Old School RuneScape's 2013 release is a gripping study in the power of nostalgia and community involvement. This wasn't just a reskin or a minor update, it was a faithful restoration of a game as it existed in 2007. The decision to do this didn't come from the developers out of the blue, it was a democratic process where players voted for the game they wanted. Over 450,000 players cast their votes, effectively reviving the RuneScape they loved. This was more than just a reboot, it was almost like a protest vote against the direction modern MMOs were taking, often loaded with microtransactions and endless uninspired quests. It's an instance of the gaming community essentially saying, this is the game we want to play. And it's not merely a remaster, it replaced RuneScape in the hearts and minds of many players. The phenomenon also demonstrated the power and direction a dedicated fanbase could imprint on a game's development, something we can't overlook when considering the landscape, where player feedback started becoming increasingly integral to a game's lifecycle. Then we have Threes, a mobile game that became a sacrificial lamb in the discussion about originality and plagiarism within the gaming industry. This mobile game wasn't just addictive and engaging, it also became the unfortunate victim of the clone wars in the mobile space, a sector of the industry that was making a massive amount of money, often at the expense of original ideas. Just a month after Threes was released, 2048 took the scene and took much of the credit. This scenario uncannily mirrored the early 1980s video game market, where cloning was rampant. Remember the influx of Breakout clones? It raises questions about intellectual property and the ethics of game design. But Threes was more than just Victim. It became a rallying point for discussions about originality, integrity, and the need for proper crediting in game development. 2015, PC gaming roared back to life, generating a staggering $32 billion in sales, while mobile games followed closely behind with a cool $25 billion. Digital sales skyrocketed, not only surpassing the billion-dollar mark, but reaching an impressive $4 billion. The top-selling games are all now on PC and mobile platforms, signaling a shift in gamers' preferences. This shift towards mobile gaming sent shockwaves throughout the industry, with companies adapting and evolving to stake their claim in this booming market. Sony sold Sony Online Entertainment. Sega continued to scale back its Western business, and Nintendo announced a partnership with mobile game developer DNA, hinting at a mobile-focused future that was seemingly cemented when they announced a mobile form factor console. The industry had grown so vast that many developers celebrated 20-year milestones, while others faced mergers, shutdown, and acquisitions too numerous to list in this video. Sometime around 2015, people start to realize that there's a significant retro gaming movement happening as well. No one's really sure when it started, but suddenly gamers are very, very interested in 20 or 30-year-old classic games. The prices of them start to go up. Game collecting is becoming serious business, and some games are selling for very, very high prices. Virtual reality emerged as the next frontier for gaming, with companies like Oculus and PlayStation investing billions into development, and Steam announcing its Steam VR platform and rumored high-end headset. With the industry buzzing about the potential of VR, gamers eagerly awaited the arrival of immersive, boundary-pushing experiences that would redefine what it means to play a game. Everyone is quietly confident that VR won't be a replay of the Kinect and PlayStation Move. It wasn't just about the games themselves, but also the merchandise that came along with them. Funko Pop, a company known for creating pop culture collectibles, started releasing their products this year. These collectibles quickly gained popularity with their stylized designs and wide range of characters from various franchises. Expensive franchises like Star Wars, Marvel, and Harry Potter. In the midst of all of this, a bizarre development in the film Pixels. Q*bert, a character from the classic arcade game, was revealed to be a gendered sexual being that could have viable children with humans, which is now canon. So thanks for that, Sony Pictures and Adam Sandler. Controversies like review bombing captured headlines as Titan Souls and Skyrim faced waves of negative reviews due to various disputes. This phenomenon highlighted the growing power of online communities and the potential for coordinated efforts to shape public opinion and influence the success of a game. Speaking of which, don't forget to hit the like button and share this video somewhere on Discord, Facebook, or Reddit. How has the resurgence of PC gaming influenced game design and distribution? What lessons can we learn from the mobile gaming boom and the challenges faced by companies like Sony, Sega, and Nintendo? When discussing the Legend of Zelda series, it's all too easy to let Ocarina of Time steal the limelight. Yet what immediately followed that epic was not just a sequel, but a thematic revolution that echoes through time. Majora's Mask. The arrival of Majora's Mask on the 3DS wasn't merely an exercise in high-definition resurfacing. It was an event that recaptured the collective imagination. This reimagined classic with its updated graphics and fine-tuned gameplay reminded us all why Majora's Mask had held its ground in the gaming canon. Gamers who had never played the original found themselves enraptured by its depth and innovative mechanics, while veterans returned to experience the magic anew, as if meeting an old friend but seeing them with fresh eyes. series. What amplified this resurgence was Nintendo's strategic move to offer the original Majora's Mask on the Virtual Console for just 150 coins. It was a bold maneuver, putting this iconic game right at the fingertips of a generation that may have missed its original release. This wasn't merely smart marketing, it was a democratic act that suddenly thrust Majora's Mask back into the zeitgeist. With this move, Nintendo opened the floodgates for conversations around the game's themes, mechanics, and storytelling. Gamers were not just reminiscing, they were rediscovering and, importantly, re-evaluating. In a year that saw the likes of titles pushing narrative and ethical boundaries, Majora's Mask became a sort of compass, a reference point to gauge how far we had come and what core principles remained as poignant as ever. We often hear that games allow us to escape to new worlds, but Majora's Mask confronted players with the heavy burden of an impending apocalypse. It was a game that didn't merely hint at high stakes, it made the ticking clock a core gameplay mechanic. As you played through it, the game's recurring 72-hour cycle became a pressure cooker. Sure, you could manipulate time to some extent, but the inevitable apocalypse was always looming. While the original Majora's Mask was put together in what can only be described as a miraculous 4-month development window, the team who worked on the remastered version spent 4 years refining and reimagining the game. This isn't mere polishing, it's an odyssey into the very heart of what made Majora's Mask tick. And it paid off. The remastered edition wasn't just a nostalgic trip, but an essential experience on its own merits. Its approach to storytelling through environmental cues and player-driven exploration is often lost in the dialogue. It wasn't just a string of quests, it was a narrative labyrinth, begging to be deciphered. Before Dark Souls made environmental storytelling a buzzword, Majora's Mask was offering us tragic mini-narratives in every corner of its world. You had to invest yourself, pay attention, and piece together a puzzle that is Termina and its doomed inhabitants. In an industry where player empowerment often reigns supreme, Majora's Mask flipped the script and taught us about fragility, about limitations. In a survey I conducted for my game preservation video, this was the title that players overwhelmingly cited as transformative. It wasn't just a game for them, it was a guide on how to grapple with the inevitable, to find meaning in limitation, to confront rather than escape the darker aspects of existence. Many told me that it taught them that while bad things happen, they're not the end. There's a restart, another cycle, another chance to get it right. In a landscape marked by sequels, loot boxes, and perpetual online connectivity, Majora's Mask serves as a counterpoint, a title that finds its enormous depth not in abundance, but in constraints. Terraria's retail release on the PS4 and Xbox One wasn't merely a repackaging, but a strategic move that brought a game primarily associated with PCs to the living room. The retail release represented a leap for the game and, by extension, the indie genre itself. It's an affirmation of how indie titles had matured to stand alongside console giants. The ripple effect of this can't be underestimated. It signaled the erasure of the false dichotomy that indie games were PC-centric experiences, while consoles were reserved for blockbuster titles. Terraria on consoles helped blur these boundaries, democratizing game platforms in an unprecedented way. Now, what's truly phenomenal about Terraria is its ability to sustain itself through continuous updates and content expansions. Unlike games that lose their sheen post-launch, Terraria morphed, evolved, and managed to captivate a whole new generation of gamers with its major 1.3 update. The update didn't just add new items or cosmetic changes, it overhauled systems, introduced expert mode, and even revamped the game's animation and sprite designs. By doing so, Terraria demonstrated the vitality of treating a game not as a product, but as an ongoing project, an evolving digital organism. This has since led Terraria to become one of the top-selling games, at one point sitting at number 10 best-selling game of all time. While Terraria was charting its own course, the game's creator also announced Terraria Otherworld. Although the game would eventually be cancelled, the sheer audacity of the announcement revealed a developer not afraid to experiment and expand upon its own mythos, even as the original game continued to grow. And that's an insight into the confidence, risk-taking, and forward-thinking nature of indie game developers of the day. When you put Terraria in the same room with Minecraft, you get an interesting comparative glimpse. While Minecraft became a household name, recognized even by those who never picked up a controller, Terraria operated in a similar design space but with a different focus. Different, but similar enough. Minecraft is so popular at this time that We Have Minecraft at Home becomes a top 10 selling game. Rocket League. It's soccer, but with cars. This straightforward concept masked an underbelly of nuanced physics and meticulously designed game mechanics. Psyonix had built on their earlier experience with Unreal Tournament 2004, specifically the Onslaught mode. The vehicular combat elements from that era were elegantly repurposed into a soccer-like setting. Anyone familiar with Unreal Tournament could see the genealogy, yet the experience felt novel. Interestingly, Rocket League's successful blend of disparate elements wasn't an overnight success. The game's precursor, supersonic, acrobatic, rocket-powered battle cars, was a mouthful to say and equally cumbersome to market. So why did Rocket League succeed where its verbose predecessor stumbled? It comes down to understanding your strengths and pivoting when necessary. Psyonix realized their original game had a cult following for its core mechanics. People enjoyed the vehicular mayhem infused with soccer. Building upon this, the developers retained the concept but put a laser focus on polishing every aspect of gameplay and presentation, making it competitive with AAA titles. It's a tale of iterative success, honing in on what worked while cutting out the fluff. Rocket League broke new ground by debuting as a free title on PlayStation Plus. Despite the inherent risks like ballooning server costs, the audacious move almost backfired when the game's free activations reached such staggering numbers that they nearly equaled the total existing PlayStation consoles. Essentially, they were on the brink of saturating their potential market and doing it for free. But this gamble didn't just pay off. It paved the way for a transformative approach to free-to-play success that transcended mobile and MMO formats. This allowed Psyonix to break away from contract work, focusing all their energy on a game that was rapidly amassing a dedicated following. Rocket League became an example for an industry teetering on the edge of aggressive monetization. It showed that you could be consumer-friendly and still financially successful. This is particularly intriguing considering the pressure Psyonix was under, given that their previous projects hadn't exactly set the world on fire. The game has shown remarkable staying power, punctuated by its transition to a free-to-play model even on platforms other than PlayStation. It has woven itself into the very fabric of esports, becoming a staple that stands shoulder to shoulder with juggernauts like League of Legends and Counter-Strike. When the word Halo is mentioned, many recall epic battles, iconic characters, and masterfully crafted narratives. The series, under Bungie's tenure, had set a golden standard. By the time Halo 5 was announced, expectations had already been tainted by the memory of Halo 4, which, while a solid game in its own right, lacked some of the distinctive magic Bungie had infused into the series. And then there was the troubled launch of the Master Chief Collection, which left a sour taste in the mouths of fans. The issues that plagued its online functionality, something so fundamental to the Halo experience, made many wary of what was to come. As anticipation built, Halo 5 began to shape up as a potential redeemer. When early gameplay footage and promotional materials were unveiled, it offered the community a glimpse, a beacon of hope that perhaps, just perhaps, the franchise would return to its golden era. And to sweeten the pot, the remastered version of Halo 2 was also announced alongside Halo 5, a nod to a beloved classic. But upon release, it became immediately evident that Halo 5 was a mixed bag. Its campaign, a fundamental pillar of the Halo experience, was met with criticism. Instead of the dramatic storytelling, deeply woven lore, and captivating character arcs that players expected, many felt that the plotline failed to captivate in the same way previous titles had. With a fractured narrative and lack of genuine emotional pull, it fell short. While the multiplayer was lauded, its initial offerings were leaner than expected. There was an evident lack of playlists, a belated Forge mode, and the pace of updates was sluggish. Even when updates were rolled out, they came riddled with bugs and glitches. The disconnect between the developers and the competitive scene also left pro players disgruntled, with gameplay changes often misaligned with their preferences. The vision of creative director Tim Longo, who favored squad-based gameplay experiences, shines through. The introduction of Blue Team and the establishment of Fireteam Osiris, even after numerous iterations and changes, underscored a desire to give players a narrative that was multifaceted, allowing them to explore the vast Halo universe from different vantage points. But somewhere along the line, this vastness, this ambition, led to a narrative that many felt lacked focus and coherence. If we examine the announcements of Final Fantasy VII Remake, Kingdom Hearts 3, The Last Guardian, and Shenmue 3, they share a common thread of rekindling nostalgia while offering the promise of innovation. Each of these games had predecessors that were not just products, but events in gaming history, delivering seismic shifts in narrative design, gameplay mechanics, and graphical fidelity. The announcements of these titles wasn't simply about game trailers or developer interviews. They acted as social touchstones, evoking community discussions and speculative debates that lasted for years. The idea of remaking Final Fantasy VII wasn't just about enhanced graphics and gameplay, it tapped into a collective memory of the game's 1997 release. A revolutionary juncture in RPG storytelling and technological capability. Yu Suzuki's return with Shenmue 3 felt like a knight's quest for redemption. One could argue that Shenmue's legacy was paradoxical. The series bled money for Sega, but left its name in the sand of gaming history. The third installment not only required overcoming financial challenges, hence the crowdfunding, but it also had to deliver an experience that balanced between vintage charm and modern design sensibilities. Suzuki's venture was essentially about recapturing lost glory and fulfilling an artistic vision. It was his first game since leaving Sega, and he faced enormous pressures to align Shenmue 3 with the contemporary gaming ecosystem. Suzuki's attempt to crowdfund the third installment was not just a fundraising effort, it was a referendum on his initial vision. Fallout Shelter offered a lesson in unexpected places. A lawsuit against Warner Brothers for allegedly stealing its game design brought to light the precarious nature of innovation and the vulnerability of intellectual property in the mobile gaming world. The lawsuit wasn't just a legal scuffle, it revealed a harsh landscape where an original game could be dissected into its core mechanics, replicated, and then sold without missing a beat. This was eerily similar to the Threes and 2048 debacle, where a unique and intelligent game was cloned to produce a simpler, more viral experience. Fallout Shelter's predicament underscores how intellectual property can become a battlefield, even in a medium designed for diversion. Five Nights at Freddy's 4 played an instrumental role in the transformation of indie game marketing, setting an example for using YouTube as a primary distribution channel for visibility. The game was deliberately designed with simple but unpredictable gameplay mechanics that not only contributed to its replayability, but also made it perfect for YouTube's short, bite-sized entertainment format. It essentially exploited YouTube's algorithmic preference for high engagement videos, where every jump scare translated into a spike in viewer retention rates and created a viral loop between creators and consumers that fed on itself. setting a gold standard for how indie developers could leverage social media platforms for both notoriety and profit. The game demonstrated how indie titles could create visibility, community, and monetization through alignment with a prominent social media platform. And while we're examining the intersection between YouTube and gaming, who could ignore PewDiePie? PewDiePie, legend of the Brofist, provided insights into the growing intersection of YouTube influencers and game development. It's tempting to dismiss this as a simple commercial venture, but there's a deeper undercurrent. This mobile game, which became the top grossing game in the United States just 2 hours after release, showed that a YouTuber's influence could not only be expansive, but also commercially quantifiable. It showed that the connection between influencer and audience had matured to a point where an entirely different form of content could be successfully monetized. The boundary between viewer and player blurred, as fans of PewDiePie could now engage with his brand on a more interactive, immersive way. The game exemplified how an influencer's brand could be extended to other platforms in a way that feels organic to the audience. Life is Strange, meanwhile, was a time-traveling odyssey that was less about manipulating time and more about the emotional gravitas of choices in a volatile world. The game defied the typical protagonist mold, giving players a lens into the experience of Max Caulfield, a teenager with a complicated life and a time-bending ability. The game tackled heavy themes like friendship, adolescence, and moral dilemmas, all from the perspective of a teenage girl, a far cry from the industry's often one-dimensional protagonists. Max Caulfield's time rewinding ability wasn't merely a cool game mechanic, it was intrinsically tied to the narrative, creating moments where the player had to think deeply about the moral implications of their choices. It belonged to a wave of games featuring non-traditional protagonists, thereby widening the narrative possibilities of the medium. In 2016, the gaming landscape was truly transformed with the arrival of VR headsets like the Vive. Mid-generation refreshes such as the PS4 Pro, PS4 Slim, and the Xbox One S, and the explosive popularity of augmented reality games like Pokemon Go. While VR struggled to find its footing, AR became the industry's golden child, with Pokemon Go raking in what seemed like infinite cash. Mobile gaming soared to new heights, reaching $41 billion in revenues and surpassing PC gaming. To put that into perspective, mobile gaming revenue in 2016 was 4 times the size of the entire video game industry just a decade earlier in 2006. Digital sales continued to dominate, accounting for 74% of all video game software sales. Tencent, a Chinese multinational conglomerate, flexed its muscles with 6 of the top 10 best-selling games, generating an impressive $8 billion in revenue all on its own. Meanwhile, Activision acquired Major League Gaming and announced its esports title Overwatch and the Overwatch League, further showcasing the industry's expansion into new territories. No Man's Sky, a game that promised an expansive universe for players to explore, was a commercial success, becoming the best-selling release on the PlayStation Store in its launch month. However, the game's launch was not without controversy.
It's so vast, it's so boundless, it's actually infinite. Almost anything's possible.
Here we're at the boundary between 2 warring factions. I could join in, I could take sides.
People go out, they can find resources, create products, and they can sell them at trading posts or at space stations. And everything just works.
Can you land on a comet?
Yeah, at the moment you can land on asteroids.
Do the animals eat each other?
And then as you travel further towards the center of the galaxy, things become much more mutated, and the crazier things exist there.
Do we ever get to see ourselves?
No, you don't see yourself, so the only way you can know what you look like is for somebody else to see you.
Can you run into other people, other players on the game?
Yes.
The brilliant marketing campaign was met with a ruinous initial reception from vocal online fans. Accusations of the developer operating in bad faith when discussing the game's online features were rampant. The silence from Hello Games and Sean Murray, the game's developer, which lasted months, further fueled the discontent among the game's fans. The controversy highlighted the importance of transparency in game development. The game was accused of missing dozens, maybe hundreds of features that were promised, teased, or even confirmed. Sean Murray was accused of making promises about features that didn't make it into the final game, leading to anger and feelings of betrayal from fans. This situation underscored the importance of waiting for reviews and player feedback before purchasing a game, rather than relying solely on pre-release hype. It also serves as a stark reminder of the pitfalls of pre-ordering games, one I'm happy to underline. Do not pre-order games. As the number of gaming conventions became overwhelming, EA decided to branch out, announcing its EA Play event after leaving E3 in 2013. Nintendo had already set a precedent by launching its Nintendo Directs, and it signaled a warning bell to major events like E3 to figure things out or see themselves fade away. Gaming's influence reached the highest levels of society, with Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe donning a Mario hat and emerging from a warp pipe at the 2016 Olympics. A far cry from Bill Clinton's call for regulation and censorship just a few decades prior. How did the emergence of VR, the success of AR, and the ever-expanding world of mobile gaming shape the industry? What impact did these changes have on the way we experience and discuss games today, and how did gaming's newfound cultural acceptance influence its growth and development in the years to come? Overwatch redefined what it meant to produce profits in the gaming industry. While Mass Effect 3 introduced the concept of loot boxes, Overwatch fine-tuned it to such an extent that the industry couldn't ignore the success. It wasn't merely an optional add-on, it was a money-making juggernaut with over $1 billion generated from loot box sales alone. This phenomenon forced a seismic shift in how developers and publishers viewed profitability. The old metric of judging success by player count suddenly seemed quaint. The focus was now on how much these existing players were willing to spend. In essence, Overwatch didn't just adopt the trend, it became the vanguard for an industry-wide strategy. However, its impact was more nuanced than just turning the industry's gaze towards loot boxes. Overwatch also sparked a different kind of gold rush, the race towards esports viability. Dota 2 and its ilk had shown the world that you could build a cathedral of earnings through competitive play. Now, everyone wanted in. While the Counter-Strike Global Offensive model emphasized creating a good game that naturally evolved into an esport, Overwatch arrived fully formed, designed from its core to be a competitive showcase. Here's the catch. Many publishers misunderstood what made esports tick. The impulse to capitalize on this easy money led to a wave of games constructed around competitive mechanics, but lacking in soul. Gamers are intuitive. They want quality gameplay before a game can even qualify as a sport. It seems that Blizzard did not pay close enough attention to the cautionary tale of its own push to make Heroes of the Storm an esports phenomenon. Despite Blizzard's forceful efforts to position it in the competitive scene, it couldn't match the organic growth and player engagement seen in other titles, reinforcing the notion that successful esports environments are cultivated through authentic community engagement, not merely manufactured. To consider Overwatch as a mere clone of Team Fortress 2 would be an oversimplification, but to regard it as a game that broke entirely new ground would be disingenuous. Overwatch took the class-based, team-oriented gameplay made popular by TF2 and wrapped it in a package that was more accessible for a broader audience. Whether it was the diversely imagined heroes that appealed to a global player base, or the intricate, well-designed maps that took advantage of vertical gameplay mechanics, Overwatch was essentially an evolution rather than a revolution. One aspect that certainly benefited from Overwatch's popularity is the idea of a hero in these types of games. TF2 had its classes, but Overwatch turned these into fully fleshed out characters, each with a backstory, a given name, and a personality. This resonated with players in different ways, allowing them to identify more closely with their chosen hero. This is why you can only have one one of each hero on a given team. The personalization created a connection that transcended mere gameplay mechanics and got players invested in the lore of the Overwatch universe, something that TF2 never really aimed for. While Overwatch may not have been revolutionary in the strictest sense, its popularity did throw into high relief the possibilities inherent in team-based class-driven shooters. It proved to developers and players alike that this style of game had staying power and could attract a diverse audience, ensuring that the genre wouldn't stagnate. Because of this, one could argue that Overwatch performed a kind of stewardship for the genre, safeguarding and nourishing its potential and laying the groundwork for future innovations. TF2 might have sown the seeds, but Overwatch helped cultivate the field. Despite its trailblazing success, I should note the perplexing decision by Activision to essentially destabilize Overwatch's competitive scene with the announcement of Overwatch 2. While sequels are hardly new in the gaming world, this move seemed to serve no other purpose than to convert a population of paid players into an ongoing stream of paying players. It's a case study in how not to handle a sequel in a genre that thrives on consistency and balance, and it diluted the focus of a game that had built its brand on being tightly focused and fiercely competitive. The remarkable thing about Undertale is that it lets you resolve conflicts through non-violent means. In an era where the spectacle of visuals and the thrill of combat often overshadowed narrative and choice, Undertale shifted focus. Combat encounters could be manipulated in such a way that allowed for peaceful resolutions. You could talk your way out of a fight, offer a compliment, or even engage in a jokey interaction. This approach resonated with players weary of hack-and-slash dynamics and those looking for a different type of challenge, a moral or ethical one. And this shift in focus wasn't trivial. It was a pointed critique of a genre that often emphasizes combat as the primary or even sole method of interaction. Now, Undertale's non-violent path wasn't just a narrative alternative, but also a mechanical one, forcing players to understand the unique personalities of each enemy to spare them effectively. Your interaction with the game's codes and mechanics, as well as your emotional investment in the characters, becomes far more complex. This blurring of lines between game mechanics and narrative content became an example for many games that followed, whether consciously inspired by Undertale or not. It established that story elements could be deeply integrated into gameplay mechanics in a meaningful way, allowing for a richer, more nuanced gaming experience. A rarely acknowledged but critical aspect of Undertale's design is its meta-commentary on player agency and the act of playing a video game itself. This game records your choices, even after you've restarted, offering you new dialogue and altering the experience based on your previous actions. This serves as an implicit commentary on the linearity and artificiality of many video games that allow you to simply restart and choose differently with no consequences. In doing so, Undertale directly engaged with the concept of save scumming and replaying games to get the, quote, best ending, turning these mechanics into both a narrative and moral choice for the player. The retro aesthetic of Undertale is not just a stylistic choice, but a strategic one that subverted the notion that cutting-edge graphics are integral to a game's success. Here lies the evidence that contradicts the graphical arms race we've seen in the past 2 decades. Undertale leverages its 8-bit aesthetic not as a crutch, but as a method for storytelling, even integrating it into the plot. The game took us back to appreciate the minimalist art of yesteryears, revealing that storytelling and gameplay innovation could stand toe-to-toe with visual spectacle. The game's success during a period marked by a retro revival in gaming serves as a testament to this, as more indie developers started to adopt retro aesthetics not for lack of resources, but as a deliberate artistic and narrative choice. Eric Barone toiled away for 4 years in his girlfriend's apartment to bring Stardew Valley to life. That apartment became an incubator for what would become a massive hit, drawing upon the classic allure of Harvest Moon, but adding layers of complexity and freedom seldom seen before. His relationship with his girlfriend, Amber, was a sustaining force. In interviews, Barone often credits her for supporting him emotionally and financially during this period. So we're not just talking about a solo developer, but a collaborative environment that fostered ingenuity. Amber wasn't directly involved in development, but she was a part of the ecosystem that enabled this game to bloom. That's something aspiring developers should know, the ecosystem around you. Be it supportive relationships or a conducive work environment can be just as crucial as your skills and ideas. Stardew has a meticulous attention to detail concerning the in-game economy. You have your traditional farming, fishing, and mining, sure, but the game also includes an evolving price system, seasonal considerations, and even fluctuating demand. This is an intricately balanced web that changes over time and interacts in subtle ways, requiring a level of engagement that goes beyond merely planting crops and selling them for a profit. Here, Barone achieves a complex interplay between simple actions and their downstream consequences, a dynamic that mirrors real-world economic systems, but does so in a way that's graspable and enjoyable. The game presents a tapestry of characters, each with their story arcs, personalities, and problems. Romancing these characters isn't just about giving them a gift they like. It involves engaging in a set of interactions, learning their histories, and sometimes even helping them through personal dilemmas. The game thrives on its community and relationships, making the world feel lived in and evolving. Many AAA titles could take a leaf out of Stardew Valley's book on how to make NPCs that feel less like set pieces and more like integral elements of the game's world. And where multi-platform releases were becoming more common, Stardew Valley also managed to extend its reach further than most indie titles. It started off on Windows, but then steadily expanded its footprints across all major platforms, including consoles and mobile devices. It's not just that it went multi-platform, it's how seamlessly it did so. The game adapted well to different control schemes and screen sizes, something that even AAA titles struggle with. This adaptability meant that Stardew Valley was more accessible, thus further broadening its appeal. Inside, developed by Play Dead, the creators behind Limbo, captured the zeitgeist of the gaming landscape in several unique ways. This game has often been compared to its predecessor Limbo, but what sets it apart is its conceptual grandiosity. While Limbo explored the stark brutality of a monochromatic world, Inside leverages a more nuanced color palette, heightened graphical fidelity, and layered audio design to create a different kind of immersion. What's intriguing is how Inside managed to mirror and advance its predecessor, Limbo, in every conceivable aspect, from its arresting visual language to its haunting, minimalistic soundscape. It creates a wordless narrative that's both enthralling and unnerving. The most intriguing element is how the game manages to build this dystopian world without uttering a single word. It's a lesson in how video games can create a visceral experience that goes beyond just adrenaline-pumping action. It's an exercise in storytelling, where the narrative is pieced together from environmental cues rather than exposition. The game doesn't simply tell you to be afraid or anxious, it crafts an environment that naturally elicits these emotional responses. It's all about the interplay between the visual, the audible, and the interactive, transcending what many people would call simple gameplay mechanics to tell a story that's anything but simplistic. Hitman in 2016 stands out as a unique case study in how not to handle episodic game content. Initially, when Square Enix released it as an episodic game, they inadvertently made the title a referendum on episodic gaming itself. Its subsequent lack of success became the metaphorical stick used to beat any argument supporting the episodic model. Square Enix, despite possessing franchises like Hitman, Deus Ex, Tomb Raider, and Sleeping Dogs, has often mismanaged them. The episodic nature of Hitman did not work for Square, leading Square to allow developer IO Interactive to buy themselves out. What happened next is a fascinating reversal of fortunes. IO Interactive rebounded to create a highly profitable trilogy, also incorporating the most robust form of backward compatibility we've ever seen, allowing previous missions to be played with new mechanics. They didn't just regain their IP, they rejuvenated it. In a sense, the journey of Hitman serves as a bellwether for how corporate strategy and executive decisions can potentially stifle creativity and innovation. When IO Interactive took over, they proved that the problem wasn't with the episodic nature per se, but with how it was implemented and marketed. This development underlines a harsh truth about Square Enix. Despite their prowess in the Japanese gaming market, their stewardship of Western IPs often leaves a lot to be desired. Square's approach was overly risk-averse, painting each of their Western franchises as underperforming. It's a stark juxtaposition to their Japanese-focused games, which by comparison may not have fared as well, but are touted as successes. This is the conundrum of Square's marketing strategy, and a noteworthy point of reflection on how different cultural contexts within the same company can lead to disparate outcomes. Moving on to Disney Infinity and Skylanders, they exemplify the risks and downfalls of over-commercialization. These games didn't just represent a fad, they were the culmination of a decade-long push to integrate physical merchandise with interactive media. These franchises brought physical toys into the gaming space, a unique bridge between two different forms of play. While their initial entry into the market showed promise, the requirement for an ever-expanding collection of toys became burdensome for consumers. Over time, this blend of physical and digital began to wane. Even Nintendo's Amiibos, which benefited from a massive, pre-existing fan base, couldn't escape the pitfalls of this model entirely. Fast forward to today, every gamer's shelf is populated with cheap plastic characters, relics from an era when game companies believed this was the path to profitability. Yet the cautionary tale told by Disney Infinity and Skylanders about excessive consumerism in gaming still looms large, as we see limited print companies essentially tapping into the same psychology, albeit in a slightly modified form. Tokyo Mirage Session Sharp FE became infamous not just for its gameplay, but for the meme-worthy vagina bones controversy, which pointed to the localization changes deemed necessary to suit Western sensitivities. This case serves as a crucial point in the discussion about video game censorship and localization. While cultural sensitivity is crucial, what happens when the pendulum swings too far? It impacts not just sales, but also the global perception of a game that perhaps deserved a different kind of attention. Tokyo Mirage encapsulates the challenges of global game distribution and the complications arising from diverse cultural norms. Nintendo bounced back in a big way with the release of the Switch, which outperformed the Wii U and reignited excitement for the company's future. However, 2017 also saw the rise of the infamous loot box controversy, with Battlefront 2 at the center of the storm. Loot boxes, those virtual grab bags of in-game items, had been around for years, but it was in 2017 that their impact on the gaming landscape became impossible to ignore. Battlefront 2 sparked an unprecedented backlash as players and critics alike argued that the game's loot box system was manipulative and pay to win. The outcry became so intense that lawmakers and regulatory bodies around the world took notice, leading to investigations and discussions about the future of loot boxes in gaming. In the midst of these industry-shaking events, IGN, a major gaming review website, acquired Humble Bundle, a game publisher and distribution channel. This raised eyebrows and sparked debates about the potential conflict of interest and ethical implications. The concern was that a website responsible for reviewing games was now in a position to profit from the sale of those very games, a situation many deemed highly unethical. Funko Pop, purveyor of all things tchotchke, decided to go public, but it simply couldn't shake the $500 million in debt the company had racked up, and suffered one of the worst performing IPOs of the 21st century, with shares dropping 41% in a single day. Meanwhile, the retro revival trend continued to thrive. Sonic Mania, a game developed by a team of fans and modders, was released by Sega and became the best-received Sonic game of the century. On the other hand, Yooka-Laylee, a Kickstarter darling that broke records with their multi-million-dollar crowdfunding, failed to make a significant impact and was outshone by Mario Odyssey, showing that retro vibes were more important than developer badges. Bubsy 4 also made its debut in 2017. Despite receiving negative reviews and being dubbed the worst game of all time by many, there were still those who found enjoyment in the game, appreciating Bubsy as a cool cat character. Okami finally broke 1 million sales after 12 years. Capcom, bless them, tried their best to give the mad geniuses at Clover Studio as wide a berth as they needed to create their special brand of games. That goodwill resulted in the excellent Beautiful Joe series, the completely bonkers God Hand, and Okami. Sadly, none of Clover's releases found a major foothold. Its project leads eventually left, leading to Clover's dissolution in 2006. Despite these pitfalls, Capcom seemed to know it had something special with Okami. On top of producing a still underrated spin-off, Okamiden, for the Nintendo DS, and giving Amaterasu a place of honor in the Marvel v Capcom 3 roster, Capcom has ported the game to pretty much every single platform since its release, exposing it to an audience that has continued to grow through sheer word of mouth. The game may have flopped at launch, but has since gone on to sell 1 million copies. Good dog. How did the loot box controversy shape the conversation around game monetization and player experience in 2017? What role did the Battlefront 2 debacle play in prompting the industry to evaluate its approach to microtransactions? Nintendo's success with the Switch demonstrated that innovation and a strong lineup of games could still capture the hearts of players around the world. How did the Switch's resurgence impact Nintendo's strategy and vision for the future, and what ripple effects did it have on the broader gaming landscape? Breath of the Wild benefited greatly from the development team deviating from the more linear path of its predecessor, Skyward Sword, leading into an expansive, immersive experience. It took the industry by surprise with its sales numbers. This title didn't just sell well, it shattered records. We're talking about a game that sold more copies than the Nintendo Switch consoles it was supposed to be played on. A high attach rate of over 100% is virtually unheard of, and it suggests a consumer zeal extending beyond the traditional gamer. Collectors, for instance, snatched up multiple versions of the game. At the time, the industry had several pillars of open-world design. You had the Bethesda style, a sandbox filled with intricate, lore-rich quests seen in games like Skyrim. Then there was the Ubisoft style, vast, filled with collectibles and dripping with activities, think Far Cry or Assassin's Creed. Last but not least, the Rockstar style, emphasizing high-stakes storytelling and edgy social commentary a la Grand Theft Auto. Breath of the Wild, however, didn't just choose one of the existing pillars and erect a similar structure behind it. It went ahead and built its own. It focused less on structured activities and more on the fundamental joy of discovery and exploration. Yet, despite its acclaim, we've seen very few Breath of the Wild clones since. Why? Well, one possibility lies in risk aversion. The sheer man-hours needed to craft in an environment as intricately detailed as Hyrule is a risky investment, especially without the narrative crutches or plethora of side activities other open-world games lean on. Many studios might find it more pragmatic to stick with established templates that guarantee a return on investment. But Breath of the Wild is in a league of its own. It is an enigma and a trailblazer, yet it stands mostly alone, its formula left untouched, almost as if it's a garden that other developers admire but dare not enter. The game challenges the paradigm of what an open world can be, and yet its singularity could very well be why it's not often imitated. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, PUBG, was standing on the shoulders of previous attempts at the battle royale genre. Brendan Green, the creative force behind the game, had already experimented with this style of play in modifications for Arma 2 and Arma 3, as well as his consulting work on H1Z1. But where games like The Culling had shown that battle royale could be fun, PUBG made it a phenomenon. And this wasn't just a trend, it became the keystone for a significant portion of the industry. In a shockingly short time, Battle Royale games started to account for upwards of 10% of the entire video game industry. So why did PUBG resonate so powerfully when it wasn't technically the first of its kind? Asymmetrical balance. Unlike traditional shooters where balance is meticulously crafted so no player has an unfair advantage, PUBG dropped you into a world of randomness. The loot was random, the playing's path was random, and even the closing circle was unpredictable. This asymmetry didn't just make each game different, it made each game a story, and those stories were shared in forums, on social media, and importantly, through streaming platforms. serving as free yet highly effective advertising that contributed massively to the game's viral success. PUBG became its own worst enemy by spreading itself too thin too quickly. At a time when the community was clamoring for server stability and optimizations, the developers were introducing new maps and weapon skins. It was like trying to paint a house that's on fire. The Miramar map, for instance, aimed to reduce the player count faster by having only a few hotspots where everyone would die quickly in the match for better server performance, but ended up feeling desolate and devoid of the tension that made the game engaging. This miscalculation was exacerbated by persistent issues like cheating, hacking, and poor optimization, which began to turn players away. While the word mismanagement might sound a bit harsh, it's hard to deny that some of the choices made post-launch played a role in the game's decreased player engagement. The frequent delays in updates, lackluster community communication, and a sense that the developers weren't adequately addressing core gameplay issues all contributed to a narrative of decline. The game also suffered due to timing, not in its release, but in the subsequent failure to capitalize on its early mover advantage. While PUBG was grappling with internal challenges, other studios with more resources were quick to jump on the Battle Royale train, refining and sometimes outright surpassing PUBG's rough but revolutionary model. Despite these setbacks, PUBG played a pivotal role in popularizing not just a genre, but a mode of interactive storytelling that prioritized player agency. It became the best-selling PC game ever, surpassing even Minecraft. It was a cultural event, influencing everything from game design education to the live streaming landscape. Studio MDHR's Cuphead is a tour de force in game design and visual presentation, to say the least. With its unique 1930s hand-drawn art style, painstakingly created frame by frame, the game was a visual masterpiece that captivated both players and critics alike. This visually arresting style wasn't just a coat of paint, it informed the game's entire identity, from the mechanics to the score, a delightful pastiche of jazz, big band, and ragtime. Cuphead was all the more remarkable in an era dominated by 3D game engines and lifelike CGI. It harkened back to the golden age of animation and the nascent days of video gaming while offering a deeply challenging modern gameplay experience. But this charm and nostalgia-inducing aesthetic did more than capture hearts. It set the stage for an intriguing controversy that lives on in discussions today. You see, Cuphead is infamous for its grueling difficulty, particularly its boss battles. This difficulty level isn't just a matter of enemy hit points or better AI, it's a design philosophy, one that's rooted in the arcade tradition where games were explicitly hard to keep you dropping quarters. But unlike arcade games, or even notoriously challenging modern titles like Dark Souls, Cuphead arguably challenges the player with unfair difficulty. Now when I say unfair, it's key to understand that we're not talking about a game that's buggy or poorly designed. Quite the contrary, Cuphead is meticulously crafted. The controversy lies in how the game requires you to learn through failure, using memorization as a mechanic in itself. Where other difficult games like Dark Souls offer a difficulty curve that can be navigated by player skill and real-time adaptation, Cuphead sets a stage where you are intended to die again and again to understand enemy behavior. There's a debate here that straddles the line between traditional difficulty, what some perceive as artificial difficulty. This has become a hot-button issue, with players falling into camps that argue either for the game's high skill ceiling or against its repetitive, memorization-heavy approach. However, there's a less discussed nuance to this design philosophy. The very controversy it created fostered a robust, engaged community. Forums, Reddit threads, and Discord channels filled with advice, strategies, and war stories. It led to a form of communal learning that is rare in single-player games. This in turn impacted not just how the game was played, but also how it was experienced as a collective. It wasn't just about defeating the bosses, it was about sharing the how and basking in mutual accomplishments. The game's visual language, deeply embedded in 1930s cartoons, conveyed information in a manner that made the difficulty somewhat more digestible. Bosses signaled their next moves through exaggerated facial expressions, and attack animations had a wind-up period that mimicked the tells seen in classic cartoons. This allowed players to anticipate and thus better react once they caught on to these cues. It was as if the game was encouraging you to read it the same way you'd read a comic strip, interpreting visual cues to understand the sequence of events. Cuphead's legacy isn't just in its return to traditional animation or its unapologetic difficulty, it's in how it challenges traditional definitions of fairness and difficulty, eliciting strong emotions and opinions from its player base. Sega's strategic decision to acquire Atlus, a company known for its strong track record in localizing niche Japanese games like the Persona series, set the stage for a transformation in how Japanese games were introduced to the Western market. This acquisition wasn't just a business move, it was a powerful statement that sought to redefine the relationship between Japanese video games and their burgeoning international fan base. At the heart of this alliance was a shared vision to accelerate the localization process. The goal was simple but ambitious: get these uniquely Japanese games into the hands of eager international fans and do it fast. And this vision soon bore fruit in the form of an industry-changing title, Yakuza 0. Before this game, Yakuza 5 had already generated some buzz thanks in part to a better localization process, but it was Yakuza 0 that seized the spotlight, fanned into life by Sega's localization advancements thanks to the Atlus acquisition. The game's global release was now almost simultaneous with its release in Japan. This was a win-win for everyone. Developers faced less risk of piracy and loss of interest, while players could engage in a global conversation about the game as it happened. But Yakuza 0's impact went beyond timing. It broke down cultural barriers, disproving the idea that Japanese games couldn't make it big in the West. The game excelled in storytelling and character development, aspects that appeal to audiences worldwide. While Yakuza 0 did build upon the concepts introduced by earlier titles like Shenmue, it took those ideas to the next level. It offered a world that was both dynamic and captivating, balancing story and gameplay in a way that kept players deeply engaged. The game's success created a ripple effect, influencing how other Japanese games were viewed in the West. The industry now had the confidence to believe that games steeped in Japanese culture could be universally appealing. This paved the way for other Japanese titles to successfully cross over to Western markets, shifting the narrative that had previously declared Japanese gaming to be on the decline. Yakuza 0's influence was also felt in the series itself. Later releases like Kiwami, Kiwami 2, and Yakuza 6 were more than just sequels, they were evolutions. They took the successful elements of Yakuza 0, such as pacing, tone, and storytelling, and refined them. Remarkably, Sega started releasing 2 Yakuza games a year, a level of consistency not even their previously iconic character, Sonic, could match. What Yakuza 0 really accomplished was more than just its own success. It served as a critical counterpoint to the prevailing narrative around Japanese games, particularly highlighting the shortcomings of companies like Square. Square's inconsistent marketing strategies had been a sore point for fans and analysts alike. While they labeled games like Hitman, Deus Ex, Tomb Raider, and Sleeping Dogs as failures, despite their substantial following and critical acclaim, their Japanese-focused titles, which performed relatively worse, were hailed as successes. With Yakuza 0, it was becoming clear to consumers that the issue lay not with the marketability of these games, but with Square's ineptitude in marketing them. Yakuza 0 stood as an undeniable challenge to this flawed approach. It didn't just encourage Japanese developers to shed their hesitation about embracing their cultural uniqueness, it forced the industry to confront the fact that the perceived limitations of Japanese games had less to do with cultural specificity and more to do with ineffective marketing strategies. In that sense, Yakuza 0 didn't just break down cultural barriers, it smashed through the walls of misperception that had been built by companies like Square. It made a resounding case for the universal appeal of deeply Japanese games, and in doing so showed that the fault lines had never really been about East versus West, but rather about understanding how to connect compelling games with eager audiences worldwide. As Bungie started work on Destiny 2, the weight of Destiny's success bore heavily upon them. The original game, while initially critiqued for its narrative shortcomings, grew a devoted player base through its expansions. This was a player base that Bungie knew they couldn't let down. Bungie decided in 2016 to throw away much of Destiny 2's in-progress content. Many original ideas, including familiar planets and locations, were cast aside, and years of effort was abandoned. However, this wasn't a simple act of discarding, it was a recalibration. The ever-expanding universe was majestic, but became increasingly challenging to manage both in narrative consistency and development resources. So, they decided to start fresh. As you might imagine, this is an expensive proposition, and Bungie's solution was to introduce microtransactions. From the outset, Destiny 2's Eververse store ignited debates. Its introduction signaled a distinct shift in Bungie's monetization approach, one that many die-hard fans met with dismay. Indeed, the move to implement a microtransaction system seemed a far cry from Bungie's earlier philosophy, which emphasized expansive universes and player-driven narratives. The reality is nuanced. On one side, there's the assertion that the pressures of creating vast amounts of content in a changing gaming landscape pushed Bungie towards the Eververse solution. From a purely developmental standpoint, one can sympathize with Bungie's struggle. They faced rising production costs and the constant demand for high-quality content. In this light, Eververse might appear as a necessary evil, a way to maintain the high production standards of Destiny 2. But then there's the shadow of Activision. Known for their aggressive monetization strategies and shareholder-first mindset, their influence cannot be discounted. While it's simplistic to place the blame squarely on them, it's hard not to speculate that Activision's profit-driven approach nudged Bungie towards the microtransaction model. This direction starkly contrasts with Bungie's more player-centric philosophy, revealing an evident culture mismatch. So was the Eververse store solely a Bungie initiative, or was it largely influenced by Activision's profit motives? While the exact dynamics of their partnership may never be fully transparent to the public, it's clear that there was a tussle of ideologies. Bungie's hands may have been somewhat forced, but this doesn't absolve them of responsibility. After all, they played their part in forging the partnership with Activision, likely aware of the cultural and philosophical differences. While the original Destiny was often critiqued for a fragmented narrative, Destiny 2 became a canvas for Bungie's writers to paint intricate tales. The Osiris and Warmind expansions, for instance, not only introduced players to new environments and foes, but deeply explored the lore and mythos of the Destiny universe. These narratives humanized the Guardians, the game's protagonists, and made the cosmic battles feel deeply personal. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, a revamped version of its Wii U predecessor, landed on the Nintendo Switch amidst some controversy regarding its full price tag. Despite this, it sold a staggering 40 million copies. What's particularly intriguing about this title isn't just its commercial success, it's how it served as a testament to the viability of Nintendo's hybrid console. This game made it apparent that the Switch could breathe new life into titles that were otherwise overlooked on less popular systems like the Wii U. The game's deluxe version took advantage of the Switch's hybrid nature, allowing for both portable and console play, effectively transforming the way we perceive multiplayer interactions. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe has effectively become a staple of social gaming, a sort of digital board game that people keep coming back to. Before this, Nintendo was often criticized for lagging behind in online services. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe made strides in showing that Nintendo was capable of providing a seamless online multiplayer experience, complete with various modes and customization navigation options. This game also took inclusivity to a new level, introducing an auto steer function, which made the game more accessible to players of all ages and skill levels, underlining Nintendo's long-standing philosophy of games being for everyone. Wolfenstein 2: The New Colossus invites a nuanced discussion. The odd thing about this title is how it's viewed today compared to its initial reception. It debuted with a Metacritic score of 88, but has, for some reason, retreated into the shadows when discussions about the most impactful FPS titles arise. The timing of its release played a role here. Bethesda's effort was sandwiched between the groundbreaking predecessor Wolfenstein: The New Order and the mechanically fluid 2016 reboot of Doom by id Software. While it promised much and was adorned with jaw-dropping narrative twists, its actual gameplay mechanics have been less enduring in public memory. Yet its bold storytelling choices, in a climate increasingly weary of political subtleties, deserve recognition. It's a game that tackled tough themes head-on, pulling no punches in its narrative. It's easy to overlook how politically charged this game was, given that it released in a period of heightened political discourse globally. It unabashedly explored themes of racism, totalitarianism, and resistance at a time when such topics were at the forefront of global conversations. The game managed to weave an alternate history that felt uncomfortably relevant. Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice took storytelling and gaming to a new level altogether, but through a completely different lens. Ninja Theory's venture was less about spectacle and more about nuance. What we see in Hellblade is a rigorous effort to use gameplay mechanics to serve the story, particularly in how it tackles themes of mental health and loss. The game uses audio and visual design not just as immersion tools, but as storytelling instruments. It used a real-time performance capture technology that was rarely seen in games of its scale. Actress Melina Juergens delivered a real-time performance that got rendered instantaneously into the game's engine, thereby collapsing the wall between game development and theatrical performance. This was not just a technological showcase, but a storytelling masterstroke, as it elevated the emotional engagement of the player. Also, the game's audio design, implemented through binaural audio, simulated the experience of hearing voices, capturing the essence of Senua's psychosis. Auditory hallucinations aren't just background noise, they're integral to understanding Senua's harrowing journey, capturing the essence of what it means to deal with psychosis. This intimate form of storytelling, powered by AAA-like quality on an indie budget, further blurred the lines between what indie and AAA studios were capable of. Hellblade was a technological and emotional marvel in equal measure, contributing to the ever-blurring boundaries between cinema and interactive media. Finally, we arrive at Star Fox 2, the long-lost game developed in 1995 but released this year. This game holds a unique position as a relic of a different time, but its eventual release tells a story of change within the gaming industry. Star Fox 2 was originally canned because Nintendo felt it would conflict with the upcoming Star Fox 64. It also coincided with Argonaut Software's rather unceremonious split from Nintendo, another sign of the industry's volatile nature. Its release on the SNES Classic Edition and later the Switch Online service made it the first new Super Nintendo title to officially debut in over 2 decades. This release not only satiated the curiosity of longtime fans, but also raised questions about the value of historical game preservation, which is a discussion that has only intensified since. In an era where digital games can vanish from stores and online services can be terminated, Star Fox 2 serves as a reminder of the temporal fragility of the medium. In 2018, everyone wanted a piece of the PUBG pie, as developers scrambled to capitalize on the insane success of the Battle Royale genre. Epic Games, fueled by Fortnite's success, launched the Epic Games Store, securing a foothold in the market by offering a higher revenue share to developers. But it wasn't all fun and games. The Chinese government halted the approval of new video games, significantly impacting giants like Tencent and NetEase, even though Tencent still managed to own 6 of the top 10 games, generating a whopping $14.2 billion in revenue. The year also saw sudden shutdowns and studio closures, leading to a growing call for video game industry unionization. As the industry's worth soared to over $134 billion, with 47% coming from mobile gaming, acquisition sprees by companies like THQ Nordic, now Embracer Group, and Microsoft signaled a rapidly consolidating landscape. So as we dive into the 2018 time capsule, consider these questions. How did the Battle Royale frenzy reshape the gaming industry? And what impact did the Epic Game Store have on the digital distribution landscape? The God of War reboot by Santa Monica Studio garnered significant acclaim for its reimagining of the iconic franchise. The game was lauded for its mature storytelling, intricate character development, and a shift in setting from Greek to Norse mythology. While the game is often hailed as a narrative milestone, it's essential to examine its imperfections, especially concerning character development and internal conflicts. The emotional core of God of War lies in the relationship between Kratos and his son Atreus. Although the game attempts to delve into this father-son dynamic, some critics believe it falls short of exploring the depth that this relationship could offer. Kratos' hesitancy to speak to Atreus about their godly lineage stands as a glaring omission, creating missed opportunities for emotionally charged dialogues that could have elevated the narrative to new heights. The most compelling stories often delve into the internal struggles of their characters. God of War, however, seems more committed to external action than internal nuance. Despite Kratos' obvious transformation from his past life, the game offers limited insights into his inner dilemmas, his fears, and the conflicts he faces in his dual role as a god and a father. As a result, the story often feels more like a succession of action set pieces than a nuanced portrayal of godly and human emotions. The shift to Norse mythology was a promising new direction, yet the game sometimes treats these mythical landscapes as merely aesthetic settings, rather than elements that could profoundly influence character development. Atreus' development is also inconsistent, featuring abrupt transitions that seem out of place, thereby reducing the story's emotional weight and making characters feel more like plot devices than fully realized individuals. Nonetheless, it's worth noting that the game does make strides in gameplay mechanics, bringing players closer to the action and the characters through its over-the-shoulder third-person perspective and intricate combat system. However, this mechanical progress doesn't fully extend into the emotional arcs of its characters, a flaw that becomes more noticeable when compared to other titles that successfully meld gameplay and storytelling. Fortnite not only disrupted the business model, but also shattered the paradigm of what we thought a video game could be socially and culturally. This was the game that, by double the revenue of its closest competitor, dominated the financial and social discourse around gaming and still does. Fortnite didn't merely succeed on its gameplay merits. No, it transcended gaming to become part of mainstream culture, a rare feat achieved by few titles before it. What made it special? The game doubled as a social platform, bringing people together not just for the thrill of the last man standing victory, but also as a hub for social interaction. Epic Games recognized early on that players lingered in the lobby, not just to strategize for the next match, but to talk, to engage, and to simply hang out. With the Party Royale mode, you can wander aimlessly with friends, devoid of combat or objectives. In this way, Fortnite tapped into the natural human tendency for social interaction, elevating it from a mere game to an expansive digital universe, a true metaverse, if you will. What's fascinating is its ability to serve as a stage for other forms of media and entertainment. We're talking about full-fledged concerts happening inside a video game, watched by millions simultaneously from their respective living rooms. Travis Scott's in-game concert in 2020 is a headliner in this arena. It's as if Fortnite said, why separate video games from other forms of entertainment when you can combine them? In doing so, Fortnite didn't just keep its player base engaged, it welcomed new audiences, attracted by the blurring lines between video games and mainstream media. Consider that a major plot point from Star Wars Episode 9 The Rise of Skywalker was exclusively broadcast through Fortnite. And if you didn't play the game, well, you didn't get to see that central piece of the plot. The industry was grappling with controversies surrounding loot boxes and microtransactions. Fortnite sidestepped these pitfalls by employing a battle pass system that was both transparent, generous, and voluntary. It showed the industry that ethical monetization isn't just good practice, it's profitable. Fortnite has established a blueprint for games as live services. Its seasonal updates and ever-evolving world provide a model for keeping a community engaged, while its forays into cross-media events has given us a glimpse into the future of digital interactive entertainment. The game's framework and philosophies have been emulated but seldom duplicated, because what Fortnite accomplished is not just a product of mechanics or economics, it's a zeitgeist, a cultural phenomenon that happened at the right place at the right time with the right technology. Digital Extremes, a Canadian-based studio known for previous successes like Epic Pinball and contributions to the Unreal series, found themselves at a crossroads. Struggling with the logistical complexities of collaborating with other major players like Epic Games, they took a daring leap with Dark Sector. Although not a groundbreaking success, this title marked a pivotal moment for the studio, encapsulating their desire for creative freedom and steering them away from offers that didn't align with their vision. Warframe was conceived against this backdrop, partly as a calculated risk to stay afloat, and partly as an expansive canvas for creative ideas. The game's reliance on procedural level design was not just a financial necessity, it became the foundation for dynamic, ever-changing landscapes that offered players an unparalleled level of unpredictability and replay value, rarely seen in free-to-play games. The game also distinguished itself through a unique aesthetic, an amalgamation of influences from European mythologies to space operas. Major updates like the Plains of Eidolon not only expanded the gameplay, but also enriched the game's artistic identity, showcasing an audacious individualism often absent in mainstream market-driven titles. 5 years after its 2013 release, Warframe entered a transformative phase, highlighted by the TennoCon event, which revealed several free updates and pulled back the curtain on the game's development process through a 2-part no-clip YouTube documentary. This was the moment when Warframe moved from being a cult classic to gaining mainstream attention. In an industry often criticized for predatory microtransactions and pay-to-win mechanics, Warframe set itself apart by pledging to never erect paywalls, thereby maintaining a community-focused ecosystem. Its approach made it not just a commercial product, but a case study in community management, and a testament to what can be co-created by developers and players alike. Warframe's story serves as a compelling narrative about adaptability, vision, and the strength of community and developer collaboration. Each update acts as a new chapter in an ever-evolving epic tale, enriching both the game and its community. In an era dominated by algorithmically engineered gaming experiences, Warframe stands out as a beacon of defiant creativity, community cooperation, and unwavering commitment to artistic integrity. It remains an enduring example of what is possible in the dynamic and rapidly evolving world of modern gaming. Red Dead Redemption 2 told the story of Arthur Morgan, a man caught in the ideological rifts and changing tides of the American frontier. It was a narrative deeply rooted in a setting that both romanticized and critiqued the era it portrayed. The narrative drive behind Arthur Morgan's tale brought an emotional dimension to open-world games that's usually reserved for more linear narratives. Morgan, a member of the Vanderlyn gang, wrestles with loyalty, survival, and his own evolving code of ethics in a world steadily grinding down the outlaw lifestyle. It's an ambitious approach, one that required incredibly detailed character writing, voice acting, and an array of intricate systems governing player choices and interactions. This element reshaped what players could expect from choices in an open-world game. No longer was it merely about branching paths. but about subtle, personal consequences, a model which games have continued to emulate but seldom match. Speaking of the world, its sheer depth, dynamic nature, and intricate systems interact in ways that raise the bar for realism in gaming. The game doesn't just allow you to hunt, it demands you do it skillfully. You can't just rob a train, you have to plan it, from the route to the crew to the getaway. The world lives and reacts around you in an organic way. The game employs an honor system affected by the player's actions, whether it's committing a crime or helping a passerby. It sounds simple on paper, but the ripple effects shape everything, from the story outcome to everyday interactions. It's a system that has set a gold standard for environmental reactivity. Of course, not everybody likes this, and Red Dead 2 is controversial for its slavish devotion to realism for realism's sake. And it's a common discussion starter for whether or not games respect your time. Red Dead Redemption 2 cleaned house during the 2018 Game Awards, but ultimately lost Game of the Year to God of War. Yet it managed to reinvigorate debates about what a AAA title should aim for, profit or art. The game's painstaking attention to detail in everything from horse anatomy to historically accurate firearms presented a logistical and financial gamble that few other studios would dare to take. The game reportedly took 8 years and an alleged $100 million or more to develop. That's almost unheard of, and yet it paid off, not just financially, but as a reference point for what's possible in the realm of interactive storytelling. No Man's Sky, here's a name that's synonymous with comeback stories in video gaming. When it launched in 2016, the game was hyped to be the next big thing. The universe was your playground, or so it seemed from the ambitious trailers and lofty promises. But what consumers got was far from it, leading to a PR catastrophe. Yet the story didn't end there. The game didn't fade into the obscurity of digital marketplaces as some had predicted. Instead, it's become a study in redemption and in many ways represents the positive yet challenging aspect of game development in the late 2010s. The evolution of No Man's Sky is especially interesting because it defied the prevalent ship it and forget it model that plagued many video game releases at the time. Let's not forget, 2018 was a year where discussions about microtransactions, loot boxes, and minimal post-launch support were rampant. In contrast, Hello Games, led by Sean Murray, chose a different route. They got to work, issuing patches that transformed the game. According to Murray, each update saw greater commercial success than the last. It's a telling tale of a developer's commitment to quality and, more importantly, to their player base. By the time the next expansion was rolled out in 2018, No Man's Sky was not just back, it was thriving. It surged into the top 10 most played games on Steam. That's right, a game that was essentially written off 2 years earlier was now competing for eyeballs with the likes of Fortnite and PUBG. It became what Sean Murray had initially envisioned, and dare I say, it even surpassed those first trailers that led many to board the hype train. No Man's Sky is built around procedural generation, but it's not just any procedural generation, it's an entire universe generated through algorithms. That's celestial bodies, life forms, weather patterns, everything. It's so intricately designed that players are still discovering new species, geological formations, and even glitches that turn into features. This procedural generation serves as a metaphor for the game itself. Always changing, always surprising, but governed by a consistent set of underlying principles. Perhaps one of the most under-discussed aspects of No Man's Sky is its community engagement model. Hello Games established what can best be described as a conversational feedback loop. It wasn't the toxic ranting of disappointed players versus the stoic silence of developers. Through platforms like Reddit, Twitter, and even direct feedback, Hello Games has done something incredibly tricky. They've made their audience part of the narrative. Sean Murray's willingness to publicly face criticism, apologize, and chart a path forward is a shift in developer-player dynamics that many AAA studios have yet to fully grasp. As for its legacy, No Man's Sky defined the digital disposable culture that characterized much of the gaming industry at the time. Many developers would have moved on to another project, leaving behind a half-finished game and a disgruntled community. Instead, Hello Games delivered continuous updates, expansions, and improvements that genuinely considered player feedback. They changed the endgame for what post-launch commitment should look like. Subnautica, initially released in 2014, came into its own with the full release and console ports, and accomplished something that so few games can boast of: meaningful isolation. You're alone, lost in an alien ocean, and every dive you make into the abyss is a step into the unknown. The game turned the ocean itself into a character, an entity that's not so much an adversary as it is a home. It was a clear innovation in environmental storytelling. Not only were you surviving, you were deciphering a story that the ocean whispered through its caves, coral reefs, and terrifying depths. This undercurrent of lore was often overlooked, but it's what imbued every quest for resources with intrigue, every crafted item with a sense of achievement. Not just for survival, but for enlightenment. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, what a phenomenon! If you take a moment to think about it, the game served as a de facto tour guide to the wider world of gaming. For a newbie who picks up a controller, they're not just getting exposed to Mario or Pikachu, they're meeting Solid Snake, Cloud Strife, and Banjo-Kazooie. Good luck finding another fighting game that's ever going to outdo this amalgamation of virtually every significant character from gaming history. It wasn't just a roster, it was a literal who's who, a living museum of gaming icons, thrust into combat in one of the most frenetic and yet accessible fighting games ever made. We're talking about more than fan service here. We're talking about a game that simultaneously acted as an introduction to characters some younger players may not have known, while also providing intricate gameplay mechanics that rewarded skill and dedication. It serves as a robust handshake between generations of gamers, something that transcends the boundaries of franchises and even platforms. Monster Hunter World. This title didn't just make the Monster Hunter series more accessible, it redefined what accessibility in a traditionally intricate genre could look like. The world was open, the combat mechanics polished, and the progression system gratifyingly complex. The cooperative hunts provided a social interaction level that was not about outdoing each other, but about working together to take down behemoths. It was a game that said, look, you don't have to do this alone, and if you want to, good luck, but we think you'll have more fun this way. Plus, there's the fact that the game managed to provide DLC and updates that both veterans and newcomers found enriching, a tightrope few games managed to walk well. Now, Celeste's narrative and mechanics are a masterful blend. We know that. It perfectly encapsulated the spirit of what indie games were doing, blending impeccable gameplay with emotionally resonant narratives. You got a game that's not only challenging to play, but also challenges your understanding of mental health, battling inner demons both figuratively and literally. It's not just a hard game, it's a game about overcoming hardship. You start out struggling to climb both a mountain and your internal world of doubt and fear. Every failed jump, every slip into a pit of spikes is not a defeat, but a lesson in persistence and self-improvement. The game's assist mode, which lets you modify the game's mechanics to suit your skill level, isn't a concession, but an extension of its core message, that it's okay to seek help, to modify your environment to suit your needs, and that your value isn't determined by how you compare to others. And of course, 2018 gave us Raid Shadow Legends. Now, I could tell you about Raid's console-level graphics, hundreds of champions, but Raid did not sponsor this. But let's not dismiss the game entirely. It's a harbinger of how aggressively mobile gaming was pushing into traditional gaming conversations. The ubiquitous nature of raid ads serves as a snapshot of mobile gaming's ever-increasing marketing reach. It adopted elements traditionally found in RPGs like hero collection, team composition, and strategic combat, and restructured them to serve the microtransaction model more efficiently. This isn't just about Raid, though. It's a snapshot of a broader shift in how game design was being influenced by monetization strategies, an indication of the seismic shifts occurring in business models underlying the gaming industry. 2019, Google jumped into the gaming arena with Stadia, while Sony and Microsoft geared up to unveil their next-generation consoles. Amidst all the excitement, loot boxes remained a hot topic, with countries like Belgium, the Netherlands, and the UK seriously considering bans.
Today, they accused the gaming industry of failing to tackle addiction.
I think the games industry should accept a much more proactive responsibility. It gathers the data about how people play, how much they spend. It can identify the outliers, people who maybe are suddenly playing a lot more or for a long period of time been playing a lot more.
Ray tracing became the buzzword of the year, and new genres like Auto Battler proved that innovation in the gaming industry was far from dead. Mobile games continued to dominate, surpassing 50% of the industry's revenue, with projections indicating it could eventually surpass $100 billion. Meanwhile, consoles represented a mere 10% of sales. 2019 also marked the retirement of two industry giants, Reggie Fils-Aimé from Nintendo and Kaz Hirai from Sony. Their retirements showed that gaming had reached a point where people could spend their entire careers working for major gaming corporations and retire as famous industry magnates. Meanwhile, Bungie, the developer behind the Destiny franchise, ended its 8-year partnership with publisher Activision. The split was a result of several factors, including Bungie's desire for independence, clashing with Activision's profit-focused approach. Destiny, which was originally envisioned as a living, breathing universe with a 10-year plan, failed to meet these lofty ambitions. Instead, the franchise faced numerous issues, from the problematic release of the original Destiny game to the oversimplification of Destiny 2 that alienated hardcore fans. The introduction of microtransactions further fueled player dissatisfaction. Bungie paid a significant sum to end its publishing agreement with Activision, marking a tumultuous end to their partnership. This move was seen by many as a loss for both parties. Activision Blizzard had wanted to break up with Bungie due to the Destiny franchise failing to meet its commercial projections. On the other hand, Bungie, despite its desire for independence, struggled to maintain the financial stability necessary to remain independent. The terms of the split allowed Bungie to retain full publishing rights to Destiny, a stark contrast to the Halo Microsoft split a decade earlier. This enabled Bungie to focus on the franchise independently, while Activision shifted its attention to its other major franchises. However, the separation was not without its costs. Activision Blizzard had assigned additional studios to assist Bungie in developing Destiny content, and these resources were now redirected to other projects. Bungie's repeated attempts to break away from partnerships with major corporations like Microsoft and Activision have resulted in financial struggles and a loss of content for their flagship franchise. Since the launch of Destiny 2, a substantial amount of content has been removed from the game, representing a reduction of 50 to 75% of the entire game. Bungie's desire for independence has been a recurring theme in its history, but financial constraints have repeatedly forced it into partnerships. Its breakups with Microsoft and Activision have not resulted in clear victories for any party involved. Bungie's struggle to maintain its independence while also meeting commercial expectations continues to shape its trajectory in the gaming industry. The question remains, can Bungie succeed as an independent entity, or will the desire for independence continue to result in losses? Furthermore, how did Google's entry into the gaming market with Stadia impact the industry? And what were the long-term effects of the loot box ban discussions? Shenmue 3's journey began with a promise of continuation of a story left unfinished. Yu Suzuki's journey with Shenmue began as a beacon of innovation, but as the years went by, a series of professional setbacks cast a shadow over his career. By the time he left Sega, many had written him off, relegating his legacy to the footnotes of gaming history. However, the embers of Shenmue continued to glow in the hearts of its dedicated fans. These players saw past the technical limitations and imagined a world where Shenmue was appreciated for the groundbreaking narrative experience it intended to be. The anticipation was palpable when Yu Suzuki, the game's creator, announced its development. The Kickstarter campaign's record-breaking success was a testament to the hope and excitement fans held. The rapid funding milestones it achieved were not merely numbers, they were a resounding statement of belief and hope from the community. The fact that Shenmue 3 became the highest funded video game on Kickstarter at the time wasn't just a record, it was a vindication. But what was delivered was a game that felt out of touch with modern gaming standards. The game's UI was clunky, reminiscent of designs from 2 decades ago. Questing felt like a chore with objectives that were often unclear, leading players on wild goose chases with little reward. The stamina system, a mechanic meant to add realism, instead added frustration. It's one thing to pay homage to the past, but Shenmue 3 seemed trapped in it. The narrative, which should have been the game's saving grace, was its most significant letdown. The story was shallow, with little progression, making the game feel more like filler content than a continuation of a beloved saga. This was not the Shenmue that fans remembered or thought. Perhaps more accurately, it was two Shenmue. And time had pulled a nostalgic filter over people's memories, because the game is very Shenmue, and that's the problem. In either case, it certainly wasn't the game fans had waited decades for, nor was it a game that could attract a new generation of players. Suzuki's vision for Shenmue 3 seemed to be more of a personal passion project than a game designed for the masses. It's evident that he wanted to create a game that he believed was perfect, regardless of industry trends or player feedback. Shenmue 3 was never trying to be something it's not. It wasn't aiming to be the next big blockbuster or the poster child for next-gen graphics. It was and always will be Shenmue, a game that marches to the beat of its own drum, unapologetically and proudly. While this kind of dedication can be admirable, it's also a double-edged sword. The aftermath of Shenmue 3's release saw a divided fanbase. While some appreciated the game for its nostalgic value, many felt let down by its outdated mechanics and lackluster story. The game's performance was a clear indication that while nostalgia can be a powerful motivator, it cannot replace quality and innovation. It underscores the importance of balancing personal vision with player expectations and industry standards. While Shenmue 3 might not have been the triumphant return fans hoped for, its legacy will be one of reflection, learning, and the relentless pursuit of passion in the face of adversity. Yu Suzuki, a name that once echoed as the harbinger of innovation in the gaming world, stands as a poignant testament to the relentless march of time and the ever-evolving landscape of the industry. In an era where a singular vision could birth masterpieces, Suzuki single-handedly crafted Outrun, not just revolutionizing the racing game genre, but also inadvertently creating an entirely new musical movement. His genius was unparalleled, his passion unbridled, yet as the gaming world burgeoned, transitioning from the realm of individual creators to colossal teams and staggering budgets, Suzuki's brilliance seemed to wane. In a modern epoch where the average game demands the dedication of 100 souls, millions in funding, and half a decade of toil, Suzuki's approach, rooted in personal vision and individual craftsmanship, struggled to find its place. The industry he once transformed had outpaced him, and the world watched with a mix of reverence and sorrow as this luminary grappled with the weight of his own legacy. His aspirations, vast and profound, often remained just beyond his grasp in the latter part of his career. Looking back on Suzuki's journey, we are reminded of the cruel irony of time, that those who blaze trails can sometimes be left behind by the very paths they've paved. In the pages of gaming history, Yu Suzuki will forever be remembered as a visionary who soared to unparalleled heights, only to be ensnared by the very dreams he dared to chase. In Souls games, defense is usually managed through a mix of dodging, blocking, and well-timed counterattacks. Sekiro introduces the posture system, which requires players to both attack and defend in quick succession to break an enemy's posture, leaving them open for a death blow. This was a masterful inversion of the formulaic risk-reward system most action games employ. It raised the stakes dramatically and turned combat into an intense rhythm game of swords and psychology. With every clash of the blade, players had to make split-second decisions that could either end the fight in glory or result in ignoble defeat. The posture system wasn't just an evolution of combat mechanics, it was also a response to the growing sophistication of the gaming community. Soulsborne games had accumulated a meta-culture involving extensive guides, speedruns, and lore-based storytelling. The posture system thwarted many of the established techniques, forcing players to rethink their entire approach to the game. So, in a sense, Sekiro was talking back to its audience, challenging them to adapt and grow. Interestingly, this mechanical shift subtly altered the perception of Dark Souls 2, a game that has its defenders, but often finds itself low on the list when people rank their favorite Souls games. Dark Souls 2 was criticized for its hitbox inconsistencies and perhaps less cohesive world design, but the game was also ambitious. It tried to introduce variety in combat and mechanics. May have faltered, but it aimed for evolution. With Sekiro's successful reinvention, it became easier to appreciate Dark Souls 2 for its attempts to push the envelope. We began to see it less as a failure in execution and more as a crucial step in From Software's ongoing dialogue with its player base, a dialogue that would eventually lead to Sekiro's refined combat system. Sekiro takes us to a dark, feudal Japan-inspired landscape filled with lore that is as deep and intricate as any Soulsborne title. But here, there's an additional layer of historical and cultural specificity. This isn't just a game set in Japan, it's a game that dialogues with Japanese mythologies, warrior ethics, and even the representation of disability, given the protagonist's prosthetic limb. This setting serves multiple roles. It grounds the game in a specific cultural ethos, enriching the narrative depth, but it also globalizes the appeal of the game, introducing themes and histories that may be new to players from other parts of the world. Final Fantasy VII's release on Nintendo platforms came as a full-circle moment for many longtime fans. Back in '97, Square Enix, then Squaresoft, chose Sony's PlayStation over Nintendo, dramatically altering the trajectory of both companies and the industry itself. The gravity of Final Fantasy VII finally arriving on Nintendo speaks volumes about the enduring significance of the game, the reconciliation of old industry foes, and the evolution of platform-agnostic digital gaming environments. More than that, it symbolizes the maturity of video game culture, the readiness to set aside past console wars in favor of an experience that transcends hardware boundaries. Resident Evil 2's new iteration was more than a remake, it was a deconstruction and a nuanced interpretation of the original. In a market where remakes often end up being just visually enhanced editions of the old code, this game set a new standard. It went so far as to re-engineer the original's fixed camera perspectives into an over-the-shoulder view. This choice wasn't just aesthetic, but foundational to reimagining how tension and fear could be orchestrated. It's one of my go-to examples for the question of what is a remake and does a remake need to be a remake anymore? It invites developers to scrutinize the essence of a game and creatively enhance it rather than merely port it to modern consoles. Remedy Entertainment's Control seamlessly blended storytelling with its game mechanics. The design of the Federal Bureau of Control building, a brutalist shape-shifting architecture, wasn't just a backdrop but a narrative tool. It served the story as much as any dialogue or cutscene. And let's not overlook the telekinetic combat mechanics that put as much emphasis on environmental interaction as on character skills. This symbiosis between environment and mechanics did something special. It made the player feel like an integral part of the game's world, not just as a spectator or a puppeteer. Control serves as a case study in holistic game design, where every element contributes to a unified, immersive experience. Disco Elysium stood out for its intricate branching narrative and compelling writing, but the game has been mired in controversy. Accusations and legal battles surrounding its intellectual property, with allegations of fraudulent activities and toxic work environments. It brings a somber note to the game's success story. It reminds us that even as we applaud the front-end creativity, the back-end can be fraught with challenges that threaten not just sequels, but the reputation of the gaming industry itself. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night is a standout case of crowdfunding done right in an era when the Kickstarter brand itself has faced skepticism. While numerous projects failed to deliver on their promises, Bloodstained not only met its objectives, but exceeded them. In an age of increased skepticism around platforms like Kickstarter and Fig, Bloodstained managed to restore some faith in the notion of direct audience involvement in game development. It demonstrated that when done right, crowdfunding can allow for projects that might not otherwise have the backing of major publishers. And then, Death Stranding. What can be said about a game that has such sharply divided opinion? Metal Gear Solid 5 serves as the backdrop to understanding Death Stranding. Released in 2 parts, Ground Zeroes and The Phantom Pain, it was conceived as a sprawling epic. But then something inconceivable happened. Kojima's abrupt departure from Konami not only left fans shocked, but raised questions about the completion of MGS5. The game's fragmented narrative and somewhat truncated ending led many to speculate that Konami's oversight forced a hurried finish. Now, post-Kojima, Konami released Metal Gear Survive, a title that can be described as a complete departure from what Metal Gear had traditionally represented. This was Konami trying to continue the Metal Gear legacy, but without its most crucial visionary. As you might expect, the game wasn't warmly received. Not only did it lack the storytelling gravitas we'd come to associate with Metal Gear, but the gameplay itself, focused more on survival and resource management, felt like a departure. It almost read as a metaphor for Konami itself, trying to survive in a post-Kojima world. This sets the stage for Death Stranding. Kojima, now independent, was no longer bound by any corporate overseers. The game asked players to rethink the concept of multiplayer interaction, swapping direct competition for indirect cooperation. The game dabbles in themes as vast as the human condition, isolation, and the idea of uniting a fragmented world. Its storytelling was cryptic, filled with symbolism and abstract concepts. However, the game polarized audiences. For some, the game's pacing felt glacial, bogged down by what appeared to be endless fetch quests. The narrative's abstraction also bordered on obfuscation for players who felt that the story was hard to follow or just plain nonsensical. While some hailed it as a masterpiece, others found it laboriously self-indulgent. Konami's oversight had always provided a counterbalance to Kojima's more extravagant instincts. That Konami's previous involvement in Kojima's projects served as a kind of necessary boundary that kept his more extravagant, potentially alienating ideas in check. This dialectic between the creator's freedom and the constraints of commercial viability or playability forms the crux of the conversation around Death Stranding. Kojima Unchained gave us a game that was uncompromising in its vision, for better or worse. It certainly fuels the ongoing debate about the role of auteurs in an industry increasingly driven by collaborative efforts.
His work shows that when a new violent video game is released, the crime actually drops.
Gaming. The annual Game Developers Conference is underway in San Francisco.
Starting off with the ultimate game of all time, Minecraft. As kids sacrifice family, friends, school, even sleep.
It seems like these things have gotten so much worse since video games became so realistic and so violent.
Some of these games are really wild. I mean, they're pretty graphic, pretty gory. You know them, Call of Duty. I don't remember any of these, but what's Grand Theft Auto? Yeah, they're simulated violence.
Criminal simulator, murder simulator.
Yeah, Evan.
Violent depictions of women being beaten, raped, and run over by cars. It's not the movies, it's video games.
COVID-19, the disease that defined our lives in 2020.
2020 is now the deadliest year in U.S. history. Now more than 12,000 confirmed cases.
In the midst of the challenges posed by COVID-19 lockdowns and remote work, the gaming world found itself both struggling and thriving simultaneously. People sought solace in gaming while confined to their homes, and video game streamers raked in almost $10 billion, outperforming virtual and augmented reality segments of the industry. The future of the industry remained uncertain, with some analysts predicting a market shrinkage and others forecasting a $200 billion milestone. However, gaming defied the entertainment and media industry trend of a 4% drop, experiencing a 10% increase instead. PUBG alone generated $3 billion in 2020, outshining blockbuster movies like Avatar and Avengers. In a jaw-dropping turn of events, the video game industry overtook the entire movie box office with a 20% lead. 2020 was also a year of industry-shaking news, such as Microsoft's acquisition of ZeniMax for $7.5 billion, and the rise of cloud gaming, with Amazon announcing Luna and Xbox introducing xCloud. Excitement continued to build with the Xbox Game Pass for PC, which expanded its offerings by adding EA Play games. It was a truly different world from where it had been not so long ago. Looking back, the gaming landscape has changed dramatically since the 80s, when arcade machines and home consoles like the Atari 2600 and Nintendo Entertainment System ruled the roost. Graphics transitioned from 2D to 3D, and the internet-enabled multiplayer gaming and digital distribution. Mobile devices and social media platforms revolutionized the way we play and share games. The 90s witnessed the rise of iconic consoles like the Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, and Sony's PlayStation, marking the beginning of the console wars. Technological advancements improved graphics, sound, and gameplay mechanics. Over the next 30 years, gaming became more accessible and diverse, appealing to broader audiences. The rise of online gaming and digital distribution platforms like Steam paved the way for indie developers to create unique and innovative games, while the rapid growth of the mobile gaming market transformed the industry. The turn of the millennium saw the launch of consoles like the PlayStation 2, Xbox, and Nintendo GameCube, pushing the boundaries of graphics, storytelling, and gameplay. Gaming became more social with the rise of online multiplayer and massive multiplayer online games. Streaming platforms like Twitch and YouTube brought gaming to the forefront of popular culture, and esports became a significant phenomenon, attracting audiences and investments alike. The 2010s marked the rise of digital distribution and the decline of physical media. Mobile gaming continued its upward trajectory, with smartphones and tablets becoming increasingly powerful and capable of delivering high-quality gaming experiences. Virtual reality and augmented reality emerged as new frontiers in gaming, offering immersive experiences like never before disappearing and becoming footnotes in their own industry. Cloud gaming services like Google Stadia and Xbox's xCloud aimed to eliminate the need for expensive hardware, making games more accessible to a broader audience. The video game industry has come a long way from its humble beginnings, with advancements in technology, accessibility, and gameplay experiences. The 4 decades from 1980 to 2020 showcase a rapidly changing landscape, with each new era offering exciting innovations and challenges. As we look back on the journey from the 80s to the present, it's clear that the gaming industry has undergone a massive transformation. So, as we stand on the brink of yet another decade, what does the future hold for the video game industry? Animal Crossing New Horizons landed in a world engulfed by pandemic. It's impossible to examine the significance of the game without discussing how its gentle escapism provided emotional and psychological relief to millions of people isolated in their homes. It was, in many ways, the right game at the right time. Beyond merely offering a leisure activity, it became a tool for communal interaction. People hosted weddings, graduation ceremonies, and even political campaigns on their digital islands. The space it offered was limited only by the imagination, and it replaced, to some extent, the real-world interactions people were starved for. While traditional aspects like fishing and fossil hunting remained, what really stood out was how major global festivals like Halloween, Christmas, and Lunar New Year were incorporated. Nintendo was no stranger to embedding cultural festivals in gameplay, but the sheer number and global span of these in New Horizons showcased a new level of cosmopolitan awareness. Moreover, brands like Gucci and Fendi releasing official Animal Crossing designs indicated the game's crossover into mainstream lifestyle, influencing and being influenced by real-world fashion and consumerism. Players and journalists used the game as a platform for interviews, which weren't merely stunts, but serious engagements with the medium. You had talk shows and celebrity interviews happening within the game's virtual space, demonstrating how it had become more than just a game, it was a new kind of public square. This wasn't merely an adaptation, but a transformation, turning what could be a solitary or small group activity into a new form of mass media. There was a huge array of A-list celebrities and artists who visited these Animal Crossing talk shows, their participation showing that the game had erased the traditional boundaries not just between different subcultures within gaming, but between gaming and mainstream culture itself. Lockdowns and social distancing measures meant that many of us were confined to our homes, physically isolated but digitally connected. Video games had a role to play in this, but Among Us filled a very specific need. It captured the essence of sitting around a table with a group of friends, laughing, scheming, arguing, and bonding. The very things we were starved for in the real world suddenly came alive on our screens. Among Us wasn't merely a substitute for real-world social interactions, it became a new format for them, enabling far-flung family and friends to engage in a shared experience. A lot of the games that get media attention are resource-intensive blockbuster titles that require high-end hardware. Among Us ran counter to that trend. Its simple graphics and minimal processing needs meant it was accessible to almost anyone with a digital device. Smartphones, tablets, low-end laptops, you name it. This inclusivity broke down traditional barriers of entry to gaming, pulling in an audience that was genuinely diverse in age, geography, and gaming literacy. And let's not forget how Among Us became a fresh canvas for self-expression. The in-game cosmetics, the mods, and yes, even the memes created a culture around the game that went far beyond its coded parameters. The artwork, the fan theories, the communities that sprang up around it, it became a living, breathing entity. The game wasn't just a game, it was a culture, a dialect almost, understood by millions and continually evolving in fascinating ways. Twitch streamers amplified this cultural pervasiveness. Here, we see an instance where content creators and a game fed off each other's popularity in a symbiotic relationship. Among Us provided endless content opportunities, whether in the form of debates, betrayals, or downright comedic moments. Streamers could interact in real time with their audience, polling them for decisions or just sharing a laugh, thereby adding a participative layer to the viewing experience. And each Twitch broadcast reached new audiences, drawing them into the Among Us ecosystem. A self-sustaining cycle of visibility and engagement. It should not surprise anyone after hearing that to find out that Among Us is the most played game of all time, at one point reaching over 500 million monthly players. Doom Eternal served as both a refuge and a battleground for gamers. While I gave the game a 7 out of 10 in my in-depth hour-long YouTube review, I must admit it has divided opinions within the community, including my own. id Software's attempts at innovating the franchise, particularly through the new resource loop system, led to a form of gameplay that I found to be more about micromanagement than the adrenaline-pumping action Doom is known for. The game's shift towards platforming elements and puzzles, epitomized by features like purple goo, has been polarizing. This inclusion seemed to distance the game from its original combat-forward ethos, a sentiment echoed by some other players and critics. Even the game's approach to difficulty difficulty settings, while ambitious, did not universally resonate, impacting the pacing and even altering the narrative urgency depending on your skill level. As for its effects on my YouTube channel, the game proved to be a contentious subject that sparked extensive debate. My review garnered an influx of views, but also a surge in negative comments, underscoring the divisive nature of Doom Eternal. This experience was a reflection of the larger discussions happening in the community, revealing the complexities in game design and the challenges of meeting a diverse array of player expectations. The feedback had a profound impact on me as a content creator. The surge in viewership came with increased scrutiny and even misinterpretation of my arguments by larger commentary channels. Nonetheless, the experience reaffirmed the importance of aesthetic criticism and the value of subjective bias in reviews. It also reminded me of the responsibility I have to my community to provide nuanced and informed perspectives, even when they may not be universally accepted. It's quite the narrative arc, this transformation of the Yakuza series. If you had looked at the franchise before Yakuza 0 came along, you'd have found a decently respected but largely niche series. Most discussions about it were limited to subreddits and specialty forums, mostly because Sega, for whatever reason, seemed hesitant to commit to a robust Western marketing strategy. This lack of commitment meant the franchise had been pigeonholed as too Japanese for Western gamers, a misconception that couldn't be further from the truth. Then Yakuza 0 happened, and it was as if someone kicked over a domino that set off a chain reaction. Yakuza, Like a Dragon, a prequel entry, decided to go all in with the storytelling, giving us not just another gangster drama, but a rich narrative tapestry. It took the time to flesh out characters we thought we knew, turning them into multi-dimensional beings. This character depth, combined with an intriguing plot and a vibrant, living world, made for an extraordinary gaming experience that transcended cultural boundaries. Social media, especially Twitter, exploded with memes, clips, and discussions about the series. Gaming communities that had never touched a Yakuza game suddenly became interested, and this social media virality provided the series with the momentum that even the most expensive marketing campaigns struggled to generate. Yakuza Like a Dragon not only shook up its own established gameplay formula by introducing turn-based mechanics, but it also marked another milestone. It was released in both English and Japanese simultaneously. Think about that for a moment. A game that once saw staggered, almost grudging releases in the West was now a headliner, a big Xbox showcase game. This is a fascinating study in contrasts, a tale of a series that went from being under-marketed and misunderstood to standing shoulder to shoulder with the biggest names in the industry. Fall Guys' ultimate knockout seized upon the collective yearning for social connection when the world was isolated. Here was a game that was a strange melange of platformer and battle royale, eschewing the gritty realism that was pervasive in the genre for pastel hues and whimsical courses, reminiscent of game shows like Wipeout. However, Fall Guys did something we're not talking enough about. It leveraged social media virality like few had done before. From memes to community challenges, the game was designed for shareability. Yet its cultural cachet took a hit when Among Us stole the limelight, revealing how social media that can build you up can just as easily tear you down. The purchase by Epic Games later transformed it from a flash-in-the-pan phenomenon to a stabilized free-to-play game. On to Final Fantasy VII Remake. This was more than just a graphical overhaul. The game served as a meta-commentary on the nature of nostalgia. Characters you knew and loved were suddenly complex, filled with nuance. No longer did Cloud strut around with polygonal arms, he was now a fully fleshed out human being struggling with an identity crisis. It is absolutely incredible that the developers have managed to make us question whether or not the single most well-known spoiler in the history of gaming is going to happen again in this game. The original Final Fantasy VII led the charge in narrative storytelling in video games in 1997, and its remake is a marker for how far we've come, showing that gaming narratives can be just as intricate and emotionally resonant as any Oscar-winning film. Most notably, it ignited conversations about the very nature of remakes. Are they simply derivative works, or can they be works of art in their own right that converse with the source material? Ghost of Tsushima, with its lush, vivid landscapes and meticulously researched historical elements, wasn't just a game. It was a love letter to feudal Japan and samurai cinema. The guiding wind was a paradigm shift. It's an element that redefined the concept of immersion by making navigation feel less like a task and more like a form of exploration that you are intrinsically motivated to do. The game demonstrated how form could meet function in ways that also deepen the narrative and the emotional resonance of the experience. In a game when HUD and UI elements have often been distracting add-ons, GPS lines, mini-maps, and blinking compass locations, Ghost of Tsushima allowed players to immerse themselves in the world, truly living the life of Jin Sakai, if only for a few hours at a time. Super Mario All-Stars has sparked a conversation that the industry has been avoiding for a while. Are games a product or a service? By limiting access to classics like Mario 64, Nintendo is toying with the perception of value. Much like Disney vaulting its classics to drum up a sense of scarcity and nostalgia-fueled demand, Nintendo's strategy with this collection suggests a trend towards digital scarcity, a concept previously antithetical to the gaming community. Half-Life Alyx did for VR what the original Half-Life did for the first-person shooter. It set a new standard. The tragedy here is timing. By 2020, VR had not reached the mass adoption many had hoped for. Yet Alyx showcased what VR could do, from the tactile nature of reloading a gun to the sheer terror of facing a head crab in full 3D space. Its timing demonstrated the pitfalls of technological adoption cycles in gaming, illustrating how even brilliance can be obscured by external trends. Cyberpunk 2077 embodies the risk of ambition. This game promised a sprawling, neon-lit future filled with narrative depth, yet it became a lesson in the dangers of overhyping a game to the point where it could never meet expectations. The game absolutely did not work on the PS4, and barely ran on any consoles at all. While CD Projekt Red's reputation took a substantial hit, those who played the game on capable systems found a narrative richness that rivals literary works in the sci-fi genre. It's a dual narrative of incredible success and catastrophic failure rolled into one. Lastly, Bugsnax, in all its absurdity, was a title that captured the internet's imagination, if only for a brief moment. With a quirky concept and a catchy theme song, it was instantly memified across the internet. While it didn't sustain long-term public interest, it's a testament to how a unique concept can momentarily capture the world's attention, even in a landscape dominated by big-budget titles. In this year of 2020, Bugsnax so perfectly encapsulates our seeming need for variety, for change, for new experiences, and our willingness to collectively glom onto any great experience. Fall Guys, Among Us, Animal Crossing, Hades, anything at all, as long as we can experience it together. COVID-19 continued to affect the gaming landscape in 2021, with repercussions felt across software development and, unexpectedly, hardware production. The semiconductor shortage fueled by Bitcoin mining caused unforeseen consequences in the video game industry. While game postponements and cancellations became a recurring monthly event, gamers adopted the mindset that games weren't real until they were released. The industry didn't shrink from 2020, but its growth was minimal, and a significant reshuffling occurred. Mobile and PC gaming shrank while console gaming doubled in size. China overtook the US as the largest gaming market, and new Chinese companies like MiHoYo made it onto the most profitable gaming company lists. The world of retro gaming has become a lucrative industry, with a copy of Mario 64 selling for $1.56 million, only to be surpassed a few weeks later when another Mario game, Super Mario Bros. For the NES, sells for $2 million. These staggering sales have turned personal game collections into veritable gold mines, and companies with limited print runs are capitalizing on this trend, using fear of missing out, FOMO tactics to rake in substantial profits. However, this booming market is not without its controversies. YouTubers uncover evidence suggesting that the vintage video game market might be in the throes of a bubble, inflated by potential fraudulent activities and manipulation by key players in the industry. The integrity of the market is under scrutiny, with concerns raised about the relationships between game grading agencies, auction houses, and collectors. One such questionable relationship is between Wada Games, a game grading agency, and Heritage Auctions, a company known for selling rare games. Allegations of conflicts of interest and dubious practices within these organizations are brought to light, casting a shadow over the market's integrity. The current surge in the retro game collecting market appears to be driven more by speculation and quick profit schemes rather than genuine collectors. This raises questions about the sustainability of the market and whether the bubble is set to burst. As it stands, the retro gaming industry is a high-stakes game, where the line between genuine passion and profitable manipulation seems to be increasingly blurred. With the rise of Battle Royale and MOBA genres, top-grossing games evolved dramatically. The gaming industry witnessed a grand consolidation as acquisitions happened every month. Giants like Embracer, Microsoft, Tencent, Take-Two, Epic, Sony, and others seemed to buy every game company in sight, creating a landscape of very big tents with little room for smaller players. The year was also marred by major upheavals within companies. Developer after developer faced massive accusations of sexual assault, harassment, discrimination, and worse. Activision Blizzard alone fired or disciplined over 80 employees for egregious misconduct amid lawsuits from various U.S. states, departments of fair employment, and labor boards. Thousands of employees walked out in solidarity. Riot Games, settling its lawsuits for discrimination, paid $100 million. Cyberpunk 2077, a title that had been pulled from the PlayStation Store due to its glitch-ridden launch in 2020, was finally relisted. The game's initial release had been marred by significant technical issues, particularly on base PS4 consoles, leading to its removal from the store. However, after a year of rigorous patching and updates by its developer, CD Projekt Red, the game was deemed ready for a return. How did these changes impact the creativity and innovation within the gaming world? Moreover, with misconduct scandals shaking up companies, how will the industry adapt and respond to ensure a safer and more inclusive environment for its employees? One of the facets that elevated the experience of Resident Evil Village is its use of atmosphere. Now, you may think you know what I'm talking about. Dim lighting, fog rolling in, and the screams of monsters echoing in the distance, but it's much more nuanced. Village manipulates lighting and textures to not only establish mood, but to also serve gameplay mechanics. Light isn't just a visual cue, it's a design tool that teaches players to be hyper-observant. Did you notice how your eyes naturally drift towards the areas of the environment bathed in low hunting illumination? That's by design, and it's a design philosophy that dates back to horror cinema, manipulating audience attention without being overt. While other franchises and studios either outright copied their earlier hits or rehashed them poorly, Capcom successfully modernized familiar elements, satisfying veteran fans while creating a fresh experience for newcomers. It's a balancing act few can maintain, but Capcom did, despite laboring under the same pandemic-induced challenges affecting all of us. The character of Lady Dimitrescu stands out in this regard. With her imposing height and charismatic malice, she embodies the legacy of unforgettable Resident Evil antagonists while delivering something novel, almost a marriage between a classic Disney villainess and a survival horror monster. However, what isn't often discussed is the idea of power dynamics she introduces into the gameplay. Traditionally, the Resident Evil series has often presented itself as a gun-toting, machismo-filled landscape. Lady Dimitrescu subverts this in a rather unique way. Not just a villain, but an obstacle, an ever-present threat that makes you question every action you take within her vicinity. It's a mechanic reminiscent of the stalker elements from previous entries, but pushed to an entirely new level. While I personally think this is just such a bad game, it is undeniable how successfully it integrated Lady D into gaming's pantheon, and it's likely she'll be remembered fondly for the next decade or longer. The legacy of the Halo franchise is one both storied and complex. From its inception, it sculpted the shape of console FPS multiplayer experiences and secured the Xbox as a gaming titan. Yet, like all great empires, the golden era of Halo saw challenges both external and internal. The transition from Bungie, the franchise's original creator, to 343 Industries was more than just a change in name. It ushered in a new philosophy and approach to Halo. Halo 4 marked 343's debut, and while the game had its merits and was generally positively received, purists noted subtle shifts in tone, design, and narrative approach. These initial reservations, although mild, were perhaps harbingers of broader shifts to come. With Halo 5 Guardians, 343 Industries took more substantial liberties. The campaign, traditionally a major drawing factor for many fans, fell flat, failing to capture the same emotional gravitas and depth of earlier entries. But more noticeably, the multiplayer underwent significant alterations. Longtime fans used to a particular rhythm and style found the changes unsettling. While it's crucial for franchises to evolve, the challenge lies in ensuring core tenets remain intact, something many felt Halo 5 missed the mark on. Halo Infinite was poised to be no different. The game's initial trailer launched and, well, it became the stuff of meme legend. The graphics, especially our dear friend Craig the Brute, left many scratching their head. But instead of doubling down, 343 did something commendable. They listened and delayed the game. Fast forward to the public beta, and the atmosphere was electric. The gameplay felt fresh, yet familiar, and there was a collective sigh of relief. Could this be the best Halo ever? The stage was set for a triumphant return. But then came the official launch. While the campaign was generally well received, the multiplayer component faced a barrage of criticisms. While it improved on some of Halo 5, it also bore its own share of controversies. The absence of certain gameplay modes like campaign co-op and Forge left many feeling they had an incomplete product. High initial sales were overshadowed by diminishing player retention, revealing a disconnect between the game and its community. And while every game has its teething problems, the issues with Halo Infinite felt more profound. It wasn't just about missing features, it was about the very essence of what made Halo, well, Halo. The progression system felt out of touch, and the customization options, or lack thereof, became a sore point. I mean, having to pay for the color blue? That's like telling Mario he has to pay for his mustache. The gaming landscape was undergoing its own transformation during Halo's transitional period. The rise of games like Overwatch and Fortnite redefined multiplayer experiences. These titles, with their colorful aesthetics, more general appeal, and varying gameplay mechanics, began drawing players, including those once loyal to Halo. The shift in rating for Halo from mature to teen perhaps signaled 343's attempt to capture a broader audience, much like its competitors. However, this decision further alienated purists and positioned Halo as a follower rather than the trendsetter it once was. Introducing microtransactions to the Master Chief Collection, a compilation of Halo's iconic past, felt to many like a desecration. At a time when trust in 343 was already shaky, this decision was seen as prioritizing profit over player experience, further eroding faith in the franchise's direction. Halo's challenges weren't limited to the gaming realm. The much anticipated TV series adaptation, a potential saving grace, became instead another point of contention. While adaptations always necessitate some change, the series made poor decisions, particularly with the beloved character of Master Chief. For a fandom that reveres its lore, these deviations were simply too hard of a pill to swallow, and 343 was no longer seen as an acceptable steward of the brand. Microsoft announced that 343 would no longer be the studio to work on future Halo products. And then the 2023 Games Showcase happened, and it may well be one of the most telling signs of the franchise's decline. Here was the premier platform to spotlight Xbox's crown jewels, their most enticing offerings, and a stage to reassure fans about their favorite games. While the audience was treated to indie gems, deep dives into third-party partnerships, and even exclusive segments with the likes of Keanu Reeves discussing Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty, one notable entity was conspicuously absent: Halo Infinite. It's not just that Halo was missing, it's that the omission occurred a mere 4 days after the launch of a new season for Halo Infinite. This wasn't a period where Halo was dormant or lacked updates. The game had fresh content, which typically would be prime material for a showcase event. Yet, in the lineup that included every new DLC for Bethesda's games, discussions on High on Life, and even a behind-the-scenes look on Microsoft Flight Simulator Dune expansion, Halo was nowhere to be found. The silence spoke volumes. Yet if the showcase was the final nail, then 343's subsequent admission was the echo of the hammer's strike. To hear that the studio behind one of the most storied franchises in gaming history couldn't allocate budget for cutscenes, a staple in AAA storytelling, was nothing short of astonishing. This wasn't an indie developer strapped for cash. This was 343 Industries, backed by Microsoft, a behemoth valued at $2.35 trillion. The very notion that the choice boiled down to fixing bugs or crafting a cutscene is frankly mind-boggling. To put this in perspective, a company that could theoretically buy several smaller countries had to make a financial decision on whether to animate a short in-game cinematic for its once flagship title. It's like watching a supercar stuttering because it can't afford the fuel. 343's acknowledgement of layoffs, budget constraints, and rumors added another layer to the unfolding drama. While the studio's commitment to Halo and its community remains unwavering on paper, the reality paints a picture of a titan humbled. In the past, Microsoft's backing for Halo was akin to an open checkbook. Today, it seems they are even weighing the cost of every pen stroke. Starfield from Bethesda, that's the game being bundled with new Xbox hardware. That's the game Xbox executives tout. That's the game that feels like a flagship property. Halo, it's a dead franchise, and I don't think there will be much more to say about it in the future. Metroid Dread, after nearly 2 decades of radio silence, broke the mold in more ways than one. What's striking isn't just the return of a venerable franchise, but also the fact that it became the highest-selling game in the Metroid series. That's significant in itself. It signals a shift in how nostalgia and modern gameplay can coalesce into something commercially potent. In a world dominated by open-world epics and real-time strategies, Metroid Dread went back to its roots, serving a concentrated dose of side-scrolling exploration, which is a far cry from the battle royales of today. This could have been a business risk, but it wasn't. Why? Because it tapped into an innate, almost latent desire for narrative-driven, atmospheric gameplay. You're not just blowing through corridors, you are immersed in an ecosystem of peril and discovery. The Emmy robots as well brought a new layer of real-time tension that had been absent from the series. These relentless hunters necessitated not just quick reflexes, but also strategic thinking, embodying a forgotten essence of gaming, the joy of problem-solving under pressure. Roblox stands as a groundbreaking platform, transforming from a mere game to a universe of its own, blending elements of social networking, creative expression, and entrepreneurial training for a young generation. With a valuation of $38 billion in its 2021 IPO, Roblox defies the notion that games are just for consumption. It offers a collaborative, ever-evolving space that's more than a digital playground. It's an incubator for budding young developers, some as young as 10, to delve into 3D design, coding, and even entrepreneurship. The platform enables these youthful creators to not just earn, but also convert in-game currency, Robux, into real-world money, showcasing it as a prologue to future forms of economic and creative engagement. However, this glittering surface conceals a darker reality of exploitation and labor abuse. Roblox pushes these young, inexperienced developers towards creating games with a high likelihood of failure and minimal revenue potential. The hurdles for converting the in-game currency to real-world money are steep, including advertising costs and the platform's hefty cut from any profits. Worse still, developers are paid in a pretend currency, tethering them to a platform that offers limited financial mobility. This encourages burnout and perpetuates a cycle of labor abuse, as the platform promotes addictive over enjoyable game designs. In the wake of these leviathans, the return of Alex Kidd may seem quaint, but here lies a rich piece of gaming lore. Sega's erstwhile mascot had been dormant for 3 decades. It's a nod to the bygone era when console makers sought to define their brands with mascot characters, much like comic book companies. Alex Kidd's re-emergence is a testament to the enduring appeal of simplicity, clean lines, intuitive controls, and unambiguous objectives. Sega's decision to bring him back isn't just a play on nostalgia, it also reflects the need for medium-sized releases in the era of either indie games or blockbuster titles. Alex Kidd fits neither category, yet still appeals to a broader audience. It's a gentle reminder that there's room in the industry for the middle child game, one that doesn't require hundreds of hours of commitment or offer complex branching narratives. Simple, straightforward gameplay can still hold its weight in gold, provided it's executed with finesse and passion. Returnal has an interesting symbiosis between narrative and game mechanics. Housemarque has done a fascinating job of incorporating the roguelike death cycle into the protagonist's personal journey. Every time you die, you're not just restarting a level, you're reliving the protagonist's existential dread, making each gameplay loop a narrative loop as well. This design choice serves as a masterstroke in immersive storytelling. With its gameplay, it doesn't just show off, it integrates many of the PS5's features into the core experience. The haptic feedback isn't a gimmick, it's a new way of immersing yourself in the game, where each trigger pull and raindrop contributes to the mood and the stakes. It Takes Two presents a notable shift in how we view co-op games, from a narrative perspective. In many co-op games, the story often takes a back seat, serving as little more than context for the gameplay. But in It Takes Two, your actions as players actually mimic the emotional hurdles the characters are going through in their failing marriage. Whether it's timing jumps to perfectly match your partner's actions, or solving a puzzle where both players must contribute equally, the gameplay mechanics are designed to foster emotional synchronicity between players, making them truly feel the highs and lows of the characters' relationship. 2022 marked an era of dramatic change in the gaming world, with Microsoft's jaw-dropping $70 billion proposed acquisition of Activision. This move epitomized the ongoing trend of vertical consolidation, as mid-tier developers dwindled and everyone from Beamdog to Zynga got scooped up. Even Wordle wasn't immune. Netflix even joined the fray, acquiring 6 studios to produce games for its platform. This wave of consolidation raised concerns about the industry's diversity and creativity. With fewer independent developers, the gaming landscape became increasingly homogenous, dominated by corporate behemoths. This shift in power dynamics affected both the types of games produced and the way they were marketed and distributed. Following the trends of consolidation, Sony acquired Bungie for $3.6 billion. Bungie, the creator of the iconic Halo series for Microsoft's Xbox platform, had previously parted ways with Microsoft and later Activision Blizzard to regain its independence. This acquisition was not merely a business transaction, but a strategic collaboration that benefited both parties. Sony could now expand PlayStation products to a larger audience and leverage Bungie's expertise in live services. Bungie, on the other hand, saw an opportunity to broaden its horizons and explore new interactive experiences. Sony's acquisition of Bungie signals a shift in the gaming industry towards owning a library of universes rather than specific platforms. Bungie, with its popular sci-fi universe and plans to expand into other media, is a valuable asset for Sony. The partnership could also lead to technology sharing and improvements in Bungie's corporate culture. In another significant development, Cyberpunk 2077 was finally launched for PlayStation 5 nearly 2 years after its original release. The game's initial launch was marred by glitches and performance issues, which led to its removal from the PlayStation Store. However, the PS5 version finally delivered the experience that was originally intended. Despite the damage to the brand caused by the failed launch, console players could now understand why PC players hailed it as one of the best RPGs ever. Meanwhile, workplace harassment continued to plague the industry, and crunch culture, long hours, high pressure, and little work-life balance finally emerged as a significant issue. In response, studios began unionizing to protect employees' rights and create a more sustainable work environment. Amid these transformations, the Steam Deck was introduced, bringing almost the entire Steam library to a mobile form factor. This innovation signaled a growing interest in mobile gameplay as gamers sought flexibility and convenience in their gaming experiences. For a lot of gamers, this became the preferred way to play some of their favorite games. The gaming industry faced a turning point, grappling with the ramifications of consolidation and the need for cultural shifts within the workplace. How will the industry evolve in the face of these challenges? And most importantly, can it maintain the spirit of innovation and creativity that has fueled its growth for decades? Elden Ring, a collaboration between the esteemed director Hidetaka Miyazaki and famed novelist George R.R. Martin, has emerged as one of those paradigm-shifting titles in the video game landscape. Unlike many open-world games that hold your hand through quest markers and elaborate logs, Elden Ring took a more radical approach in line with Ghosts of Tsushima. The absence of these guiding elements allows the game to treat its players like curious wanderers, rather than guided tourists following a well-trodden path. In doing so, Elden Ring nurtures a genuine sense of wonder. You're incentivized to pay attention to the world, to learn its secrets, its characters, and the repercussions of your actions within it. To see an interesting landmark and journey to it. This sense of player agency is liberating, and the individualized journeys it engenders make for deeply personal gaming experiences. In this context, the absence of handholding is not a bug. It's a feature that elevates the game into a narrative playground where the game isn't just presented, it's discovered. The storytelling of Elden Ring exists as fragments scattered throughout its world. Much like an archaeological dig, the more you invest in exploration, the more coherent the story becomes. But crucially, your understanding of the world is yours alone. This approach to indirect narrative offers layers of complexity, adding substance to the game's thematic richness. It's a far cry from cutscene-heavy epics, but it offers a more textured and open-ended experience that leaves room for interpretation and debate. Now, while discussing gameplay experiences with others has been a part of gaming community for years, it's worth noting how Elden Ring mobilized this to an almost unprecedented degree. In the absence of markers and logs, players found themselves drawn to online forums, social media, and yes, even physical spaces to share information, swap theories, and offer guidance. The game managed to do what few others have: make community interaction almost a soft requirement for full enjoyment and understanding. This interplay between individual discovery and collective problem solving represents the pinnacle of organic community building within the realm of gaming. The release of the Hitman trilogy was a milestone moment that marked the culmination of IO Interactive's meticulous work over several years. And it's not just a milestone for the developer or the stealth action genre, it's a significant marker for the entire industry for a few crucial reasons. The complexity of the original game's pricing, coupled with a wave of negative reviews at launch on Steam, showed an industry grappling with legacy issues. As games transition from being standalone experiences to more live service models, there's a learning curve for developers and consumers alike. Now, IO Interactive's response to this? Instead of sticking to their guns, they took accountability for the blunder, offered free upgrades, and added free DLC for early adopters. This scenario wasn't just a misstep that was course corrected. It serves as a case study for how developers can responsively and responsibly handle consumer feedback in real time, a trait becoming increasingly essential in today's continuously evolving gaming landscape. Moving on to the post-launch support, IO Interactive didn't just provide patches or bug fixes. They did something really compelling. They released a 7 Deadly Sins DLC series that offered more than just additional content. They wove this into a meta-narrative structure, a season of sin, if you will, that lasted for weeks at a time. It gave players a new lens to explore already familiar environments, making it more of an evolving story rather than just a mission pack. This sort of rolling content keeps communities engaged, yes, but also offers developers a framework for how to extend a game's narrative without simply adding more bricks to the edifice. It's a more organic form of storytelling that fits well within the episodic nature of the modern media consumption landscape. Beyond these specifics, there's the rebranding effort to Hitman World of Assassination, which encapsulates the entire journey of the Hitman games from their original release to the cohesive and broad ecosystem they form today. It also echoes a larger industry trend where games evolve into worlds or platforms for various types of content. Think of it as a version of backwards compatibility, but not just in terms of software or hardware, but in narrative scope and user engagement. By packing older games into the rebranded Hitman 3, IO Interactive made a strong statement about how we should think about the life cycle and accessibility of video games. RimWorld, launched officially in 2018, still stands as an example of how a game doesn't need high-budget polish to deliver a compelling experience. Initially debuting as an alpha version back in 2013, RimWorld took a lean budget and used it to build a deeply intricate simulation, turning a survival management experience into an epic storytelling machine. This game demonstrated that narrative in video games doesn't always come from scripted events or pre-written dialogue, but often from the organic, player-driven experiences that emerge from complex systems interacting with each other. Often mislabeled as merely a management simulator, if you look at the game's AI storyteller, it's easy to see how every decision, every relationship, every death in your colony is part of an intricate web of narrative built on a foundation individual colonist psychologies. Not only do players have to manage resources, but also the mental health and interpersonal relationships of their colonists. The AI storyteller crafts events that often put the moral and ethical choices of the player under a microscope. This game speaks to the complexity of human experience in ways that are deeply interactive, and it does so with very minimal graphical fuss. Lost Ark, developed by Smilegate RPG and published by Amazon Games in 2017, revolutionized what we expect from MMORPGs. Stunning visuals and an action-packed combat system show us that MMORPGs can be as visually thrilling as any blockbuster title. Its class system, beyond just providing aesthetic choices, deeply influenced the way players approached the game, instilling a sense of ownership and individuality. The rich narrative was a reminder that compelling storytelling isn't confined to single-player experiences. You could argue that Lost Ark combined the best of two worlds, the storytelling depth commonly seen in single-player RPGs, and the communal and competitive elements that make MMORPGs captivating. Towns are bustling, the environments are incredibly varied, and the world feels lived in, something quite difficult to accomplish in online multiplayer games. But it's not just about the world you see, it's about the world you interact with. Crafting and trading don't just serve as side quests, they're vital for survival and progression, offering a degree of economic realism rarely seen in the genre. Moving on to Horizon Forbidden West. While its predecessor was praised for its world building, Forbidden West takes it up several notches. The ecological focus, for instance, is far more than cosmetic. Through Aloy's interaction with flora and fauna, the game subtly educates players on biodiversity and the impact of human activity on the environment. Forbidden West also gives players underwater exploration capabilities, and this is more than just a visual feast. It expands the game's storytelling palette, opening new avenues for ecological narrative and hidden lore. Aloy's journey through a lush, post-apocalyptic Earth remains one of the most visually stunning experiences in gaming. It takes the question of what if and runs with it. What if society collapsed and nature took back our cities? What if robotic creatures roamed the Earth? These questions make the player reevaluate our relationship with technology, and that's a dialogue that continues to be more relevant each passing year. God of War Ragnarok is a narrative masterstroke in video gaming, redefining what sequels can do. The game doesn't just continue the story, it fills in the blanks, fleshing out characters and plot lines that seemed peripheral in the original game. In doing so, it elevates the narrative depth and emotional investment of the series. The relationship between Kratos and his son Atreus undergoes a noticeable shift, echoing the growth and maturity of both characters, and retroactively fixing one of the major issues in the original. This is a game that shows how the medium can handle themes of fatherhood, legacy, and the emotional weight of one's past with nuance and grace. It also shows how a sequel can alter the discussion of an original's flaws by recontextualizing them into a sequel's boons. Sifu caught everyone's attention with its elegance. The combat system isn't just a button masher, it's a dance. Each move, each block, each strike has to be timed and executed to perfection. Game manages to recreate the look and feel of iconic martial arts films, providing both a nostalgic homage and a fresh take on the genre. This isn't just a game about fighting, it's a game about mastery, about the long and often brutal path one takes to become truly exceptional in any craft. It celebrates martial arts not just as a form of combat, but as a form of art and discipline. But the appeal of this game isn't just in its combat. Its aging mechanic, where the character grows older each time they die, adds a layer of urgency and stakes to the game. It reminds players that the path to mastery is not infinite, that there are costs and sacrifices to the relentless pursuit for revenge. Sifu's fluid combat mechanics aren't just there for show. They reflect the themes of mastery and discipline that are at the core of martial arts philosophy. Each failure and retry are learning experiences, mirroring the real-life dedication it takes to become a master. And let's not ignore Marvel Snap. While everyone was expecting yet another Marvel action game, what did we get? A card game without turns. Initially, people might have raised their eyebrows, but as it turns out, people are really enjoying it. No, they're not Disney bots. People genuinely find the strategy and fast-paced nature of the game to be a refreshing departure from the usual Marvel gaming fare. As we glance back and peek into the unfolding story of 2023, it's clear that the gaming industry has no intention of slowing down. This year has seen some significant shifts and trends that have set the stage for the future of gaming. Google Stadia has finally closed its virtual doors, leaving behind a trail of unfulfilled promises and a lesson in the challenges of cloud gaming. With Stadia's departure, the question remains, can cloud